Chapter 1. It seems she has lost consciousness, yet she has not perished? Alas, she lives. The priest claims this sloth has merely fainted. The speaker's tone dripped with blatant disdain. A group of women clad in animal hides disdainfully hurled a mound of flesh onto the stone bed. This cave reeks horribly. I can hardly endure it. Were it not for the priest's orders, who would deign to return her here? This idle wretch has the audacity to faint upon the altar. She must have been peeking at Priest Lawson. Bah! Li Su, come find me. Remember, come. Run, run faster. The gaping maw of the zombie was poised to sever her throat within the pit she had dug. Li Su summoned earth spikes to strangle the high-level zombie behind her. Just as her powers waned, she collided with a massive stone. In her unconscious state, Lysa's ears were filled with disjointed sounds, human voices, strange and muffled beast roars, and fleeting visions of escape and darkness, all intertwining, causing her great anguish. What is happening? Who? Clarify. Peeking at the priest? Male or female? She feared the piercing gaze, yet Li Su could not utter a sound, her consciousness sinking into darkness once more. Who in the tribe does not admire Priest Lawson? Yet is she worthy? Hold on. With her insatiable hunger, if the beast husband dies, will she not come to pilfer our provisions? Guard your supplies, well should she dare to steal. We shall inform the priest to expel her from the tribe. Such a pity for those two cubs with a mother like her. Should Muhan perish, they will not survive either. Time passed, though Li Su could not tell how long, until she finally opened her eyes. Two emaciated children, trembling with fear, watched as the massive figure on the bed stirred. Quick, eat. Mushue, do not let her see the jerky, or she will strike us again. Mayan, am choking. Mushue was so frail that even a small piece of jerky lodged in her throat, rendering her unable to breathe, her eyes rolling back. Mushue, spit it out quickly, I'll fetch you some water. The red-haired child was frantic to find water, but Li Su had already risen, looking at them in confusion. Mayan's face turned pale, forgetting about the water, and dragged Mushue away. We must flee, the wicked female has awakened. As Li Su sat up, she noticed the blue-haired child's face turning purple, eyes bulging as if they might pop. Stand clear. She swiftly pushed aside the child blocking her path and employed the Heimlich maneuver on the blue-haired child. After several attempts, the child finally expelled a piece of jerky with a cry of distress. A weak whimper escaped his lips. Had I discovered it even a moment later, he would have choked to death. How can such a small child consume such tough jerky? You vile female, spare your false kindness, released Mushue. Mayan, enraged and humiliated, instinctively hugged himself, bracing for a blow, yet the wicked female refrained from striking today. What new mischief was she concocting? Vile female? The child's gaze towards her was unsettling, akin to that of a sworn enemy. Li Su furrowed her brow, surveying her surroundings, still unaware of the gravity of the situation. Children, could you tell me where this place is? She distinctly remembered the safe zone being overrun by zombies. She had lured several high-level zombies toward another direction, where ample earth would allow her to exert her powers. Alas, she had ultimately shared a grave with those high-level zombies. Who would have anticipated that deep within the earth, she chose to retreat to lay an enormous boulder, effectively blocking her escape. Once her powers were depleted, she was entirely buried underground. Yet her team had perished, and the safe base had fallen. Had someone unearthed her? Who didn't steal your jerky? Please don't hit me. The blue-haired child, with skin so pale it was nearly translucent, revealed clearly defined veins and protruding ribs. Li Su felt as though he might snap at the slightest touch. Regaining her composure, she spoke gently. Do not be afraid, I mean you no harm. Just tell me which safe base this belongs to. Li Su grasped the small boy's hand, preventing his escape. Seeing Lysa's firm grip, the blue-haired boy panicked completely, fearfully biting her hand, tears streaming down his cheeks, utterly pitiful. Release me, or I shall break your teeth. Li Su felt a sharp pain in her palm, quickly grasping the boy's chin to pry his mouth open, revealing two exceptionally sharp canine teeth. Li Su was astonished the boy's canines were unusually long, distinctly unlike those of an ordinary child. Vile female, release Mushue. Mayan roared, Infuriated, unwilling to allow Li Su to harm Mu Shui further, he transformed into a red python, lunging at Li Su. A snake? Li Su felt a chill run down her spine. The snake was about the girth of her arm, appearing far from ordinary, its gaze fixated upon her with a sinister intensity. Li Su froze. Was this a manifestation of beastly powers? She immediately dropped the child and retreated hastily. Is there some misunderstanding between us? While female, what trickery do you intend? Get away. Muhan seized the child named Mu Shui and dashed towards the cave's exit. Li Su instinctively pursued for a couple of steps, but suddenly felt dizzy, her mind flashing with fragmented memories that did not belong to her. What were those two children's names again? Mu Shui, Muhan? Beastmen? She recalled her teammates recommending a book during their scavenging in the apocalypse, titled The Beast King's Beloved Wife, Blessed with Many Children. Because the book featured a character sharing her name, she usually avoided such frivolity, but this absurdity intrigued her. The book described how in the beast world, females were delicate like ordinary humans, only able to consume the tenderest meat from prey, relying on their bonded male beastmen for sustenance. Due to their insatiable appetites and the fact that snakes laid eggs, the process was less painful, allowing them to become mothers. Thus, while the third-level wandering beast Muhan was shedding its skin in the Qingmu tribe, the protagonist stealthily entered his den and forced herself to bear snake offspring. The vividly described scenes from the book had left Li Su and her companions scoffing, yet now, having entered this world, she shivered in fear. The beast husband is named Muhan, and the two cubs are Mu Shui and Muhan. It all aligns. Li Su calmly surveyed the cave. She had unequivocally traversed into a story set in the beast world, where cold-blooded beastmen were detested by all females. Not only because they hibernated during winter, leaving unprotected females in peril, but also due to their possessiveness, whether it be the beast husband over his partner or the cubs over their mother, forbidding any other beastmen from encroaching upon the female. Thus, ordinary females would not be drawn to cold-blooded beastmen. In their times of need for protection and sustenance, the cold-blooded beastmen would be in hibernation, and by the time they awakened, their partners would have perished. For Li Su to have garnered Muhan's attention was a stroke of fortune beyond measure. Yet, the novel depicted the original character as not only gluttonous but also picky, leveraging her status as a female to incessantly pressure Muhan into hunting second-level ferocious beasts for her. What was worse, in the beast world, females wielded absolute power over food distribution. Thus, Muhan's hard-earned hunt would be consumed solely by her, even if it spoiled outside, without sharing with the two cubs or Muhan. This neglect led to malnutrition. Mu Shui struggled to break free from his shell, unable to even transform. Yesterday, the original character had forced Muhan to hunt a flame leopard, resulting in his snake tail being nearly severed by the beast. Though the tribe's beastmen had rescued him in time, Li Su felt he would not survive. She had no desire to seek the priest for his healing, choosing instead to let nature take its course. After consuming all the provisions in the cave, the original character had fainted from overindulgence, and then she had arrived. Li Su rubbed her temples. The original character's memories were puzzlingly fragmented. It was her habit to review and summarize, yet she could not fathom why the original character had wandered to the altar after depleting their supplies. Coupled with the disjointed recollections from her unconscious state, one had to wonder how mesmerizing the priest of this tribe must be for the original character to have snuck off to spy on him after a meal. As she pondered further, it seemed the original character intended to abandon the two snake cubs to fend for themselves in the perilous beast forest once her supplies ran out, and then the memories ceased abruptly. Because of this, Mu Shui and Muhan became wandering beastmen, with the novel's plot jumping ahead 18 years. A few brief sentences suffice to outline the prologue. After the two wandering cubs grew up, they were discovered by the female protagonist of the story, eventually forming a bond. And after countless chapters filled with melodrama, they joyfully birthed numerous little snake cubs, ultimately returning to slay Li Su. A tale of tragic male redemption, indeed. However, the original protagonist, Li Su, met a rather tragic fate. She abandoned her serpent husband and 2 serpent offspring because she had developed feelings for a warm-blood, long-haired beastman with tiger fangs. Before their bond was formed, he catered to her every whim. Yet once they were bonded, he imprisoned her, treating her like a mere sow to bear his young. Alas, I find myself unwittingly entangled in the role of a son and daughter-in-law, truly a victim of a wicked mother's machinations, she lamented. Reflecting on the excruciating plot of the novel, there was little description of her malevolent mother, only a mention at the beginning and the end. Most of the narrative revolved around the heart-wrenching tales of the 2 serpent offspring and the female protagonist, detailing how she redeemed the cold-blooded serpents. Ultimately, it culminated in a tumultuous journey alongside the female lead to unify the beastman continent. A glimmer of determination sparked in Li Su's eyes. She had traversed into the original timeline, just as the protagonist had depleted her provisions. At this juncture, the serpent offspring had not yet been abandoned. Her cold-blooded beast husband was still alive, and she had not yet formed a bond with the warm-blood beastman, tiger fawn. Everything remained reversible. The beast realm was abundant in resources, a stark contrast to the post-apocalyptic world where arable land was a distant memory. It felt like paradise. Currently, everything appeared idyllic, yet an impending winter loomed ominously on the horizon. In the book, to enhance the protagonist's aura, the forthcoming winter was depicted in hellish terms, with not only frigid temperatures, but an extended duration of 15 months instead of the usual 12. The female lead was born amidst such dire conditions in the city of all beasts. Calculating the time, it seemed that her future daughter-in-law in the narrative had not yet been born. The Qingshu tribe was a small settlement, far from the city of all beasts and lacking means to store food. With the onset of this winter, nearly 99% of the beastmen perished. Li Su exhaled a heavy breath. If she could tame 3 cold-blooded beastmen, it would be one thing, but if not, she would have to devise alternative strategies. Since she had arrived, she resolved to seize every opportunity to survive. Suddenly, a piercing cry echoed from outside the cave, mingled with low, painful whimpers that drifted from afar. Could it be that something has happened to those 2 children? Li Su's expression darkened as she grasped a thick, unfamiliar beast bone and stealthily approached the cave entrance. The air in the beast realm was remarkably fresh. Surrounding the cave were low shrubs, a stark contrast to the ashen ruins of the post-apocalyptic world. Li Su gazed upon everything before her with a sense of greedy wonder. Yet, the atmosphere around her felt oddly still. Her experiences from the apocalypse warned her that something formidable lurked nearby. Tightening her grip on the beast bone, she took a few cautious steps, her brow furrowing slightly. The book mentioned that Muhan's cave is quite secluded, yet still within the tribe's safety zone. However, should ferocious beasts roam, she dared not take the risk. It would be safer to retreat to the heart of the tribe. Wolf Fong, be cautious. It is my fault. Qingtao, I shall be more vigilant next time. As Li Su was about to investigate further, she heard the woman's playful scolding and the man's indulgent response. Her steps faltered, and a flush crept across her face. Beastmen were so audacious. A tall, formidable man emerged abruptly from the underbrush, cradling a woman with wheat-colored skin. Blood dripped from the woman's toes, rendering her unable to stand, as she clung to the robust man's neck, appearing utterly reluctant to part. Li Su, feeling a pang of discomfort, clenched her fists and coughed lightly. What is happening here? Has she injured her leg? The wheat-skinned woman, whose cheeks had been flushed like ripe peaches, now wore a stiff expression and coldly retorted, Li Su, you feign ignorance. Today marks my coming of age, the day I choose my beast husband. Li Su felt a wave of numbness wash over her. It seemed that the drama was already unfolding. The narrative within the book was rife with such excesses, far surpassing the more audacious descriptions. But what did it matter to her? Perched at the entrance of her cave, could it not be a tad more enchanting? It seemed as though she had deciphered Li Su's expression. Qingtao, amused yet exasperated, retorted, Li Su, stop feigning ignorance. Did you not assert that your beast husband was on the brink of death? If you relinquish the hind legs of 2 secondary gray tigers, this cave will be yours. I have brought the meat. Do you wish to renege on our agreement? The woman named Qing Tao spread her hands in exasperation. Behind her stood another striking beastman, adorned with prominent antlers, quietly holding 100 pounds of beast meat on his shoulder, patiently waiting. Li Su was utterly taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Had the original owner of this body been foolish enough to sell the cave? With a deceased beast husband and abandoned cubs, selling a cave seemed like something the original owner would do. But where would she live after selling it? Winter was fast approaching. Was she not courting disaster? Li Su forced a smile, her tone laced with sarcasm. I apologize, Qing Tao, but I have 2 cubs to care for, and Muhan has sustained grave injuries, so I'm not inclined to proceed with the trade. Are you jesting? Qing Tao's voice turned sharp, her displeasure evident as she scrutinized Li Su from head to toe, her gaze transforming into one of disdain. You truly refuse to trade. Did you not express interest in the clan's tiger tooth? With the legs of these secondary grade tigers, you could reside in his cave. Are you certain you do not want to proceed? Your cold-blooded beast husband is on the verge of death. Who else in the tribe would want you besides Tiger Tooth? Tiger Tooth, a flicker of understanding ignited within Li Su, as fragmented memories began to coalesce, revealing the identity of this individual. Tiger Tooth was a newly minted primary-grade beastman, to whom the original owner had sent the surplus blood food for sustenance. This beastman held significant potential, and it was merely a matter of time before he transcended to a secondary-grade beastman. He had one stipulation for any female who wished to bond with him. She must assist in caring for his ailing sire. His father, plagued with dental issues and severe constipation, could no longer hunt and could only consume tender meats and fresh fruits. In the tribe, females were highly sought after, who would willingly provide fine provisions for an aging male. The original owner had coerced Muhan into hunting the flame leopard, solely to rid herself of him and seek a bond with Tiger Tooth. In the narrative, the original owner harbored deep affections for this warm-blooded beastman. And the day after Muhan's demise, she had eagerly followed Tiger Tooth. However, his true nature soon became apparent. After their bond was forged, Li Su found herself imprisoned within a cave, deprived of sunlight, and bore several stillborn tiger cubs, her body ultimately deteriorating. In the end, she was reduced to a state unfit even for the status of a wandering beastman within the tribe. The return of Mu Yin and Mu Shui for vengeance appeared to be a liberation for her. Tiger Tooth? Bah! She had no desire to be entangled with him. Noticing Li Su's silence and her seemingly oblivious demeanor, Qing Tao grew irritated. You aren't thinking of adding more meat to the bargain, are you? This wretched cave is hardly worth more than the hind legs of 2 beasts, and I'm only considering it due to your husband's demise. Who lost a beast husband? Li Su raised an eyebrow, her hands firmly on her robust hips. I am not jesting. I intend to retrieve my beast husband shortly. You would do well to leave now, or I shall not hesitate to expel you. How dare you deceive me? Qing Tao, incensed, hurled insults at Li Su. You shall surely regret this. Should you seek me again, there will only be one hind leg left. I Su nonchalantly dug in her ears, unfazed, and brandished the beast bone in her hand as she began to shoo them away. Indeed, truer than pearls, you must leave, quickly. The one embracing Qing Tao appeared to be a wolf beastman. His wolf ears twitched as he hastily took several steps back. Casting a look of disdain at Li Su. What are you doing? How can you treat us this way? It is utterly outrageous. Suddenly, Li Su feigned shyness, sensuously swaying her ample form, and flicked the rancid black mud clinging to her skin towards the 2 of them, causing their faces to turn green. What? Do you desire to dwell in my cave? After all, my beast husband is about to perish. Why not become my beast husband instead? The expression on the wolf beastman's face shifted dramatically. Though wolf beastmen held an intense yearning for females, he was a secondary-grade beastman, and his partner should be clean and petite like Qing Tao. How could he possibly consider Li Su? I am Qing Tao's beast husband. Do not harbor such delusions. Observing the wolf beastman's hesitant stammer, Li Su exclaimed, stepping forward. But I do not mind. Your prowess in hunting secondary-grade beasts is truly impressive. I do not care if you belong to another. The wolf beastman, caught off guard by Li Su's overtures, felt his face flush crimson. Yet upon catching a whiff of the foul stench emanating from her, he recoiled several steps. Qing Tao, witnessing Li Su's flirtation with her beast husband, was overwhelmed with a sense of crisis. Li Su, could you not possess a shred of dignity? There are numerous male beastmen in the Qing Mu tribe. Wolftooth is already mine. Oh dear, I nearly confused Wolftooth with Tigertooth. Li Su chuckled, waving her hand dismissively. Yours is yours. No one is competing with you. You infuriate me, Li Su. Just wait. Wolftooth, we are leaving. I shall wait for Li Su to come crawling back to me. Qing Tao's face flushed with anger, while Wolftooth, meeting Li Su's gaze, nearly fled with Qing Tao and TOW. Li Su watched the departure of the 100 pounds of meat, her eyes glinting with envy as she swallowed hard. In this moment of agitation, a familiar space materialized before her. Li Su gulped, gazing at the rice and flour she had collected over 3 years in the apocalypse. The space was roughly the size of a 30-square-meter room and was brimming to the brim. In the apocalypse, she was an earth-based dual-elemental power user. Her astonishment, her abilities had traversed with her. Just as she intended to extract the supplies within, she discovered that the entrance to the space was only the size of a fingertip. Perhaps it was due to the alternate timeline, but it seemed stuck, and she could only retrieve 5 remaining zombie crystal cores, a handful of salt, and a pinch of sugar before the space closed once more. Attempting to reopen the space, Li Su felt as though her mind had been struck with a heavy blow, leaving her utterly disoriented. After regaining her composure, she glanced at her earth-based powers, only to realize she could barely create a small mound of earth. How disappointing. Clenching the 5 crystal cores tightly, Li Su hoped to discover items in this beastly realm that could enhance her powers. Once she had tidied the cave, clearing away all the bones, fur, and waste, she noted that it was nearing midday outside. The 2 children still had not returned. Gazing at the lush forest that obscured the sky, a sense of danger crept over her, prompting her to refrain from venturing too deep. After some contemplation, she resolved to seek out her beast husband, hoping to encounter the 2 children along the way. Moreover, she needed to find a place to bathe, as she was thoroughly disgusted by the foul mud she had just scraped off. In the beastman continent, females were exceedingly precious. In the Qing Mu tribe, with nearly 300 beastmen, there were fewer than 30 females. Many females had multiple beast husbands, like Qing Tao, who had chosen 2 husbands upon reaching maturity. Or even more, in the eyes of males, nurturing and protecting the frail females had become an intrinsic mission. Thus, Muhan, despite being forced into a bond with Li Su, could only serve her dutifully. And her demands were never met with refusal, ultimately leading to his demise. The original owner feared bearing cubs, leaving her with only Muhan as a beast husband. Li Su sighed, stepping out of the cave. She needed to find Mu Yin and Mu Shui. It was imperative to bring them to her side. As long as they grew up safely and successfully became tertiary-grade beastmen, Li Su could be said to thrive in this realm. The narrative had mentioned that the hot-tempered Mu Yin, upon reaching tertiary-grade status, would awaken his fire-based talents and be revered as a deity in the beast realm. Meanwhile, the gentle yet melancholic Mu Shui would awaken his water-based talents upon reaching tertiary-grade status, reigning as a monarch in the winter season. Both would ultimately evolve into 8th-grade beastmen, becoming the most formidable beast husbands of the female protagonist. How delightful it was to note that this narrative, in its quest to showcase its attributes, had orchestrated numerous encounters between the original female protagonist and Mu Shui and Mu Yin. Winter lasted 12 months, while summer also spanned 12 months, leaving no room for spring or autumn. The key was to nurture the 2 cubs to become capable beings. This way, regardless of the season, she would ensure her survival. My dear sons, await your mother's salvation. As for her beast husband, he is only mentioned by name at the beginning of the novel, and then his presence fades away. His strength remains ambiguous. It is prudent to observe before making any decisions. The idea of leaving descendants is not entirely out of the question. Muhan, being a cold-blooded beastman, prefers solitude, hence his cave is somewhat secluded. However, it is undeniable that the elevated terrain and the spaciousness of the cave, along with the unique stone bed, are noteworthy. Her earth-based abilities can sense that the cave maintains a temperate climate. making it particularly suitable for serpentine life. It is no wonder that Qing Tao has taken a liking to her cave. Following the traces of life on the ground, Li Su walked deeper into the tribe. As she was catching her breath, she encountered a team of beastmen returning to the Qingmu tribe with their prey. Li Su, did you come here just by following the scent? This wild boar is yours. But your beast husband is not here, so you won't get any meat today, said one of the beastmen with a hint of disdain. The reason for this disdain is well known. Li Su has a reputation for refusing to bear offspring, which dissuades males from investing their time in her. The bonded females rely on their beast husbands for sustenance, while weaker males may partner with those in the tribe for hunting. Upon seeing the beasts carrying their prey, Li Su's gaze sharpened, and she exhaled a heavy breath. Lowering her head, she hastened her steps towards the tribe's sacrificial grounds. This black boar is at least 5 times larger than the pigs on Earth, with 2 sharp, white tusks that are almost the size of her head. Deadly indeed. With her 3 years of combat experience in the apocalypse, the dangers of the beast world are self-evident. Li Su ran swiftly, leaving the beastmen momentarily bewildered by her sudden departure. You think Li Su seems a bit strange today? The beastmen exchanged glances. Indeed, it was peculiar. In the past, she would cling desperately to a piece of meat. But today she seems indifferent. Has Li Su stopped eating meat? The beastmen, however, did not linger over this trivial matter. Their partners and families awaited fresh game. The grass along the path, trampled by the beastmen, swayed, revealing small figures hidden within. Muhan, do you think that bad female is looking for us? A slender figure with blue hair draped over his forehead, almost gone enough to reveal his ribcage, was wrapped in a tattered beast skin. They had not run far from the cave, and only after Li Su's figure vanished did they feel a sense of relief. Don't be afraid, Mu Shui. She won't find us. Once the male father wakes up, he will protect us. Muhan's words lacked conviction, as he had heard that Muhan was gravely injured and might not survive. But Muhan, I'm so hungry. Yushui's eyes glistened as he heard the distant sounds of beastmen dividing meat. The 2 brothers had not had a decent meal in a long time, leaving them salivating. Muhan, why doesn't the female mother like us? She gives the leftover meat to the male father with the tiger teeth and doesn't share with us, even though it was the male father who hunted it. Mu Shui's large eyes glimmered with unshed tears. Muhan lowered his head, an expression of unexpected maturity gracing his youthful face. Actually, I want to know too. I could see that moment. Voices emerged from the grass, several females laughing as they passed by. Did you see? Li Su seemed to be looking for something just now. Is she searching for 2 snake cubs? Perhaps, if Muhan is dying, that lazy Li Su wouldn't want to discard 2 snake cubs. Would she? I heard she has already taken a liking to the male with the tiger teeth in the tribe, planning to trade her cave for meat to bond with him. That would be quite disgraceful for us females, to eagerly seek out a male. Unfortunately, the 2 snake cubs are cold-blooded. They will only hibernate in winter. Bringing them back would just be for show. Do you want them? I certainly don't. Cold-blooded beastmen are icy to the touch in winter, whereas my bear cub is warm. The group of females returned quickly from the creek, leaving the 2 brothers in despair. Li Su did not hear the taunts of those beastmen, in the fading remnants of her original memories. She recalled a cave adorned with a string of beast teeth, the residence of the shaman. As she approached the entrance, she immediately spotted an beastman preparing medicine. His jet-black hair framed a sharply defined face, and his eyes were particularly striking. He seemed to be of a rare species, with a pair of exquisite white ears concealed amidst his locks. His muscular physique was visually appealing. His chest was even broader than hers, surpassing the allure of any beastman she had encountered thus far. A sweet, fragrant aroma wafted through the air, causing Li Su's stomach to growl audibly. It was hardly surprising, having spent the morning cleaning the cave. Her body was long overdue for sustenance. Yet, she was so hungry that she even contemplated tasting the medicinal herbs. Shaman, are you busy? Li Su greeted with a cheerful smile, believing that a touch of politeness never hurt. Li Su, is your health restored? Why aren't you resting in the cave? What brings you here? Upon entering the cave, a foul stench assaulted Lozen's senses, prompting him to hold his breath while regarding her with suspicion. Li Su made an effort to divert his gaze from her ears and pointed to the unconscious man on the stone bed. I'm here to take him back. The man was covered in a multitude of herbs, his inky black hair obscuring most of his face. Particularly notable were the thick layers of dark green ointment applied to his long legs. It was evident that he was her beast husband. Muhanat, her words, the shaman's brow furrowed. This is absurd. Though you're a female of the tribe, you cannot play with your beast husband's life so carelessly. If he dies, how will you and the cubs survive the winter? Li Su shook her head, her voice gentle. I certainly do not wish for him to perish. I intend to take him back to care for him properly. Winter is approaching, and it would not be wise for the shaman to be without provisions. It is not feasible for Muhan to remain here. Lozin regarded Li Su with skepticism. This lazy and gluttonous female was speaking so coherently and showing such concern for her beast husband. If you don't believe me, I can prove that I can take care of Muhan. Su perked up her ears, suddenly hearing the gentle sound of flowing water. She recalled that a shallow stream was nearby and quickly turned to run outside. Lozin was unsure of Li Su's intentions, but he recognized the truth in her words. The winter is long and cold. Without sufficient supplies, many cubs and females may perish. He indeed lacked the time to attend to Muhan. And if Li Su wished to take him, so be it. She was not so wicked as to harm her beast husband, and should Muhan fail to survive, there would be other male beastmen in the tribe who could care for Li Su. Warm-blooded beastmen naturally harbor disdain for cold-blooded ones. Lozin watched Muhan, who was on the brink of death, and ultimately said nothing, returning to his task of preparing medicine. Su soon found her way to the stream. Catching a glimpse of her own reflection, her features were strikingly similar to those of her past life. Yet her body was an enhanced version of the former Li Su. She peeled off the greasy, dark beast skin, washing for nearly an hour until she scrubbed away the grime, revealing fairer skin beneath. Instantly, she felt revitalized. Surely, she had washed off 2 decades worth of filth. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps approached, and there were quite a few people. Su had no time to don the bee skin drying on the shore. She swiftly tore it off and dove into the waist-deep stream, preparing to swim downstream when she heard shouts. You 2 little brats, how dare you steal our fruit? We didn't steal your things. Get lost. Li Su paused, recognizing the voice of Mu Yin. 7 or 8 children surrounded Mu Yin and Mu Shui by the stream. Yes, give it back to us. Mu Yin spread his arms wide, shielding Mu Shui like a mother hen. Though he was only 3 or 4 years old, his demeanor was surprisingly mature. Mu Shui nervously clutched his beast skin. With 2 wilted fruits tucked inside, Mu Yin bared his teeth, revealing his tongue. I told you we didn't steal anything. If you keep shouting, I'll bite you. The group surrounding Mu Yin erupted with laughter. A little snake dares to bite us? Let's see how we teach you a lesson. Get them. The children revealed their feral forms. 3 bear cubs, 3 tiger cubs, and 2 wolf cubs, surrounding the 2 kids with relentless ferocity. Among them, the most robust bear cub struck Mu Yin down with a single blow. You dare to be arrogant, cold-blooded beastmen, stealing my fruits. The stout little leg pressed firmly upon Mu Yin's tail, rendering him utterly immobile. His small face flushed with indignation, filled with protest. I did not steal your belongings. Meanwhile, Mu Shui was unceremoniously shoved into the stream by one of the tiger cubs, letting out a shriek of despair. The 2 slightly smaller bear cubs wore scornful expressions, remarking, if it wasn't you who stole them, where did you 2 cold-blooded snake cubs acquire them? Bear Stone, it truly does not matter whether they acknowledge it or not. A glint of mischief flickered across another bear cub's face. You usually lead the group in learning hunting skills. Why not use these 2 thieves as practice targets today? The deer cubs are far too weak. They can't withstand a good beating like these 2. Yes, they will cry and run away after a few hits. Let them play the fierce beasts. They are particularly resilient to punishment. The excitement radiated from the 2 speaking bear cubs. For hunting snake cubs seemed far more entertaining than simply capturing 2 petty thieves. For the youth of the Qingmu tribe, hunting and gathering fruits held equal significance, and these not-so-little cubs yearned desperately to venture beyond the tribe and hunt like their elders. For staying within the safety zone was exceedingly dull. bear tree and bear stream suggestion was quickly met with agreement from the tiger and wolf cubs. The hunting had barely commenced when the deer cubs cried and fled. Fortune favored them with 2 ready targets. As Muhan trembled under the malicious gazes of these youngsters, Bearstone, you are the son of Bear, one of the most formidable warriors of our tribe. Teach us, please. The child named Bearstone, flattered by the attention of these little cubs, without hesitation stepped forward to demonstrate. He approached Muhan, looking at the snake cub with disgust. If you want us to spare you, you must serve as our hunting target. Otherwise, we might just send you both to the black hole. Such behavior from these children was utterly outrageous. Rage ignited within Li Su, who hastily donned her animal skin to intervene. Yet the soaked skin weighed her down like stone, pulling her deeper into the water. Yue, run! Muhan, realizing his escape was futile, shouted desperately, hoping that Yue in the stream might seize the opportunity to flee. Li Su's heart sank. The remnants of her earth-based abilities surged as she clung to the riverbed's mud and made her way toward the shore. What are you doing? A figure emerged from the underbrush. The bear cubs, upon seeing the newcomer, immediately wailed in protest. Mother, these 2 little thieves stole our fruits. We caught them and intended to use them as hunting targets to teach them a lesson. The newcomer was none other than Bearstone's mother, Lan Yue. Hearing about Muhan's supposed theft of her fruits, her delicate features contorted with fury. However, she found it strange. She had just come from the cave and had not noticed any missing fruits. Yet, Lan Yue refrained from voicing her doubts. Perhaps these 2 snake cubs had indeed stolen from another female. Stealing our fruits? How fortunate for them to be used as hunting targets. My Bearstone is destined to be the mightiest warrior of the tribe. She declared, take the tiger and wolf cubs along and practice your hunting skills diligently. Really, mother? Bearstone exclaimed. Stealing food is a grave error. Even if we report it to the tribe leader, we need not fear. Being our hunting target surely delights Muhan, does it not? Muhan hissed, showing his fangs, expressing his dissent. Bearstone, initially hesitant upon hearing his mother's words, stepped in front of Muhan, eyeing him maliciously. His face broke into a grin. Well then, my hunting begins now. Clenching his fist, he swung it toward Muhan, who braced himself for the anticipated pain and humiliation. However, the expected agony did not arrive. Bang! That hurts, Bearstone cried out instead. Muhan witnessed an unforgettable scene as a massive figure emerged from the water, covering 3 steps in a single stride, rescuing Yue from the dazed tiger cubs, cradling him in one arm while using the other to strike the bullying tiger cub, sending it crashing onto the shore and inadvertently knocking Bearstone to the ground, prompting him to howl in distress. The tiger cubs joined in, wailing. Standing beside him was a stranger, a female with fair skin, markedly different from the wheat-skinned females of the tribe. Her long, damp hair cascaded loosely across her chest, and her cold gaze sent shivers down everyone's spine. Lan Yue reprimanded sharply. Where did you come from? Female, this is the Qingmu tribe. How dare you harm our younglings without cause? Muhan's eyes widened, leaning slightly forward, immediately recognizing the scent of their matriarch on the unfamiliar female. The IT was the wicked female. Why was she so different from her usual self? The wolf cubs exchanged glances, then quietly slipped away. Yue, bewildered, also recognized his savior. He raised his frail head, tears mingling with the droplets on his face. Looking at the wicked female who held him in her grasp, his heart ached. Was she standing up for him and Muhan? Li Su, observing the 2 despondent snake cubs, suppressed her murderous intent. Is it not shameless for so many to bully my snake cubs? Upon hearing this, Lan Yue, disdainful, retorted, how surprising to think that the lazy one would bother to wash herself. This stream must surely stink today. Bearstone tugged at Lan Yue's animal skin, whining in pain, prompting her to bend down and inspect her cub's injuries. Upon discovering his numerous scrapes, her countenance darkened as she scolded. Li Su, how dare you strike my cub? How dare you? It was you who bullied my cubs. Li Su replied coldly. The bear and tiger cubs, frightened, reverted to their childlike forms, yet continued to shout, they are thieves. They must be punished. Besides, he agreed to be our hunting target. It was his choice. What a farce. She had not once heard either child consent to this. Does the inability of the weak to fight back equate to agreement? Li Su glanced at Muhan, who defiantly turned his head away, refusing to speak. She had no choice but to address Mu Shui. Tell me, where did this fruit come from? Mu Shui's wide eyes remained motionless, his tear-filled gaze resembling that of a lost fledgling. Perhaps he was still shocked by the recent splashing water, softening Li Su's heart. Mu Shui, do not be afraid. Those people cannot harm you. Speak the truth, she urged gently, stroking his head, her dark brown eyes reflecting only his image, as if to convey that as long as she was present. No one could harm him. That Li Su's encouraging demeanor provoked Muhan. Wicked female, your feigned kindness makes me retch. Do you still think we haven't been beaten enough? Mu Shui, do not trust her. Muyan's voice startled Mu Shui. In the past, when he and Muhan had been bullied by the tribe's cubs, they had sought help from the wicked female, only to be disdainfully kicked down, crushed underfoot, while she spewed the most vicious insults. How greedy you are! Stealing everything! How have you not been killed by someone yet? Filthy, cold-blooded creatures. These words were deeply etched in Mu Shui's small mind. His once clear gaze turned icy. What use is it to ask these questions? Will you believe we did not steal the fruits? Enough, Li Su. The two little snake cubs are of no consequence. The fruits in their possession serve as evidence, Lan Yue declared, her expression one of disbelief, as if to say there was no room for argument. You know better than anyone what kind of scoundrels those two snake cubs are. Lan Yue's words ignited Li Su's fury. Shut your mouth. Did I ask you? She lifted her eyelids, casting a chilling glare at Lan Yue, leaving her momentarily stunned, her scalp prickling as Li Su exuded an aura that resembled a fierce beast from the forest, ready to pounce and tear her apart. Lan Yue, begrudgingly, fell silent. Li Su furrowed her brow, initially thinking Mu Shui would not speak again, just as she was about to confront Lan Yue, a soft voice emerged from her arms. This fruit was picked up by Muhan and me upstream. We did not steal it. Mu Shui's pale fingers tightened around the wilted fruit. All right, I understand. Mu Shui, you are truly obedient. Li Su gently pinched the small face of Mu Shui, sighing inwardly at how thin she was. That it was imperative that she properly nourish the little snake cubs later. At least the younger ones could sense her kindness, which marked a positive beginning. Is he well behaved? Mu Shui clung to Li Su's arm, feeling disheartened that such worthless fruit could lead to such bullying. Li Su's anger flared as she coldly regarded the assailants before her, ultimately fixing her gaze on Lan Yue. Upon meeting Li Su's darkened eyes, Lan Yue felt an unexpected surge of anxiety. How bizarre this day had turned out. Did she truly fear a lazy creature? Nowadays, every fruit was precious. Who would throw any away? She was clearly lying. Lan Yue's temper flared as she pointed at Mu Shui, her eyes wide with hostility. You two little thieves have been caught red-handed, and you're shielding them. I'll have the chieftain imprison those snake cubs in the black hole. It appeared that Lan Yue was intent on teaching the cold-blooded cubs a lesson. Mu Shui stiffened, and Muyan's demeanor slumped. The malicious female had evidently been preparing to discard the two, and now she could throw them into the black hole. She would surely agree. The black hole was the place where the Qingmu tribe punished errant beastmen. It was an abyss of darkness filled with toxic gas, and adult beastman could endure a day within. Begging for mercy almost immediately, Li Su's expression darkened like the depths of water. Your unruly child is no saint either. If anyone deserves to be imprisoned, it should be them. Did you not hear Mu Shui say that he picked those fruits? How dare you slander them so casually? The cold-blooded Li Su, who had taken lives without a flicker of remorse in the apocalypse, had no qualms about shedding blood today. Muhan and Mu Shui were incredulous. The wicked female was actually not sending them to the black hole. Li Su, I shall tear your mouth apart. This lazy creature dared to insult her. Lan Yue lunged forward, intending to teach Li Su a lesson. Li Su's gaze sharpened, her elbow striking out like a charging bull, sending Lan Yue hurtling through the air. Landing right beside the bear cubs, Lan Yue let out a pained wail, frightening the bear and tiger cubs into tears. The sound of crying erupted by the stream. Standing over Lan Yue, Li Su looked down at her with an air of authority. I shall say this once more. Those fruits were not stolen by them, but rather falsely accused by your bear cubs. If you seek to punish, I am unafraid. After all, The original owner of his flesh still serves a purpose. Lan Yue's face turned a ghastly hue, her expression a mix of green and white. When did Li Su's skills become so formidable? What was going on here? A commanding voice broke through the tension as a group of beastmen emerged from the thicket, carrying wild boar meat as they returned from outside the tribe. Su looked up to see a stern-faced tiger beastman at the forefront, exuding an intimidating presence without needing to raise his voice. Adorned with tiger whiskers and half-black, rounded ears standing erect among his hair, his gaze scrutinized the scene by the stream. Have you all grown too idle to be brawling within the tribe? Chieftain, you must intervene. Li Su's snake cubs have stolen our fruits. Such thieves cannot be allowed to remain in the Qingmu tribe. Upon seeing the chieftain's arrival, Lan Yue immediately began to shout. Li Su, however, was unfazed and stepped forward, completely shielding the two snake cubs behind her. A bear beastman rushed to Lan Yue's side, cradling her with concern, before frowning at the pale female when he confirmed that their bear cubs were unharmed. Who is this female? She doesn't seem to be from the Qingmu tribe. Lan Yue smirked at Li Su, as if to say, now that the chieftain is here, your fate is sealed. Why snake cubs did not steal anything? It was Lan Yue's bear cubs who falsely accused them. Su spoke up, her familiar voice leaving everyone stunned. Is that really you, Li Su? The chieftain scrutinized the towering female before him, momentarily failing to recognize her. Compared to before, not only had her complexion brightened, but her gaze now radiated strength. She seemed an entirely different person. Upon her nod, the chieftain inquired further, you claim your snake cubs did not steal. How can you prove it? Whoever disputes must provide evidence. They have no obligation to self-validate. Su smiled, pointing at Lan Yue, who was nestled in the arms of the beastman, her mirth not reaching her eyes. Chieftain, her bear cub asserts that my snake cubs stole fruits from their home at they possess any evidence. Did they witness the act with their own eyes? The bear cubs suddenly perked up, their beast ears standing erect as if Li Su had posed an utterly foolish question. Among them, the loudest was Xiong Shi. We indeed did not see it, but the fruit is in Mu Shui's arms. That is proof. How could those two cold-blooded weaklings possibly have picked the fruit? Everyone understood the bear cub's point. The ferocious forest was fraught with danger, and even male beastmen might not return alive. To think that two mere cubs could venture forth to pluck fresh fruits was indeed laughable to the old beastmen. The implication was that without first-hand observation of Mu Shui and Mu Yin stealing anything, their claims held no weight. Isu's voice rang out clearly, effortlessly drowning out the other beastmen's chatter, capturing everyone's attention. Some of the younger male beastmen who had come to witness the commotion felt an odd sensation. Today, Li Su exuded a unique charm. Even standing beside Lan Yue, she drew more eyes upon herself. I did not steal any fruits. These were collected by Mu Yin and me. Why does no one believe us? The quiet voice of Mu Shui, defending himself, tugged at Li Su's heartstrings. Under such scrutiny, he buried the two fruits that had been torn and bruised even deeper, an act that only served to heighten the suspicion against him. How absurd that no one believed them simply because they had not been seen stealing. What mischief could the lowly, cold-blooded beastmen not commit? Lan Yue laughed loudly, by the beast god above. Today I took the females from the tribe to pick fruits. Su did not join us. How could she possibly have fresh fruits for her snake cubs? The chieftain nodded, acknowledging the situation. Not just he, but all the beastmen present were aware. Though Li Su was a precious female, she had not participated in any fruit picking since reaching adulthood, which had long drawn the ire of the other females in the tribe. Now that her beast husband was injured and uncertain of his fate, naturally, there were no fresh fruits for the cubs to eat. The gazes directed at Li Su shifted, filled with skepticism regarding what kind of fine cubs a lazy and greedy Li Su could possibly raise. Li Su sensed the unusual looks from the beastmen and recalled the abysmal reputation the original owner had within the tribe. Thus, even if she rolled on the ground insisting that they were not thieves, who would believe her? Must she stand by and watch as the two cubs were bullied? The chieftain sighed, realizing that the two snake cubs had indeed stolen something, with winter fast approaching and the food stores of the Qingmu tribe lacking. This farce needed to come to an end. He spoke in a deep voice. Li Su, since the snake cubs have stolen, you shall compensate Lan Yue for her fruits. Li Su's expression darkened, understanding that it would be difficult to clarify matters today. However, she noticed that the fruit in Mu Shui's hand looked familiar. Immediately, she crouched down to examine it closely. This was a prized item, though few would eat it. Lan Yue's eyes gleamed with triumph. As if she had seized upon the mistake of the two snake cubs. With hands on her hips, she excitedly declared, "Such morally deficient beast cubs will even be despised by the beast god. They must compensate us with 10 heaps of fruits, so they may learn a lesson." Indeed, indeed. Many beastmen agreed that this was the right course of action. The chieftain's sharp tiger eyes flashed with impatience. "This matter ends here. You will compensate Lan Yue with 10 heaps of fruits as a punishment in the name of the beast god." The beastmen expressed their approval of the chieftain's decision and began to disperse. "Wait," Li Su shouted, confirming what kind of fruit it was, her heart swelling with joy. She crouched down in front of everyone and lifted Mu Shui into her arms, with her broad palms squeezing the 2 small fruits. She began to wail, "Oh, beast god above, open your eyes and see our pitiable single mother and child. We cannot even afford a single fruit to eat, yet we are being slandered." The chieftain furrowed his brow, an involuntary aura of ferocity emanating from him, which caused Li Su's gaze to sharpen. Indeed, this male orc was formidable, his strength surpassing even that of the advanced zombies from the apocalypse. However, being a precious female, he did not truly harm Li Su, merely displaying his displeasure. "Li Su, what mischief are you causing now?" "Chieftain, have you not seen that my Mu Shui has fainted from crying?" Li Su replied. "I found these fruits by the creek. In her palm lay 2 yellowish-white fruits, which appeared succulent and enticing, significantly larger than any she had encountered on Earth. Yet, only upon closer inspection could one detect the foul, sour odor emanating from the broken skin of the fruits, which was decidedly off-putting. Isu had not anticipated encountering such bitter fruits here. When asked how she came to know of them, she explained that after the apocalypse, the land had been tainted, and survivors, in their desperation for sustenance, discovered that numerous wild plants were indeed edible and could be cultivated hydroponically. It was said that every survivor possessed a copy of the compendium of Materia Medica, as they scavenged for any plant that could sustain them while fending off zombies. "Chieftain, I understand that it is futile to argue now. However, if these fruits belong to the Lan Yue clan, she must have brought them back for consumption. That if she eats one in front of everyone, I will compensate her with 10 times the quantity." Isu's request was hardly unreasonable, and the chieftain, initially thinking she would further complicate matters, was surprised by her modest demand. In a bid to resolve the situation swiftly, he waved his hand. "Lan Yue, eat one to put her mind at ease." "Fine, if I must," Lan Yue replied, "but you will compensate me for my fruits." Isu smirked. "Here you go." Lan Yue took the fruit. Her expression shifted. The broken skin released a noxious odor, and its appearance was unfamiliar, not resembling any edible fruit she knew. "Chieftain, this." Lan Yue's gaze flickered, her tone faltering. The chieftain frowned, sensing something amiss. "What is it? Do not waste our time." Isu leaned in with a smile, directly placing the other fruit into Xiong Shi's hands. "This fruit should be given to the bear cub. He deserves it for capturing the thief today." Xiong Shi's face brightened, eager to consume the fruit. But Lan Yue's expression darkened as she abruptly knocked it from his grasp. "Xiong Shi, do not eat that fruit." "What are you doing, mother?" Xiong Shi was taken aback, watching the fruit roll on the ground. He felt a pang of regret, preparing to retrieve it. "Xiong Shi, do not pick it up," Lan Yue shouted, even seizing his hand in a panic. Having lived among the tribe for a considerable time, she had accompanied them in foraging for 10 years, and she was somewhat knowledgeable about edible fruits. Currently, those deemed safe were sweet and fragrant, while fruits exuding such a pungent odor were often fatal. If Xiong Shi consumed this fruit, it could very well cost him his life. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Upon noticing Li Su's mocking gaze, she erupted, "How dare you, Li Su? How could you give poisonous fruit to a cub? Do you wish to harm my child? Yuval female. Poisonous fruit." The nearby orcs were taken aback. How had it suddenly transformed into a toxic fruit? Li Su feigned innocence, exaggerating her movements. "What? Is this not the fruit your family lost? How has it now become poisonous? Her taunt jolted Lan Yue back to reality, her body stiffening as she spoke in a flustered manner. What poisonous fruit? I do not understand what you are saying. We shall not take this fruit. Xiongshi, we are leaving. Lan Yue attempted to flee with her cubs, but Li Su would not allow this mother and child to escape. She firmly grasped Lan Yue's arm, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. You cannot leave Li Su. What are you doing? Let me go. Lan Yue had not anticipated Li Su's strength, which caused her wrist to throb painfully. Remembering how Li Su had sent her flying earlier, her face paled. Xiong-yi, help me. Li Su is trying to kill me. Xiong-yi, Lan Yue's orc husband, was about to intervene when he was halted by other males. The tribe's rules state that when females fight, males must not interfere. Xiong-yi, surely you have not forgotten? Xiong-yi felt anxious, but refrained from stepping forward. Even he could not intervene in a conflict between females. With Li Su's mate injured, he could not find a target for his frustration, clenching his fists in agitation. Seeing that Lan Yue's mate was obstructed, Li Su felt a sense of relief. With her strong arms, she seized Lan Yue's shoulders, tossing her and the bear cubs in front of the snake cubs. Since you are too afraid to eat these fruits, it indicates that they are not yours, further proving that Mu Shui and Mu Yin did not steal your fruits. Therefore, the bear cubs must first apologize to them. Xiongshi looked up at Mu Shui and Mu Yin, yet the apology remained lodged in his throat. He could not bring himself to apologize to the lowly, cold-blooded snake cubs. Chieftain, look at how Lan Yue's bear cubs bully my snake cubs without offering an apology. This is a blatant disregard for your authority. The beast god above must surely be displeased with the Qingmu tribe. Li Su's wails grew louder, her pitiful cries tugging at the heartstrings. The chieftain, witnessing this, realized that Lan Yue's hesitation to let Xiangshan eat the fruits indicated that they were not harvested by her. Anger flared within him as he beckoned the bear cubs. Xiongshi, come here and tell me what exactly transpired. Seeing the chieftain's stern countenance, Xiongshi and the other bear cubs trembled in fear, their eyes brimming with tears as they approached, heads bowed. Chieftain, while learning hunting skills with the tiger cubs, we discovered Mu Shui and Mu Yin hiding in the bushes, stealing fruits. The fruits were fresh, unlike the old ones, as if they had just been picked, and our mother had just passed by. So you thought you could take advantage of her numbers to falsely accuse Mu Shui and Mu Yin of being thieves? Li Su's voice made the bear cubs lower their heads even further, overwhelmed with shame. The other orc parents, initially furious, now blushed as they realized their offspring had wrongfully accused others. This had stirred a hornet's nest. All the young orcs present received spankings. The two wolf cubs who had acted as informants cried the loudest. He felt disappointment toward both Lan Yue and Xiongshi, silently observing Lan Yue, who seemed lost in thought. Isu surveyed the chastised cubs, smirking. You and Yula, because of a baseless accusation, have injured two children much smaller than yourselves. If everyone behaved like you, would it mean that those in the Qingmu tribe who could eat fruits are all thieves? You must apologize to Mu Shui and Mu Yin. The beast god above would not condone such wrongful accusations among kin. Li Su continued her tirade without omission, the mention of the beast god. The expressions of the adult orcs grew stern, and they promptly punished these young ones again. He seemed to snap back to reality, his gaze sharp as he strode to Xiongshi, pulling aside his fur and delivering a resounding slap to his backside, causing Xiongshi to wail in distress by the creek. The chorus of apologies rang out that we are sorry, Mu Shui and Mu Yin. Father, I was wrong. With one leading the way, the apologies flowed more easily. The involved orc cubs all bowed their heads, expressing their contrition to Mu Shui and Mu Yin. Unconsciously, Mu Shui and Mu Yin lifted their chins, their hearts feeling full, no longer as lost as before. The vile female had indeed proven that they were not thieves. The chieftain, seeing that the children had apologized and received their punishment, intended to counsel Li Su to let it go. However, before he could speak, Li Su burst into tears. Woo-woo. Chieftain, my mate, though taciturn, is fiercely loyal to the tribe. Look at him, gravely injured and unable to hunt. How will I and the two cubs survive? Look at their injuries. How much fresh meat will it take to nurse them back to health? Woo-woo. But I cannot hunt at all, and my Mu Shui is on the brink of starvation. The speed at which Li Su changed her expression left everyone momentarily stunned. Clutching her frail cub, she buried her face in her hands, weeping uncontrollably, evoking a flicker of sympathy among the onlooking beastmen. This little female was truly pitiable. Many of the unattached beastmen immediately began to contemplate. With such a transformation, Li Su was not lacking in charm, that if one were to become her beast husband, she would not face starvation. Chieftain, Lan Yue unjustly accuses my cub of stealing 2 fruits and demands compensation of 10 heaps of fruit. If they can wrongfully accuse us, then they should compensate me with 10 wild boars. Li Su sobbed, her gaze fixated on the wild boar behind the chieftain. Li Su, 10 wild boars is out of the question. The chieftain, however, believed that today's incident indeed stemmed from the wrongdoing of Lan Yue and the bear cub, his deep-set tiger eyes fixed on Xiong-Yi. Those who harmed the snake cub must offer all the meat they brought back from today's hunt to Li Su as punishment for their baseless accusations and reckless violence. Upon hearing the chieftain's decree, Lan Yue wore a reluctant expression. Chieftain, on what grounds? Just for 2 poisonous fruits, are we to compensate her with a wild boar's worth of meat? That is simply unfair. The other beastmen echoed her sentiments, equally unwilling. Yet you just demanded 10 heaps of fruit from her. The chieftain retorted with a cold snort. You refuse to compensate. Then send the errant cubs to the black hole. You may decide how to handle it. With that, he strode through the crowd, leaving behind a trail of discontent. What a troublesome affair. My Xiong-Shi cannot be sent to the black hole. Lan Yue shook her head, clutching Xiong-Shi tightly. The beast cubs, hearing they might be sent to the black hole, resumed their earlier cries. Finally, with gritted teeth, the beastmen conceded. Fine, we will compensate. Is that satisfactory? Li Su, having dried her tears at some point, turned to Lan Yue with a sincere smile. I will return to the cave now. I would appreciate it if you could deliver the wild boar meat to me later. I will be waiting for you. The beastmen exchanged complex glances with Li Su, uttering not a word as they dispersed. Lowering her head, Li Su intended to pick up Mu Yin to head home, only to find that the little one had darted away. Rolling amidst the fallen bitter neem fruits, now covered in dust and dirt, she swiftly bent down to retrieve it. This is poisonous. What do you intend to keep it for? Mu Shui's voice was cold, like a venomous snake slithering along Li Su's nape. Fortunately, neither he nor Mu Yin had consumed it. But why would the troublesome female, aware of its toxicity, still choose to pick it up? Why? Li Su tilted her head to look at Mu Shui. Observing the snake cub's stubborn yet despondent demeanor, she felt a mischievous impulse. Tossing the fruit playfully in the air, she feigned regret. Because I wanted to take it home to eat. Leaving it here would be such a waste. Mu Shui turned his head away, utterly distressed. I knew it. You intend to bring it back for me and Mu Yin to eat. He had thought the troublesome female had changed for the better, only to find her even more malicious than before. His surprise. Her gentle face suddenly drew close to Mu Shui, pinching his little cheeks as she teasingly remarked, I never said it was for you to eat. Startled, Mu Shui recoiled, reclaiming his little face and gazing at her in confusion. His pale lips trembled. Troublesome female, what are you planning to do? Mu Shui, why are you so adorable? Li Su chuckled, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight at his flustered expression. You must call me mother. No more calling me troublesome female from now on. Mother? Mu Shui finally grasped the implication, his face flushing crimson. The troublesome female had been deliberately teasing him. Mother meant female parent. Little Mu Shui, aren't you curious why I want to take this fruit home? If you call me once, I will tell you what this fruit is for. Seeing Mu Shui's keen interest in the bitter neem, Li Su decided to further tease him. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Mu Shui fidgeted with his fingers on the animal hide. Yet, gazing at the beaming smile on the troublesome female's face, he felt an unexpected surge of happiness, which was rather pitiful. The cold-blooded beastman's love for their female parents is purer and more fervent than that of any other beastman. Noticing that Mu Shui remained silent, his expression serious, Li Su worried that she might genuinely upset him. All right, I won't tease you anymore. This fruit can save your life in crucial moments, so be sure to keep it safe. Though Mu Shui was as frail as a glass doll, his features were strikingly defined, with long, distinct lashes that enhanced his beauty. Yet his demeanor was somewhat gloomy, and his eyes pierced through with an icy gaze. Instinctively, he clutched the two fruits tightly, his little head filled with questions. Save my life? Poisonous fruits can also save lives? Of course. Nature endows all things with their own unique uses. This fruit can cure illnesses if prepared correctly. Li Su spoke of the bitter neem's properties. She seemed to glow with enthusiasm. So, if you call me mother, I will reveal the secrets of this fruit to you, that in the future, little Mu Shui will know how to use it whenever he encounters it. You'll be gaining knowledge, young lad. Having never seen this side of Li Su, Mu Shui gazed at the now dirty fruit in his hand, wondering if such a thing could indeed cure ailments. After all, the only healer in the Qingmu tribe was the shaman. How could the troublesome female possibly know how to heal? Li Su walked briskly while holding Mu Shui. She recalled that the beastmen in this world primarily consumed raw meat, which could potentially lead to parasitic infections. For mature male beastmen, the risks were minimal, but for cubs and females, the dangers were substantial. An unfortunate infection could easily lead to fatality. That Mu Shui's face looked excessively gaunt, with patches of varying shades of white dotting his skin. Li Su discreetly glanced at Mu Shui's abdomen, which appeared disturbingly swollen. It was likely he harbored worms. Mu Shui, observing Li Su's profile, suddenly wore a somber expression. If calling her mother would make her happy, then uttering it wouldn't cost him anything. After all, she was his female parent. Closing his eyes, he murmured softly, "Mother." Li Su's heart leaped with joy. This little one was simply too endearing. She feigned a shake of her head. "Your voice is too soft. Say it a bit louder." "Mother." Whether from anger or excitement, Mu Shui's face flushed, appearing more lively than ever. Mu Shui, mother heard you. Remember this fruit. It's called bitter neem. If dried, it can be brewed into a soup to expel roundworms, pinworms, hookworms, and other parasitic diseases. When ground into powder for external use, it can treat various skin ailments and can even serve as a poison to eliminate ferocious beasts. This is indeed a precious treasure. The realization of the myriad uses of this poisonous fruit widened Mu Shui's eyes in astonishment. This truly is a remarkable item. He gazed at the bitter neem in his hands with fervent admiration, never expecting such a fruit to be so valuable. But how did the troublesome female come to know this? As Mu Shui pondered, he caught a whiff of fresh grass wafting past his nose. How did the troublesome female bring him to the shaman's cave? A thought flickered in his mind, but he quickly averted his gaze. That it was simply impossible. He knew all too well how much the troublesome female despised cold-blooded beastmen. Meeting Rosen's slightly puzzled gaze, Li Su set Mu Shui down, greeting him with ease. "Rosen the shaman, may I take Muhan home now?" Cleaned up, Li Su's skin glowed as if she were a freshly born cub, radiant in its whiteness. Her perfectly timed smile felt like a gentle spring breeze. Her once greedy and timid eyes now appeared clear and tender. She was indeed presentable. To her surprise, Rosen unexpectedly offered a hint of goodwill, and despite being pricked with a remark, Li Su remained unperturbed. After all, even she found the previous version of herself revolting. Rosen had certainly shown her some courtesy. Yes, this will be the case from now on. Li Su believed that by saying this, the shaman would grasp her point. She was now hygienic and clean, thus he could rest assured in allowing her to take the child. Rosen sighed, pondering whether her notion of proof was merely having taken a bath. This female was as somewhat foolish as ever, but it bore little relevance to him. "Are you truly taking him away?" Li Su nodded. "I am indeed here to fetch him. I've already tidied up the beast cave." Suddenly, Rosen rose, revealing his towering stature. Goodness, Li Su felt that Rosen must stand at least 1.9 meters tall, with broad shoulders, a narrow waist, long legs, and eyes that seemed perpetually icy, radiating an aura of distance. The imposing presence caused her to instinctively step back with the child. This beast man was perilous and should be avoided. Mu Shui glanced up at Li Su in confusion. Does the troublesome female seem afraid of the shaman? However, is it possible? He remembers how the wicked female would secretly stare at the priest, as if gazing at a delectable piece of fresh meat. Today, she even made a special trip to the sacrificial altar, but ended up overeating and fainted, only to be brought back. Everyone claims she went to spy on priest Luosen. Luosin bent down and scooped a palmful of black-green ointment from a small stone jar, placing it on a leaf. Instructing, take this black ointment back. Once the herbs on him have dried, apply it to your beast husband's wound. Understood, Priest Luosin, Lisuo replied earnestly, extending her hand to receive the black ointment. Luosin's expression softened slightly, relieved that Lisuo still had some conscience. The herbs used to treat Muhan are worth 5 pieces of secondary beast skin. Remember to send them over. Lisuo was taken aback. Did this green ointment require payment? What? Luosin had somehow leaned in closer, nearly face to face with Lisuo. This female was as insincere as ever. Now that payment was due for the beast skin, she seemed reluctant to accept it. Lost in thought, Luosin's face grew darker and colder. Did she not wish to pay for the beast skin, or did she not care to save her beast husband? Lisuo felt the air grow thin, suddenly dragging Mu Shui backward a step. Only then, feeling her breath ease, that it must be that the priest was tall and imposing, drawing in too much oxygen. A glimmer of delight flashed in Mu Shui's eyes. The wicked female actually did not favor Priest Luosin. As a cold-blooded beastman, his possessiveness was somewhat alleviated by Lisuo's retreat. No, it was merely that such a fine ointment was worth far too much for 5 pieces of skin. Lisuo chuckled, avoiding Luosin's piercing gaze, and moved towards Muhan. She recalled the piles of beast skins turned to ash in the cave. 5 should suffice. I'll first take the snake cub and beast husband back, and then I will send it over later. If that is acceptable to you, Priest Luosin? Luosin, for reasons unknown, felt a sudden emptiness in his heart upon seeing Lisuo's desire to evade him. Was he truly a fearsome beast? Had it not been for the priest's prohibition against forming bonds, he would have been snatched away by these females long ago. Clearly, the females in the tribe would blush at the sight of him, and she had as well. Luosin emanated a chilling aura, declaring, "Do as you wish." After saying this, he abruptly left the cave, leaving Lisuo and Mu Shui in a state of bewilderment. Little Mu Shui, does Priest Luosin not favor me? Lisuo pondered if Luosin was indeed angry. Perhaps the original body had committed some wrongdoing that he had caught her at. Mu Shui lowered his head, silently gazing at the unconscious Muhan, remaining as quiet as ever. Lisuo resignedly accepted the blame. Not dwelling on the matter, Mu Shui, your father seems rather large. If I simply carry him back, could it cause him further injury? Lisuo surveyed the hefty beast husband, unsure of how to proceed. No, the male is a tertiary beastman. Normal movements won't harm him. Mu Shui spoke up, his voice soft and endearing. Upon hearing this, Lisuo nodded. All right, then let us drag him back. Drag back. Is that what you meant? Your beast father has long, powerful legs. How about we each take a leg? Mu Shui looked astonished. Long and powerful. Each take a leg. Realizing Mu Shui had misunderstood, Lisuo stifled the urge to laugh and refrained from explaining. Continuing to coax the little snake cub. Of course, we'll drag him back. We just happen to be out of meat. Are you complaining about the shortage? Then I shall divide an arm for you. If Mu Yin were here, he would have taken the rest of the arms. Out of meat? Mu Shui gasped. That's unnecessary. He is not dead. Why et? Mu Shui's expression soured. He felt an urge to flee. Retreating instinctively, Lisuo firmly grasped Mu Shui's shoulder, laughing uproariously. Look at you, so frightened. Why are you running? I meant to wrap him in bee skin. We'll each drag a portion. What are you thinking? The little one, clearly a cute and soft baby, always wore a cold expression, resembling a miniature adult. Mu Shui hesitated, having genuinely thought the wicked female intended to take his beast father away to devour him. Watching the wicked female laugh until she hiccuped, Mu Shui maintained a stern face, feeling both scared and drawn to her. He found himself quite unaccustomed to such a wicked female. In truth, he and Mu Yin were not particularly close to Muhan. After their birth, they had merely followed the wicked female, and their encounters with Muhan had been few and far between. Muhan would periodically return with prey. Aside from that, he remained distant in the beastman forest. The tribe spoke of how their beast father had no desire to bond and had been taken advantage of by the wicked female. Thus, he held no affection for her or them, ultimately even abandoning the cave. Mu Shui felt a tinge of self-mockery. If that were the case, Why hunt for the wicked female, risking his own life? The beastman on the stone bed lay still. His long hair, cascading like a black waterfall, disheveled and chaotic. His high, alluring nose and sharp jawline exuded an ethereal beauty, complemented by his indifferent lips. He was undeniably captivating, truly, if one did not closely discern his gender. He could easily be mistaken for an exquisite beauty to Mu. I must admit, your beast father possesses remarkable looks, Lisa remarked as she approached Muhan, her eyes reflecting an appreciation for beauty, devoid of any lewdness. Do you find him appealing? Mu Shui gazed at the wicked female with confusion. Below his beast father's neck, a dense array of silver-blue scales shimmered faintly. Was that considered beautiful? Mu Shui pointed eagerly at that area, desperate to confirm. What about there? Do you think that is beautiful too? Indeed, although somewhat scaly, it is rather unique. Compared to the bloodied zombies of the apocalypse, it is far more appealing. Clearly, Mu Shui did indeed harbor fondness for his beast father, as he had spoken so much. Thus, the notion of leaving his father behind would have to be postponed. Lisa bent down, unaware of Mu Shui's astonished expression. Previously, whenever the wicked female saw her beast father approach, she would scream in disgust, demanding he stay away. Now she found him attractive. Observing the ointment on the man's leg, which had already hardened into a shell with the blood, she deduced that moving him should not cause further harm. Lisa gestured to indicate Muhan's length, then shook her head regretfully, seemingly dismissing a particular thought. Little Mu Shui, wait for me a moment. We can head home shortly. After saying this, Lisa turned and exited the priest's cave to seek assistance. Mu Shui turned his attention back to his beast father. The beastman lying on the stone bed breathed almost imperceptibly, a trait of the snake clan in deep slumber, engaged in self-protection. His beast father was gravely injured, and Mu Shui stood before Muhan, lost in thought, his eyes transforming into serpentine slits as he contemplated whether to extract his beast father's beast crystal. Every adult beastman, upon reaching the tertiary level, would condense a beast crystal in their chest. The higher the level, the larger the crystal. Muhan was the only tertiary beastman of the Qingmu tribe. If he were to consume his father's beast crystal, it might just trigger his transformation into beast form, but a small, slender hand reached toward that broad chest. Ultimately, he tugged at the loosened beast skin to cover his father's exposed body and then withdrew his hand. Just a moment longer. It wouldn't hurt to wait a bit. The wicked female seemed quite fond of his beast father today. Two male beastmen effortlessly tossed Muhan onto the stone bed. Exchanging glances that suggested the rumors could not be entirely trusted, it was said that Lisua's cave was both filthy and stinky. Yet in reality, it was impeccably clean. Lisa, your beast husband is gravely injured. He may not survive. Every adult female must have a beast husband to protect her, and there are plenty of adult beastmen in the tribe for you to choose from. What? A heaviness settled in Lisua's heart. She hadn't anticipated these beastmen to be so blunt, as if they were forcing her to select a beast husband. The more Lisua observed the beastmen who had returned Muhan, the more she found them pleasing to the eye. One of the leopard-eared beastmen, blushing, openly expressed his feelings to Lisua. With a plump figure and tender skin, you look like a sweet, delectable fruit. You would surely bear beautiful offspring. How did I not notice such a female in the tribe before? Upon reaching her cave, the leopard beastman could no longer contain himself and spoke up. Seeing his companion speak, another grew anxious and patted his chest. Lisa, don't only consider him. I'm not bad either. At least my chest is bigger than his. Lisu felt a tightness in her forehead as she had just exited the priest's cave. She sought out 2 male orcs from the tribe, pleading with them to assist in carrying Muhan, offering a reward for their help. The 2 adult male orcs immediately flushed with excitement, stating that aiding a female was an honor, and they would not accept any compensation. Indeed, these 2 rascals had no interest in rewards. Their true intentions were to court her. Isu shook her head, pointing at the culprit lying on the bed. If I am to find a mate, he must be stronger than him. You see, I have a naturally large appetite. He is merely a level 3 orc, and the meat he provides is barely sufficient to fill my gaps. The beastly forest is fraught with danger. Venturing there would be akin to courting death. The implication was clear. These 2 insignificant creatures should not demean themselves. If she disregarded a level 3 orc, how could she possibly consider them? Reflecting on Qing Tao, who could barely walk, she felt that distancing herself from an orc husband might be the key to a long life. The two rejected male orcs gazed at Li Su's gentle smile, their hearts stirred with emotion. The leopard orc's voice trembled as he spoke. "No female has ever cared for me like this." The deer orc added, his tone laden with gratitude, "Li Su, you are a remarkable female." Observing the two orcs, who were not disheartened, but rather filled with newfound confidence, Li Su suddenly wondered if her refusal had been too polite. It seemed she was far too understanding. She feared they would starve if they failed to catch prey. Such a thoughtful female was a blessing for their Qingmu tribe. "Rest assured, Li Su, we will strive to advance to level 3 orcs. When Muhan passes, you shall choose us as your husbands." The two adult orcs left, their faces alight with excitement and determination. Li Su, wearing a forced smile, thought to herself, "Do these orcs truly not comprehend my words?" Mu Shui remarked, "That cunning female is already seeking a new mate. It appears I must hasten to extract the orc crystal from the male father." Li Su, "Are you there? I've left some wild boar meat for you." After the two orcs departed, a deep male voice resonated from the cave entrance. Li Su's eyes brightened. The meat had arrived. "Mu Shui, come, let us fetch the meat." Mu Shui, his eyes sparkling, pointed at himself in astonishment. "Cunning female, are you calling me to join?" Li Su patted his head and set off first, saying, "If you call me a cunning female again, you won't have any meat to eat today." Mu Shui fell silent and followed behind her. Circling the wild boar, which resembled a small mountain, Li Su was already brimming with excitement, having gone around it several times. The boar looked impressive, estimated to weigh around 500 pounds. Li Su nodded repeatedly, her eyes gleaming, saliva pooling in her mouth as she exclaimed, "Mu Shui, braised pork, sweet and sour ribs. Just thinking about it is delightful." Mu Shui, puzzled, asked, "What are these things the cunning female speaks of?" Observing Li Su's frenzied demeanor and the dazed little snake beside her, the orcs who had brought the meat were filled with skepticism, suspecting the little female had not eaten meat for days and was now starved. Still well-meaning, cautioned, "This is a level 1 wild boar. The meat is exceedingly tough. Given your and the cub's teeth, you probably won't be able to chew it. There is not much edible meat. Perhaps you should trade it for some fruits instead." "That's fine. If I cannot eat it, I shall give it to Muhan. He is severely injured. If he does not recuperate, he may not last a few more days." Li Su waved her hand dismissively. "Unconcerned. What a joke. Trade meat for fruits. After 3 years in the apocalypse, I have not had a proper meal of fresh meat. No matter how tough it is, I can stew it until it falls apart." Barry wanted to further advise her to use the meat to trade for food that the females and cubs could consume, but upon hearing her intention to reserve the wild boar for Muhan, he was taken aback. Did she truly cherish her orc husband? Not only he, but the other orcs' expressions softened as they gazed at Li Su in the tribe. Many male orcs were injured, yet their females did not demonstrate the same level of care as Li Su, who intended to reserve meat for her wounded husband. "If any male orc dies, we can always replace them." Bear suddenly sighed, pulling out a red fruit from his pocket. "It was wrong of Bear Stone to strike you. Please accept this red fruit." Seeing the frail Mu Shui, with bruises visible on his chest, Bear felt a pang of guilt as he pressed the red fruit he had picked in the forest into the boy's hands. The red fruit resembled an apple from before the apocalypse, although its skin appeared somewhat shriveled, as if it had been sitting out for several days, and Mu Shui gazed at the fruit, swallowing hard, but did not reach out for it. Instead, he cast a fearful glance at Li Su that he and Mu Yin had once snuck a taste of the cunning female's fruit and were caught, resulting in her punishing them by making them kneel outside the cave under the scorching sun without a drop of water for several days. Had Bear not returned with meat, they might have succumbed to the heat. The anticipated wrath and punishment did not descend. Instead, the cunning female's warm hand rested on his head. "What are you waiting for, Mu Shui? Take it." Such an obedient and compliant child. The original owner had not cherished him. It was no wonder she met her demise. "Is this really for me?" Mu Shui's voice was filled with hesitation as he wondered if the pregnant female was merely putting on an act in front of others. Li Su, seeing Mu Shui's expression, could not help but curse the original owner inwardly for being such a disaster, torturing the child to this extent. Li Su directly split the red fruit, placing the flesh into Mu Shui's mouth, while the other half rested in his palm. This portion was intended for Mu Yin to savor. The sweet juice burst in his mouth, flooding his heart with sweetness. Is it delicious? Mu Shui nodded vigorously. Truly enjoying it. That's good. Seeing you like this, your mother will ensure you have fruit every day. After soothing Mu Shui, she turned to Bear Yi and expressed her gratitude. Thank you for the fruit. Bear Yi, though your bear cub and female may be fierce, you are not. Fierce. Although Bear did not comprehend, he sensed from Li Su's expression that she was praising him, flattered by her compliment. Bear Yi's wheat-colored face flushed. Li Su, if you wish for fruit, simply go pick it yourself. What worth is it to eat from my family's fruit? At that moment, Lan Yue happened to arrive, furious to see Bear Yi had given the cold-blooded cub a red fruit. She fumed. The chief only mentioned compensating with meat. When did he say anything about red fruits? Our Bear Stone, Bear Shi, and Bear Shu did not receive any. Fuming, Lan Yue confronted Bear Yi. Who is your husband? Bear Yi, though tall and robust, spoke gently in front of the petite and frail Lan Yue. We are all part of the same tribe. There is no need to be so calculating. What do you think you are? Lan Yue shoved Bear Yi away, her gaze filled with resentment towards Li Su. Do not be so calculating. This lazy creature has been an adult for 3 years and has yet to participate in a single harvest. Why should she eat the red fruit earned by my husband's life? This is given to her voluntarily by me. It has nothing to do with Li Su. Lan Yue's angry shout caused Bear Yi's expression to darken. Uncertain of why Lan Yue was acting so out of sorts today, he wondered why she would speak up for such a cunning female. Bear Yi, are you my husband or hers? If you are my husband, please be quiet and stand behind me. Lan Yue, filled with rage, was perplexed by Bear Yi's behavior today, as he seemed to defend Li Su, the so-called bad female. Bear Yi's clenched fists relaxed, and he finally fell silent, not wishing to make Lan Yue feel too embarrassed. Observing the situation, Li Su subtly smiled, softly stating, since you are unwilling to let Mu Shui eat this red fruit, I will return it to you. Li Su's words brought joy to Lan Yue, who had not expected her to offer to return it. Really? Then give it back to me now, of course, but not at this moment. Lan Yue, when is the next harvest in the tribe? I would like to join you. When we gather red fruits, I will return them to you. Since the fruit had already been consumed, further arguing was futile. There was no fruit left to give her. Moreover, Li Su wished to accompany the tribe to see what edible treasures lay within the beastly forest. You want to join us for the harvest? Lan Yue furrowed her brow, questioning Li Su's intentions. Previously, my beast husband took meticulous care of me, sparing me the necessity of participating in the harvest. Now that he has fallen ill, it is only natural for me to seek out sustenance for both myself and my offspring. You, too, are a mother of 3, so you can surely empathize with my feelings, correct? Lan Yue cast a skeptical glance at Li Su's expression. Though she spoke thus, something felt amiss. Li Su blinked and added, or perhaps you no longer desire the red fruit. Desire it. How could I not? You must return the red fruit to me. Lan Yue, having suffered considerable embarrassment today, was determined to reclaim the fruit. Suddenly, her mood shifted, and with a dismissive huff, she declared, it was you who insisted on participating in the harvest. In 3 days, the females of the tribe will embark on the next harvest. If you fail to appear without reason, disrupting our schedule, I shall inform the chieftain and have him cast you into the black hole. Very well. Just remember to call for me when the time comes. As a single mother, I shall not impose upon you for a meal. Li Su gestured invitingly, eager to clean and prepare the wild boar meat for her 2 snake offspring. She had long grown impatient for the task. Do you think we wish to linger here? Is Xiong Yi still not leaving? Lan Yue was genuinely infuriated at this point. Xiong Yi glanced at Li Su, his expression forlorn as he followed suit in departing. Initially, it was expected that the other beastmen would disperse indifferently. Yet to her surprise, each male exuded an inexplicable kindness towards her. Li Su, if there is anything you find challenging, do not hesitate to seek our assistance. Indeed, what he said resonates with my thoughts. We are all of the same tribe. So there is no need for reluctance. Point 1. Beastman grinned radiantly. Should Muhan perish, you might consider me. Even if he lives, you could still contemplate us. Should we form a bond? You would have a place in my cave, and I would hunt wild boar for you daily. Lisu's expression stiffened. She had initially felt a twinge of gratitude, but it evaporated entirely. How long would they persist in their attempts to woo her? Urging her to bear their offspring? Gritting her teeth, she surveyed the group of beastmen, each possessing strength far surpassing her own. Strategically, she took a step back to maintain a safe distance before sighing. Muhan is a third-tier beastman. He will not perish so easily that I have faith that he will endure. After all, he loves me dearly, and for both me and our snake offspring, he will persevere. For all these years, he has been the one providing for me and the children. Even if he were to become disabled and unable to hunt, I would care for him. You understand. Thus, she was not a desperate widow. Beastmen, you would do well to find somewhere else to linger. The beastmen, taken aback by Lisu's seemingly deep affections, fell into a stunned silence. The outside world was enveloped in quietude. At that moment, on the stone bed within the cave, a pair of eyes opened, transitioning from confusion to clarity in an instant. The owner of those eyes had fortuitously overheard this exchange. His dark blue gaze reflected unmistakable bewilderment. Had he heard correctly? Was that Lisu speaking? What did her words imply? Did she claim to love him? That he was disabled? That she would care for him? He had merely taken a nap. Had that female gone mad? Muhan's expression darkened, yet upon noticing the clean and tidy cave, he momentarily lost his train of thought. How had his cave become so immaculate? And how had he ended up here? As Mu Shui sensed the awakening of his father, he felt an inexplicable relief wash over him. If his father was awake, then mother would not be taken by the other beastmen. Presently, Lisu was as appealing to him as the red fruit he had just encountered. Father, you are awake. It was the beastmen of the tribe who brought you back. After the shaman treated you, mother brought you here. Mu Shui endeavored to present the facts, yet even he found it hard to believe that a bad female could be responsible for such actions. You refer to her as mother? Though Muhan did not reside in the cave, he was aware that the two snake offspring held no affection for Lisu. She had treated them poorly and likewise had not been kind to him. Ever since she had claimed this cave, he had not returned to reside within its confines. Why? Mu Shui clutched half of a red fruit tightly, regardless of past grievances. He liked the Lisu of today, for she had compensated for all his fantasies concerning his mother. Observing Mu Shui's demeanor, Muhan's gaze resembled a glimmer of light amidst ice and snow, both cold and dazzling. His voice, smooth yet tinged with sarcasm, questioned, "Do you truly believe Lisu would selflessly bring me back? Surely, there must be some ulterior motive." Mu Shui remained uncertain whether the bad female was simply deranged. Receiving no response from Mu Shui, Muhan closed his eyes once more. He would rather perish outside than confront Lisu. After politely seeing off the beastmen, Lisu patted the rear of the deceased wild boar. This creature is indeed valuable. I must process it swiftly. With such heat, it could spoil overnight. She needed to devise a plan for preserving the meat. Although there was still plenty of salt in her storage, it was currently inaccessible, so she could not consider curing the meat. With such a large quantity of pork, drying and smoking would likely be the only viable preservation methods. However, given the size of the wild boar, drying would be quite a laborious task. Mother, are you going to participate in the harvest? Mu Shui, appearing at the cave entrance, regarded Lisu with a perplexed expression. Why? Do you not want me to go to the harvest? Lisu responded while continuing her work. She had just attempted to slice open the wild boar's belly with a stone knife, exerting all her strength yet failing to pierce the skin. At this rate, if she did not manage to cook the meat, nightfall would arrive. Lisu, my father has awakened. Mu Shui's voice was barely audible, and Lisu did not catch it. She rummaged through the pile of beast bone she had discarded earlier and unearthed a canine tooth. The texture of this bone was distinctly different, likely from a second or third-tier beast. This one will do. Dusting off the tooth, Lisu expertly used it to slice through the wild boar's thick skin. The contents of its belly spilled forth, and a spray of blood splattered onto her face. Holding the canine tooth aloft, she excitedly turned to Mu Shui. It is still sharp, much better than the stone knife. What did you just say? I said, you should go to the harvest. If my father has sustained serious injuries, who will protect you? Mu Shui regarded Li Su with disapproval. Although Li Su was taller than the average female, she was hardly a match for those fierce beasts. Isn't there safety in numbers during the harvest? Do we not go as a tribe? Li Su was perplexed, for the original owner had never participated in a harvest and was unaware that protection was necessary. Seeing his mother so bewildered, Mu Shui found it both amusing and exasperating. You know nothing and yet wish to partake in the harvest. With the canine tooth in hand, Li Su felt somewhat empowered. Finding it akin to a trident, she quickly and efficiently separated the meat from the bones of the wild boar. There is no path in this world. The more one walks, the more paths will emerge. I doubt the harvest will pose much difficulty. All I need to do is follow along. She mused, and Mu Shui's expression turned grave. But the beast forest is treacherous and convoluted if you stray from the main group. Only your bonded beast husband can sense your location. If he cannot find you, you'll surely perish once darkness falls. Yes, that's so. A heaviness settled in Li Su's heart, yet her smile remained unaffected. We can discuss these matters after we finish the meat. Little Mu Shui, please help me keep an eye on this meat while I wash up by the stream. I Su wrapped a large chunk of pork and some bones in the pigskin and quickly departed. Mu Shui observed the bones she carried, his eyelids twitching. Those were indeed the bones of the wild boar, and neither he nor Li Su could possibly gnaw through them. Even his father's teeth would likely struggle. Arriving at the stream with the pork and bones, Li Su prioritized cleaning them. But more importantly, she had set her sights on the stones lining the stream. These appeared to be volcanic rocks washed down from somewhere. Among them were a few flat and smooth pieces of suitable thickness, ideal for grilling meat. 1 particularly thick stone caught her eye. She effortlessly carved a hole in its center with the canine tooth she had just found, shaping it into a rudimentary stone pot. This would serve well for simmering the pork bone broth. If only she could find some additional ingredients. Li Su examined the canine tooth in her hand, noticing it showed no signs of wear. This tooth is truly a treasure. What kind of formidable beast could possess a tooth capable of biting through stone? Muhan's strength is indeed remarkable. Such a formidable orc had also been grievously injured by the ferocious beasts, losing nearly half his life. The dangers lurking within the ferocious beast forest are indeed self-evident. She must soon locate the other piece as well, crafting a rudimentary weapon for her protection. After cleaning the meat, Li Su stumbled upon an unexpected delight hidden among the nearby thickets. She unearthed several pale mushrooms and a few cow stomach fungi, and even discovered some fallen Sichuan peppercorns scattered on the ground. The thicket was abundant with mushrooms. She resolved to return the following day to harvest all the edible ones. They would make for a truly exquisite soup. The mushrooms she found were large and succulent, untouched by anyone else. Much to Li Su's fortune, Li Su's return was not particularly swift. With 2 stone slabs, some meat, and bones, her hands were nearly overflowing. Upon her arrival, Mu Shui cast a frantic glance towards the distant grass thicket. Drops of pig's blood stained the ground, and several crimson footprints extended into the distance. The meat she had just cut was now in disarray, indicating that another snake cub had returned. Mu Shui, Li Su called to him, her calm demeanor betraying no hint of emotion. Hearing Li Su call him so seriously, Mu Shui felt a pang of anxiety. What was the matter with his mother? Don't you have anything to say to me? He stammered, his nervousness evident, his eyes flickering. Just moments ago, Mu Yin had taken a small piece of meat without their mother's consent. He and T stopped Mu Yin. Would their mother be angry with him for this? Look at how pale your little face is, weaker than your fierce father. I Su stepped aside, placing the stone slab she had carried onto the rocks at the cave entrance, and set the pork wrapped in leaves aside. Mother, Mu Yin just came back to— Oh, that's good, came Li Su's flat response. He took a piece of meat. Mu Shui murmured, eyes shut in resignation. He sensed that the moment Li Su returned, her expression had frozen in realization. She must have discovered something that if he deceived her, it was likely that she'd be furious that I see. She replied, at least you didn't tell T was a relief. If he had spun a web of deceit, it would surely have broken her heart. A smile returned to Li Su's face. In the future, if anything happens, just tell your mother directly. And you can inform Mu Yin that if he wants to eat He can come back and take a share of the meat. Really? Mu Shui's eyes sparkled with hope. She and Ti scolded him, or Mu Yin? Truly, mother would not deceive Mu Shui. Li Su worked swiftly. Having already pinpointed the location to construct a makeshift stove, Ti the entrance of the cave, she dug a pit in the flattest area, using canine teeth, and gathered stones to fortify it within the earth. Mu Shui, I need your help with something. Li Su pointed toward some twigs scattered on the ground not far away. I need brittle twigs that break easily underfoot. The more, the better. Okay, mother, Mu Shui replied cheerfully, sprinting towards the twigs with little legs, eagerly gathering them. Su glanced at Mu Shui's retreating figure, unable to suppress a smile. Could this little one really be so happy just picking up sticks? She had no time to waste. She wished to savor a warm bowl of soup before nightfall, and needed to work diligently, setting the volcanic stone slabs and the stone pot atop the makeshift stove. She reinforced them with her earth-based abilities, causing the soft mudstone to harden instantly, securely embedding the slabs within. Compared to her secondary abilities during the apocalypse, she found herself at a loss with this stove. And her stomach growled audibly in protest. It was quite unbearable. Meanwhile, outside the cave, Mu Yin watched Li Su return, his anxiety palpable. He had intended to take Mu Shui away with him. That piece of meat would suffice to satiate both their appetites. But that foolish Mu Shui refused, insisting that Li Su had changed, that she was no longer the same Li Su, and had urged him to state, Mu Shui, that wicked female will kill us. She won to Mu Yin. She has changed. Hearing the footsteps of Li Su approaching, Mu Yin felt compelled to flee. Yet, he did not venture far. If Li Su dared to harm Mu Shui, he would swoop in and whisk that foolish boy away. How could he trust that wicked female? Crouching in the grass, Mu Yin coldly observed Li Su as she approached, her forehead glistening with beads of sweat, her arms laden with various items, dripping with moisture. He cast a puzzled glance at the disarrayed meat on the ground, his gaze drifting towards the patch of grass where he hid. Even from a distance, the sight of the wicked female made his hand tremble involuntarily as he clutched the meat. Memories of a recent incident flooded his mind. He and Mu Shui had taken advantage of the wicked female's slumber to sneakily gnaw on the bones she had carelessly discarded beneath the bed. She had awakened at an unanticipated moment, hands on her hips, a cold smirk gracing her lips, instilling fear to those who dared to meet her gaze. She had seized the other end of the bone, forcing it into his mouth, cursing, two insatiable gluttons, always stealing food. I'll make you eat. Until blood flowed from his mouth, and one of his canine teeth was shattered, she had finally kicked them out of the cave. You two, get out. They and T returned to the cave for 3 days following that incident. Mu Yin closed his eyes, remembering the lingering pain in his mouth. How could he trust that wicked female? Yet, the terrifying curses and Mu Shui's cries never came. She merely asked Mu Shui a question in passing, her demeanor uncharacteristically calm, without the explosive rage of the past. She hadn't harmed Mu Shui. She simply walked away as if nothing had transpired. Suddenly, the meat in Mu Yan's hand slipped from his grasp, his eyes misting with tears, hearing the muffled cries from the grass. Mu Shui turned to glance at Li Su, and seeing that she was not looking in their direction, approached her. Mother wants us to gather some dry branches. Mu Yin, will you help me? Mu Yin shook his head, still clutching the meat. That Mu Shui? I do not believe she has truly changed. There must be some ulterior motive behind her actions. Be cautious. With that, he turned to leave, wishing to distance himself from the situation. Mu Shui looked at Mu Yan's retreating figure and hurried after him. Mu Yin, what if she really has changed? She brought our fierce father back, and he is right here in the cave. The wicked female brought our fierce father back? Mu Yin paused, incredulous. Had he misheard? Yet, Mu Shui's expression did not suggest he was jesting. Yes, I went to fetch him with her just now. If you don't believe me, you can check the cave. He is lying right there. Upon hearing Mu Shui's unwavering assertion, Mu Yan's eyes widened in shock. Are you certain you're not mistaken? That wicked female despises cold-blooded orcs. How could she possibly bring our fierce father back? Mu Shui shook his head. Mother left you half a red fruit in the cave. You can go see for yourself. And no sooner had Mu Shui finished speaking than Li Su's voice called out from outside the thicket. Mu Shui, Where are you? Come quickly and help your mother keep an eye on things. I need to fetch some water from the stream. I'm coming, mother. Mu Shui replied, his lips curling into a smile. He cast a lingering glance at Mu Yin, whose expression was complex. With one hand awkwardly clutching the gathered twigs, he reached out with the other to grasp Mu Yan's hand, pleased when he didn't resist. Together, they turned and exited the grass thicket. If that wicked female had truly transformed into a good mother, Mu Yin would surely come to love her as well. Mu Yin, I have a feeling that the beast god has heard my prayers and taken pity on us, allowing our mother to change for the better. And Yu Shui's voice was soft yet filled with excitement and reverence, but it startled Mu Yin. The beast god wouldn't hear them if he could. He would have done so long ago. He coldly withdrew his hand, though this time he did not turn to leave. Seeing that Mu Yin hadn't departed, Mu Shui clutched the dry branches and dashed towards the spot where Li Su had dug the pit. A small pile of twigs had already accumulated there. Yu Yan's expression turned icy as he followed silently behind Mu Shui. Approaching the entrance of the cave, how could anyone believe that such a wicked female had suddenly become kind? Only a fool like Mu Shui would fall for such a ruse. The wicked female was indeed absent, yet Mu Shui obediently adhered to her instructions, sitting steadfastly beside the wild boar meat, guarding it. Watching Mu Shui's unquestioning behavior, Mu Yin clenched his fists in anger. How dare that wicked female deceive his innocent and kind-hearted brother? Hadn't she claimed to bring their fierce father back? Taking a deep breath, Mu Yin glared at the cave, then hurried inside. He was not Mu Shui, easily deceived. As Mu Yin entered the cavern, he was astonished to behold the long-lost figure of his father. Xiong Fu. Filled with overwhelming joy, Mu Yin exclaimed, Xiong Fu. Compared to the indifference of Mu Shui, he held deep admiration for Muhan, the mightiest orc of the Qingmu tribe. He yearned to possess strength akin to that of his father. For then the wicked females would no longer be able to bully him. Mu Yin. Come here, Muhan said, reclining against the stone wall of the cavern, his cascading hair falling gracefully over his chest. Upon seeing Mu Yin enter, his once tranquil gaze revealed a flicker of emotion. Xiong Fu, did the wicked females truly bring you back? Mu Yin rushed to Muhan's side, tears brimming in his eyes. Yes, but I shan't remain here for long. You are still too young to follow in my footsteps. Muhan sighed, acknowledging that the savage beast forest was no place for cubs, and their survival lay within the tribe. Are you leaving again? Mu Yan's voice fell low, his spirit seemingly deflated. Muhan gently ruffled his head, a hint of warmth emerging in his icy gaze. Winter approaches swiftly. I shall recover my strength soon. Just as in previous years, I will bring you prey at regular intervals. Mu Yin turned his head away, stubbornly stifling a sniffle. You are gravely injured. If you venture out, it's tantamount to death. Why can't you stay? Muhan withdrew his hand, choosing silence as his eyes scanned the cavern. Though uncertain of the female's intentions, the cave was impeccably tidy today. Yet, he and that female would inevitably part ways. There was no need for him to linger. Silence enveloped the cave as the father and son shared no further words. Isu returned with a large bundle of broad leaves, having collected ample stream water. Noticing Mu Shu dutifully sitting by the stone slab, his small form attentively watching the meat, Li Su felt a deep-seated fondness for the child. He was simply too well-behaved and obedient. Mu Shui, you are remarkable for gathering so many twigs and watching over the things for your mother. Once I finish preparing the bone soup, I will ensure you receive nourishment first. Mu Shui nodded, a smile breaking across his face. Although he was unaware of what bone soup entailed, he believed it could not possibly be unpleasant. Li Su poured the water into a pre-dug stone jar, adding pig bones and mushrooms alike. Covering it with a freshly crafted stone lid, she contemplated, could this be what mother referred to as bone soup? Yet, it seemed unappetizing. Mu Shui nibbled on the bone and drank the stream water. Tea bore little flavor, and rather, it grew increasingly unpalatable. Wait, and you shall see. Mother guarantees it will be delicious. Upon her return, Li Su noticed the father and son in the cavern. She had not anticipated Muhan's swift awakening and was momentarily at a loss for words, refraining from approaching them. Her own infamous reputation and a multitude of misdeeds likely painted her as a wicked female in Muhan's eyes. Thus, she preferred the company of Mu Shui. After a long day, the allure of hot soup was far more enticing. Su gathered a handful of fine twigs. The summer heat of the beast world had rendered them extremely brittle, making them easier to ignite. She crushed the fallen leaves and began to kindle a fire. She found a dry hardwood stick, about 2 fingers wide, and paired it with a softer stick, sharpening the tip of the hardwood. She carved a small hole in the soft one. Next, she inserted the sharpened end into the hole and began to rotate it rapidly. Initially, she struggled to find her rhythm, but after some time, she gradually mastered the technique. Smoke began to rise where the 2 sticks met, and she caught a whiff of a faint charred scent that, in a flash, Su added the crushed leaves to the mix, blowing gently to aid the spark. In the next moment, a bright flame licked the it worked, she declared, placing the burning twigs into the earthen stove. The dry kindling ignited swiftly, and she exhaled in relief. Mu Shui, please fetch me some thicker twigs. Your mother has use for them. Mu Shui, mesmerized by the flames, took several steps back in terror. Fire. Mother, how did you conjure fire? Suddenly realizing, Mu Shui sprang to his feet, eyes filled with fervor and reverence. Mother, could it be a divine gift from the beast god? Before Su could respond, 2 figures burst into the cavern. Muhan leaned against the wall, his exquisite features marred by deep fear, his voice trembling with unease. Female, from where did you obtain the fire? Su, feigning nonchalance, casually chewed on a blade of grass. By the grace of the beast god, could it not be that he bestowed it upon me? Muhan, Mu Yin, and Mu Shui exchanged incredulous glances. Su sensed she had perhaps overstepped in her jest, keenly aware of the intensity of their gazes, her body reacting instinctively to the looming danger. Were it not for her experience in the apocalypse, she might have faltered under their scrutiny. Muhan, gripping the wall for support, grimaced in pain from his right leg. In his haste, he had disregarded his injury. And now the reckoning had arrived. Su noticed the blood trickling from his lips, a stark contrast to the pale skin typical of other orcs, drawing attention to his plight. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and the air thickened with the scent of blood as he bled profusely from the wound on his leg, seemingly indifferent to his own peril. Su frowned disapprovingly at his injury. You must tend to that leg properly, otherwise it will be of no use to you. Muhan's calf was shapely yet marred by a significant wound that nearly tore through his flesh. As the injury shifted, dark blood seeped from the salve, pooling on the cavern floor. Then, Su found herself captured by a pair of mocking eyes. She felt akin to a thief caught in the act, her face flushing with embarrassment. The serpent orc before her did not shy away from flaunting his injuries, instead inquiring, "Is it appealing?" Su, flustered, turned her gaze aside, failing to notice the chill in Muhan's eyes. "Ahem, your leg is quite fair and long." Muhan's expression faltered, perplexed. "Fair and long? Are you serious?" "Both fair and long." Su's face burned with embarrassment at his forwardness, her irritation flaring. "If your leg weren't so good-looking, I wouldn't be staring at it. But even if it is, you shouldn't keep asking." The tips of Muhan's ears flushed a delicate pink, a rare display of emotion. His demeanor shifted as he withdrew his coldness. Falling into silence, Su had indeed changed. Moments ago, he had looked at her with a predatory glint, as if he had engaged in fierce battles with feral beasts. Yet he knew that Su had never left the Qingmu tribe. Where could she have encountered such strife? Moreover, she had previously regarded his physique with disgust, yet now found him appealing. It was as if she had transformed entirely. Could it truly be, as she claimed, the beast god had chosen her and altered her fate? Is the fire truly a gift from the beast god? Muhan's voice, though still subdued, bore a hint of curiosity. Seeing Muhan's conflicted expression, Su disregarded his concerns about his leg's appearance. She sat down, tossing the twigs into the stove, the flames roaring higher. Cough. Is the miracle witnessed not sufficient proof? Surely, fire can only be found in the city of beasts. The Qingmu tribe has never possessed such a gift. Upon awakening, this knowledge was suddenly bestowed upon me. Could it be anything other than a divine offering from the beast god? Li Su firmly believed that the fire was indeed a gift from the elusive beast god. Do you not believe? If you possess the ability, go and inquire of the beast god. Since her arrival, her demeanor and conduct have starkly contrasted with those of the original host. In time, the knowledge and the varieties of edible fruits and vegetables she unveils will inevitably evoke suspicion and envy among these orcs. Li Su cheerfully resolved to attribute all of this to the beast god Muhan. Ultimately unable to stand firm due to his injuries, collapsed onto the ground, his body propped up in a comically awkward manner, his gaze flickering between human and serpentine. For reasons unknown, he did not transform into his beast form. Muhan hastily assisted his father, helping him to lean against the stone bed. After all, he was destined to be a primary labor force. Should his legs be rendered useless, Li Su would truly have to contemplate her options for succession. The medicine provided by the priest lay upon the stone bed. Muhan, if you have the time, please change the medicine on your father's legs. Before you do, I suggest washing your hands. As the beast god advised, Muhan's small frame stiffened momentarily before he began searching the stone bed. Meanwhile, Mu Shui became increasingly convinced, recalling what his mother had said about the bitter locust tree. It seemed she truly could heal, having been taught by the beast god, in contrast to Muhan's predicament. Li Su appeared composed, tending to the fire while simultaneously monitoring her stone slab and earthen stove. Mu Shui, please fetch me some larger dry branches. Yes, Mother. Mu Shui, as if awakening from a dream, hurried to gather the twigs. Li Su nodded in satisfaction, pleased that her attentive little helper was obedient. Muhan successfully located the ointment on the stone bed. The priest's medicine was precious, yet that wicked female was willing to trade it. His small form remained motionless, holding the ointment with a complicated expression as he knelt beside the stone Su sensed Muhan's internal struggle, seemingly grasping his thoughts. She perceived him as a hedgehog, stripped of all his quills by the original host. Now, any approach from her would instill fear, prompting him to retaliate recklessly. His brazen gaze ignited Muhan's indignation, as if he wished to bare his teeth and snarl. Wicked female, what are you looking at? Li Su withdrew her gaze, offering a faint smile. This ointment was brought back by Mu Shui. It cost me 5 pieces of level 2 beast skins. So, it is not a forgery. She then regarded Muhan with utmost seriousness, pointing to the pile of firewood on the ground. Furthermore, if you wish to savor the bones soup cooked over the fire. First, you are forbidden from calling me a wicked female. Address me as mother, like Mu Shui does. Secondly, everyone must contribute. You need to gather as much firewood as Mu Shui does in order to earn your meat. Wicked female, I do not wish to partake of your provisions. Muhan shouted, his fists clenched tightly. How could that wicked female possibly share meat with him? Hadn't she already toyed with him enough in the past? Li Su was taken aback by how difficult this serpent child was to appease. It seemed his hatred for the original host ran deep. With a nonchalant smile, she continued to extract the rendered fat, refining it further on the stone slab. Not sparing him another glance as she stated, there is no need to speak so soon. In my domain, if you desire food, you must work for it. If you do not labor, there will be no sustenance. That Muhan, defiantly holding his head high, appeared lost in thought, a pallor overtaking his features. I will not consume your food. I shall never believe you again. Li Su sensed something amiss and resolved to discreetly inquire with Mu Shui later, wondering if the original host had committed some unforgivable act. The depth of Muhan's animosity was troubling. Yet, she refrained from further persuasion, softening her tone. Since she had survived in another's body, she would also rectify the transgressions the original host had inflicted, pointing to the raw pork that she had moved back into the cave. This raw pork has a portion for you and your father. You may take it to feed him directly, as he is unwell and needs nourishment to recover more swiftly. Muhan stared blankly at the pork, confusion dawning upon his face. Hadn't she just said that if one did not work, one would not receive meat? Why now did she say he could take it? He wanted to inquire, but upon seeing Li Su's frosty demeanor, he kept his silence, taking a piece of cut pork. He noticed that Li Su did not even glance their way, igniting a sense of discomfort within him, that he delivered the meat to Muhan, and the father-son duo ate in silence, perplexed by Li Su's true intentions. Muhan consumed a substantial portion of the wild boar, while Mu Yin belched. Afterward, Li Su ceased speaking to Mu Yin, focusing intently on her peculiar concoctions. Once Mu Shui returned with sufficient dry branches, she would wipe the sweat from his brow, offering gentle smiles and praises that Mu Shui gazed at Li Su with adoration. Serpentine beastmen were inherently prone to excessive attachment to their mothers, as long as the female was kind to him. He would find it challenging to control his dependence. Muhan's expression darkened that it was uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse. Should Li Su revert to her former self, Mu Shui might not survive to adulthood. Observing the pallor of Mu Shui's face, Li Su felt a pang of compassion. She picked up a piece of brownish-yellow cracklings and offered it to Mu Shui, asking, "Is it delicious?" Mu Shui's eyes transformed from surprise to delight as the crispy crackling burst with flavor in his mouth. Captivating his palate, "It's so delicious that I can't find the words," he exclaimed, nodding vigorously. He had never tasted anything so peculiar, yet it was far more fragrant than anything he had previously consumed. Li Su had savored her share as well, and together they finished all the cracklings, feeling only half-satisfied that it was simply too delectable. Li Su continued frying, wrapping the cracklings in leaves. While delightful, these could not serve as a full meal. However, Mu Shui seemed quite enamored, fixating on the leaves that contained the cracklings. "There will be even more delicious food soon. Just wait a bit longer," she assured him. "All right, Mother." Mu Shui licked the cracklings from his lips and obediently sat by, awaiting the next course. Muhan's throat constricted as the aroma of the cracklings wafted through the air, causing him to frown in surprise at its unexpected allure. The distribution of food among the beast clan rested in the hands of the females, and thus Muhan refrained from requesting any sustenance. In the past, she would have never dared to meet his gaze, nor could she have produced such aromatic meat. It was unthinkable for her to sit calmly before the fire, a source of fear for all. Even a level 3 beastman could not accomplish such a feat, let alone the timid Li Su of his memories. The Li Su he recalled was dark and timid, deeply averse to cold-blooded beastmen, in stark contrast to the female before him now, who appeared as if she were an entirely different person in the past. Whenever he was present, she would not only dare not approach, but would also vehemently insult him, commanding him to leave. That a piece of dry wood, once ignited, crackled and popped, startling Muhan from his reverie. It had been a long time since he had lost focus like this in the beast forest. Losing vigilance meant certain death. Since the earthen stove had been ignited, the 3 beastmen had remained silently transfixed by the flames. Li Su felt as though 6 eyes were glued to her hands as she tended to the fire, observing the bubbling pig-bone soup, cracklings, and roasted meat, before somehow turning back to her. Li Su smirked. "Have you all seen enough?" Mu Shui obediently shook his head, then nodded. Mu Yin scoffed. Turning away, Muhan regarded her with an inscrutable expression, crossing his arms and retreating slightly before closing his eyes once more. When her attention wavered, Muhan would undoubtedly return to gaze at the stove, ensuring he missed not a single detail. Li Su's eye twitched. She was grateful that the stove was positioned at the entrance of the cave. Had it been any further, Muhan would have been unable to see, perhaps resorting to lying at the entrance and peering in stealthily. The thought of a strikingly handsome man lying on the ground sent a headache through Li Su's mind. Fine, gaze to your heart's content." These beastmen were both terrified and intensely curious about fire. Li Su noted that the pig bones in the stone jar had turned a milky white, releasing a rich aroma that wafted toward her, and she became indifferent to their scrutiny, swallowing hard. She rose and approached the stone bed, only to find that the 3 of them were still watching her intently. She cautiously retrieved a spoonful of precious salt from her nest and carefully wrapped the remaining grains back up. Suddenly, she turned around, catching the 3 of them staring at her. With a knowing expression, she warned, "I caution you 3. All of this has been bestowed upon me by the beast god, and you are not to take any without my permission. Anyone who does so will incur the beast god's wrath." Muhan's complexion darkened. Would he dare steal from a female? He won't, she retorted, as Li Su fixed her stubborn gaze upon him, seemingly demanding an answer. Muhan's expression darkened further at a voice, warm yet tinged with helplessness, escaped his throat. I cannot. Nurkanita s snake beastmen. We acquire what we desire openly. We do not resort to thievery. Li Su's face brightened with a smile, reassured that a third-tier snake beastman would likely keep his word. Remember what you said. Noticing that the stone slab for roasting meat was already scorching hot. With the fat sizzling atop it, she continued to place thick chunks of meat onto it. The aroma of the meat wafted through the cave, rendering the atmosphere incredibly enticing and drawing the attention of the snake beastmen nearby. Li Su had never intended to feast alone. She aimed to win over this large one and the two smaller ones that, in the coming 3 months, food storage would be crucial, and these 3 labors were her preferred choice. She tossed a canine tooth to the feigning to be meditative Muhan. Do you wish to continue observing the divine fire? Would you like to taste the soup cooked by it? Hollow out these pieces of wood. Akin to my stone jar, to create 4 wooden containers, Li Su's request was not unreasonable. Muhan glanced at the canine tooth in her hand and the stone jar, quickly grasping what was required. His slender fingers began to work in mere moments. 4 identical crude wooden bowls emerged, their edges meticulously smooth. Li Su inspected them, finding them quite satisfactory. She generously praised Muhan with a thumbs up, truly commendable for a third-tier beastman. These bowls are remarkably crafted. You shall have your share of the soup. Muhan inhaled deeply. The enticing aroma in the air was irresistible. He contemplated refusing, but unusually held back. The scent of the roasted meat was alluring, and he was curious about the taste of the cracklings, soup, and meat. Meanwhile, Li Su furrowed her brow in concern. The chunks of meat were excessively thick. Upon probing, she found them far from fully cooked. Wishing they could be sliced thinner, Li Su found herself in a quandary with the roasted meat. The canine tooth was shaped like a prism, making it somewhat challenging to slice the pork. She sighed, lamenting, if only this canine tooth could be fashioned into a sharp bone knife. Her wistful voice echoed crisply in the silent cave. She contemplated settling for eating the meat as it was. What kind of bone knife do you desire? Muhan's voice suddenly pierced the stillness, startling Li Su. She gestured with her hands to illustrate a kitchen knife, casting a regretful glance at the canine tooth in her possession. Observing her exasperated demeanor, Muhan found it oddly intriguing and unexpectedly proposed a condition. I shall craft you the bone knife, but I require a portion of that fire. His gaze fixed intently on Li Su, cautiously probing her response. Very well. If you can produce the bone knife I desire, feel free to take as much fire as you wish. Li Su agreed readily, concealing her surprise. These beastmen had little interaction with fire. Their curiosity about it was palpable. Now was not the time to squander such an opportunity. Muhan accepted the canine tooth Li Su offered, scrutinizing it closely. It resembled the second-tier wind lion he had once hunted. Surprised to find that this small female still possessed its fangs, his long fingers tapped upon it, his narrow, icy eyes serious, he paused at a specific point on the canine tooth, a spark of realization igniting within him. With a flash of his sharp fangs, he began to gnaw at it. The tooth, remarkably hard, yielded with a crack, splitting into 2 halves. Li Su gasped, rising abruptly, sensing a chill creep down her spine. If Muhan were to gnaw at her neck, she would be powerless to retaliate. She understood the tooth's hardness, rivaling that of stone. Muhan looked up, puzzled by Li Su's anxious expression, as if inquiring what was amiss. The canine tooth in his hand had been neatly divided. The intimidation and suppression of power were clearly within his grasp. It's nothing, just a bit warm. Li Su masked her inner turmoil, covering part of the fire beneath the earthen stove with ash to diminish the flames. She hastily pushed the half-cooked meat to the large leaves beside her. I will fetch some water, she stated. The stone slab is exceedingly hot. Do not touch it. Understood, Mushue. Li Su needed to regain her composure, feeling a twinge of regret for her initial decision. Could she truly tame 3 such cold-blooded beastmen? With a frantic demeanor, she departed. Mushue observed Li Su's retreating figure, sensing that his mother appeared startled by the male father. Had she not also feared him before? Confounded, he struggled to comprehend, but his instinct to protect his mother stirred discontent towards Muhan. although Mu Shue's eyes had transformed into serpentine slits. He remained unable to fully beastify. Male father, you startled mother just now. Faced with his offspring's accusation, Muhan conjectured that perhaps his mind had been muddled by the fire leopard king's influence. His injuries must have been severe, leading him to consider aiding that female. Glancing at the trinket in his hand, his interest waned, and he cast it aside onto the stone bed. The snake scales on his neck unfurled unconsciously, a sign of his displeasure. His tone as cold as ever. Is it not normal for her to be frightened? Is it not common knowledge that she abhors the three of us? Mu Shue was about to retort when his expression shifted. He sniffed the air suddenly, then raced after Li Su. Mu Yin's demeanor also changed. He glanced toward the cave entrance, taking a step forward before retreating, his countenance filled with disappointment. Why not go? Mu Shue's urgency indicated he sensed something. Will you not go? Muhan's voice compelled Mu Yin to lower his head deeper. That vile female is not worth my effort to save. Nor does she require my assistance. Mu Yin gripped the stone bed tightly. Eyes shut tight as he wrestled with his emotions. Observing the unmoving Mu Yin, Muhan remained silent, rising to head outside. Yet, after only a few steps, the blood on his leg continued to flow without cessation. Yet he did not falter. Male father, why do you insist on rescuing that wicked female? You may never return. Mu Yin was perplexed. The air thickened with the scent of the fire leopard, likely the one he had battled. The injury was not severe, but it had returned seeking vengeance. He felt that the neglect he endured was no less than Muhan's. If that wicked female were to perish, Mu Yin would no longer be bound by the mate contract to support her. Muhan, however, paid no heed to Mu Yin's words, transforming into his beast form and rushing toward the stream. A familiar scent grew stronger, igniting a ferocity within his serpent eyes. It was the third-tier fire leopard he had maimed, returned for retribution. He hoped Li Su was not so unfortunate as to cross paths with it. Mu Shue's quick reaction was unexpected. Such awareness had not crossed Muhan's mind. The choices of the snake beastmen were burdens that he alone must bear. He would not make decisions for his offspring. As long as Mu Yin did not regret his choices, that sufficed. Li Su approached the stream with 4 wooden bowls in hand. As she bent down, an unsettling sensation overcame her, as if someone were watching. Yet, despite her vigilant scan of the surroundings, nothing seemed amiss, leading her to believe it was merely her imagination, perhaps an after-effect of Muhan's earlier intimidation. This third-tier beastman was indeed formidable. One would expect someone of his caliber to be invincible. The more she pondered, the more uneasy she became, crouching by the stream to wash the bowls while her thoughts spiraled. Yet, the narrative of Muhan's fate in the novel had been cursory at best. Devoid of any explanation, she was left in the dark. Was it possible that an infection had caused a fever convulsion? Or had the wound become infected, leading to necrosis of the limb? Li Su was taken aback and suddenly rolled aside. From a reflection in the water moments ago, she had seen a gigantic shadow shooting towards her like a bolt of lightning, its gaping maw poised to sever her neck. Gritting her teeth, she cursed in her heart, her thoughts a chaotic mess. Yet, her frail body was no match for that behemoth. While she might evade the initial threat, she could not escape the inevitable. Li Su found herself pinned to the ground by a leopard adorned with unusual patterns. The creature opened its jaws, intent on making her head its plaything. Li Su closed her eyes, hoping for a swift and painless death. Just then, she felt a sudden release, as a massive black-blue python coiled around the leopard, dragging it to the open ground, its tail nearly splitting from the strain. Muhan. Run! Li Su was momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated that Muhan would truly come to her rescue. The 2 colossal beasts clashed fiercely, their deafening roars echoing as they wrestled, wreaking havoc among the underbrush. Mu Shue rushed over, grabbing Li Su's hand, urging her to flee. Mother, hurry! That flame leopard is a level 3 beast. Once it recovers, it will seek revenge on father. Only father among the Qingmu tribe is a level 3 beastman and can contend with it. The others are too terrified to show themselves. Li Su's face turned pale as she clutched Mu Shue's hand. Are you saying we have no one to help us? Yes, father told me to escape with you. He will confront that flame leopard to the death. No. Mushue, we cannot leave. If we do, Muhan will surely perish. A heavy feeling settled in Li Su's heart as she finally comprehended how Muhan had met his demise. The novel had not mentioned the flame leopard's appearance again. It seemed he had perished in a desperate confrontation, ultimately sacrificing himself to protect her true self. Mushue's words appeared devoid of emotion. Yet there was a bitter smile on his face. Mother, but if a male beastman dies, isn't it just death? The Qing Mu tribe has other males who can fill the void. It has always been this way. Mushue, it is not like that. Li Su's voice faltered. In the 3 years of apocalypse, she had witnessed the basest of human nature and the love that blossomed amidst bloodshed. But no one, not even a beastman partner, would risk their life for another, even amidst hatred. Why was a male beastman's life deemed worthless? What was that like? Mushue, in his naivety, repeated, except for the precious females. If a male dies, then it is just death. It has always been this way. Li Su struggled to find the words to explain to the child, but at least for her, it was not so. Only two people who loved each other were worthy of sacrificing their lives for one another. Li Su grasped Mushue's shoulders, her voice thick with emotion. Although I am your father's partner, he could have chosen not to save me. After all, they are not truly in love. If we were to calculate it, they only met today. But Mushue shook his head, though he understood only the last sentence. He knew that a bonded male beastman would never abandon his partner. He pointed to the blue serpent-shaped mark on Li Su's waist. This mark represents father when you are in danger. He will sense it and come to your aid. Li Su's gaze flickered. Even at the cost of his life? Mushue nodded. Even at the cost of his life, Li Su's heart sank. She had never even noticed that such a small mark existed on her waist. Yet, because of this mark, Muhan would pay with his life. It sounded so implausible, yet in the eyes of beastmen, it was entirely reasonable. How much had your father endured to become a level 3 beastman? To end up as a mere snack for the flame leopard was truly a tragedy, with such a strong labor force lost. Where could she find another? Li Su's mind raced, and suddenly her eyes gleamed with hope. Listen, perhaps I have a way to save your father, your male parent. Li Su tugged at Mushue, running swiftly. Their cave was particularly close to the brook. Once she dashed back into the cave and beheld the rendered pig fat, she finally devised a plan to deal with the flame leopard. Pig fat. Fire attack. Mushue, you tell Muhan to lure the flame leopard into our cave. I have a way to kill that beast. Mother, what are you saying? You can kill a level 3 flame leopard. Mushue was utterly astonished. Yet as he was pulled back into the cave by Li Su, a chill crept into his heart. Surely, Mother did not naively believe that hiding in the cave would allow them to evade the flame leopard. He looked at Li Su, astonished, knowing that the flame leopard had tracked them down by scent from the beast forest. Level 3 beastmen had a strong sense of territory. If Muhan encountered the flame leopard king, only one of them could survive. Even if they did not kill each other on the spot, they would inevitably seek each other out later. He just hadn't expected it to happen so soon. Do you remember fire? Li Su had also noticed the disappointment on the snake cub's face. Yet her eyes sparkled with conviction. She pointed to the nearly extinguished fire pit. Unattended, Mushue paused. Then his expression softened. Are you suggesting we use fire to kill the flame leopard? Yet he had never heard of a female defeating a fierce beast. Li Su patted Mushue's head, her gaze resolute. Though I am uncertain if it will work, how can we know unless we try? It is a method taught to me by the beast god. Even if it does not kill him, it will at least shed his skin. And Yushe followed Li Su's gaze to the rendered pig fat. What is so miraculous about this? The small child ceased to question Li Su, realizing that since it was a method taught by the beast god, it might indeed work. All right, mother, I will go inform father. Will he listen to you? Li Su felt a pang of unease. Call him. He will definitely come. Mushue pointed seriously at the serpent-shaped tattoo on her waist. Just because of this? Li Su was taken aback. Mushue nodded earnestly. Just because of this? Li Su's heart raced. Mushue sniffed the scent of his father, roughly knowing where he had gone. His small form quickly slipped into the grass and vanished from sight. In the cave, Muyan's figure was already absent. She had no idea where the snake cub had run off to. Li Su had to seize the moment to prepare. pouring all the pig fat into the cave. Thankfully, she had rendered plenty. She also sprinkled pig fat over the animal skins and stacked all the collected dry wood on top. She wrapped a small piece of fat-soaked skin around a stick. The fire in the earthen stove ignited it, creating 3 makeshift torches. The fire in the stove was extinguished, and the pot of meat soup sat on the stone bed in the cave, exuding an intensely rich aroma that made one's mouth water. The cave was now filled with enticing scents, making it hard to resist. They only awaited Muhan to bring back the flame leopard. Li Su stepped outside, hiding beside the cave, and caught sight of Mu Yin emerging from the brush. "Great! Mu Yin, you're here! Come quickly!" Li Su joyfully waved at Mu Yin, fearful he might accidentally enter the cave. However, Mu Yin took several steps back, warily eyeing her. "What do you want, wicked female?" Anticipating that Muhan could return with the flame leopard at any moment, Li Su had no choice but to plant the torch into the ground and reach for Mu Yin. But he thought she was about to attack him, and his expression darkened as he bolted back into the brush. Li Su was uncertain from where Muhan would approach. If Mu Yin happened to cross paths with him, he would surely meet a grim fate. She could only chase after him, pursuing through the underbrush for some distance before tackling Mu Yin to the ground. "Wicked female, let me go. Let me go." Mu Yin shouted. Li Su firmly restrained his hands. "Mu Yin, I do not care what happened before. Remember, I am no longer the person I once was, nor will I treat you as I did before. Just stay put and hide well, all right?" At the same moment, Father's brought back the flame leopard. Mu Shui's urgent and excited voice rushed toward the cave. "Oh no." Li Su and Mu Yin suddenly looked up, her face paling as she quickly jumped to her feet, seizing Mu Yin and throwing him over her shoulder as she dashed toward the cave. "Mu Yin, I do not have time to explain. Do not complicate matters for me, or we will all perish. Moreover, Mu Shui and your father will be the first to die." The moment Mu Yin heard the voice of Mu Shui, he abruptly fell silent, ceasing his struggles and allowing the malevolent female to carry him away. Li Su emerged from the thicket. His heart raced uncontrollably. Before him lay the formidable serpent beast, dragging the ferocious flame leopard. An image that was both terrifying and surreal. The dark blue giant snake seemed to disregard life and death entirely, desperately writhing towards its lair. The flame leopard was in excruciating pain, its fangs gnashing wildly at the serpent's tail, which was now almost devoid of flesh. The male snake, driven mad, had brought the flame leopard to the cave. Mu Yin was taken aback. He quiet, and stay here obediently. Li Su's expression had turned grave as she placed Mu Yin in a safe spot. Mu Shui rushed over. "Mother, what should I do?" "Just watch your brother. The two of you must ensure your safety." "Understood." Mother. Mu Shui's pale face flushed red, as if he had just gone through an intense ordeal. "What are you planning to do?" Mu Yin grasped Mu Shui, an inkling of understanding dawning upon him, yet he could hardly believe it. "Mother intends to hunt the level 3 flame leopard." Mu Shui articulated each word clearly. Mu Yin fell silent. Could Li Su truly slay a level 3 flame leopard? Was this some kind of jest? They were being reckless if they failed to kill the level 3 flame leopard. With the male snake's current strength, the entire Qingmu tribe would face massacre. Trusting the malevolent female was akin to believing the sun would never rise again. Mu Yin felt as if everyone had lost their senses. Mu Shui gazed towards the cave entrance, sharing his disbelief. Yet as Li Su had just stated, how could they know without trying? "Are you just going to watch the male snake die?" Mu Shui's voice was icy, and Mu Yin felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Moments ago, Muhan had brought the flame leopard to the edge of a cliff, the dark blue serpent's tail drenched in blood, dragging the flame leopard step by step towards the precipice. The flame leopard struggled fiercely, tearing at the serpent's body. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. They were but a step away from tumbling off the cliff together. "Father, Mother has a way to kill the level 3 flame leopard." Mu Shui shouted. Muhan found the notion absurd. How could a frail female, who couldn't even break skin with her fangs, claim she could kill a level 3 flame leopard? "Mother said her greatest love is for you. She won't allow you to perish. You are different from other male beastmen. You cannot die. Muhan was taken aback. Did Mu Shui realize what he was saying? Father, trust mother just this once. She is waiting for you at the cave, saying she will use the method taught by the beast god, fire. Upon hearing the word fire, Muhan felt an inexplicable urge. The serpent's body, which had been falling off the cliff, instinctively began to pull back. Mu Shui knew at once that Muhan had taken it in. He hurriedly rushed back to deliver the news. Mu Yin, what if mother really kills the level 3 flame leopard? Mu Shui looked anxiously at Li Su as she ran towards the cave. Mu Yin bit his lip, remaining silent. If it were an ordinary beastman, they would have been frightened away by the aura of a level 3 beast. The male snake was a level 3 beastman, so his fearlessness was normal. The reason he and Mu Shui were unafraid was due to their mother. Her courage could significantly influence them. If she were brave, even the cold-blooded beastmen would withstand their fears. Mu Shui's admiring voice reached his ears. Mother is braver than you can imagine. Mu Yin did not refute this. Deep within, he too yearned to know if Li Su could indeed slay the flame leopard. After placing Mu Yin down, Li Su called out Muhan's name loudly, forcing the flame leopard towards the cave. Muhan understood that if he released his tail now, there would be no second chance to trap the flame leopard. Hurry, Muhan, trust me. Li Su felt her heart racing, almost leaping from her throat. She gripped 3 torches tightly, declaring, I will use fire. The enormous serpent's eyes met Li Su's anxious gaze. Coldness and murderous intent washed over her. And for a fleeting moment, she considered fleeing far away, yet the torches in her hands granted her immense courage. Muhan, please believe me, if we don't throw the flame leopard into the cave, we will all perish. Li Su had thought Muhan would hesitate, but the next moment, the dark blue serpent released its tail. The tail whipped up a cloud of murky dust, with an irresistible force sweeping the flame leopard into the cave. Oh! The cave echoed with the flame leopard's anguished cries, prompting Li Su to immediately throw her torch inside. However, it seemed she missed. No flames ignited within. Resolute, Li Su threw herself towards the cave entrance. Finally catching a glimpse of the interior, she hurled her remaining torch once more. Inside, the flame leopard, indeed drawn by the scent of the cooked meat, was swallowing its last morsel. This time, being closer, the pig fat ignited instantly upon contact with the torch. The sudden flames consumed the branches, transforming the entire cave into a sea of fire. The flame leopard, taken aback by the unexpected blaze, retreated repeatedly, losing its chance to break free. Muhan blocked the cave's entrance. Li Su was elated, pointing towards a large stone used to seal the door. Seeing the cave engulfed in roaring flames, Muhan's expression shifted dramatically. The dark blue serpent obediently coiled around the massive stone, moving it to the cave's entrance, sealing it off completely to Li Su also stepped forward, pushing against the stone with all her might. The black serpent could no longer maintain its form and transformed back into human shape. Muhan pressed his intact hands firmly against the stone, his lower half in a state that could only be described as gruesome. Don't you feel any pain? Li Su glanced at the person beside her, whose legs were nearly destroyed, feeling an inexplicable mix of anger and pity. What does it matter if it hurts? Muhan leaned against the boulder. This fire appears grand, but to kill a level 3 ferocious beast, it is likely not so simple. Muhan regretted listening to Li Su's words. His wounds had not healed, and he was now devoid of fighting strength. This thin layer of stone could hardly withstand the flame leopard's assaults. I know that well. Li Su suddenly chuckled softly, but I never intended to kill it with fire. Muhan was puzzled but too exhausted to inquire further. His life had been a wandering one, and arriving at the Qingmu tribe only to be forcibly contracted felt no different than any other male beastman's fate. Dying for a female. The cave echoed with the roars of the beast. Under the searing heat, the flame leopard was in a state of sheer terror, crashing violently against the boulder. The first impact nearly sent Li Su flying backward, while Muhan remained steady, his long fingers pressed down on the stone, sinking deep and leaving 10 profound indentations. Run! Take the 2 serpent cubs and flee, as he had anticipated. The stone would not hold for long. Li Su couldn't ascertain what was happening inside. It had been long enough, and it should have had an effect. Indeed, the force of the impact against the stone diminished, and then the interior collapsed with a thunderous roar. Observing Muhan's panicked expression, Li Su felt a bittersweet joy. It was done. The flame leopard would surely be dead. Yet for safety's sake, the cave needed to remain sealed until the beast was completely lifeless before she could enter. Female, tell me what you have done. Muhan sensed the weakening presence of the flame leopard within, until its breath ceased entirely. How could this be? He recalled the young female before him, barely of age. How could she possibly have slain a level 3 flame leopard? Li Su shook her head, a trace of relief glimmering in her eyes. This is a method bestowed upon me by the beast god. I merely wish to try, never expecting it to truly succeed. Muhan realized she spoke the truth. The lifeless body of the flame leopard was the best evidence. He opened his mouth to speak, but darkness enveloped him, causing him to faint. Isu gazed at Muhan's bloodied lower half with a hint of unnoticeable sorrow. As the adrenaline faded, she finally felt her limbs grow weak. Mu Shui, seeing the cave fall silent, pulled Mu Yin and rushed over. Mother, are you all right? Li Su forced herself to rise, offering a faint smile. I'm fine, but your father may be in great trouble. The legs of Muhan bore wounds too deep to be merely superficial. Yu Shui's gaze fell upon Xiong Fu, and a faint smile graced her delicate, pale face. Mother need not worry. Xiong Fu has merely injured his tail and has not sustained any vital harm. As long as he consumes the beast crystal from that flame leopard, his injuries will naturally heal. How do you know that there is a beast crystal within the flame leopard? Li Su instinctively queried. And Yu Shui suddenly paused, his head bowed in sorrow, his light blue hair casting a veil over his features. It was the priest who informed me. Every third-tier beastman or ferocious beast possesses a beast crystal within their bodies. The crystal can restore physical injuries. Yu Shui's arms hung helplessly at his sides, as if he had touched upon a painful subject. Isu felt a pang of regret as she recalled the information from her book regarding Mu Shui's congenital deficiencies. Due to insufficient nourishment within the egg, he was unable to take form. Later, while wandering the beast realm with Mu Yin, they were captured by a brutal beastman who separated them from Mu Wei in a world where females were scarce. The somewhat effeminate Mu Shui attracted the attention of certain male beastmen. It could be said that he endured unspeakable hardships until Mu Yin, having awakened his fire affinity, found him alongside the heroine, and together they avenged themselves against the beastmen of that tribe. Mu Shui consumed the crystal of that beastman, allowing him to successfully take form once more. Upon reading the text, Li Su felt profound sympathy for Mu Shui. Now that she had encountered such a gentle soul, she vowed never to let him endure such tribulations again. Wretched female, if it were not for your negligence that left Mu Shui deficient from the start, how could he fail to maintain his beast form? Without the ability to transform after reaching maturity, he would be unable to hunt and ultimately perish. Every time Mu Yin reflected on this matter, an overwhelming hatred for Li Su surged within him. If she so despised them, why bring them into existence? His accusations pierced Li Su's heart. You are nothing but a completely irresponsible, wretched female. You are unworthy of being our matriarch. Mu Yin, I apologize for the past. I regret my tardiness, but could you grant your mother an opportunity? I recognize my past mistakes and wish to make amends. Li Su attempted to stroke Mu Yan's head, but his fiery red hair slipped through her fingers like sand. You have deceived Xiong Fu and Mu Shui, but you cannot deceive me. I witnessed your intimate exchanges with Huya, heard you speak of abandoning me and Mu Shui to the ferocious beast forest, and witnessed your dealings with Qing Tao. Wretched female, do you truly think I would still trust you? Mu Yan's eyes burned with indignation as he exerted all his strength to denounce Li Su's incompetence as a matriarch. Li Su sighed. The mess left by her original self was too convoluted, and she might not be able to rectify it all at once. If you harbor hatred towards me, I will not blame you. As long as I am here, I assure you that what transpired in the past will never happen again. Li Su felt that words alone would not suffice. She needed to take action. Peering through the crevices of the stone, she noticed the lifeless form of the flame leopard, having lain still for nearly 10 minutes. Its demise was absolute. You two, assist me in moving this stone. I must retrieve the beast crystal from the flame leopard. The wild boar meat has already been wasted. We cannot afford to squander the meat of this flame leopard. The large stone sealing the entrance was exceedingly heavy. With the assistance of the two children, she managed to create an opening just wide enough for a single person to pass through. A foul, acrid smoke wafted out, revealing the true cause of the flame leopard's death. Not fire, but the carbon monoxide produced from burning lard and twigs, which had led to CO poisoning. The flames had amplified the leopard's fear, and the smoke it had never encountered infiltrated its respiratory system, leading to its swift demise. Isu ventilated the cave for nearly an hour until the noxious smoke dissipated. Covering her nose with damp leaves, she approached the carcass of the flame leopard. Its chest had been punctured by some unknown force, resembling two large holes as if bitten by a snake, which conveniently facilitated Li Su's extraction of the beast crystal. The fist-sized crystal was easily retrieved from the lifeless body of the flame leopard. As she grasped the crystal, she felt an overwhelming surge of violent energy course through it, sending shivers down her spine. Indeed, this grade of beast crystal was formidable. Isu struggled momentarily, holding the crystal in her hand, reluctant to let go of such a valuable treasure. If she could revive Muhan, she would have as many of these crystals as she desired in the future. Without delay, Li Su fed the beast crystal into Muhan's mouth, causing him to gasp and roll his eyes before finally swallowing it. Yue gazed enviously at Muhan as he consumed the third-tier beast crystal. Not drool. One day, I shall have your father slay a third-tier ferocious beast just for you. Li Su felt that this beast crystal was well worth the investment. Not only did she now possess a contract to command Muhan, but she could also stand on the moral high ground to admonish him, claiming she had saved his life and bestowed upon him such a precious gift. Once he awakened, he would owe her a debt of servitude. However, the cave was far from ideal, messy and unkempt. While the sky outside gradually darkened, the beastmen of the Qingmu tribe had been listening intently to the commotion. Once the sounds of the two third-tier beasts had dissipated, some ventured out of the cave. Yet they still dared not approach the creek's edge, for the aura of the third-tier beast was overwhelmingly potent, causing many level 1 beastmen to tremble in fear. Luo's son and the chieftain led all the male beastmen closer to Li Su's cave, taking cautious steps, regardless of whether Muhan or the flame leopard had emerged victorious. The Qingmu tribe needed to be prepared. Leading the group were several imposing tigers, with a white tiger cautiously sniffing the air for lingering beast scents. As they approached the spot where Muhan had collapsed during the day, Li Su sensed something amiss. The night, once filled with the chorus of insects, had grown eerily silent. The two children, having consumed some of the flame leopard's meat, were now curled up around Muhan, fast asleep. She grasped the weapon she had fashioned from the flame leopard's fangs and made her way to the entrance of the cave. It was still evening, and after consuming the beast crystal, Muhan had briefly regained consciousness, his expression a tumult of conflict and hesitation as he gazed at Li Su. She did not speak further, directly instructing him to dismantle the flame leopard, assuring him that they would discuss matters once he had healed. The two massive fangs, larger than her own head, became her weapons. Li Su's gaze met the luminous, piercing eyes of a colossal beast, nearly causing her to scream in terror. Outside the cave stood a multitude of beasts, frozen in place. For a fleeting moment, Li Su felt as if her fate was sealed. Were all these ferocious beasts here for vengeance? Muhan was still deep in slumber, unable to come to her aid. I didn't know her astonishment. The eyes that had once appeared menacing now gleamed with a hint of human-like surprise before transforming into a human form. He let out a howl that echoed into the heavens, and the beasts behind him morphed into beastmen. Li Su's eyes widened in disbelief. Goodness, so many naked men. Embarrassed, she quickly averted her gaze until the beastmen donned their pelts. And Luo's son approached her, clutching her weapon tightly. Her voice came out hoarse and weary. Luo's son, priest, it is you. You nearly frightened me to death just now. Li Su recalled the brief discussion she had had with Muhan before he fell into slumber. They had never encountered the flame leopard before. It seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Muhan scrutinized Li Su as if trying to unravel her thoughts, unable to comprehend why the flame leopard had manifested in this location. The resources of the ferocious beast forest were not as abundant as those in the 10,000 beast city. Logically, a beast like the flame leopard would seek out richer territories. I could see that moment. Li Su was struck with clarity, realizing Muhan's astuteness. Why else could it be? Clearly, it was a tool arranged by the author to eliminate him, and no matter how formidable the flame leopard was, it had ultimately met its demise at his hands. What did it matter where it had come from? They would simply roast it over a fire, with the flame leopard king now dead. Muhan stood as the most formidable in the ferocious beast forest. Surely, they would be invincible. Li Su chuckled heartily, her expression innocent and carefree. Yue blinked his large, innocent eyes. Mother, what does it mean to be invincible? Mu Yin scoffed. I have only ever seen crabs walk sideways. Yet Li Su was not angered. Instead, she commended Mu Yin. You are absolutely correct, Mu Yin. Just like crabs, we shall walk sideways, and from now on. Anyone who encounters your father must lower their heads in respect. Little did Li Su know, a glimmer of unrecognized admiration flickered in Muhan's eyes as he observed her. Suddenly, Li Su turned back. Don't you agree, Muhan? As dusk falls, a pair of remarkably bright eyes greet the scene, accompanied by a gentle smile adorning a pale visage. In this expanse of the ferocious beast forest, only the Inferno Leopard King. A level 3 beast has been discovered thus far. Even in slumber, nothing dares to venture forth. Since the demise of the Inferno Leopard King, Li Su has sensed a notable warmth in Muhan's demeanor towards her. Perhaps it is because she has ascended to the moral high ground, thanks to the level 3 beast crystal flower she possesses. Lost in thought for but a fleeting moment, Li Su becomes alert. Eyeing the approaching figure warily, Is it the priest Luo-san, come to stir trouble? Upon noticing Li Su crouched behind a stone, her cautious demeanor illuminated by the moonlight, Luo-san is reminded of the long-eared beasts he once captured, seemingly harmless yet fierce in appearance. Without thinking, he blurts out, Are you unscathed? I'm perfectly fine, she replies, meeting the slightly puzzled yet adorably naive gaze of the young female. Luo-san suddenly realizes his indiscretion, his expression hardening as he continues. Is Muhan dead? Where is the Inferno Leopard? Under the moonlight, his face, radiating an aura of aggression, evokes a chilling presence, truly befitting the aloof priest of the tale. Startled, Li Su wonders what she said to provoke such a swift change in his demeanor. Yet, she refrains from disclosing that Muhan is merely resting, fearful that such revelations might incite unwelcome thoughts among the beastmen. Well, I killed the Inferno Leopard this afternoon, and Muhan is resting inside. Please do not disturb him unless necessary. We can discuss matters tomorrow. In the nocturnal ambience, illuminated by the moon, Luosan's keen eyesight quickly discerns that Li Su's expression has turned frosty. She appears quite reluctant to have them at the cave's entrance. Previously, Li Su had gazed at him with a near-obsessive admiration. Now, however, her demeanor is cold and unfamiliar. The death of the Inferno Leopard King is indeed a grand occasion, and the beastmen in the tribe have caught wind of this news, their spirits lifting with excitement. I knew our Qingwu tribe would be unharmed. The Inferno Leopard is dead. The atmosphere, previously rife with tension, lightens considerably. The Inferno Leopard King is dead. Is Muhan really that formidable? I recall he sustained severe injuries. Could he have truly slain a level 3 Inferno Leopard? Surely, Li Su wouldn't lie. Murmurs one. Indeed. Where's the Inferno Leopard? Chief, please verify if it is truly dead, urges another, upon hearing the eager inquiries of the beastmen behind him. The chief's expression dims slightly as he turns to Li Su, seeking the location of the Inferno Leopard's body to avoid alarming the young female. He forces a rigid smile, softening his tone as much as possible. Li Su, where is the body of the Inferno Leopard? We merely wish to confirm its demise. Due to the sealing of the cave earlier, the large stone has not been entirely moved, still blocking nearly half of the cave's entrance. Li Su steps forward, brandishing the weapon in her hand. This canine tooth belongs to the Inferno Leopard. Muhan broke it off and gifted it to me, understanding that if she does not allow them to see the Inferno Leopard's body, the beastmen will remain uneasy. She presents the canine tooth for the chief's inspection. His eyes brighten. Seasoned in dealings with ferocious beasts, he recognizes that the tooth's color and texture indeed surpass that of a level 2 beast. Indeed, this is the Inferno Leopard's canine tooth. How is Muhan faring? The chief's appreciative gaze drifts toward the cave, acknowledging Muhan as the undisputed champion of the Qingmu tribe. He has sustained some injuries. As you know, the ferocity of a level 3 Inferno Leopard. The medicine procured from Priest Luosin earlier is insufficient. Li Su replies, her tone tinged with sorrow as she gazes mournfully at the moonlight. But my supply of bee skins is running low. I still owe the priest 5 skins that you think Muhan might perish without proper healing? Unbeknownst to her, her sorrowful demeanor astonishes the beastmen. Li Su is a precious female. How rare it is for one to care so deeply for her mate. The chief, noticing the predicament, speaks up. Do not worry about the skins. However, your mate's inability to hunt is indeed a significant concern. The chief's disapproval is palpable. Even if Muhan chooses not to eat, what of your sustenance and that of your young ones? Our Qingmu tribe boasts countless valiant beastmen. It wouldn't be amiss to select another mate or even 2. Upon hearing the chief's words, several male beastmen's eyes gleam with interest. Yet Li Su feels as though the chief's authoritative image is shattered, resembling a lecherous old and no need for that. Chief, I eat little. And the 2 young ones can endure for a few days. Once Muhan recovers, we shall have meat again. She resolutely declines the chief's offer. Are you certain? The chief's gaze sweeps across the beastmen behind him. Li Su shakes her head. I fear Muhan would be heartbroken to learn of my seeking another mate, especially as he is unwaveringly devoted to me, willing to lay down his life. I worry he may not handle such a revelation well. In the eyes of the distant beastmen, Li Su's stature rises significantly. She remains steadfast in her loyalty to Muhan, even when he cannot hunt. Fearing that he might suffer emotional distress. Such a female is truly rare. Moreover, she appears slightly plumper than the average female. Willing to endure hunger for her mate to become her mate would be the most enviable position in the Qingmu tribe. Even the chief shows signs of being moved, recalling his own partner, who chose only him as her mate. Since Li Su is unwilling to seek another, they shall wait. However, Muhan's elimination of a level 3 beast positions him as a true warrior of the tribe. Luosin, please provide Li Su with additional ointment, and I shall compensate for the beast skins as a reward for Muhan. Certainly, chief, that I shall deliver the ointment shortly. Luosin responds promptly, without further complicating matters. Li Su's heart swells with joy, and a smile graces her features, her eyes sparkling with delight, momentarily catching Luosin off guard. Perhaps tomorrow would be best. I am weary from the day's exertions and wish to rest. Priest Luosin, I shall collect the ointment from you personally tomorrow. Somewhat frosty, Luosin is not entirely unyielding. He acknowledges her request with a deep, resonant voice. Very well. They have vanquished the level 3 Inferno Leopard, leaving the cave in disarray. Thus they deserve their reward. Isu accepts the items without a hint of reluctance. Then I shall express my gratitude to the chief and Priest Luosin on behalf of Muhan. Unless there are further matters, let us disperse. After a long day, night has deepened, and I require rest. Isu yawns, signaling the end of their gathering. Wait. Luosin has caught a faint, unpleasant odor wafting from Li Su's cave. Now certain of its source, he frowns in concern. What is that smell? It is quite off putting as he contemplates entering the cave for further investigation. A large hand brushes against Lawson's bee skin, leaving an oily mark that heightens his sense of unease. With a melodious voice laced with an invitation, Li Su remarks, if the priest wishes to enter my cave, you need only say so. I wouldn't mind. Spare me the convoluted excuses. If you come, I shall keep you company all night. At this moment, Li Su's expression is one of coyness, her eyes filled with infatuation, as though she might strip Luosin of his bee skin. Lawson's face betrays a flicker of disgust as he steps back. Li Su, I am not your mate, nor will I ever be. I have no desire to enter your cave. Priest Luosin, if that is the case, with the Inferno Leopard dead, there is no need for further concern. Let us all disperse, she concludes. Isu cast a wistful glance at Lawson's chest, regaining her usual tone. She was taken aback by the keen sense of smell possessed by these orcs. The remnants of unburned twigs and charred animal hides in the cave were almost entirely discarded. Even the ashes had been neatly buried in the earth among the grass. Thanks to her earth-based abilities, little did she expect that Lawson could detect it. He gazed intently at Li Su, who stood her ground without yielding to it was her property, and she was free to give it as she pleased. No one could compel her otherwise, with Muhan still recovering from serious injuries. It was not the opportune moment to relinquish the fire's source. The atmosphere between the two deepened considerably. Enough, we shall discuss this tomorrow. The chieftain suddenly patted Lawson on the shoulder and addressed everyone. Stay vigilant while you sleep tonight to prevent another ambush by the ferocious beasts. The chieftain's signal. The gathered orcs dispersed. Lawson turned back to glance at Li Su, who stood silently at the entrance of the cave, as if guarding it against any intruders. Upon seeing him look back, she arched an eyebrow at him with a look of delight. Lawson did not linger, hastily departing. How could he have lost his senses and found this female charming? She was as repugnant as ever, her gaze practically stripping him bare and pinning him beneath her, the rather adorable adult male left with the others. Yet he avoided all company and approached the snake's den once more. Meanwhile, Li Su entered the cave. In the darkness, Mu Shui lay breathing steadily on the stone bed, while Muhan curled up in beast form at the deepest part of the cave, enveloped in profound slumber. His massive body occupying nearly a third of the space, Mu Yin had also transformed into a small red snake, coiling beside the larger serpent. They seemed to be sleeping soundly. However, Li Su could not rest. She sensed that the night would not pass quietly. Indeed, after about a quarter of an hour, Li Su opened her eyes, sensing someone approaching the cave. There were still some foolish creatures seeking to offer themselves as prey. Li Su resolved to show them a taste of her power. The darkness inside the cave was even more profound than the night outside. Su tightly gripped a zombie crystal core, quickly absorbing the energy within. Her earth-based abilities were partially restored, the sensation of power coursing through her body eliciting a satisfied sigh. Regrettably, 5 zombie crystal cores were far too few. Her spatial abilities also surged slightly. But even after utilizing all 5 cores, she could only manage to open a portal once more. What good would a hole the size of fingertip do? At most, she could retrieve another handful of salt. She needed to devise a way to elevate her powers. Su clutched her crafted canine tooth weapon, crouching above the cave, silently awaiting her quarry. In the darkness, something seemed to be watching her. The sensation was vague and elusive. She scrutinized the shadows. Nothing was revealed. The footsteps outside had ceased at the cave's entrance. Bathed in moonlight, a pair of black tiger ears appeared before Li Su, moving with a lively flick. With her canine tooth in hand, she was about to strike a blow to its owner's head when he furiously whispered, "Li Su, come out. What do you mean by this today? Have you taken a liking to Priest Lawson? Is that it?" "What?" Li Su's hand trembled. The tone of this voice did not resemble a lover's plea, but rather that of a wife confronting her husband for returning home late. This voice sounded eerily familiar, and as she pondered the original owner's memories, could it be him? Li Su nervously cast a glance at the trio of figures, a large one and 2 small ones. Phew! Thankfully they had not awakened. If they saw her, no amount of explanation could suffice. "Li Su, did you not say you would bring me to reside in my cave? I waited for you all day. And you went and consorted with the cold-blooded orc?" The newcomer attempted to step into the cave, yet for some reason, he hesitated to take another step forward. This moment, Guyu was taut with tension, sweat pouring down. The beastly aura within the snake den was indeed terrifying, prompting him to retreat. He called out to Li Su in a hushed voice, "Li Su, you heartless female, you promised so earnestly. Be quiet. Stop your incessant prattling that I simply do not wish to go to your cave anymore. Must I spell out for you?" Li Su released her grip and gracefully descended from the cave's rocky wall. She hurried out to prevent the orc from making further noise. Yet, she was instantly captivated by the youthful figure before her. Was this not a character straight from a comic, with a head of soft, glossy black hair adorned with a slight natural wave, delicate black ears nestled within, and a pair of large, sparkling eyes gazing at her with an innocent charm? His chest was not bulging like those brutish orcs from the day. Instead, he exuded a refreshing youthful aura. "Are you Huya?" she inquired, her tone involuntarily softening. It seemed that the original owner had a fondness for this type. upon hearing Li Su call his name with hesitation. Hu Yue realized that the female, who claimed to love only him, was merely toying with his affections. Enraged, his eyes turned red. You dare ask who I am? Are you disavowing your connection? If you did not genuinely care for me, why deceive me? Li Su was taken aback. Had she truly wronged him? The original owner seemed to have taken a liking to this fellow. Why, they appear to have gotten along quite well. There's been nothing between us. Do not make baseless accusations that Li Su hastily deflected the blame. She was confident that this clean and high-quality orc would not harm the original owner. Hadn't she seen how the wolf orc had looked at her with disdain during the day, nearly inciting a brawl? How can you deny even this, Li Su? Do you truly have a heart? Hu Yue lowered his head in disappointment, his black ears drooping like a forsaken puppy, his heartache palpable. Li Su felt a shiver run down her spine as she scrutinized him suspiciously. Could it be that the original owner had indeed engaged with him? His expression did not seem feigned. She was no high-quality female, so who would jest about such matters? How was she, solitary soul, to navigate this? Let us speak of matters at hand. I do not wish to dwell on the past. I will certainly make amends where I can. Li Su found the night in this beastly realm unexpectedly chill. What on earth? Despite it being the sweltering summer, she felt a shiver at her nape. Amends? What kind of compensation do you desire? Hu Yue's pure eyes looked at her with confusion. How about meat? A hind leg of a level 3 flame leopard. We are even now, and do not seek me out again. Li Su, you underestimate me grossly. Do you think a mere hind leg of a level 3 flame leopard would suffice to sever our ties? What do you take me for? Hu Yue's voice was tinged with sorrow as he stepped closer, his enchanting tiger eyes earnestly fixed on Li Su. What Muhan can provide you, I too can offer. Did you not claim that the cold-blooded orcs made you feel nauseous? You said you adore my fur, that it was soft and pleasant to the touch. Li Su, please do not ignore me. Li Su had never encountered such an ardent individual before and instinctively retreated a step. Had the original owner truly favored this sort of demeanor? Had she driven Muhan to his demise for this? Hu Yue, why do you find me appealing when I am so unappealing? Li Su blinked, realizing she must amend her ways. Unattractive? I have never thought so. In my eyes, you're the most beautiful female. You used to bring me blood food when I appeared frail. You are unlike any other female. Hu Yue spoke with a bashful expression. You are growing more beautiful with each passing day. And I will not permit you to speak ill of yourself any longer. Li Su's mind reeled. Given the original owner's character, would providing him with meat imply other intentions? Hu Yue's voice was gentle yet reproachful. If you do not believe me, I shall become yours now. Our failure to reach the final step was only because I wished to be with you openly, with Muhan healing tonight. Li Su, why not take me as well? I maintain that we were never together. Li Su's heart soared. The use implication was that the original owner had not truly engaged with him. How forgetful she was. Li Su recalled that, apart from a snake-shaped mark on her waist, there were no other marks. She surmised that the original owner had indeed not succeeded. Indeed, you promised to come to my cave today. Yet you did not. Li Su, where is your heart? You said you would offer me your whole heart. Hu Yue suddenly leaned in aggressively, reaching out to grasp the beast skin of Li Su. With her Earth-type abilities already poised, thought to herself, one more step closer, and I'll send him soaring. Little did she know, the scheming Hu Yue was abruptly kicked away, crashing to the ground with a pained cry. However, a pair of long, powerful hands wrapped around Li Su's waist, pulling her backward into a strong embrace, enveloped by a scent of blood. Had a light snort erupted above Li Su's head, making her feel as if the person truly intended to strangle her. She instinctively froze, not daring to move. The massive black-blue serpent could easily swallow several Li Su's whole. Certainly not someone to provoke. Li Su, you seem to be playing quite a game. Are you searching for a new beast husband? The hand around her waist tightened, and Li Su felt as if her waist might snap. She shook her head repeatedly, glancing at the still immobile Hu Yue, and immediately declared her loyalty. I don't know this person. Where would a new beast husband come from? You mustn't wrongfully accuse me. Am I wronging you? You seem rather eager to find your old flame, unable to contain yourself at the cave entrance. The tone of Muhan was flat, yet the warm breath brushing against her neck sent shivers down her spine. Was this great serpent annoyed by her movements, disturbing his rest? Unable to resist, Li Su stole a glance at his expression. Under the moonlight, Muhan's perfect features were illuminated with a cool glow, his jawline as exquisite as white jade, tempting her to reach out and confirm his existence. As Li Su attempted to move, Muhan's grip on her hand tightened, compelling her to voice her thoughts. I truly have no interest. A man as remarkable as you leaves me unbothered. Let alone those unknown wild men outside. Muhan's expression shifted, and he released Li Su's hand, asking, "Do you know what you're saying, Li Su?" With her hand free, she tugged at Muhan's beast skin, eager to check if his thigh had healed. Has your injury recovered so quickly? Let me see. She had invested a third-tier beast crystal into him. She couldn't afford for it to be wasted. In the darkness, Muhan pressed her small hand down, the pale skin of his neck flushed with a hint of pink. His gaze was inscrutable as he tightened his grip on Li Su's hand. You finished tugging at another's beast skin. Now you come mine. What do you take me for? I regard you as my partner. Your leg is still not healed. Hurry back to sleep. Li Su felt a dampness in her grasp, realizing his wound had reopened. Yet Muhan remained unfazed, so eager to send me back to sleep. So you can continue with your new lover? Li Su froze, bewildered by his inability to comprehend her words. I have no such intentions. Do not wrongfully accuse me. I am genuinely concerned about your leg. I am wronging you. The other party has already approached. You deny it? Li Su, you truly have no heart. Li Su. Huya, still on the ground, gazed at Li Su with a mournful expression. Li Su, do not fear. Repeat to him what you told me. That binding with him was never your intention, that the serpent beastman is your utmost disdain, and that your true love is me. After Muhan is gone, you plan to discard those two serpent offspring, do you not? I'd rather discard you. Be quiet. If you want to die, keep talking. Li Su felt as if her CPU might burn out. This Huya truly had no fear of death. Even after being beaten down, he maintained his defiance. She wondered if his resilience could rival Muhan's. If he continued to be so arrogant, she doubted he could be saved. I knew Li Su cared for me the most. Your beast husband is so violent. It's no wonder you do not favor him, Li Su. We are a match made in heaven, upon hearing Huya's words. Muhan's breath grew increasingly erratic, as if just one more spark would cause him to explode. Match made in heaven. Do you not comprehend human language? Li Su relaxed her body, anger propelling her to point at Huya. Ready to retaliate. What I dislike is you. Muhan is my partner. What are you? Please leave, or do not blame me for my rudeness. Huya was taken aback to find himself the one being driven away, unwillingly staring at Li Su. Li Su, I understand your feelings. You need not deceive me. You fear I might recklessly confront him, do you not? It is my fault for being weak. If I were a third-tier beastman, I would surely reclaim you, Li Su. Wait for me. I will become your beast husband. Huya left hastily, leaving Li Su in a daze, alongside a pale-faced Muhan. Li Su, you are truly remarkable. Wait for me to die. And cast aside the serpent offspring, Muhan, is it possible that he is simply being contrary? Is he saying this on purpose? Li Su adamantly refused to acknowledge it. After all, those were the actions of her predecessor, not her own. Muhan, unable to decipher Li Su, closed his serpent-like eyes. Ultimately, he released her and turned to walk into the cave. That Muhan, your leg is bleeding again. That I won't die. No need for your pity. Li Su was left speechless. Had she wronged anyone? One by one, they left her, and she became the scapegoat. Noticing the blood pooling on the ground, her heart tightened. Muhan, why are you angry? If your leg becomes irreparably damaged, where will I find another third-tier beast crystal? You must take care of it. Do you hear me? Mu Shui, Mu Yin, do you think mother likes our male father more, or Huya, or perhaps priest Luosin? Mu Yin, the newly arrived Li Su. Muhan's gaze darkened, as if he wished to say something, but ultimately remained silent, retreating to the depths of the cave, leaving no sound. Li Su then patted Mu Shui's head. What did you see? Spouting nonsense. Mother does not have affection for the people you just mentioned. Mu Shui laughed. Mother, what do you wish to hear? Should we start from when you were staring at Priest Lawson's chest? Or perhaps sobbing, Li Su covered Mu Shui's mouth, utterly bewildered. They were up quite early. Yen watched as Mu Shui was silenced by the bad female, still grinning foolishly. Observing their growing intimacy, he secretly wiped his face. Mu Shui, the little fool, had evidently been hoodwinked by Li Su. Had he completely forgotten the past? Mu Yin could not suppress the bitterness within, letting out a cold huff. Bad female, I knew this was your true nature. One day, you will bring Huya back and abandon both me and Mu Shui. Your male father is gravely injured, yet you still bully him. You truly have no heart. Mu Yan's voice was muffled, sounding almost like a C-R-Y-L. Isu had not anticipated that Mu Yan, who appeared so carefree and impulsive, would also be a crybaby, shedding tears at the sight of his father's injury, that I did not bully him. I thought it was about Huya, and I genuinely did not know that Isu contemplated but swallowed the latter half of her sentence that it was inappropriate to speak of such matters in front of the children. She couldn't very well say she was concerned about someone intruding in her cave and stripping her of her beast skin, especially not in front of that lump lurking in the shadows. Which felt deliberate. Isu suddenly jolted. Why did she care about that lump's thoughts? He was not anyone to her. Had he beaten Huya away because he was defending his territory? Or was it? What do you mean? Mu Yin lifted his head slightly, looking fierce. Bad female, do you think that giving beast crystals to your male father for healing can compensate for the harm you've done to him? Impossible. You are the worst female in the world. Mu Yan's voice was filled with anger and urgency. Isu could easily picture his little expression, puffing up his cheeks, angrily pointing at her. Indeed, a third-tier beast crystal. Upon Mu Yan's words, Li Su's eyes brightened. She valued Muhan because he was a walking third-tier beast crystal. Finding a reason, she sighed in relief. And Muhan drove Huya away, due to the imprint's compulsion. Whenever the female was in danger, he would naturally appear. Understanding all this, Li Su's face darkened, her eyes narrowing with a hint of menace as she glared at the pouting serpent offspring. Calling me a bad female again? Mu Yin, do you wish to be spanked? You are a bad female. Did I say anything wrong? Mu Yin gritted his teeth at Isu scoffed, and in the darkness, she precisely seized Mu Yin. This child needed a lesson. Otherwise, he would always speak without thinking to, it seems you are in need of some loving education. Only then will you learn how to speak properly to Isu. Leveraging her undeniable physical advantage, firmly placed Mu Yin across her thigh, restraining half of his body. Bad female, you wicked creature, let go of me. What do you intend to do? Mu Yin stiffened, his face flushing with anger, his eyes betraying an indescribable embarrassment. Immediately, his teeth began to chatter in fear, rendering him incapable of even transforming into his beast form. What are you doing? I want you to understand the proper attitude towards your mother, Li Su declared. Spare the rod and spoil the child. As she lifted the hem of his beast skin skirt, preparing to deliver a few playful smacks, Mu Yan's tears cascaded down his face, his expression one of utter despair. He resembled a fish stranded on dry land, gasping for air, surrendering to his fate, murmuring, bad female, why must you treat me this way? I hate you. Mu Shui clenched his fists, his pale face urgently imploring Li Su, Mother, please release Mu Yin. He can scarcely breathe. Li Su paused, incredulous. Just a little spanking, and he can't breathe? Mu Shui tugged at her hand, shaking his head but unable to articulate his thoughts. Mother, please let go. Mu Yin will die. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Su was taken aback. Not beggar. Mu Yin turned his head, his eyes reddened and glistening with tears, his voice trembling with fear and pain. Although Li Su could not discern the full extent of Mu Yan's expression, she sensed something was amiss. Mu Yin, are you all right? Mother was merely joking with you. Why do you keep calling me a bad female? Joking. Mu Yan's voice was barely audible. Bad female. Why are you my mother? I do not want such a wicked creature as my mother. Isu felt his entire body tense up, and then he suddenly went limp, fainting. Her hand that had been raised to strike him instead gently cradled his head, preventing it from hitting the stone. Isu trembled as she checked Mu Yan's breathing, sighing in relief. Thank goodness, he merely fainted. She hastily laid Mu Yin on the stone bed. Throughout their commotion, Muhan remained silent, suggesting that his injuries were indeed severe. The little one, who had been so prickly during the day, now appeared soft and pitiful. After all, he was merely a 3-year-old child. Her earlier actions may have frightened him. Seeing Mu Yin unconscious, Mu Shui's expression darkened, as if recalling something, a faint aura of detachment emanating from him. Li Su, however, was oblivious to this, focusing instead on the peculiar sensation beneath Mu Yan's beast skin. "What is this?" she exclaimed, noticing the bulge. Upon uncovering the skin, she was met with the foul stench of decaying pork. The rancid odor nearly made her retch, and she promptly discarded the spoiled meat. Realizing why the child had kept his distance, how could Mu Yin hide such a thing? "This meat is rotten." "This meat is not rotten. We rarely have access to such provisions." Mu Shui, now regaining his composure, gazed wistfully at the discarded piece of meat, ready to retrieve it for a bite. Li Su froze, horrified, as she observed the small figure sitting by the stone bed. "You mean to say you rarely have access to even spoiled meat?" Considering Mu Shui and Mu Yan's previous circumstances, it did not seem implausible. Mu Shui, a serpent beastman, though unable to transform, possessed excellent night vision. He clearly perceived Li Su's astonishment, her expression tinged with sorrow. As if she were on the verge of tears, she extended her hand towards him, gently calling his name. "Mu Shui, come here." After a moment's hesitation, Mu Shui took her hand, drawn to her warmth. Li Su examined his beast skin. She found no hidden rotten meat. She began to impart knowledge to Mu Shui. "Remember, Mu Shui, any meat that emits such a foul odor is spoiled and should never be consumed. Do you understand?" But Mu Shui and Mu Yin are very hungry. "Without meat, we might perish." Mu Shui replied with innocent simplicity, each word piercing Li Su's heart. Her eyes brimmed with tears. The original owner had thrived on ample sustenance. Yet she had been so callous towards her own offspring. Li Su sniffled. "Mu Shui, you will not perish. Mother promises as long as I am here, you and Mu Yin will never go hungry again. We will never eat spoiled meat again." Mu Shui felt his little finger entwined with Li Su's. The warmth radiating from their touch ignited a flame of comfort within him. His small voice, tender and earnest, echoed, "If we intertwine our fingers, will you never leave? Will you not trade our cave for meat? Will you not abandon Mu Shui and Mu Yin?" "Yes, if we intertwine our fingers, Mother will never abandon you or Mu Yin." If only Li Su could confront the original owner, she would tear her apart. Some individuals are simply unworthy of motherhood. She felt the connection between their entwined pinkies, a tangible bond of blood that symbolized their shared existence. She sensed Mu Shui's fear and need for attachment, stirring the softest corners of her heart. Li Su endeavored to provide her child with a sense of security. "Do you wish to eat meat every day?" In the darkness, Mu Shui's soft, yearning voice emerged. "Will there be meat every day, just like the food you provided today?" His words carried a childlike innocence that warmed Li Su's heart. "Oh, you enjoy the crispy bits of meat?" Yes, they're delicious." Mu Shui licked his lips, as if still savoring the delightful flavor. "Today, Mother also made meat soup, but alas, it was a pity for that fiery leopard." Li Su swallowed hard. "But Mother promises. There will be even more delicious food in the future, better than crispy bits and meat soup. Would you like to come sleep next to Mother? I will tell you about all the tasty dishes." Mu Shui shyly replied, shifting closer to Li Su. "Mother can make roasted meat, rice, scrambled eggs, and stir-fried potatoes." Li Su shared with Mu Shui her culinary repertoire, promising to prepare each dish for him in the future. Mu Shui's tiny hand clutched the beast skin. "Mother, has Bearstone ever eaten these delights?" "Bearstone?" Li Su questioned, puzzled. "His parents treat him exceptionally well. He has tasted the sweetest honey, the ripest fruits, and the most fragrant meats." Mu Shui's voice dripped with envy, causing Li Su's heart to ache. She lifted her gaze to the dark cave, her voice gentle yet resolute. "The dishes Mother can prepare, Bearstone has never tasted. For the beast god imparted the knowledge to me. He said I was once a foolish creature, but then enlightened me, ensuring I would never be foolish again. I will always protect you." Mu Shui. and provide you with many delicious meals. And Yue relaxed his grip on the beast skin and then leapt into Li Su's embrace. Really? Mother was awakened by the beast god. Li Su gently stroked Mu Shui's head. Indeed, Mother would never deceive you. The little one, though incredulous, found Li Su's words to be reasonable. It was as though she had transformed entirely. No one but the beast god could have changed her so. Suppressing his tears, Mu Shui murmured, "Mother, I do not need more delicious food. If I can have crispy bits just once a day, I will be content." Li Su smiled indulgently. "All right, whatever you desire in the future. Mother will prepare it for you." Yue closed his eyes, tears dampening his ears. "Oh, beast god, could you please have compassion and not take away this loving mother? Today, as joy feels like a dream. I would give up everything, even meat, if tomorrow could be just like today." As dusk settled and the waters slumbered, Li Su found herself unable to rest. She perceived that Mu Yan's current demeanor resembled the aftermath of trauma, suggesting he must have endured some harrowing memories. Given the original host's repugnant nature, the situation was likely far worse than she had anticipated. On the following day, Li Su arose early while the two cubs remained in peaceful slumber. Deep within the cave, she noticed that a considerable number of large stones had mysteriously accumulated, obscuring the imposing figure. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. Not having to confront the massive serpent's head significantly lightened her spirits. While the darkness of night could feign invisibility, the enormity of the serpent's head was impossible to ignore in daylight. The cave's vent, the earthen stove constructed yesterday, had been partially collapsed by the fiery leopard. Yet with some repairs today, it could still serve its purpose. However, as Li Su stepped outside the cave, she was taken aback. The colossal boulder that had blocked the cave entrance had inexplicably shattered into numerous fragments overnight. Had Muhan risen in the dead of night to excavate, his strength rivaled that of a bulldozer. Li Su gained a deeper appreciation for Muhan's capabilities. She trotted to the brook, her heart racing with excitement, aware that the mushrooms here would remain untouched by others. Gazing at the dew-kissed fungi, she felt a surge of delight. If this were the apocalypse, possessing such a piece of land would be a dream come true. Enough to awaken with a smile. The highest leader of a secure base would surely come to pay her respects. Li Su gathered an abundance of mushrooms, her arms embracing them to the point of overflow. She planned to return later to harvest all the mushrooms from the grassy hillside, ensuring they were washed and preserved as dried fungi. Imagining a winter spent in the cave, watching the pristine snow while sipping on a warm mushroom meat soup, she felt blissfully content. Yet, as she reached the brook, a resounding voice startled her. "Li Su, are you trying to kill yourself with all these poisonous plants? Who are you trying to poison?" Lan Yue, lifting the bee skin she was cleaning, glared at Li Su with fury. "Lan Yue, I advise you to mind your own business. Otherwise, I may not be able to control what happens next." Li Su deftly located a smooth stone and placed all the mushrooms upon it, beginning to wash off the dirt and debris. This Li Su, the beast god above, which slothful and plump female is this? Just yesterday, I escorted her back to the cave, and she smelled so foul that even a beast would hesitate to consume her. Several females whispered among themselves, questioning how Li Su had suddenly become so beautiful. Li Su, are you washing these poisonous plants with the intention of eating them? But those poisonous plants have been proven inedible. Any orc from the tribe that consumed them went mad or perished. A rather cute woman bore an expression of disapproval. Yet, compared to Lan Yu's loud outbursts, her demeanor was relatively courteous. "Luo Duo, do you really think this lazybones will comprehend what you're saying?" Lan Yue cast a disdainful glance at Li Su, clearly irked by her presence. "You must dispose of these poisonous plants immediately, or I will inform the clan leader that you intend to take them back to poison the two snake cubs. I will ensure you are cast into the abyss." Li Su remained unfazed, continuing to wash the mushrooms while withholding the information that they were edible. Although the mushrooms on the hillside were plentiful, they were interspersed with vibrant poisonous varieties. Their claims of inedibility likely stemmed from their experiences with these toxic mushrooms. Furthermore, some non-toxic mushrooms, if consumed raw, could still cause discomfort or mild toxicity. Should someone truly perish, she would find it difficult to defend herself. "Are you even listening to me? Li Su, are you deaf?" seeing that Li Su ignored her. Lan Yue's audacity grew. She threw the beast's skin onto the stone with increasing volume. Many females washing beast skins observed the exchange with keen interest. "What are you making a fuss about?" Li Su furrowed her brow. "Lan Yue, you are the truly monstrous one here. Would you feed this to your bear cub? My intent in gathering these poisonous plants is to hunt fierce beasts. Not to feed them to the snake cubs. Speak another word, and I will tear your mouth apart." With that, Li Su seized a large stone and hurled it into the brook, splashing water everywhere. Clenching her fist, she cracked her knuckles, startling Lan Yue into a tremor. Her face paled as she stammered, "I don't care to argue with you, but if the snake cubs die, I will definitely inform the clan leader." Suddenly, Lan Yue snatched up the beast's skin and scurried away like a startled rabbit. "Bah! Even if my snake cubs perish, yours will not. If I hear you curse my cubs again, I shall make your face bloom." The nearby females were wide-eyed, stunned into silence, hastening their work of cleaning the beast's skins. Luo Duo was momentarily taken aback. What had Li Su been like before? Timid and meek, she would hide away to consume the tribe's fruits. Now, she had driven Lan Yue to flee with just a few words. After selecting a cold-blooded beastman as her mate and securing ample food, Li Su had seldom appeared before others. How had she become so fierce? A sweet-faced female, nearly dropping her beast skin, stared wide-eyed, her round eyes resembling those of a doe. She glanced at the other females, who all wore expressions of hesitance. Mei Rue hesitated. Is Li Su speaking nonsense? A female who had been working with the beast skins didn't lift her head. Didn't the priest say she just overindulged? She devoured so much dried meat, it was as if she were possessed by a starving spirit. Another frail female, recalling an unpleasant memory, cringed and clutched her chest. "Do you remember the foul stench when we returned Li Su to the cave? It was unbearable. I still can't eat meat. I think she is worse than the poisonous plants. It seemed Li Su was not merely overstuffed. Perhaps her mind had been muddled." Luo Duo had overheard these whispers, but they merely pointed at Li Su, branding her as a lazy fool who dared to claim knowledge of poisonous plants and the means to slay fierce beasts. Yet, Luo Duo felt Li Su was not as they described. The pristine Li Su resembled a delectable fruit, endearing to all. "Can you truly do this? I wish to hear you speak it." Luo Duo's eyes sparkled, her brows arching with spirited enthusiasm. "If you can devise a way for the beasts of the fierce beast forest to willingly consume poisonous plants, the male beastmen of the Qingmu tribe will suffer far fewer casualties. Is this truly possible?" As the daughter of the clan leader, Luo Duo understood the gravity of this matter. Li Su was taken aback to encounter someone who comprehended her intentions, and she scrutinized Luo Duo closely. The young girl, appearing around 17 or 18, was strikingly beautiful, bearing a resemblance to her brother. Luo Senator Luo Duo, do not trust her. She is merely spouting nonsense. Just yesterday, she deceived Qing Tao. A petite female with single eyelids jumped up, clutching Luo Duo's arm. Luo Duo's astonished gaze flickered between the small female and Li Su. What did she deceive Qing Tao about? Qing Tao had come of age yesterday, choosing the wolf Fong and deer strength as her mates. Li Su had tricked her into believing a cave transaction, only to back out, leaving Qing Tao to dig a new one today. The petite female found such deceit utterly reprehensible. Luo Duo furrowed her brows. If she traded the cave, where would she and the snake cubs reside? And what of her injured beast husband? Did Qing Tao not consider this? The small female shook her head, uncertain of the specifics. Li Su opened her mouth to respond, but ultimately fell silent. It was true. She had refused the cave transaction, and the small female had not erred in her assertion. Noticing the unfriendly gazes of 7 or 8 females by the brook, Li Su hastened her mushroom washing, refraining from disclosing the mushroom's ability to Luo Duo. "Luo Duo, I was jesting. How could the fierce beasts of the fierce beast forest voluntarily consume poisonous plants? These mushrooms serve another purpose." Jesting. Luo Duo's expression darkened, but then she reconsidered, her excitement reigniting as she pointed at the poisonous plants in Li Su's hands. "You say these are called mushrooms. How did you come to know this?" "Goodness, this girl is quite clever. Are they called mushrooms? You must have misheard. Until all the mushrooms were thoroughly cleaned, Li Su remained silent. Luo Duo felt a pang of disappointment, yet her heart fluttered with excitement. She scrutinized Li Su deeply. Today, Li Su appeared markedly different, her skin a fair contrast to their sun-kissed complexions. When she smiled, an extraordinary power emanated from her, drawing others in irresistibly. Luo Duo's gaze was so fervent that it made Li Su somewhat uncomfortable. The brother and sister bore a striking resemblance, yet their temperaments were as divergent as fire and ice, both equally intimidating. Hastily, Li Su finished washing the mushrooms, wrapping them in several large leaves. Luo Duo, thank you for your reminder. I must take my leave now. Luo Duo wished to say more, but Li Su clutched the mushrooms and darted away, disappearing into the underbrush in the blink of an eye. Luo Duo felt as if Li Su were evading her. Upon glancing back, she noticed a female washing animal hides by the water's edge had quietly distanced herself from the stream where Li Su had just washed the mushrooms. After Li Su's departure, Luo Duo found herself somewhat preoccupied. Mei Rui's soft, sweet voice consoled the kind-hearted Luo Duo. Luo Duo, if you do not clean your hides soon, they may not dry before winter arrives. Why waste time on a lazy, good-for-nothing female? When you have a moment, inform the clan leader. He will certainly address it. Reflecting on the impression Li Su had left her, Luo Duo instinctively countered. Li Su's eyes shine brightly. She does not seem like a lazy, wicked female. Mei Rui recalled the sight of Li Su's cave from the previous day, a lump forming in her throat. Luo Duo, do not be deceived. You are unaware of how filthy and foul her cave is. The thought made Mei Rui feel nauseous. She had never encountered such a dirty female. Luo Duo remained skeptical, recalling how clean Li Su appeared just moments ago. How could her cave be both filthy and stinking? Could it be that you misunderstand Li Su? My father has taken the tribe's warriors hunting today. I don't know when he will return. We cannot risk someone consuming toxic plants, for that could be fatal. I must seek out Luo's senator. The thought of such a precious female perishing was simply too tragic. Mei Rui appeared conflicted. Had she not seen Li Su's cave, she might have shared Luo Duo's sentiments. She wanted to dissuade Luo Duo from wasting time on Li Su, but Luo Duo had already departed with the animal hides. To her surprise, she encountered Li Su in Luo Sen's cave, but instead of mushrooms, Li Su was holding a small stone jar, her round face radiant with joy as she repeatedly expressed her gratitude to Luo Sr. Luo Sen's expression was cold, and his typically calm demeanor bore an edge of anger. You intend to take this small stone jar back with you? Li Su, are you not being a touch greedy? Li Su blinked innocently, clutching the jar tightly, even taking a cautious step back. Luo's son, I am unaware. I believe my beast husband's tail is so long that this small amount of ointment will surely be insufficient. The clan leader instructed me to fetch it. Have you neglected your duties after receiving the clan leader's hides? Luo Sen's brow twitched, feeling an unusual weariness wash over him. But so much ointment is unnecessary. If you take it all, how will the wounded warriors of the tribe be treated? Li Su gazed at Luo San in astonishment, her lips slightly parted. Luo San, you are so strong and capable. Must you waste your time idly within the tribe? You could gather herbs to create more. For you, it would be merely a matter of putting forth a little effort. While you argue with me, the esteemed priest has likely already harvested all the herbs. She surveyed the cave filled with herbs. Li Su increasingly perceived Luo San as stingy. Li Su, I had no idea your tongue was so sharp. Luo San felt a surge of frustration, his white ears standing erect, his voice growing somber. Watching the incessantly chattering female, he felt an overwhelming urge to silence her. As a priest, he could not neglect his responsibility to concoct medicine. Otherwise, how could he justify his position? The beast god would surely deem him lacking in piety. The injured warriors, without sufficient herbs, could face dire consequences. As the messenger of the beast god, the priest would undoubtedly feel great sorrow over any losses. Wouldn't you agree? Isn't that right? As Li Su continued, she noticed Luo Sen's expression darken, her voice instinctively faltering. She felt a twinge of fear at his swift change in demeanor. Would he lash out at her? Claiming this ointment was no easy feat. What if she were mistaken? Did she truly harbor feelings for that cold-blooded beast? Luo-san found Li Su inscrutable. Sensing her increasingly peculiar nature, he stepped closer, enveloping her in his imposing presence. His icy gaze fixated on her small hands, tightly clutching the stone jar. She displayed no intention of relinquishing even a morsel. His eyes then fell upon her face. Observing her panic, this sensation was not entirely unpleasant. Su felt as though Luo-sen's gaze was laced with venom, as if he might crush her without a second thought. Unlike the paper tiger that was Lan Yue, he was a true white tiger. She, a mere morsel of flesh, would hardly satisfy his appetite, a group of ancient petty creatures, easily swayed by a few words of manipulation. In contrast, modern individuals endure the grind of 996 work hours, all while internalizing toxic wisdom, yet remain grateful to their bosses. You wouldn't be so petty as to demand this meager jar of ointment back, would you? Just then, Li Su spotted a familiar female entering the cave. Luo Duo. Swiftly, she concealed herself behind Luo Duo. Luo-san, thank you for the ointment. I appreciate it on behalf of my beast husband. It seems someone is looking for you. I must take my leave. With that, she darted out of the cave with the agility of a fish in a stream. Luo-san was taken aback. Li Su exhibited no fear of his beastly presence. Any ordinary female would have turned pale with fright. Frozen in place, this Li Su possessed extraordinary courage. Luo Duo was astonished by Li Su's agility. She hadn't even touched her animal hides before she vanished once more. Luo-san, are you familiar with Li Su? Not at all. Why are you here? You should be washing hides at this hour. Luo-san's attractive features bore a hint of disdain. He was certainly not acquainted with that lascivious, greedy, and lazy female. With that, he settled down before his herbs, returning to his work, yet a barely perceptible worry tugged at his brow. Luo Duo sensed that her brother seemed somewhat different today, though she couldn't quite articulate how. Observing the considerable quantity of herbs piled within the cave, a sense of foreboding washed over her, prompting her to probe cautiously. Luo-san, do you have enough herbs to concoct a jar of ointment? If not, I can speak to my father and have the tribe's warriors assist you in gathering more. There is enough, Luo-san replied, indicating that the herbs were plentiful. He set down his stone knife, furrowing his brow, his expression returning to its usual cold neutrality. Luo Duo, what brings you to me? I am quite busy and have no time for idle chatter. Only then did Luo Duo grasp the shift in his demeanor. This was the Luo-san she was accustomed to, a cold, unfeeling, and utterly uncompromising white tiger priest. Yet, the tribe's warriors, when gravely injured, were generously treated with medicine. Why, then, was he making things difficult for Li Su? Luo Duo's heart sank, masking her shock as an inkling of something stirred within her. I came to see you because of Li Su. She just washed a considerable amount of toxic plants by the creek. Lan Yue quarreled with her over it, and I am quite concerned. Who won the argument? Luo-san's interest piqued at the mention of Li Su, his thoughts immediately drifting to the image of the small female, brandishing her fists. Luo Duo stared at her brother in disbelief. Shouldn't his concern lie with the toxic plants? Noting Luo Duo's blank expression, Luo-san raised a brow in irritation, seemingly awaiting her response. Luo Duo chuckled softly. Li Su won. A hint of disdain flickered across Luo-san's stern visage. Yes, I would surmise so. The rude and greedy female would naturally overpower Lan Yue. What sort of toxic plants did she gather? They were white toxic plants growing among the decaying leaves. After a moment's hesitation, Luo Duo voiced her true concern. Li Su mentioned this toxic plant is called a mushroom and can kill fierce beasts. If it can be used to our advantage, it would reduce casualties among the tribe's warriors. Thus, I sought you out to investigate and verify its authenticity. Luo-san rose with an air of impatience, striding toward the entrance of the cave. Noticing that Luo Duo had yet to follow, he halted and called out, Why are you still lingering? Did we not agree to see if that foolish little female might perish from the poison? A sigh escaped Luo-san from a distance. Luo Duo, you seem rather off today to be why the beast god. Is it not he who is amiss? He appears excessively concerned about Li Su. Luo Duo hurried to catch up. Li Su clutched a stone jar, and made her way back to the cave, spotting Mu Shui sitting despondently at the entrance. Mu Shui, you're awake. Are you hungry? Mother has prepared something delicious for you. As she approached, illuminated by the light, Li Su beamed, and Mu Shui's vacant gaze began to brighten. Mother, I'm not hungry. Mu Shui patted his belly. I just drank plenty of stream water, and I'm quite full. Li Su's heart ached. Could this little one truly stave off hunger with mere water? Mu Shui, let me tell you, the stream water is teeming with parasites and microorganisms. Before you reach adulthood, you must drink water boiled with fire seeds. Do you understand? Although Mu Shui did not grasp the difference that boiled water made, he was willing to heed his mother's words. All right, mother. Where is Mu Yin? Is he around? Li Su glanced around. Noting his absence, Mu Yin had left early that morning and had yet to return. After speaking, Mu Shui instinctively followed closely behind Li Su, as if fearful of her disappearing again. Li Su did not shoo him away. Instead, she set the stone jar down on the stone bed, placing the cleaned mushrooms on a clean rock to dry. She then began to repair her earthen stove. Yu Shui's eyes widened in astonishment as he observed a faint glow emanating from Li Su's fingertips. The soil in the areas she touched darkened slightly. Within moments, the partially collapsed stove was restored to a state almost identical to the previous day. Li Su polished it meticulously and began to cook mushroom soup. Mother, is this also a gift from the beast god? Mu Shui gazed at Li Su in awe, astonished that his female parent could perform such miracles. Indeed, does Mu Shui fear? Mu Shui shook his head. You are my mother. How could I possibly be afraid? When Mu Shui finally tasted the delectable mushroom soup, he began to comprehend the nature of the gift the beast god had bestowed upon him in the form of his mother. Is it delicious, Mu Shui? Li Su took a generous sip from a large wooden bowl, feeling warmth spread within her belly. Soon after, she sensed her stagnant, earth-based powers beginning to swell. She had not anticipated that the flesh of a level 3 ferocious beast could also enhance her abilities. Sitting shoulder to shoulder with Mu Shui, Li Su laughed heartily, dispelling all previous gloom. She had discovered a means to elevate her powers. Delicious, mother, Mu Shui declared, cradling a bowl as large as his face. It's better than anything I've ever tasted. The addition of salt rendered the mushroom meat soup even more exquisite. The flesh of the level 3 flame leopard was truly delectable, surpassing even the tenderness of the steak she had previously savored. While yesterday's level 1 wild boar meat was utterly incomparable, Yu Shui relished the soup, and Li Su added a generous piece of tender meat to his bowl, gently patting his head. Hurry and eat. For soon, mother will need your assistance. Li Su sensed a subtle, watchful gaze upon her, likely Mu Yin lurking nearby. She decided to give him space. Over time, she believed he would come to accept her. Mother, Mu Yin did not eat this morning. Could you leave some for him? Though Mu Shui longed to indulge, he refrained from touching the meat in his bowl. Mother will prepare a portion for Mu Yin. What I give to you, you must consume so that you may grow tall and strong and protect yourself, all right? Mu Shui, seemingly lost in thought, took a large gulp of the hot soup, finishing all the meat Li Su had provided, and then replied, Mother, I will grow tall and strong, and then protect you. Li Su laughed heartily, playfully tapping Mu Shui's nose. She felt reassured that this adorable little one was indeed worth her efforts. You little rascal. Focus on safeguarding yourself first. Mother is quite strong. You need not worry about me. She only hoped that this delightful Mu Shui would not follow the fated path depicted in the books. Destined to repeat the same tragic story in this lifetime. She would protect him. Li Su, how could you feed that snake cub this? Lo Sun and Luo Duo had intended to find Li Su when they were abruptly halted by the panicked Lan Yue. Her bear cub seemed to have consumed something harmful, writhing in agony on the ground. Upon inspection, Lo Sun discovered parasites within the cub's belly. Even a shaman could do nothing for a cub afflicted with parasitic disease. The bear cub could only await its fate, or perhaps, if it were fortunate enough, it might transcend to become a level 1 beastman and escape death. However, for a cub to achieve level 1 status, it required not only immense talent, but also a supply of nourishing blood food. By the time he and Luo Duo managed to find Li Su, she had already finished the last of the mushrooms with Mu Shui. Lo Sin's face turned a deep shade of anger as he seized Li Su's chin. Li Su, you are being utterly reckless. Quickly spit out the poisonous herbs. Luo Duo's gaze was fixated on the wooden bowl. What kind of meat is this? It smells divine. Lo Sun scoffed. Luo Duo, what are you dawdling for? Hurry and extract the poisonous herbs from the snake cub's belly. If you delay, it will be too late. Oh. Luo Duo followed suit, surprised by her brother's fierce demeanor as he pried open Li Su's mouth. Seeing Lo Sun momentarily distracted, Li Su kicked him hard in the thigh, yet the pain did not make him release her. She then raised her foot to kick him in the groin while grabbing a handful of his long hair. Still alive? Lo Sun felt a wave of danger, his icy gaze reflecting immense shock as he immediately released Li Su's mouth, instead gripping her leg with one hand and her plump hand with the other, thus averting disaster. His cold, proud visage cracked, revealing a hint of disbelief. Li Su, are you insane? Insane, you old fool. Li Su's forehead collided forcefully with Lo Sun as this seamless succession of attacks caused him to flinch in pain. Questioning if this little female was akin to a DOGL, Isu paid no heed to his well-being, straining to break free. This mushroom is not poisonous. I have been eating it for a long time. And if it were poisonous, I would have perished by now. Not poisonous? Look at you. You're delirious and even dare to kick a shaman. Lo Sun's voice was low. Her current furious demeanor seemed indicative of intoxication. Recalling Li Su's recent kick, he thought that had she connected properly, he might have been rendered incapable of fathering offspring. His face flushed, unsure if it was from anger or another emotion. He captured both of her hands. Pinning her legs down, Isu bit down hard on Lo Sun's fingers, attempting to sever them, but her delicate teeth felt as ineffective against a level 2 beastman as those of a toothless cub. Despite exerting all her strength, she could not even break his skin, and one noticed the tips of Lo Sun's ears turning crimson, his deep-set eyes darkening, voice hoarse. Li Su, be good and release me. I promise that 1T heard it all. If you spit out the poisonous herbs, you will not perish. Just endure a moment. It 1T be painful. Mother, the snake cub whimpered, do not move. It will be over soon. A flash of anger flickered in Li Su's eyes. A faint dark glow slipped from her fingertips, cascading onto the ground. Suddenly, Lo Sun felt his legs weaken, half of him sinking into the soft earth. The more he struggled, the more he sank, compelling him to release Li Su's limbs. Bracing himself against the ground, Isu smirked, delivering a sharp elbow to Lo Sun's chest, escaping his beastly aura. Noticing Lo Sun's fierce expression, she let her fingers shimmer with a faint glow, deepening the mud pit beneath him. Now, save for his head, his shoulders sank into the mire. Watching Li Su's actions and the suddenly appearing pit, a flicker of shock and contemplation crossed his cool gaze. Li Su, did you create this pit? She was capable of performing such extraordinary feats. Lo Sun hesitated momentarily. Not so foolish. Isu disdainfully wiped the drool from her mouth and kicked Lo Sun's shoulder, retreating far from his beastly aura. The pot of meat soup had graciously elevated her earth-based powers to level 1. Otherwise, she would have been unable to escape Lo Sun's grasp and create such a profound pit. Lo Sun, are you all right? Upon witnessing her brother's predicament, Luo Duo hastily abandoned her mushroom foraging and dashed towards Luo Sun, clutching Mushue tightly. Luo Duo, do not come over. Unfortunately, Luo Sun's warning came too late. Isu lunged forward and sent Luo Duo sprawling. Luo Duo was taken aback by the sheer strength of Li Su, akin to that of a ferocious beast. With a thud, she hit the ground, rubbing her chest and sore rear, feeling a sharp pain with each breath. No wonder Lan Yue feared her. Li Su, with her robust arms, swiftly retrieved Mushue, cradling her petite waist. Are you all right, Mushue? Mushue clung tightly to Li Su's arm, her eyes wide with terror as she shook her head. Aside from feeling nauseous and dizzy, she bore no other ailments. With a loud crash, mud flew as a colossal white tiger leaped from the mire, shaking off the thick, clinging mud from its fur. The immense inertia revealed its pristine white coat. Its icy gaze flicked towards Luo Duo, noting her merely knocked down. Unharmed, it then resumed its fierce glare at Li Su, demanding, tell me, when did you acquire this ability? Li Su's expression hardened. Being confronted was not an enjoyable experience. Gazing at the tearful Mushue, a surge of anger ignited within her as she cast a disdainful look at the siblings. Luo-san, priest of the tribe, you and your sister are not welcome here. I insist you leave at once. Upon hearing the angry words from the petite female, a ripple of surprise disturbed Luosan's calm demeanor. It was as if Li Su's biting words were a gentle caress upon his heart. This unfamiliar sensation softened his tone slightly. You seem to be suffering from a severe case of poisoning. I see you are quite afflicted. Li Su retorted coldly that I am the priest of the Qingwu tribe. Understanding the plight of the tribe as beastmen is imperative that not forget. The jar of medicine you took was provided by me. The great white tiger sat before Li Su, exuding an air of nonchalance, as if the entire situation was perfectly normal. A priest. What is so remarkable about that? Moreover, that medicine was given to you by your father. You truly think that you, with your miserly demeanor, would provide me with salve? And just because you provided salve, does that grant you the right to pry into others' affairs? I will return the salve to you, but will you allow me to pry into your matters in return? Li Su found it utterly futile to reason with Luosan. Surprisingly, Luosan nodded. Very well, if I were to consume the poisonous herb, I would not mind your intrusion. The great tiger appeared unfazed, leaving Li Su at a loss for words. At that moment, Luoduo rose, noting the escalating argument between the two. She stepped forward, anxiously interjecting, Li Su, my brother does not mean it that way. His actions stem from his concern upon hearing you gathered poisonous herbs. I apologize for our earlier haste. We did not intend to harm you or the little one. Some mushrooms are indeed toxic, but the ones I found are harmless. Rest assured, they will not be fatal. Mushue, nestled in Luo's arms, clung tightly to Li Su's arm. She gently patted Mushue's back, soothing the frightened little snake. Turning her gaze towards the well-meaning beastman siblings, she continued, however, I am quite displeased with your behavior. Furthermore, while you deem it poisonous, to me, it is a delicious mushroom, perfect for a savory soup when paired with meat. That is utterly inedible. At Li Su's assertion, Luoduo's fists clenched, an indescribable sorrow emanating from her. In our Qingwu tribe, those who have consumed this mushroom have perished, including my mother. Have you forgotten? Li Su was taken aback, realizing that Luoduo and Luosan's mother had met her demise due to mistakenly consuming a poisonous mushroom. Such details were absent from the novel. Li Su felt a flicker of understanding towards their earlier extreme reactions. Gazing intently at Li Su, Luoduo spoke with sincerity. My mother was the wisest female in our tribe. After consuming just one of these poisonous herbs, she never returned to us. You must believe us. We would never wish to harm you. Luoduo was determined to prevent further loss of life due to mushrooms. Li Su replied in a measured tone, but look, from the moment I cooked this mushroom until now, neither Mushue nor I have shown any signs of poisoning. Does that not speak volumes? Luoduo appeared swayed, as Li Su's reasoning seemed to hold merit. Cooked? How do you cook it? Do you think merely soaking it in water renders it safe? Luosan's voice dripped with deep resignation. Did she even comprehend what she was saying? Pausing, Luosan prepared to approach Li Su to induce vomiting, his tiger eyes narrowing. Once you survive, you will surely be grateful to me. Luosan, what if I claim that this mushroom was revealed to me by the beast god as safe to consume? This is a gift from the beast god. Luosan, with his massive tiger form, advanced step by step, while Li Su spoke with calm determination. Her expression was resolute, her gaze steady. An official endorsement from the beast god should suffice. Should it not? Since you doubt my unconventional methods, I shall provide you with a divine endorsement. Who could challenge the authority of the beast god? Indeed, the great tiger halted, contemplating Li Su with a pensive expression. Ah, it appears the name of the beast god holds significant weight. Li Su pointed towards the mushrooms, sun-dried and shriveled upon the stone, asserting with conviction, the beast god revealed to me that this poisonous herb is called a mushroom and is edible. The white tiger's countenance bore a striking human-like quality, filled with incredulity, as if deep in thought. Most vividly colored mushrooms are indeed toxic, while the ashen ones I've gathered are harmless. This knowledge was imparted to me by the beast god. Luoduo, your mother must have consumed the vibrant mushrooms back in the day. Recalling the mushrooms her mother had eaten, Luoduo hesitated, Indeed, it was a red and white mushroom. Noticing Luosan's expression soften, Li Su earnestly continued. Great tiger, do you remember how you rescued me after I fainted yesterday? Luosan responded, perplexed. What do you mean? I encountered the beast god during my unconscious state. He imparted many teachings to me, and mushrooms were merely one of them. Luosan's gaze grew increasingly serious, yet he refrained from acting, choosing instead to sit on the ground. Matters concerning the beast god required careful consideration before reaching a conclusion. Moreover, he had witnessed Li Su's remarkable transformation firsthand. Luo Duo dared not interrupt Li Su's narrative, her face alight with excitement as she listened. If all this were true, she could hardly fathom how many younglings and females from the Qingmu tribe would survive this winter. Luosan's gaze fell upon the muddy pit, his voice heavy with gravity. Is the white light upon your hand also a gift from the beast god? Indeed, and there is one more thing I believe you will find even more interesting. Li Su raised an eyebrow, placing Mushue down upon a mound of earth. She cast a warning glance at Luosan. I advise you not to touch her. Otherwise, you shall surely regret it. Luo Duo immediately stepped forward, patting her chest in assurance. Li Su, rest assured, I will not allow my brother to harm her. Li Su cast a meaningful glance at Luosan, silently questioning whether he would heed her words. Luosan, feeling anger simmer within him, realized that this little female knew precisely how to provoke him. I shall not move until you clarify everything. Upon hearing Luosan's promise, Li Su returned to the earthen stove, filling 2 bowls with mushroom soup and approaching the great white tiger. She directly offered one bowl to Luosan's lips and the other to Luo Duo. The beast god not only revealed the edibility of these mushrooms, but also bestowed upon me the fire seed. This soup has been prepared using the fire seed. I invite you to taste the fragrant aroma wafted from the wooden bowls. Luo Duo and Luosan hesitated, both expressing astonishment. Fire seed? Indeed, fire seed. Li Su cast a knowing glance at the 2 siblings, ready to weave yet another tale. Is it not true that the food you usually consume, particularly those deemed toxic and inedible, often possess a sour or bitter taste and a foul odor? After delivering her remarks, Li Su raised an eyebrow, gesturing towards the contents of her wooden bowl. Do you perceive such flavors in this meat broth? Luo Duo and Luosan scrutinized the bowl intently, their expressions deepening with contemplation. The murky liquid, topped with a thick layer of oil, emanated an enticing aroma, hinting at a subtle sweetness, indeed suggesting it was not toxic. Could it be that food prepared with the fire seed appeared in such a manner? Upon awakening, I initially believed everything in my dream was a fabrication. Yet reality has proven that both miracles and sustenance are undeniably real. She has truly arrived in the beast realm, no longer the Li Su of the apocalyptic world. Observing the changing expressions of the siblings, it seemed they had yet to relinquish the last vestige of doubt in their hearts. Li Su scoffed, grasping at them. Look at your pitiful selves. Allow me to show you the fire seed. She gestured for Luo-san to take the stone bowl. Oh, you really want us to see the fire seed? The white tiger asked, his face stern. They had witnessed the terror of the fire seed during a thunderstorm, an orc sheltering beneath a tree, which, along with the massive trunk, had been charred black. The fire seed was a fearsome thing. Could Li Su truly possess it? Luo Duo, however, carefully took the bowl, inhaling the aroma with a glint of delight in her eyes, as if she were quite fond of the scent of mushroom soup. For reasons unknown, Li Su found Luo Duo's expression somewhat endearing. Were it not for her restraint against Mu Shui, she might have liked this girl even more. Naturally, the fire seed could not be a mere ruse, could it? I recall that only the city of 10,000 beasts retains the fire seed. Upon witnessing it, you should believe that my words hold truth. Yet, as she raised her gaze, she caught sight of the silent Luo-san, his dark eyes inscrutable, remaining utterly still, which was rather unsettling. Nevertheless, with the massive serpent Muhan before her, Li Su adapted quickly. She smirked. Will you take it or not? If not, I shan't share it. She had yet to satiate her craving for the mushroom soup, which she had intended to reserve for her family Muyan. Li Su lifted her hand, pretending to drink the soup from the stone bowl. Wait, the great tiger sighed, his voice low, as he picked up the animal skin from the ground. turned, and leaped behind a massive rock. Before long, he emerged fully clad, with long legs that exuded a supermodel allure. His expression remained perpetually aloof, as if the world owed him a debt of animal skins. Luo Sen's white tiger ears were concealed within his hair as he stood before Li Su. Li Su felt a twinge of regret. Of all his features, his ears were the most striking. She had always been curious about the orc transformation. It turned out they simply shed their animal skins before reverting. Now understanding, she realized she had overthought it previously. Li Su bore no particular fondness for Luo San in his human form. His overwhelming presence made her feel as though he could freeze her at a moment's notice. Hand it over. Luo San took the stone bowl from Li Su, his gaze piercing as he warned, should you dare to lie, even as a precious female, you will find yourself cast into the black hole. Why would I lie to you? Do you think I have time to waste here instead of gathering food for winter? Li Su's expression darkened at his words, her tone growing increasingly brusque. Was it her fault? Even eating was fraught with tension. With a cold huff, she turned to fetch a torch. Observing Li Su's back, Luo Duo hesitated before closing her eyes and leaning towards the wooden bowl. Prepared to test the potion. Just as she was about to drink, Luo San interrupted. Luo Duo. Who knows if Li Su is truthful? Brother. Luo Duo fluttered her long eyelashes, a radiant smile gracing her face. I actually think the soup is fine. Even if it were dangerous, you'd certainly have a way to save me, right? Luo Duo. Don't be foolish, Luo San disapproved. He could not discern the truth in her words and would not allow her to take such a risk. Luo San, this mushroom soup is quite delicious. If you are afraid, let me try. Mu Shui's gaze fixated on the stone bowl in Luo Sen's hands. Licking his lips, Luo San remained silent, but Luo Duo. Eyes shut, took a small sip, and the exquisite flavor flooded her mouth, her spirited brows curving into a smile, effusive praises spilling forth. This is absolutely delightful. Luo San, even if it is poisonous, I must finish it. Mu Shui nodded, feeling a surge of pride as Mother-S soup being validated. Sister Luo Duo, I assent it delicious. It truly has no poison that why Mother even added 3-level blaze leopard meat. After drinking the mushroom soup, Luo Duo felt a warm glow envelop her. She had not realized the meat was for the 3-level blaze leopard. Luo Duo, do you feel any discomfort? Luo San asked anxiously, watching his only sister, fearful she might suffer as their mother had. Luo Duo shook her head, promptly finishing the entire bowl of meat soup. Within it, Li Su had also included some shredded meat and mushrooms, soft and tender as they chewed. Luo Duo looked up, eyes sparkling as she gazed at Luo Senator. There's nothing wrong. Luo San, Li Su is amazing. She has discovered new food. Moreover, I must tell you, even newborn cubs can chew it. In her excitement, Luo Duo exclaimed, I remember vividly that after it rains, a plethora of grayish-white mushrooms sprout beneath the decaying leaves. There's an abundance that could alleviate our food shortage. Luo San, she truly is a messenger sent by the beast god. Luo San was also swept up in Luo Duo's joy. If it were indeed non-toxic, it would be a monumental discovery for the Greenwood tribe. He took a sip of the mushroom soup, the delectable flavor immediately captivating him like a tea that moment. Li Su, torch in hand, approached Luo's senator, the blazing firelight cast upon her fair visage, as if she were adorned with a radiant halo. Making her appear to glow, he found himself at a loss, unsure whether to gaze at the dazzling fire seed or at Li Su's rosy cheeks. In truth, Li Su was sweating profusely, hesitating over whom to hand the torch. Noticing Luo Duo, who was mesmerized by the flame, she reluctantly placed it in Luo Sen's hands. At least he still retained some ability to look at her without being utterly entranced. Li Su carefully explained. This torch is a simple creation of mine, capable of burning for a time. However, to preserve it long-term, it requires specialized care. Whenever it begins to extinguish, it must be rekindled with firewood. But be warned, the fire seed is unforgiving. If not tended to properly, it could easily lead to a fire disaster. Luo San was deeply captivated by the beautiful flames dancing on the wooden stick. He impulsively reached out to touch it. The moment his palm made contact, the fire tongue licked at him, delivering a searing pain. Are you out of your mind? Li Su swiftly swatted his hand away, reclaiming the torch. I was merely testing its potency. In that instant, Luo-san became acutely aware of the terror of the fire seed. Suddenly recalling the fragrant scent he had sensed last night in Li Su's cave, he feared it could potentially slay a 3-level blaze leopard. Li Su recognized Luo-san's cruelty, yet she was astonished by his self-destructive tendencies. Her eyes reflected the realization that Luo-san was beyond saving as she glanced at Luo-duo. Luo-duo. Remember this. The fire seed must be guarded by someone meticulous. Someone like your brother, who is a masochist, is unsuitable. You are giving us this fire seed. Luo-duo gasped, pointing to herself in astonishment. Hadn't Li Su said she would show it to them? Do you not desire it? Li Su countered. Were these orcs truly so simple-minded? Had she underestimated their intentions? Luo-duo's cheeks flushed slightly, a hint of warmth coloring her face. Well, it's just that the fire seed is so precious. If you give it to us, what will you do? Li Su rubbed her temples. If I were to say I wouldn't give it, would you come every day to see the fire seed? Would you devise every possible way to steal it? Would you require my permission to leave my cave in the name of protecting the fire seed? Li Su spoke candidly, rendering Luo-san and his sister speechless, for they had indeed harbored such thoughts. Observing the siblings staring up at her in silence, Li Su knew she had hit the nail on the head. She had anticipated it. These cunning orcs. Li Su had no intention of secretly utilizing the fire seed indefinitely. Rather than waiting for these orcs to broach the subject, she would present it first to secure the greatest advantage. If that were the case, it would be better for everyone to possess it, though the fire seed would not be given freely. May I? Luo-duo asked, panic-stricken, but to her surprise, Li Su directly thrust the fire seed into her hands. Li Su raised an eyebrow. Why not? Hold it steady. You appear far cleverer than Luo. Senator Luo-duo felt a mix of excitement and shyness. I'm not as clever as my brother. He is the smartest orc in our Greenwood tribe. Li Su huffed dismissively, casting a sidelong glance at Luo. Senator, would a clever person set fire to their own hand? Luo-san grasped his burned palm in silence. Was this little female chiding him for being foolish? At this moment, Luo-duo was hardly concerned about Lawson's expression. Her heart raced wildly, tightly gripping the stick as the orange and yellow flames danced upon it. The searing heat was more terrifying than the sun itself. This novel sensation sent tremors coursing through her entire being. Li Su. What should I do next? Luo's tone was laced with a subtle plea not fear. As long as you refrain from touching the flame with your hands and prevent it from coming into contact with anything combustible, it poses no threat. If you add kindling before it extinguishes, there is nothing to be afraid of. Li Su's words held a soothing power, gradually calming Luo's spirit. She nodded, indicating that she had committed Li Su's advice to memory. I did not clarify the matter regarding the mushrooms by the stream, as divine occurrences should not be spoken of lightly. You understand, do you not? Li Su coughed, signaling that her intention was not to conceal anything. I lived in confusion before, a veritable mess. Now, thanks to the beast god's guidance, I have undergone significant change, but without witnessing it firsthand, few would believe me. You grasp my meaning? I comprehend. Being chosen as the messenger of the beast god naturally means you cannot speak carelessly. Luo-duo nodded. Indeed, Li Su's reputation within the tribe was rather poor, and she felt immensely fortunate to have pursued her today. Otherwise, how could she have obtained the flame, which was said to be preserved solely in the city of 10,000 beasts? We do not seek the flame without compensation. What do you wish for? I will do my utmost to assist you. Luosan stated, his white ears pinned back tightly, rendering them invisible to Li Su. What a peculiar individual, hiding his ears so thoroughly. Such a fortunate opportunity. I shall not decline. Li Su mused, stroking her chin as she paced. How about sending me some animal hides? Yet her mind was already devising plans for the establishment of the Qingmu tribe. Presently, the tribe was vulnerable, akin to an open door, and as the winter drew to a close, not only the beastmen, but also the ferocious creatures of the forest were starving. Humans are social beings. She no longer wished to live like a rat in a stinking gutter, hiding in dark corners, merely surviving. Just some animal hides. Luosin pondered if the little female might be underestimating him. Of course not. After a moment's thought, Li Su refrained from uttering anything outrageous. The timing was not yet ripe. She needed to wait a little longer. With a polite smile directed at Luosan, she inquired, "May I place this request here for now and bring it up when I need it?" After all, some meat and pelts were too trivial a price. Sometimes, repaying a favor could be far more complicated. Luosan's expression turned cold as he nodded slowly. Very well. Exchanging a few hides for Li Su's flame felt somewhat exploitative. Li Su regarded Luosan with skepticism. "You are a priest. You wouldn't take the flame and then deny it, would you?" Would this miserly priest suddenly turn his back on her? Luosan's gaze darkened as he stepped closer to Li Su, lowering his head to scrutinize the delicate female before him. Today felt like a rediscovery. This fierce little female had brought him such unexpected delight, yet her presence undeniably tugged at his heartstrings. "Li Su, you are quite charming, but why do you speak so boldly?" Li Su sensed an inexplicable fear emanating from Luosan, ready to retort that he was incapable of self-care. I could see that moment. Mu Shui rushed over, clutching her arm and softly calling, "Mother, I want a hug. My stomach hurts a bit." "Stomach pain? Let me see that." Li Su knelt down, examining the area where the small hand rested, gently prodding above Mu Shui's navel. "Is it here that hurts?" "Yes, Mother, it hurts." And Mu Shui leaned her little head against Li Su's leg, a fine sheen of cold sweat forming on her forehead. The pain around her navel indicated a potential case of ascariasis. Li Su suspected she knew what ailed Mu Shui. In order to prevent alarming Mu Shui, Li Su maintained a light-hearted demeanor. "Do not worry, my dear. It is just a minor ailment. Soon, Mother will give you something to eat, and you will feel better." Mu Shui likely understood what affliction she had succumbed to, so she cooperated with Li Su's reassurances, intending to patiently await her mother. However, upon noticing Luosan drawing closer to her mother, his gaze increasingly fervent, a possessiveness characteristic of a serpent beastman surged within him, compelling him to reclaim his mother. Females and cubs afflicted with such illness within the tribe seldom lived long. He could not bear the thought of losing her. "Mother, you are truly wonderful." With reddened eyes, Mu Shui embraced Li Su's neck. To experience such happiness before departing from this world was already a profound satisfaction. All right. It is merely ascariasis. Shortly, I will help Mu Shui with a deworming treatment. Tomorrow, you will be lively and energetic once more." Li Su stroked Mu Shui's hair, which had grown somewhat greasy. She could give her child a bath today and change into a better quality animal hide. "Deworming? Does that mean I won't die?" Mu Shui's round eyes widened, repeating her mother's words. Was it the kind of deworming she had in mind? "Indeed, it is merely ascariasis. The beast god has informed Mother how to treat it." Observing the two engage in hushed conversation, Li Su's face beamed with joy. Luosan suddenly felt that the little female seemed to drift further away from him. A shadow loomed over Li Su and Mu Shui. It was Luosan, who had been left aside, now approaching them. "Let me see. What troubles little Mu Shui?" Luosan leaned in closely, his breath brushing against Li Su's face. His long arms nearly enveloped both her and Mu Shui. "If you are to examine her, why come so near?" Li Su felt overwhelmed by a faint herbal scent, causing her discomfort as she instinctively shifted away. Yet Luosan remained unfazed, his hand resting firmly on Mu Shui's belly, as if he truly intended to assess her condition. Li Su felt a twinge of embarrassment. Perhaps she had overthought it. Luosan, the priest, likely held no interest in her, considering her own weight and notorious reputation as a troublesome female. It was indeed a stretch to think the tribe's priest would find her appealing. Coming to this realization, her demeanor relaxed significantly. However, Luosan's expression shifted dramatically as he quickly examined the little serpent cub's face and hands. "Li Su, your serpent cub has contracted a parasitic disease." Li Su was already aware. "Oh what?" "Li Su, parasitic diseases have no cure." Luosan's voice dropped, as if he were forcing the words through clenched teeth. "I cannot save him. You understand? This was a grave illness. How could she appear so unfazed?" "It is fine. I do not hold you accountable." Li Su observed Luosan's expression, which seemed filled with remorse. She had not anticipated he could be a decent priest, thus altering her perception of him. She was not ignorant of the lack of medical resources in the beast world, so she did not blame Luosen. In modern times, a simple deworming pill could resolve such a trivial issue in the beast world. Acquiring such medication might be more troublesome. The bitter orange seeds they had previously discovered could eliminate roundworms, pinworms, and tapeworms. Yet Li Su was uncertain about the specific type of worm plaguing Mu Shui. Typically, consuming raw meat could lead to tapeworms, right? The bitter orange was toxic, and she had not found any by the stream since. The quantity was insufficient. Moreover, given Mu Shui's tender age, she could not take risks. There were numerous foods known to aid in deworming, such as pumpkin. Additionally, carrots, bitter melons, and loofahs could assist in treating roundworms. Carrots could enhance immune function, while certain components in bitter melon and loofah could inhibit the growth of roundworms. Yet, none were as effective as pumpkin seeds, which could expel worms. The more Li Su pondered, the more excitement surged within her. This was wisdom passed down from her ancestors, as recorded in the Compendium of Materia Medica. Luosen's gaze dimmed as he suppressed his emotions, appearing once more as an unreachable mountain, exuding a faint aura of detachment. It seemed he sought to confirm something, suddenly stating another matter. Before I arrived here, I happened to be stopped by Lan Yue. Her bear cub has also contracted a parasitic disease. Li Su had not anticipated this revelation. Lan Yue? Her bear cub too? Yes, but Lan Yue was in tears, beseeching me to save her cub. Luosen scrutinized Li Su closely, noting that her eyes showed no sign of redness. Li Su's heart sank. If Lan Yue's young one had also fallen ill. I fear this is not a favorable phenomenon that Li Su observed at the time when Mu Shui experienced abdominal pain coincided perfectly with today, this moment, with the other cubs in the tribe also simultaneously succumb to parasitic ailments. Seeing Li Su's indifferent expression after hearing this, Luo's son felt a deep sense of disappointment. She truly seemed, as the rumors in the tribe suggested, utterly unconcerned about the life or death of the snake cub. Was her kindness towards her beast husband merely a facade? Alas, it appeared he had misjudged her. This little female was indeed a master of pretense. Luo's son turned away, heading towards Luo Duo, who was holding the fire source. Mu Shui remained immersed in joy, believing wholeheartedly what his mother had said, that he could indeed be saved, he would not face death, and the little fellow sensed Luo Sen's unusual demeanor, narrowing his eyes in delight, nearly bouncing with happiness. The gaze of the Luo son priest shifted from curiosity to indifference. It seemed he had misunderstood something. Yet for Mu Shui, it was a tremendous stroke of fortune, for this meant that Luo's son would no longer covet his mother. Yes, the snake beastman was all too familiar with this sentiment. The lofty white tiger priest was indeed interested in his mother. He could not be mistaken. Mu Shui instinctively glanced around the cave, wondering if his male father would soon emerge. If he did not come out soon, his partner might be tainted by the scent of other beastmen. The snake beastman could not endure such a situation. Although Li Su felt uneasy about Luo Sen's erratic behavior, she did not dwell on it. After all, every time she encountered Luo San, he always bore this aloof demeanor. Brother, is Mu Shui's condition serious? Luo Duo looked at the snake cub in Li Su's arms with concern. But it's serious. I can already feel it. The parasite is no smaller than the one in Xiongshir's belly, Luo Sun sighed, his expression grave. Even a cold-blooded beast cub was a descendant of the Qing Mu tribe and should not be so easily abandoned. Noticing the troubled expressions on the faces of the brother and sister, Li Su, uncertain of their conversation, turned and carried Mu Shui towards the cave. The pot on the earthen stove still held warm soup for Huyen. The fire beneath should not go to waste, as it could be used to boil a pot of hot water for Mu Shui's bath. After discussing among themselves, Luo Duo and Luo San decided to take Mu Shui back and try other remedies. Luo Duo handed the fire source to Luo San and hurried after Li Su, earnestly advising, Li Su, most beastmen afflicted by parasitic diseases do not survive. Only a few cubs manage to live. Why not entrust Mu Shui to us? We will do our utmost to provide him with the finest meat and explore any usable herbs. No. Thank you for your kindness. I have decided to find a medicine myself. Rather than let Mu Shui be a test subject, I would prefer to take matters into my own hands. We have enough meat. You just tasted the meat from the level 3 flame leopard. Correct? Luo Duo was taken aback. Indeed, Li Su's beast husband had slaughtered a flame leopard just yesterday, and she had access to the meat of a level 3 ferocious beast. She had just eaten it, finding it delicious, tender, and flavorful. They had indeed acted unnecessarily. Since Li Su did not require it, it should be given to those in need. Luo's son cast a cold glance at Li Su before taking the torch and leaving. What is wrong with her brother today? Just a moment ago, he was the one insisting on taking Mu Shui back, Luo Duo remarked. That priest Luo's son is probably losing his wits, Li Su replied dismissively. Today, Mu Shui is all mine. Mu Shui chimed in Li Su. Luo's son does not mean it that way. Luo Duo smiled apologetically. Li Su watched as the tall figure swiftly disappeared from their sight and instinctively held Mu Shui closer. The Qingmu tribe was not as devoid of humanity as depicted in novels. She recalled how, when Mu Shui and Huiyin returned to annihilate the tribe, only the white tiger priest, who had lost a leg, remained. Having sacrificed himself to protect the few remaining cubs and females, he was brutally slain by the beast husbands of the female protagonist upon the altar of the tribe. No worries, Luo Duo. Come here, I want to share some methods of using the fire source. Upon hearing about the fire source, Luo Duo rushed over, immediately focusing her attention. Her ears perked up to listen. Look, this earthen stove. Li Su showed Luo Duo the fire chamber. The earth and stones can contain the fire, isolating it from combustion. Areas with fire sources must always be well ventilated, otherwise one risks poisoning. Remember, do not place animal hides, wood, or any flammable materials near the fire source. Noticing Luo Duo's gaze fixated on the stones and jars above, Li Su elaborated. This is a jar and stone slab, made from volcanic rock. They can be used to cook soup, roast meat, and boil hot water. With a fire source, tender food can be prepared for young females, cubs, and elderly beastmen. Moreover, water and meat cooked with a fire source will not lead to parasitic infections. Is that true? By the beast god above, it is what he told me, Li Su replied, blinking her eyes with utmost certainty. The more Luo Duo listened, the more astonished she became. Li Su's knowledge was overwhelming, and she could not fully absorb it all at once. Yet, she would surely master it within a day. Indeed, those favored by the beast god were different. Li Su, you are truly brilliant. Luo Duo thought to herself that it must have been the beast god responding to her brother's earnest prayers each year, sending a messenger like Li Su. After Luo's son left the snake cave and settled the fire source at the altar, intending to keep watch over it, he was suddenly met with an urgent call. Luo's son priest. So you are here. Quickly save Lan Yue. Hurry and save my bear cub. A brown bear. Its fur a rich reddish brown, charged towards him from a distance. Its deep voice was filled with palpable urgency. Upon hearing the giant beast call, Luo's son recognized it as Xiong. Don't panic. What has happened to Lan Yue? Luo's son inquired. Just before he sought out Li Su, Lan Yue had been perfectly fine. What had caused this sudden turn of events? Xiong sure is in great pain. Lan Yue could not bear it and went to find me alone. However, as soon as she left the safety of the tribe, she encountered a level 1 ferocious beast. If I had not happened to return, she would likely have lost her life. Xiong, he lowered his head, his eyes reddening. What folly! Xiong sure has contracted a parasitic disease. What help could Lan Yue provide? Luo's son had not anticipated that Lan Yue would care so deeply for her cub, risking her own life in the process. His thoughts turned again to that heartless little female, and his agitation grew. Where is Lan Yue now? She is in your cave, bleeding profusely. You must hurry and save her, Xiong Yi urged, panic evident in his tone. Luo Sen's gaze shifted between the fire source and Xiong Yi. Ultimately, he could only helplessly point towards the fire source in the stone basin on the altar. This is the fire source. Keep a close watch. If it goes out, I will skin you alive. Li Su, if you need anything, just come to my cave or seek out my brother. He will surely assist you. That cold-hearted, miserly priest. Li Su thought Luo Duo was joking. That sour face would never help her. Li Su remained unconvinced, politely nodding. Thank you, Luo Duo, if I need your assistance in the future. Would you help me? Of course, Luo Duo replied playfully, raising an eyebrow. She felt that now that Li Su had produced the fire source, She was her best friend. You are the messenger of the beast god. We will naturally heed your words. Luo Duo, could you refrain from telling others about my status as a messenger for the time being? Li Su smiled sincerely. I fear everyone may not accept my former self and might doubt its authenticity, which would surely enrage the beast god. It would be better to wait for an opportune moment to reveal it. Li Su wished to quietly amass wealth while fostering good relations with the tribe, opting not to stand out at this moment. Rest assured, Li Su, my brother, and I will definitely keep your secret safe. We won't tell anyone. Luo Duo promised repeatedly, nearly swearing an oath. After she departed, Li Su, with Mu Shui in tow, set out to find suitable vessels for collecting water in the sweltering heat. Going without a bath each day left Li Su feeling utterly uncomfortable. Contemplating a bath in the creek would risk exposure, so she decided it was safer to bathe within the cave. Thus, she was determined to find the right tools. Yes, she glanced at the soup in the stone jar. She shook her head regretfully and exclaimed, I wonder where Hua Yin has wandered off to. This soup was specially prepared for him. If he doesn't eat it soon, it will likely spoil. Unfortunately, neither Mu Shui nor I can manage anymore. Let's go burn off some energy and return for a drink. All right, mother. In the distance, a patch of tall grass trembled slightly. Li Su and Mu Shui exchanged knowing glances and left the cave together. Mother, is it true that you can cure my parasitic disease? Mu Shui tilted his head, gazing at Li Su with hope, clutching a bundle of firewood in his arms. That, of course. But mother needs to find some things first. Have you ever seen fruits like these? Li Su, relying on the memories in her mind, held a withered branch and sketched a long gourd-shaped fruit on the ground. This fruit could either be oval or round. Its skin, when unripe, is green, and when ripe, it turns a vibrant orange yellow. It is called a pumpkin, though she wondered if Mu Shui had ever seen one. Mu Shui stared at the fruit on the ground for a long while. Eventually, with a pale face, he shook his head, feeling somewhat helpless. I'm sorry, mother, I've never seen it before. Mu Shui was deeply disappointed. At least this object had not appeared in the safety zone of their tribe. Li Su felt a twinge of disappointment as well, but she gently patted Mu Shui's head, offering him comfort. It's all right, Mu Shui. On the day after tomorrow, mother will surely bring back a pumpkin herself. Mu Shui's eyes brightened at her words. So, this thing can cure my worm disease? Yes, as long as we find the pumpkin, we can rid you of the worms in your belly. And Mu Shui, please tell me more about what to pay attention to during gathering. Though Mu Shui was still a cub and had never participated in gathering, he had observed the other females in the tribe as they collected resources. He tilted his little head back and gently bit his finger, recalling the scenes of past harvests. Mother, the male beastmen from the tribe go hunting in pairs every day. However, every third day, they take a day off to protect the females while they go out to gather. So, do the fruits gathered belong to oneself? Li Su was particularly concerned about the amount they would collect. Each person receives half. The protective male beastmen take away half, and you keep the other half. Will so much be taken away? Li Su expressed her surprise. Yes, the beasts outside the tribe are quite dangerous. Those beastmen with lesser abilities might not return after venturing out. However, powerful beastmen, like my father, act alone, and the meat they hunt belongs solely to them. They protect you, and all the gathered items are yours alone. Mu Shui lightly praised his formidable father, and seeing that Li Su did not show any signs of disapproval, he felt assured that mother truly did not dislike his father. That so? Li Su felt a flutter of excitement, but Muhan remained motionless among the stones. They might not make it in time the day after tomorrow. Then I'll go gather alone first. Once your father wakes up, we can go out together. Mu Shui nodded, accepting his mother's decision. They roamed various places, collecting many dry branches, and eventually discovered a large dead tree. Circling around it repeatedly, the lowest section had a decent appearance. She thought it would make a splendid water bucket. The dead branches above could serve as firewood. Perfect. Li Su felt that the current cave was somewhat cramped. If she dug down another layer, the coldness underground would allow her to create an ice cellar, in the absence of salt. This would help delay the decay of meat for 3 months. She needed to dig back and upwards to expand the space. The dry branches she had gathered would be hard to find in winter. Damp firewood is challenging to ignite, and even if it caught fire, it would produce copious smoke and moisture, making it uninhabitable. Once Muhan awoke, they would need to expand. Otherwise, her provisions might have no place to be stored. Last night, the meat from the third-level flame leopard was consumed by Muhan in his beast form, leaving her just a front leg, which he said couldn't be stored in this weather for fear of spoiling. Yet, that front leg was only enough for her and the 2 cubs for 2 days. She hadn't anticipated that the beastmen had such large appetites, and this realization left her feeling unsettled. It seemed her previous thoughts were flawed. Surviving a 15-month winter relying solely on stored dead matter would likely be impossible. Li Su felt a sense of panic. Wielding her secondary canine tooth knife, she began sawing at the wood. This saw was remarkably sharp, quickly cutting through 2 sections of wood the height of her calf. "Mother, what are you making?" "I'm making a wooden bucket to hold water. It is far too slow to fetch water from the stream each time. This will allow me to collect more." Li Su was grateful that her abilities had reached level 1, and her physical strength had improved accordingly. Otherwise, it would have taken an eternity to carve out these 2 wooden buckets. After a moment, looking at the 2 rather unsightly buckets in her hands, Li Su forced a smile. "I suppose I'll have to make do with these for now." She instructed Mu Shui to carry the withered branches back to the cave while she headed straight to the stream to fetch water. Encountering a group of females washing animal skins by the riverbank, most of the earlier group had finished their tasks. They were preparing for the impending winter. Li Su pondered how to survive the extreme cold of winter. Merely relying on these animal skins would not suffice. She contemplated constructing a heated bed. If she could manage to create a heated area for winter, she wouldn't fear the frigid temperatures outside, even if it dropped to -50 or 60 degrees. Li Su, look at what you're holding. Is it edible? If you eat that wood, you'll probably be unable to even pass it. What kind of fool would say such a thing? Li Su looked up at the speaker, curious to see which fool dared to provoke her. It turned out to be Qing Tao. "Qing Tao, are your eyes blind? This is a stick. Do you intend to eat it? Even if you devoured 10 of them, I wouldn't touch even one." Instinctively, Li Su glanced at her leg. She walked with a noticeable limp, as if she were severely injured. Qing Tao was taken aback, not expecting Li Su to be so vicious with her words. Gritting her teeth, she wore a wicked smile. "Li Su, I heard you're going to participate in gathering tomorrow. It must be for Huya, right?" The malicious intent was unmistakably etched on her face. "Who is Huya? Why would I gather for him? Your mind is filled with nonsense, seeing malice in everyone." Li Su retorted, the cold stream water splashing against her hands, sending a shiver of comfort through her. The surrounding females looked on in disbelief. Was Li Su really lying with her eyes wide open? Indeed, everyone knew about her transaction with Qing Tao regarding the cave, yet she was denying it. Ignore that wicked female. She might say she doesn't want it, but she may well sneak off tonight. The last comment came from a small female with single eyelids, who cast a displeased glance at Li Su. Li Su keenly returned her gaze. This single-eyed female had just spoken ill of her on behalf of Luo Duo, making it clear she genuinely disliked her. However, Li Su shrugged it off. There were too many people she couldn't stand, and this one was no exception. She swiftly filled the 2 wooden buckets with clear water. The heat in the air was overwhelming, and even though winter would arrive in 3 months, waves of heat still wafted through the atmosphere. Sweat trickled down her face, reaching her lips with a faint salty taste that made her frown in displeasure. Her spatial abilities had not improved significantly. It would likely take more time to unlock them. The meat from the 3rd-level flame leopard had elevated her abilities to level 1, yet it was running low and could not sustain her for long. Li Su sighed inwardly. Salt. She desperately craved white, crystalline salt. Yet even if she opened her spatial abilities, there would not be enough salt inside to preserve meat for 4 people. Both humans and beasts require salt. This place, being inland, must have salt mines or salt lakes. Given the abundance of ferocious beasts, preserve meat for over a year in this primitive tribe, one would need either salt or ice. If she could properly cure the meat, a natural freezer would be available in 3 months to store it. Seeing Li Su remain unresponsive, Qing Tao tossed aside a piece of animal skin and approached her. Hands on her hips, her voice loud enough to attract the attention of all the females by the stream. "I'm talking to you, Li Su. You say you don't know Huya? He waits daily for you to bond with him. You're not toying with beastmen, are you?" Li Su entirely disregarded Qing Tao as provocation, lifting the two buckets and maneuvering around her to leave. The heavy water felt light in her hands as her mind focused on finding salt, hurrying to bring the water back, give the snake cubs a bath, and then take a stroll through the tribe to see if there was any salt available. She had no time to engage in petty squabbles with a young girl. Qing Tao, seeing that Li Su ignored her, wore a giddy expression of someone who had committed a wrongdoing, calling out to her retreating figure. "What are you pretending for? If your cold-blooded beast husband hadn't died, you would have rushed to find Huya long ago. I tell you, if you don't want him, I might just take action." After Qing Tao concluded her words, a triumphant expression adorned her face, firmly believing that Li Su would surely falter. To her surprise, Li Su did not slow her pace. Rather, she ran even faster, regardless of who Huya associated with. It could not deter her from bathing the children or fetching salt. Qing Tao was left dumbfounded, for it seemed that Li Su held no genuine interest in Huya. Was she still the same Li Su? You might as well give up, for it appeared that Li Su truly did not fancy Huya anymore. I saw her clinging to Priest Luo's son every day. Perhaps she had taken a liking to him. With a hint of sourness in her tone, the single-lidded female gently urged her friend not to dwell on Li Su's indifference. "Have you finished your cave? If you don't secure one soon, you will regret it. Enough. Even the slightly better caves in the safe zone have been claimed." Qing Tao sighed, reflecting on the discomfort of sleeping on the forest floor with the beastmen these past few days, which had dulled her enthusiasm for childbirth. "Fun Chao, do you think finding a cave suitable for both winter and summer is so easy? If it were, I wouldn't have endured the stench to trade for Li Su's dwelling. Who knew that this wretched female would deceive me? Why not dig a cave on Li Su's mountain?" Fan Chao suggested hesitantly. That place indeed had its merits. Yet, Qing Tao's earlier bravado vanished, her face paling. "Are you courting death? My Wolfang has made it clear that Muhan is a level 3 beastman. After slaying a level 3 flame leopard, who knows if he will break through to level 4? Going there would be akin to delivering oneself into the jaws of danger." Qing Tao suspected Fan Chao was concocting a foolish plan that cold-blooded beastmen were inherently indifferent. Living so close would only invite trouble. She limped towards the stream, washing the blood and grime from the beast skin she carried. Although Wolfang had indeed chosen a cave, she couldn't shake the feeling that it paled in comparison to Li Su's. Fan Chao observed Qing Tao washing the beast skin and suddenly blushed. "Can't you exercise a little restraint? Winter is approaching. If you happen to become pregnant in these few days, it will be quite troublesome." Qing Tao teased Fan Chao. "Once you come of age, you will understand. By the beast god, the pleasures of a beastman are utterly intoxicating. Go away." Fan Chao, still months away from maturity, felt her cheeks burn crimson at Qing Tao's remarks. Yet, she too had her sights set on a beastman, and a vision of his chiseled profile, reminiscent of towering snowy mountains, drifted into her mind. Her gaze dimmed. The priest could not form a bond. He was a servant of the beast god, destined to serve for eternity. Even precious females like them could not claim him. Noticing Fan Chao's sudden shyness, Qing Tao sighed inwardly, for she likely knew who Fan Chao admired. Such beastmen were coveted by many females in their tribe, yet none could truly possess them. Isu hurried back to the cave with water, only to discover that neither of her children was present. Glancing at the earthen stove, she noted that the soup had been completely consumed. Isu felt a flicker of joy. Perhaps this was a promising start? She added some firewood to the stove, where the thick logs had already turned to charcoal, still radiating warmth that a few dry grasses would easily rekindle the flames. Isu crafted a slender target from grass, washed the stone pot to remove the grease, and poured water from the wooden barrel to begin heating it. The wild grass she had used to clean the pot was quite resilient. About the thickness of a finger, if she could weave a grass curtain to hang at the cave entrance, it would provide her with more peace of mind at night. Isu's eyes brightened with determination. Without delay, she ventured back to the patch of grass she had just pulled. Selecting several straight and long strands, she bundled them together and set them out to dry outside the cave. The grass curtain crafted in this manner would have a longer lifespan. Suddenly, the sound of stones rolling echoed from within the cave. "Muhan, are you awake?" Li Su furrowed her brows, circling the cave, but finding no sign of him. It seemed merely a stone that had fallen inadvertently. She chided herself for overreacting. Deep within the cave, amidst the dark rubble, a pair of obsidian eyes slowly opened, revealing a palm-sized snake that slithered out in fright, staring in horror at its diminutive form. Where was its once mighty body? It had even grown four-legged, and Muhan's expression was inscrutable, and he sighed deeply. Waking up from a deep slumber, he felt lesser than a loach. In the lowest part of the cave, Li Su dug a pit, reinforcing the muddy walls with her earth-based powers, ensuring that even a gecko would struggle to scale them without slipping to the bottom of the pit. She decided to carve a hole for water, moving a stone to place inside, allowing her to stand and shower comfortably. Li Su. A warm voice suddenly resonated within the cave. Li Su turned towards the sound, only to find a black-blue four-legged snake before her. With swift precision, she struck down the stone in her hand. Where did this foul creature come from? Not dead yet. Muhan's newly sprouted limbs were uncoordinated, causing him to slip as the massive stone struck him squarely. Crack. The large stone that Li Su had selected with great care shattered into several pieces. What kind of four-legged snake was this? Its head was remarkably tough. Li Su stepped back in fear, gripping her crafted canine tooth weapon with renewed resolve. Although it bore little flesh, it could still serve as a meal for her two children. She would ask Mu Shui later. Surely this four-legged snake wasn't a relative of theirs? Unexpectedly, the four-legged snake remained motionless, its eyes wide with terror as it gazed at Li Su. It spoke. Li Su. It s me. The words were laced with a mix of frustration and a profound sense of helplessness. Muhan. Li Su regarded the snake, which was no larger than her forearm, a quizzical brow raised. That familiar voice, who else could it belong to but her wayward beastman? Came the reluctant reply to her astonishment. Li Su perceived a deep sense of disappointment in the face of the four-legged snake. How did you end up like this? Didn't you consume a level 3 beast crystal? Her heart ached for him, and without a second thought, she grasped his neck. That was a level 3 beast crystal. How could you not advance to a level 4 beastman, but instead become this wretched creature? Do you not care for my feelings? Muhan endured her shaking, his spirit drained as he closed his eyes in resignation. Please don't be so sensitive. I merely remarked that you consumed a level 3 beast crystal. Are you trying to provoke me? I haven't done anything to you. Seeing the little snakes will live evaporate. His head drooped despondently, and Li Su felt a twinge of sympathy. This once mighty forest giant had been reduced to a mere palm-sized serpent. Who could withstand such a stark contrast? Now, however, she felt no fear. She rested the four-legged snake on her arm. Oddly enough, his appearance had undergone significant changes, particularly his tail, which, compared to the previous bloodied and mangled state, now shimmered with scales and emitted a faint blue glow. Resembling a sapphire tail. Though smaller, he appeared to be in better health. Li Su reached out to touch the blue tail, which felt cool and smooth, akin to fine jade. She marveled at its exquisite texture. To her surprise, the moment she poked it, Muhan's eyes shot open, revealing four delicate pink claws beneath his tail as he struggled in panic. His strikingly beautiful eyes, dark as obsidian, glimmered with a hint of blue. Reminiscent of a pristine ocean, Li Su was captivated. This four-legged snake bore a striking resemblance to a creature from Chinese mythology, the Jiao. Her gaze deepened with intrigue. If he truly was a Jiao, could he eventually transform into a dragon? That would be a remarkable stroke of fortune. Li Su, what exactly do you intend to do? As the twilight chill descended, Muhan lowered his head, a mix of restlessness and a hint of embarrassment washing over him. The tale of the serpent tribe served not only for combat, but also for other purposes. How could she dare to touch it so casually? A glimmer of unshed tears reflected in Muhan's eyes, revealing a trace of grievance. Li Su, feeling a pang of awkwardness, instinctively poked him. I'm sorry, please don't cry. I just found it so beautiful that I couldn't help but touch it. I promise I won't do it again. You don't think it's ugly, do you? Muhan, puzzled, lifted his gaze to Li Su. You still think it's beautiful? His delicate serpent head resembled a jade sculpture carved from black gemstones, exuding an unparalleled vitality. There were two small bumps on his forehead, resembling mosquito bites. Unable to resist, Li Su reached out and poked them, causing Muhan's entire body to stiffen as he closed his eyes. This little female was merely toying with him. Having just declared that she wouldn't casually touch his body, she was nothing but a deceiver. Seeing Muhan's despondent expression, Li Su feared she had gone too far. After all, he was a precious creature. Don't be disheartened. Your head has its own unique charm. Quite special indeed. Yes, it looks much better than that enormous head you had before. Really? It's very special. Beautiful. Muhan's skepticism was evident, his previously dark expression transforming into one of confusion. Li Su's current demeanor certainly did not convey disdain. If anything, it echoed curiosity and fondness. Suddenly, Muhan recalled the tiger tooth he had seen that night, and a chill coursed through him. Oh, this little female favored the frail. He watched her, pridefully swaying the two mosquito bumps, and Li Su couldn't help but laugh, apologizing profusely. It really is special. Huh? Muhan glared at her with his clear eyes, infuriated, with a swift closing of his eyes and a flip of his belly. He fainted. Muhan. Muhan. What's wrong? Li Su panicked, realizing her precious third-level crystal was at stake. He absolutely could not die. How could he just faint like that? When Muhan regained consciousness, he found a pair of delicate, rosy lips approaching him. A cold breath rushed into his lungs. Their lips met, warmth enveloping them. Female, do you know what you're doing? Muhan's face flushed crimson, his words trembling. Seeing Muhan awaken, Li Su was overjoyed. I'm saving you. This is called artificial respiration. Be why kissing you like this. You can wake up, Muhan thought to himself. Was he an idiot? I believe you. Suddenly, Muhan forced a smile, a trace of inexplicable sorrow flickering at the corners of his mouth. After all, you used to go mad at the mere sight of me, forbidding me from entering the cave and preventing me from raising two serpent cubs. Now, how can you intentionally draw close to me? Little female, I know my place. You needn't explain. With that, Muhan sank into a deep sorrow, causing Li Su to sober up. That detestable original owner, sleeping with someone and yet refusing to take responsibility. While simultaneously flirting with the tiger tooth and coveting Lawson, truly a heartless woman, Li Su sat beside Muhan, gently tapping his small black serpent Muhan, can you just consider the old me as dead? The current me has been enlightened by the beast god and is akin to a rebirth. How about we get to know each other anew? Muhan glanced up at Li Su. His voice as cold and clear as water from a winter spring, distant yet sweet. What scheme do you intend to play now? I'm in this state, unable to protect or harm you. You need not fear me. If you wish to be with the tiger tooth, I will not stop you. Was this guy still angry? Li Su smiled gently, her expression soothing as she moved closer to the despondent black serpent. I am not afraid you'll laugh, but I don't remember the past very clearly. The beast god said that the previous memories were all erroneous, and now we need to set things right. So, I have forgotten the unpleasant memories that you believe me. Muhan did not expect Li Su to come so close, a faint blush rising on his neck. As you wish. After all, I have no say in this matter. Relieved, Li Su thought at least he hadn't outright rejected her. But what was the meaning of his current state? Seizing the moment, she inquired Muhan, what exactly is wrong with your body? Why have you become like this? Muhan squeezed his newly rejuvenated tender paws, tilting his head, a shadow of sorrow crossing his gaze. It's likely due to a beast crystal. It's insufficient for me to level up to a 4th-level beastman. This was merely Muhan's conjecture. His body had been severely injured. Although he had healed, it had consumed half the power of the beast crystal. The strength to evolve into a 4th-level beastman was no longer adequate. So that was Li Su stroked her chin, suddenly glancing at his small form. Can you still become a man? Muhan stared blankly at Li Su, wondering if she was joking. He gazed at her, his jade-like eyes wide with disbelief that she would ask such a question. Li Su's round, innocent eyes fixed on Muhan, filled with curiosity. Am I not asking correctly? Why are you looking at me like that? Speak up. Can you become a man or not? Ultimately, Muhan resigned himself and nodded with difficulty. However, his beautiful serpent tail whipped back and forth, creating a loud noise as dust flew everywhere. Li Su found his behavior rather peculiar. But the thought of this labor starting a 996 work schedule tomorrow excited her. If you can transform, then just do it. Why the hesitation? And why is your tail making such a racket? Doesn't it hurt? You're smaller now, but your temper seems to have worsened. As Li Su gazed intently at his tail, Muhan felt a surge of humiliation and anger rising within him. Thinking, what are you staring at? His tail didn't hurt at all. It could even leave a dent. It was extraordinarily hard. Li Su pondered for a moment, suddenly recalling something. The reproductive organs of the serpent tribe were located on their tails. Muhan's tail had been damaged to such an extent before, and now it had shrunk so much. Although the flesh had healed, it wouldn't fundamentally be incapable, would it? She cast another glance, and Muhan nearly jumped up. She realized the ground was almost pockmarked from where he had struck it. Surely it was impossible. Otherwise, how could he have been treated so cruelly? Right? Muhan felt a chill run through him. What on earth was this little female looking at? How had she become so deranged? Previously, she wouldn't even dare to meet his gaze. Wherever Li Su's eyes lingered, Muhan felt as if he were ablaze. His tail recoiled sharply, as if facing a formidable foe. What are you looking at? Anger flared as he questioned, realizing she had guessed correctly. Inciting his eye, Isu looked at Muhan with a hint of pity. Shaking her head, no wonder you looked so despondent upon waking. I hadn't realized it was because of this. Her tone softened involuntarily. Don't be so hard on yourself. Your tail has only just healed. Some things shouldn't be taken too seriously. You already have 2 serpent cubs, haven you. Even if you can't be a proper serpent, I want to mock you. Perhaps the 2 of us can become true revolutionary comrades. Muhan's tail hesitated, unsure whether to retreat or not. What does she mean by bringing up the serpent cubs? Is she trying to threaten me? He felt there was an underlying message in Li Su's words. Her gaze is cold, as I say, Li Su. I brought you some skins, are you there? Luo Duo's voice echoed from outside the cave, startling both Li Su and Muhan. Especially Muhan, he realized that in such a short time. Li Su's presence had completely enveloped him. The distance between them had become alarmingly close, a situation that would have been impossible previously. Stay here, and don't let anyone see you in your current state. Li Su kindly reminded before hastily exiting, leaving Muhan behind. He didn't miss the sudden shade that fell over his face. Are all these skins for me? You and your brother are too generous. Li Su exclaimed as she approached Luo Duo, nearly buried under the pile of animal skins in her arms. This is just what I managed to grab, and why brother probably doesn't have time to come over now. Luo Duo said with a hint of regret. Lan Yue has been quite unfortunate. Her child has come down with a parasitic disease and is in immense pain. She actually went outside the tribe to wait for her beast husband, only to be attacked by a ferocious beast. It's serious? Li Su never anticipated that a person who was alive in the morning would meet with misfortune. Indeed, the outside of the tribe was fraught with peril. Recalling the grim fate of Lan Yue, Luo Duo's expression turned somber. She was gravely injured, her blood nearly saturating her hide. Despite the danger, Li Su and Lan Yue were not particularly close. Yet she was not one to kick someone when they were down. Thus, she shifted her focus to the beautiful hides in her hands, remarking, these pelts are exquisite, and some are particularly soft to the touch. Luo Duo, your skill in tanning hides is truly commendable. She immediately envisioned making garments for her 2 children. These hides are nothing. How can they compare to your precious fire seed? Luo Duo waved her hands dismissively. Once your beast husband recovers, you will have more hides than you can use. There's no need to covet these. Luo Duo, I sincerely thank you. Regardless, you have alleviated my pressing concerns that Li Su intended to craft outfits for Mu Yin and Mu Shui. And having ready-made hides saved her considerable effort. There is no need for such gratitude, Luo Duo insisted, her gaze on Li Su filled with eagerness as she stammered. When we go for mushroom picking the day after tomorrow, may I accompany you? I wish to learn how to identify that mushroom. Though her voice was tinged with shyness, she was determined to survive. Even if Li Su refused to teach her, she would stealthily follow and learn. You shouldn't have to participate in the picking, right? Li Su recalled that Luo Duo seemed not yet of age and lacked a beast husband for protection. It appears you have forgotten much from before. Luo Duo sighed in relief. interpreting Li Su's tone as one of willingness to teach. Indeed, unseasoned females can skip the picking, but if their male parent and female parent consent, they may join. Winter is fast approaching, and it is wise to store as much food as possible. Luo Duo's spirited eyes shone with hope. Li Su did not harbor any dislike for her, and readily agreed. Very well, then come find me at that time. Luo Duo nodded, her smile radiant. Even if your beast husband cannot protect you, it is of no concern. My brother will also be present and will prioritize your safety. Li Su nodded. Given Muhan's current condition, he likely could not accompany her, so having another to protect her was certainly advantageous at that moment. As Luo Duo spoke, she felt a chilling gaze upon her. When she looked up, she only caught a glimpse of shadow flitting through the dim cave. Luo Duo, is your beast husband healed? She exclaimed in surprise. Not yet. He is still injured. What of it? Li Su thought Luo Duo had noticed the presence of the four-cornered snake and stepped forward to block her view, vaguely concealing Muhan's condition for his sake. To protect Muhan's dignity. She refrained from revealing that he had already awakened, fearing that the fragile-hearted four-cornered snake might faint from anger, leading to further complications. Take care of yourself. Winter is approaching, and do not conceive. Luo Duo patted Li Su's shoulder with a conspiratorial grin. Truly, you are the chosen female of the beast god, daring to engage in such affairs within the lair of a third-tier cold-blooded beastman. I admire your courage. Who will you bear children with? Muhan. He cannot take the serpent path. Li Su felt no concern, forcing a commercial-like silly smile that belied her unease. Rest assured, Muhan has not yet awakened. I will not bear any offspring. You should return for now. Tomorrow morning, I will take you to search for mushrooms in the tribe. All right, I will come by tomorrow morning, Luo Duo replied, understanding, and with a wink, she departed. Remaining here would only hinder the beastman from leaving. Li Su had already bribed her with mushroom picking. If she remained oblivious, even the beast god would be unable to tolerate it. Though Li Su found Luo Duo somewhat peculiar, she dismissed it, attributing it to her excitement. Once Luo Duo left, she turned to find Muhan squatting on a stone, coldly regarding her. You intend to participate in the picking the day after tomorrow? With so much on my mind, if I do not gather what I can before winter, it would be a waste. Even the beast god would be furious. Hearing the bubbling sound of hot water, Li Su rushed to the earthen stove, not sparing a glance for Muhan, that he looked puzzled. But you have never been outside. The dangers there are beyond your imagination. Gurgle, the hungry noise coincided with Muhan's words. To her surprise, her stomach began to growl at that moment. Li Su was not one to deprive herself. She scooped the remaining pig fat from the stone jar, preparing lunch. You heard that sound. That is precisely why I must go out. Winter is fast approaching, and if we do not stockpile food, we may all perish from hunger, but we can still do as we did before. I will roam the beastly forest, delivering meat to you periodically. Placing the murky fat on the hot stone, it immediately melted with a sizzle. Muhan, this winter will be different from previous years. I have received a warning that it will extend by 3 months. Would you like to have some cracklings or some roasted meat? Last night, fearing the meat would spoil, Li Su had dissolved the remaining salt in hot water and evenly sprinkled the brine over the panther meat, slicing some to fry. The aroma of the roasted meat tightened Muhan's throat, yet the news chilled him. No one understood the beastly forest better than he did. A 12-month winter had already pushed all beasts and beastmen to their limits. Extending it by 3 months would likely lead to many lives quietly perishing beneath the snow. Muhan did not expect Li Su to remain so composed, calmly sitting before the fire roasting meat. Winter will be extended? A warning from the beast god? Li Su, do you still have the leisure to roast meat? Are you not hungry? Though Muhan had absorbed a significant amount of beast crystal energy and was not starving, he still wished to savor the flavor. Hungry, though uttered softly, Li Su heard him. Then wait a moment. I will let you know when it's ready, aside from the sizzling of the roasted meat. The two fell into silence. Muhan did not respond to whether he wished to eat, nor did he revisit the topic of the gathering, instead swimming to the dry water pool Li Su had created. He observed for a moment before starting to dig. Was he intending to help her create a drainage hole? Li Su did not expect him to be so clever and attempted to communicate. This is my bathing pool. The hole below needs to lead outside, just large enough for a fist. If possible, you can place some small stones in the hole so the dirty water will not collapse it, which would be perfect. You are very clever. Hearing Muhan's praise, Li Su understood he comprehended her. Indeed, serpents are the most intelligent among animals, yet also the most cold-blooded. She felt fortunate for their partnership contract, sparing her from competing with such a formidable beastman for winter supplies. Holding a bone knife, Li Su worked swiftly and accurately, each piece of meat cut evenly, a delightful balance of fat and lean. The tender panther meat, when it met the scorching stone, immediately emitted an enticing aroma. Golden and crispy, she sampled a piece, savoring the flavor that lingered on her lips. She squinted her eyes in delight. Though lacking any exquisite dipping sauce, it was already a feast for the hungry Li Su. It was well past noon, and she wondered where Mu Shui and Mu Yin had gone. They should return soon for a meal. The sun blazed fiercely, the heat somewhat excessive, yet Li Su knew this was not the hottest period of the beastly world. That would truly be unbearable. She gazed at the 4 large wooden bowls, picked up a sharp canine tooth, and carved the names of the 4 individuals into the bowls. Su, Han, Yin, Shui. She placed the roasted meat chunks into the bowls. Ensuring there would be no confusion over whose bowl was whose, the grass rustled as 2 figures, one tall and one short, traversed through the underbrush. Mu Shui trailed behind Mu Yin, chanting, "Mu Yin, Mother said she would help us bathe. Come back with me." Mu Yin halted, looking at Mu Shui with confusion. He could not fathom what kind of potion that wicked female had fed Mu Shui. "Mu Shui, what on earth has happened to you? Why do you suddenly believe that wicked female and even call her mother?" Grasping Mu Yin's hand, Mu Shui's eyes reflected a hint of hesitation. "But Mu Yin, Mother is not as bad as you think. She has changed. She is no longer that wicked female from before. Would she have cooked us meat soup to drink? Would she have kept our beast father in the cave to heal? Think about it." Mu Yan's mind was a tumultuous storm. The meat broth he had consumed that morning was exquisite beyond compare. However, he could not bring himself to forgive the wicked female for the transgression she had inflicted upon him. He withdrew his hand, his crimson hair dancing in the wind, mischievously brushing against his brow. Mu Shui, return. I wish not to lay eyes upon that vile creature. With that, Mu Yin turned and continued his forward march, seeking a cool cave where he could linger until the night, when the wicked female would be asleep, allowing him to return. Is that not our beloved cold-blooded beastlings, Mu Yin and Mu Shui? A lewd voice echoed nearby. Mu Yin trembled, instantly pivoting to flee with Mu Shui in tow. But after only a few steps, a sharp pain erupted at the back of his head. Someone had seized his red hair with a powerful grip. "Why do you run upon encountering me?" Mu Yan's complexion turned ashen, despair filling his eyes. A large hand clutched his head, rendering him utterly immobile. Mu Shui found himself similarly ensnared, the beastman gripping his neck, eliciting a cry of anguish. "Release us at once, or my mother will surely rend you limb from limb." The captor was a male beastman, extraordinarily robust and towering, his dark skin glistening as if coated in oil. His face bore a fierce countenance, clearly reveling in the misfortune of these 2 cold-blooded offspring. "Your mother? Are you referring to Li Su? Was she truly come to slay me, for you 2 cold-blooded serpents? Have you both not awakened today?" "I, Nan Hu, am not one to be intimidated." The odious mouth opened beside Mu Yan's ear, the stench threatening to suffocate him. Mu Yin trembled, fists clenched yet unable to break free. "No, let me go." Meanwhile, Mu Shui bit down on Nanhu's forearm, but Nanhu merely chuckled. "Your little teeth are still too tender." Realizing he could not inflict harm upon Nanhu, Mu Shui immediately released his grip and began to scream in the direction of the snake den. "Mother, mother, come quickly and save Mu Shui." Li Su, anxiously awaiting her children's return, felt a sudden jolt in her heart. She sprang to her feet, scanning the horizon. Muhan, something feels amiss. Can you sense the location of the serpent cubs? I fear they may be in peril. Oh, not fret. Muhan closed his eyes, a powerful and keen beastly aura emanating from him, rapidly spreading in all directions as he meticulously searched every inch of the terrain. Found them, and Muhan opened his eyes, gazing towards the wild grassland. The two children are located just beyond the tribe's wild grassland. What place is that? I do not recall it, Li Su pondered, uncertain as to why her children would venture there. The wild grassland was quite safe, merely a shallow depression covered in abundant wild grass, posing little danger due to the absence of food, and it was seldom frequented by tribesmen. Muhan gestured to Li Su, his tone perpetually gentle, seeking to alleviate her unrest. Perhaps the children were merely lost in play, forgetting the passage of time and thus delaying their return to the den. No, it was not that simple. Li Su sensed something was amiss. Everything felt wrong. And Yue has been particularly clingy lately due to his illness. He fears he might perish. Unless under extraordinary circumstances, he would not stray far from the den for long. I suspect he has persuaded Muhan to return with him, which explains their delay. But why would they go there? There must be something amiss. Su furrowed her brow, her anxiety intensifying. After a moment, she set off towards the wild grassland, determined to see for herself that, if all was well, she could bring the two cubs back for a meal. Suddenly, she turned back, re-entering the den to retrieve her canine tooth weapon. I will go with you. Muhan watched as Li Su dashed back and forth, swiftly crawling a few paces in the next instant, Li Su lifted him, placing the four-legged serpent upon her shoulder. This will be faster. Yes, I will guide you. Muhan caught a whiff of the faint aroma of roasted meat emanating from Li Su. He momentarily lost focus. If, as Li Su suggested, Muhan was aware of his illness, he would not leave her side. A cold-blooded beastling on the brink of death would always remain close to its mother. How could he possibly be away for so long? At the wild grassland, Nan, who marveled at his own cleverness, pleased that this desolate place, devoid of inhabitants, would allow him to carry out his nefarious intentions without fear of interruption. You too, choose who goes first. That he cornered the two serpent cubs at the edge of a soft, decaying grassland. Beside them lay the corpse of a secondary yak, its massive horns glimmering ominously, a horrifying gash marring its belly. That I wouldn't want to end up like this yak, buried in the wild grassland. Unknown to anyone, Nan, who chuckled as he slapped the yak's rear, a smug grin plastered across his face, Yue spat defiantly, refusing to yield. Just wait. When my mother arrives, she will surely slay you. You may not realize this, but do you know why I found you two so effortlessly today? It is because someone informed me. Care to guess who that might be? Muhan remained skeptical, certain that his mother, a messenger of the beast god, would never deceive him. Just as he was about to retort, Muhan suddenly covered Muhan's mouth, whispering urgently, "Do not provoke him. You are ill. If he strikes you, you may not survive." Muhan still wished to protest, but Muhan had already pushed him aside with such force that it felt unreal. Muhan, have you lost your mind? Muhan turned, his expression void of emotion as he faced the loathsome beastman. Release my brother, and I shall remain. Nan, who laughed heartily. What a good little cub you are. Muhan recalled how the wicked female had shown Muhan more kindness, stroking his head and offering him fried treats. Even promising to bathe him, he bitterly whispered, "Very well, I shall leave Muhan to you. Surely that would please you. It is not Muhan who will perish." She had shown affection to the tiger-toothed one, cradling him and expressing her desire to raise his male father alongside him. Her eyes sparkled whenever she gazed upon the priest, sneaking glances at him daily. Why did this wicked female love others yet not him? Why had she borne him? Muhan gripped a shard of canine tooth tightly. Even if it could not slay Nan, it could serve as his own end. With each step he took, Muhan lunged at him, grasping his Muhan. No, we must flee. Mother will save us. Yet Muhan forcefully shoved Muhan away, shouting, "How can you still be so naive? Get away. How can you trust that wicked female? If it were not for her summoning Nan, we would not be in this predicament. She has never loved us. Wake up." Muhan, undeterred, lunged again, clutching Muhan's "Do not go, Muhan. We must run." Nan, who roared with laughter at the sight of the squabbling serpent cubs, he was all too aware of how much Li Su despised cold-blooded beastlings. At worst, he would have a bit more meat to feast upon. If you two do not decide soon, I shall make the decision for you that I will remain, and he shall go. This time, Muhan did not push him away with force, but instead patted his hand. Did you not say Mother would come to rescue us? Quickly, go find her. Yue realized that lingering there was futile. You must wait for me and Mother. With that, his small form darted into the underbrush, vanishing from sight. Muhan forced a grim smile. Come here. Lan Yue chuckled with glee as he ripped a leg from the yak with his bare hands. Blood gushed forth, saturating the ground beneath him. He carelessly splattered the warm, foul-smelling blood all over Muhan. How long has it been since you last ate? You are nothing but skin and bones. This leg is a gift for you. With his other hand, Muhan tightened his grip on the canine tooth shard. Death, it seemed, held no terror for him. Is that not Lan Yue? How fortuitous that he has come to deliver meat once more. Yet he does not even announce his arrival. Isu grasped Mu Shui's hand and pushed aside the withered yellow grass, only to behold the most agonizing scene of her life. Muhan was drenched in blood, his frail body seemingly on the verge of being crushed by an invisible force. Before him stood a tall and robust male orc, eyeing him as if he were a delectable piece of fresh meat. It was repulsive, utterly revolting. Lisu struggled to suppress the bile rising in her throat. Lisu, what brings you here? Have you not eaten enough, wishing to offer me this little one as well? Lan Yue, upon noticing Lisu's arrival, displayed no hint of fear. Instead, he wore an expression of disdain, as though her presence had interrupted his sinister intentions. Lan Yue, I underestimated you to have taken away my 2 snake offspring alone. Is that not rather excessive? Lisu's voice, cold and measured, cut through the air, her gaze imbued with a depth of icy fury that seemed capable of drowning a soul. Beside her, Mu Shui's tearful eyes welled up as he murmured, shaking his head in despair, Mother, did you not say you came to rescue us? Lan Yue's expression shifted slightly. He seemed taken aback by Lisu's audacity. His eyes began to flicker, as if assessing whether she was truly there to save them. Lisu, with a swift motion, flung her arm, causing Mu Shui to fall unceremoniously to the ground. Am I here to rescue you? Do I seem like it? Mu Shui lay silently on the ground, his heartache evident upon his small face. In that fleeting moment of shared glances, he thought, Mother, did you deceive me into returning? Mother, how do I look when I cry? Do not call me. Look at your ugly visage. You do not truly believe I am here to save you, do you? My dear child, you act quite well. Lisu crossed her arms, her impatience palpable as she overlooked Mu Shui, directing her attention to Lan Yue with a voice that was both gentle and frigid. I have nurtured you both these days solely to make you plump and appealing. How else could I fetch a good price for you? Lan Yue erupted into laughter, the scene easing his tension. Though Lisu had grown somewhat fairer, her inherent selfishness remained unchanged. It was evident that her act could only last so long. It seems you are unhappy for not securing more meat. You took my snake offspring without prior notice. It is only natural I would be aggrieved, Lisu stated coldly. You have indeed become rather shameless. Lan Yue. She placed her hands on her hips, laughing scornfully. The meat of a yak is rather tough. My poor teeth cannot manage it, especially one that has already been consumed. This meat is incredibly tender. If you do not believe me, taste it yourself. Trading 2 of your offspring for it would be more than fair. Lan Yue sighed, rolling his eyes. Very well. I shall take a small loss, 3 months from now. I will return them to you. Muhan raised his head, his pale face smeared with blood, appearing particularly eerie as he looked at Lisu, pondering if she would indeed agree to I must first examine the meat. Otherwise, there is no deal. Isu gazed greedily at the yak's carcass, moving closer. If the quality is poor, I shall not consent. Muhan, heartbroken, lowered his head, realizing what he had anticipated. Wretched female, you are inherently vile. I knew it all along, and I am fortunate I never placed my trust in you. As Lisu brushed past Muhan, she heard his words and paused, turning to mock him. Go check on your brother and drag him over. Otherwise, you will return home without any meat. Muhan was filled with rage, wishing to strangle Lisu, for she had done the same a month prior. She had taken him and Mu Shui to the farthest reaches of stream, inexplicably providing them each with a piece of meat. Yet before eating, they had to strip off their hides and wash themselves clean in the stream. The two snake offspring had thought Li Su had suddenly turned benevolent. Believing she still held affection for them deep down, as they dallied, Li Su abruptly pushed the two snake offspring into the water. After a struggle, Mu Shui and Mu Yin managed to steady themselves, only to hear Li Su's disdainful voice. "Are you not hurrying to wash yourselves clean? What are you dawdling for?" Mu Yin and Mu Shui obediently scrubbed their hair and washed away the dirt from their bodies. Then came Nan Hu's lewd voice. "Li Su, your two offspring are quite impressive. Yet, is it not a tad extravagant to offer so much second-tier beast meat for just a glance? If you do not wish to see it, then begone." Li Su's voice struck like a heavy blow, shattering the hearts of the two snake offspring. Though they did not fully comprehend her meaning, they felt profoundly disgusted, especially Mu Yin, whose terror-stricken eyes reflected his dread, leaving him devoid of courage even to transform into his beast form. Tears streamed down Mu Yin's face, soaking his features. Li Su, unperturbed, strode purposefully toward the yak's corpse, her voice drifting back. "Stand with Mu Shui." Mu Yin, consumed by humiliation, shut his eyes tightly, his heart heavy with despair. He had no desire to move, for wherever he went, the outcome seemed inevitably the same. His peripheral vision caught Mu Shui, who lay motionless on the ground. Why was there no response from him? His heart tightened, and without hesitation, he dashed toward Mu Shui. The once fair face now lay with closed eyes, as if devoid of life. "You wicked female! How could you be so cruel as to push Mu Shui down?" Mu Yin's voice was laced with fury and accusation. "He is afflicted with a parasitic disease and is on the brink of death. And you treat him so. Should he perish because of you? I shall never forgive you." His gaze burned with anguish and resolve, as if he wished to tear apart the so-called perpetrator before him. Li Su appeared not to hear, attempting to lift the yak meat directly. But it was far too heavy for her to manage. It weighed at least 300 pounds. She turned to Nan Hu with a plea. "Help me dismantle this meat or carry it back to the snake den. I am quite satisfied with it." Upon hearing Li Su's agreement, Nan Hu beamed, nodding cheerfully. "I shall help you tear it apart. Wait here." Stepping forward, Nan Hu effortlessly ripped the yak's limbs apart with his bare hands, blood splattering everywhere, resembling a butcher from the depths of hell. "Truly impressive, Li Su. The meat is divided. You should take your leave, and let today mark the end of our dealings." Suddenly, Li Su grasped Nan Hu's wrist, her smile deceptively sweet. "I recall you being a lion, or was it a tiger? With unknown parentage. You come to harm me young, do you?" Nan Hu's expression darkened. "Li Su, do not overstep your bounds." His smile turned cruel. "Do not think that being a precious female makes me hesitate to kill you. Here, you are nothing." Li Su's gluttonous demeanor appeared exceedingly unbecoming. She had become quite oblivious to the situation. "You, such a female, greedy and hypocritical. A single yak for you is a waste. Take this leg of meat and leave. But your two snake offspring must remain with me. Otherwise, you may find yourself stranded in the wasteland." The orcs of the Qingmu tribe were well aware of the pain associated with his lineage. Li Su dared to mention it, inviting the wrath of Nan Hu. After finishing his speech, he forcefully shoved Li Su with his massive palm. The force behind the blow was substantial, ensuring that this frail female would surely sustain serious injury. Nan Hu sought to humiliate her thoroughly. "Is this all? I expected more from you. You appear strong, yet are nothing but a weakling." Li Su let out a mocking laugh, deriding Nan Hu as a worthless being. Nan Hu's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? His push could have shattered the legs of any male orc in the tribe. Yet Li Su stood unfazed, her eyes glinting with mockery as she regarded him with disdain. "What sort of trickery is this? Wretched female! You weakling male! How dare you accuse me of trickery?" Li Su's voice lowered, as if recalling something significant, her gaze piercing through him. "Ah, I remember now. You are a lion-tiger beast, correct? No wonder your strength resembles that of an insect, even lacking the ability to reproduce. Indeed, you are a worthless creature." Li Su's eyes bore the indifference of one gazing upon a corpse. Her pudgy hands unexpectedly seized Nan Hu's wrist, and to her astonishment, she began to swing him around like a hammer. Nan Hu emitted a blood-curdling scream. His cold, piercing gaze fell upon Li Su's hands, filled with suspicion and fear. This strength surpassed even his own. Far from embodying a delicate female, Li Su found herself unexpectedly burdened by the presence of a black-blue four-legged serpent resting upon her shoulders. Their gazes locked, and the cold, sinister eyes of the serpent sent a shiver coursing through her. What a wretched little creature! If you seek death, Li Su, I shall oblige. A surge of unwarranted fury ignited within Nan Hu. As a level 2 beastman on the cusp of breaking through to level 3, he had no fear of a mere female. Seizing the opportunity with his robust left hand, he forcefully grasped Li Su's wrist. While his right hand broke free from its constraints, his expression contorted with malice, as if Li Su were destined to be torn apart. Much like that Li Su retaliated with a fierce kick, sending Nan Hu sprawling. Beware of his beast transformation. Relying solely on my strength for suppression may lead to your injury. Li Su, allow me to handle this, murmured Muhan, whose body felt oddly unsteady. His 4 small feet unable to find stability, rendering his formidable strength useless as he coiled his tail around Li Su. Recalling Nan Hu's recent intentions towards the 2 serpent offspring, Li Su's tone turned icy. Can you manage with those little paws? Such scum deserves to meet his end at my hands. Sensing Li Su's resolute intent, Muhan suppressed his murderous intent towards Nan Hu, pondering how to eliminate this level 2 male beastman. Meanwhile, Nan Hu, having been sent flying, recognized something was amiss. The force that had propelled him was not Li Su's but that of another. With a malicious glint in his eyes, he regarded Li Su. Is that 4-cornered serpent in your arms your beast husband? How quaint of you to choose such a trivial creature. How adept is he at siring offspring? Is it not a delightful experience? Listening to Nan Hu's increasingly vulgar remarks, Li Su sighed. Muhan, I must personally see to his demise today. Then Muhan's gaze darkened as he recalled a secret technique, his once smooth voice turning hoarse. A level 4 beastman can temporarily transfer half of their strength to their partner, but it requires a partner contract to accomplish. As Muhan spoke, his voice grew hesitant. Li Su felt a surge of joy in her heart. Then what are you waiting for? Quickly transfer your power. Then Muhan concealed the panic in his eyes, his black-blue form trembling slightly. There's a cost to transferring power via a partner contract. Will we perish? Li Su hesitated. That should not be the case. Indeed, it will not lead to death. Muhan's voice softened. Upon hearing that they would not die, Li Su smiled. Lend it to me. Are we not partners? Very well. Observing the yearning in Li Su's eyes, Muhan felt his resolve soften. Ultimately, his beastly essence rapidly flowed through the partner contract to Li Su. She felt a familiar force surging into her body, warming her heart. Muhan was indeed commendable, and my current state is quite complex. I may be level 4, but I possess only the shell of a level 4, regrettably lacking the strength of a level 2 to lend you. Muhan explained, fatigue evident in his voice after the transfer, that it matters not. Li Su clenched her fists, having acquired half of Muhan's strength. Coupled with her own level 1 earth affinity, she felt herself surpassing Nan Hu. Previously, it was Muhan who silently suppressed Nan Hu. Now, with power in her grasp, she felt the resurgence of the Li Su from the apocalypse. Li Su, you claim we are alike. Why do you look down upon me? Nan Hu's derisive tone echoed from a distance as he lifted a yak leg bone from the ground and hurled it at Li Su. She sidestepped, delivering a powerful kick to the bone, using the momentum to leap behind Nan Hu. With a swift motion, she twisted his arms behind his back, eliciting another scream of agony from him, and no longer burdened by the threat to the 2 serpent offspring. Li Su showed no mercy. By the beast god above, I am not like you. Filth like you deserves to perish. With both hands, she crushed the 2 zombie crystal cores hidden in her palms. Absorbing the abundant power within, a faint glow emanated from her palms, brighter than ever before. The ground beneath her transformed into a deep mud pit, and as Nan Hu's feet sank rapidly into the mire, he struggled to keep his arms braced against the dry earth's edge. What manner of mud pit is this? He exclaimed, panic rising as the muck swiftly engulfed him up to his chest. The stench of decay choking his breath, his body continued to descend, pulled inexorably downward by an unseen force. Li Su squatted down, her gaze laced with derision as she watched him. Nan Hu realized the truth. It was Li Su's doing. Li Su, what vile trickery have you employed? Release me at once, or I shall crush your skull. His face twisted in rage. Attempting to transform into his beast form to escape the pit, he felt a sharp pain in his neck. 2 crimson puncture wounds appeared, and the black-blue serpent slid from his body to Li Su's shoulder, its venom spreading like spider silk throughout him. With cold, indifferent eyes, the serpent emitted a faint crimson hue. Li Su, you may now indulge at your leisure. Rarely did Muhan resort to using his venom. He preferred to strangle his prey before devouring them whole. Li Su's mind momentarily halted. The serpent appeared to lack venom, leading her to question whether Muhan was truly a constrictor. The fleeting thought vanished as she perceived Muhan's body growing weaker, as though a mere sway would send him tumbling to the ground. Her heart softened, and she cradled him in her arms, his soft little claws grazing her arm gently. Muhan attempted to wriggle free. Stay still. Li Su's warm breath caressed him, prompting Muhan to close his eyes and curl up. Too fearful to move. Mu Yin. Mu Shui, come here. Li Su suddenly called out to the 2 serpent offspring who had been frozen in place. Mu Yin stiffened, glancing at the portion of Nan Hu's body still exposed above the mud. Wretched female, what do you intend to do? Meanwhile, Mu Shui had already begun making his way towards Li Su. Yes, muttered. Mu Yan's expression shifted dramatically as he seized Mu Shui. Do not approach her. She is a wicked female. What are you talking about, Mu Yan? Mu Shui shook his head in disagreement. I just escaped, only to encounter Mother searching for us. Do you not think she and we share a deep connection? The brightness in Mu Shui's black pupils intensified, inadvertently burning Mu Yan's eyes. Mu Yan pressed his lips together, a flicker of unwillingness flashing in his gaze. But she just forcefully pushed you down, nearly costing you your life. That was merely an act, Mu Shui replied, his smile unwavering. Akati did not hurt at all when Mother pushed me. Do not fear her. She was only concerned that Nan Hu might harm you. Hence her feigned actions to mislead him. With that, Mu Shui seized the opportunity to pull Mu Yan along, dashing towards Li Su. Mother, why did you call us over? He panted, suddenly feeling a slackening grip. Mu Yan stumbled back, shaking off Mu Shui's hand as he glared at Li Su with animosity. Mu Shui, why do you trust this wicked female so much? Do you not comprehend what she said earlier? She's merely fattening us up for slaughter. With a sigh, Mu Shui countered Mu Yan. That is not her intent. If Mother wished to exchange us for meat, why would she risk her life to slay Nan Hu? Wouldn't it be easier for her to leave with the yak meat? Mu Shui's retort left Mu Yan speechless, unable to counter his reasoning, muttering, Indeed, why is that? What are your true intentions, wicked female? Presently, Mu Yan's expression was tumultuous, far from his usual hatred towards Li Su. His small fists alternated between clenching and loosening, as if he were grappling with an inner turmoil. Li Su's heart warmed at the unexpected trust Mu Shui had placed in her. Yet she understood the depths of the original owner's madness towards the 2 children. Covered in the yak's blood, Mu Yan's face was pallid, a sight that sent chills down her spine. Her greatest concern had come to pass. Mu Yan likely bore psychological scars from this ordeal, a shadow that would forever accompany him. Suppressing her heartache, she regarded Mu Yan coldly. Are you afraid of him? Li Su pointed towards the southern tiger, whose half-paralyzed head was succumbing to poison. Mu Yan gritted his teeth, mustering the strength to declare, No, I am not afraid of him. But are you frightened of others taking your skin? Li Su's subsequent inquiries grew heavier. Do you fear the gaze of others upon your body? Mu Yan, speak to me. Do you dread all of this? Mu Yan's body began to tremble uncontrollably at Li Su's words, and ultimately, unable to regain his inner tranquility. He glared at her with resentment. What purpose does your questioning serve? Does it truly matter whether I am afraid or not? Stepping forward, Li Su enveloped the suffering little serpent in her embrace. It matters greatly to me. Feeling the warmth of Li Su's embrace, the long-suffering Mu Yan unexpectedly transformed into his beast form and sank his fangs in her arm. This act would surely reveal Li Su's true nature. She could no longer maintain the facade of affection for them. How disgusting it was to think that her past actions could be erased so easily. Mu Yin closed his eyes, bracing himself for the blows he anticipated from Li Su. Yet upon feeling the pain in her arm, guilt and murderous intent nearly crushed her. Li Su's body was trembling with fear, yet her hand found its way to Mu Yan's beast form to her surprise. Li Su did not retaliate. Instead, she gently stroked his head, comforting him. Mu Yin, that bite truly hurt, but Mother understands the pain you bared. I apologize. Such a thing shall never occur again. Just trust me. Mother will protect you, and Mu Shui from now on. Mu Yin instinctively released his grip, his crimson serpent head tilting as if contemplating Li Su's words, sensing an inkling of sincerity. If you still seek retribution, feel free to bite me again, Li Su said, resolutely extending her arm. Are you truly inviting me to bite you? Mu Yin exclaimed in astonishment, reverting to his childlike form. Finally, Li Su tentatively reached out to touch his red fur. Seeing that Mu Yin did not flinch, she took a deep breath, gritted her teeth, and with determination asked, Mu Yin, do you wish for revenge? Though her voice quivered slightly, the resolve within it was unmistakable. Revenge. Mu Yin fixed his gaze upon the southern tiger in the mud, noting how it sank deeper, the muck reaching its chin. Oh, you wanted to kill him? Yes, are you afraid? That place is rotten, teeming with maggots. You must personally carve it out, Li Su insisted, believing nothing could be more effective than this. The southern tiger glared menacingly at Mu Yin, threatening the small creatures. You wretched beings dare to kill me? Do you think you can lay a finger on me? Once I emerge from here, none of you shall live. Before the southern tiger could finish, a small hand pressed it down into the mud, filling its mouth with muck. Mu Shui, with a firm grip, looked at Li Su and smiled slightly. Mother, is it like this? Li Su nodded. Indeed, just don't kill it outright. Leave a breath for your brother. Although Mu Shui's strength was limited, the southern tiger, encased in mud, could barely move. After a while, Mu Shui pulled it back up. With an innocent expression on his fair face, he asked, Is it fun? Is it fun? I will kill you, came the muffled reply. This time, Mu Shui pressed down for quite a while before releasing his grip. As the southern tiger's head emerged, it took a moment to exhale. Mu Shui, do not kill me. I swear I shall never touch you again. Very well, I shall not kill you. Mu Shui released his hold, but before the southern tiger could rejoice, he glanced at Mu Yin. Mu Yin, it's your turn. The southern tiger shuddered as Mu Yin approached. Head bowed, it immediately begged, This is not my fault. It was Li Su. Its fierce demeanor transformed into a pitiable plea. Had she not said that you two little serpents could have meat to play with, I would never have set my sights on you. The malicious female, Li Su, held the four-legged serpent in silence, neither confirming nor denying the accusation. Li Su, speak. Did you not call cold-blooded beastmen despicable and vile? No one would care for such creatures, not even the Qingmu tribe. Now you wish to play the devoted mother and shift all the blame onto me. Is that not excessively unfair? The southern tiger was once again pressed into the mud. This time, it was Mu Yin, whose frail form pressed down on its head, fiery red hair flowing as he revealed his smooth forehead for the first time. He only released his hold when he could muster no more strength. This time, the southern tiger did not lift its head from the MUD. Muhan observed Li Su in silence. If all of this was indeed her doing, then she truly deserved her fate. The cold, resolute voice of Muhan echoed in Li Su's ear. Li Su, did you truly do such things to the two little serpents? Will you believe me if I say no? Li Su was uncertain if the three serpent beastmen would trust her, but she knew she had not committed those acts, and Muhan fell silent, lowering his head as he nestled quietly in Li Su's embrace. Noticing Muhan's lack of further interrogation, Li Su breathed a sigh of relief. Though she was not guilty of those actions, knowing the plot, she felt that the original owner truly deserved her fate. Li Su murmured softly, If you do not speak, this matter shall pass. Do not bring it up again. Let us return. Muhan's voice was low, his dark blue eyes flickering with a dim, lustful hue. His abdomen faintly revealed an unusual blush. He clenched his teeth to suppress his thoughts, fearful of alarmingly eschewed. Li Su remained oblivious to Muhan's turmoil. She swiftly approached Mu Yin, crouching beside him. her right hand pressing against the ground, channeling her remaining earth-based abilities into her palm, transforming the soft, decaying ground into an impenetrable surface. The blackened muck instantly turned a sickly red, mingled with white curd. Ugh, this sight disgusted the two little serpents, who immediately deduced what Li Su had done. Mu, though somewhat disturbed, merely looked slightly pale. Mu Yen, seated in a pool of yak blood, retched violently and wiped his mouth in disarray. Is the southern tiger still alive? How could it be? Its brain matter has spilled out? I assure you, it is as dead as can be. This was her specialty, a skill honed in the apocalypse, where she would line up zombies to extract their crystal cores. Her former companions would always return triumphantly, their spoils abundant. Unfortunately, only 2 zombie crystal cores remained. Li Su chuckled coldly, bending down to heft the creature on her thigh. What are you doing? Let me go. Mu Yin struggled, but Li Su, filled with guilt, implored, lay down. Mother begs you for a favor. For him to lay down? Shouldn't she be the one pleading? Mu Yin ceased his struggles, eyeing Li Su with suspicion. How could a pregnant female possibly beseech him? What ulterior motive could she have? I do not expect you to forgive Li Su for her past transgressions, but I can assure you that the current Li Su will not allow anyone to harm you again. Your feigned kindness is unnecessary. Mentioning this, Mu Yin felt there was nothing left to discuss. He had no intention of forgiving her and attempted to flee. Li Su's expression remained impassive as she delivered a sharp slap to his rear. Mu Yin was taken aback, momentarily forgetting to run. You beg me, yet you strike me? Indeed, I do plead with you, but that does not preclude me from striking you, Li Su replied with a scornful smile. That slap was to prevent you from running amok. Had you returned to the cave, you would not have been brought here by that lecherous male, which nearly endangered Mu Shui. Release me, you wretched female. Mu Yin seethed, his hands tightening around her arm as he prepared to bite her again, but upon seeing the deep bite marks on her arm, he hesitated, unable to proceed. Smack. To his surprise, Li Su delivered another slap to his backside. Call me mother, or I shall strike you again. Mu Yan's face flushed with anger, casting aside his earlier fear and unease. You wicked female, you truly are a vile creature. Li Su did not relent, continuing to administer her firm slaps. Should you forget again, I can arrange for you and the southern tiger to be buried together. As the evening glow flushed her face, Mu Yin fell silent, unable to utter another word. How could such a wretched female engage in such actions? After Li Su had given birth, she set Mu Yin down, who then vanished without a trace. You return to the cave immediately. Dare to run amok again, and I shall spank you, Li Su shouted. But Mu Yin only quickened her pace. Li Su, undeterred, gazed with delight at the fresh yak meat on the ground. Rising to her feet, she pulled together a considerable amount of grass from the rocky shallows, twisting it tightly to secure the second-tier yak, then attempted to carry off all the meat. Excluding the blood and entrails, she was pleasantly surprised to find it quite manageable to lift the meat. Mu Shui glanced down, observing how the recent patch of reddish soil was now entirely obscured by freshly overturned earth, rendering the burial of a second-tier male orc beneath it utterly unrecognizable. Li Su had transformed into an enigmatic figure, her decisiveness in slaughter surpassing that of a fully grown male orc. She bore little resemblance to her former self, her personality having shifted so dramatically that even her prowess had evolved. How could this be possible? Who was she, truly? Mu Shui followed closely behind, wary of being captured again by the nefarious uncle. Noticing Mu Shui still dazed at the sight of the southern tiger's demise, Li Su halted and gently called out to him. The southern tiger's skull had been crushed by her, buried deep underground, likely beyond recovery. All right, my dear, Mu Shui smiled faintly, for it mattered not. His mother was indeed extraordinary. He quickly turned and matched Li Su's pace. Their journey was devoid of encounters, and upon returning to the cave, they found Mu Yin sitting sulkily at the entrance, her body smeared with dried blood. Hastily, Li Su stashed the yak meat deep into the cave. In the coolest cornered, in her arms, the little four-legged creature, Muhan, remained blissfully asleep, its fur stained crimson with yak blood. Li Su paid no mind to its rosy belly, assuming it was merely dyed by the blood. Casting about, she realized the blood was unsightly, unsuitable for any placement. After some contemplation, she decided to keep the little creature nestled in her embrace, planning to wash it by the creek later. Upon exiting, she considered peeling the filthy animal hide off Muhan to take it to the makeshift shower she had prepared, but Muhan transformed instantly into a crimson forest python, glaring at Li Su with a menacing gaze, as if to say, "Try touching me." Su regarded the snake, acknowledging the arduous journey of motherhood lay ahead. Yue, with keen eyes, spotted the newly added water basin within the cave and curiously bounded over. Blinking in confusion, "Mother, what is this?" "Look, there's even a thoughtful little vest," Li Su replied, her interest piqued at the prospect of providing them a bath. She promptly wrapped the rim of the stone jar with animal skin, pouring the hot water from within into the shower basin, then added clean water to achieve the desired temperature. Lifting Mu Shui, she stripped him of his grimy hide, affectionately patting his head. "Time for a wash. Mother will fetch more water for you." Seated on the stone, Mu Shui reveled in the warmth of the water cascading over him, feeling utterly refreshed. Did Mother bring the creek home? He mused. Suddenly, the enticing aroma of meat broth wafted from the wooden bowl on the stone bed, making his mouth water. "Mother, it smells wonderful. Have you made meat soup?" Li Su quickly washed Mu Shui and dressed him in new animal hide. Mu Shui stared in awe at the fresh garment. "Mother, did you make this for me?" "Indeed, your previous hide was beyond repair, so I crafted one for Mu Yin as well. Your names are embroidered on your garments for easy identification," she explained, pointing to the character for water sewn onto Mu Shui's chest. Mu Shui remained silent for a moment, feeling the texture of the hide with glee. "The wooden bowl on the stone bed contains the soup I prepared. The one with the character for water is yours, and the one with the character for yin belongs to Mu Yin. Once finished, place everything on the stone outside the cave." Su glanced at Mu Yin, who lay sleeping in the shadows of the cave, holding the filthy hides belonging to both him and Mu Shui, ready to discard them. Dragging 2 wooden buckets, she hurriedly exited the cave. She needed a wash herself, as she could no longer endure the discomfort. As soon as Li Su left, Mu Yin opened his eyes and swam over to the murky water basin. Upon reaching the creek, Li Su tossed the wooden buckets onto the bank and quickly submerged her hands and feet into the cool water. The transition from the warm surface to the chilly depths brought a delightful squint to her eyes. She splashed the warm creek water, washing away the clumps of blood marring her skin. At that moment, she realized there was no one around. The upstream and downstream banks were devoid of any female presence, perhaps due to the sweltering heat driving them all to seek refuge in their caves. Conveniently allowing her this moment to bathe, Muhan. "Wake up," she recalled the little creature in her arms, carefully placing him in the water, but to her dismay, Muhan showed no response, his small body sinking straight to the bottom. Not a single splash broke the surface, and he vanished from sight. Panic surged within Li Su, prompting her to plunge into the water after him. Dipping into the waist-high creek, she found the little creature submerged, rapidly bringing him back to the surface. "Why are you so hot?" she exclaimed, feeling the heat radiating from Muhan's body, causing her heart to tighten. Such warmth was not typical. Drenched water droplets cascaded down her face, and she neglected to wipe them away, urgently slapping at the unconscious Muhan. Yet he remained utterly still. Great, this little guy is as delicate as Lin Mei, collapsing at the slightest inconvenience. Su now understood why Muhan had perished at the story's outset. He was exceedingly fragile. Feeling for his breath, she was relieved to find he was still alive. She swiftly washed the blood from his body, draping him over her shoulder. During this, she noticed something unusual about Muhan's belly, which revealed a faint pink hue. Oh no! Li Su suddenly remembered how Muhan had previously slammed his tail against the ground, likely causing internal bruising. Not to mention a man, even a eunuch would be rendered incapable of self-care. Li Su gazed at Muhan's tail with an odd expression, pondering if he had transformed into a eunuch snake, which might lead to psychological issues. "Wait, I'll place you on a large stone by the shore to bask in the sun. Perhaps the bruising will dissipate." Su decided not to dwell on him further, shifting her focus to scrubbing the blood scabs from her own body. This time, she kept the animal hide on, scrubbing the dirt along with it. Who knew if anyone might happen upon her at the creek? Soon, she would call for Muhan to shift back into his human form and start digging a hole. She needed a place to store water, freedom to bathe. Although the creek was not far from her cave, the incessant trips back and forth to fetch water were quite exhausting. The original owner had certainly indulged in comfort. During her first bath, Li Su discovered that the animal hide was thick and elastic, remarkably durable, far superior to the tatters worn by the two little snakes. Li Su, there you are. I finally found you. A voice laced with surprise rang out from the bank. Li Su turned to see the newcomer and sighed inwardly that it was Huya, clad in hunting garb, brazenly standing on the bank, watching her bathe. What a persistent little pup, she thought, stepping back several paces to swim downstream. Attempting to evade him to her dismay, he followed her. Stopping, Li Su shot him a disapproving look. Unfortunately, I'm bathing while you're butchering meat. We are ill-suited to share the same space. Li Su, I feel there has been some misunderstanding between us, Huya replied, a playful breeze tousling his curly hair. With a bashful expression, he added, I brought this meat specifically for you. Your cold-blooded beast husband is injured and requires a substantial amount of nourishment. He has no strength left to provide for you. That aren't you afraid he might retaliate for speaking ill of him? Li Su retorted, as Muhan's tail, unwittingly hanging from her shoulder, brushed against her arm, causing an involuntary tickle. How bold of you to speak ill of him in front of others. How did you know I was here? Li Su raised an eyebrow. Huya laughed, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Sweetly disarming. Biting his lip, he confessed, someone saw you coming this way towards the creek, and I came to test my luck. I did not expect to find you here. Li Su, please tell me, when will you drive away that cold-blooded beast husband? I am willing to bond with you. Li Su sensed the four-legged creature on her shoulder stir slightly. Had it awakened stubbornly upon hearing someone mention it? Why would I drive him away? He is my beast husband. Naturally, we live together and raise our young. And should he die, we shall be buried and honored together. Li Su walked nonchalantly toward the shore, unbothered by her lack of clothing, as she had not shed her beast skin. Her 2 wooden buckets remained by the stream, and she could not afford to lose them. That if you refuse to send him away, I am willing to share you with him. Huya wore a face of resigned pleading, eagerly anticipating Li Su's agreement. Li Su felt a twinge of annoyance. Winter was approaching, yet instead of preparing provisions, he was indulging in carnal desires. Huya, let us pretend the previous incidents never happened. I am currently not inclined to seek a beast husband. Li Su sidestepped Huya, prepared to retrieve her wooden buckets, realizing that bathing in the cave was indeed preferable. Li Su, has that cold-blooded beastman threatened you? Do not fear him. If necessary, I shall take you to the city of beasts. Abandoning everything here, Dahiwa's expression was filled with heart-wrenching distress as he offered the meat he held. His gaze resembled that of one gazing upon his most cherished possession, his fluffy, radiant face glistening with moisture. The mention of the city of beasts piqued Li Su's interest, and rather than hastily departing, she regarded Huya with curiosity. Is that truly your desire to be with me? Li Su recalled that it was the original owner who was infatuated with Huya. How had the tables turned upon her arrival? She found it hard to believe that there was nothing more to it. Seeing Li Su's demeanor soften slightly, Huya concluded that she was still inclined to visit the city of beasts, which brought him reassurance. Li Su, you mentioned your fondness for venison. I traded a prime wild boar I hunted for half a piece of secondary deer meat. Please, do try it. Li Su raised an eyebrow, incredulous at his extravagance, trading a whole pig for a mere piece of meat? What would he eat? What would his male parent consume? Huya shook his head. I am not hungry. Your happiness is my greatest joy. Yes, it is my utmost happiness that it is understandable if the male parent goes hungry for a few meals. Li Su nearly wept from the overwhelming emotion, a mixture of touched and apprehensive. What could possibly attract him to her? This hefty figure that he was so persistently drawn to? Meat? I shall accept it, but you may leave now. Li Su was indeed in need of meat at this moment. She would not turn away such an offering. Do you not have anything you wish to say to me? Huya clutched the meat tightly, refusing to let go. Li Su had not anticipated Huya's stubbornness, causing her to retract her hand abruptly. Huya, taken aback by Li Su's sudden withdrawal, nearly stumbled. This venison is too nourishing. I shall forego. My male parent, Muhan, has been injured recently, and I cannot be selfish. If I were to inadvertently cause him harm, that would be truly despicable. Li Su clapped her hands, lifting the wooden bucket filled with water and making her exit. She had lost interest in the meat and in Hoya, this little puppy, who was so pitiful. Li Su, do you mean that after consuming the deer meat, you will be with Muhan? Hoya could hardly believe it. The female who usually gazed at him with longing had been deceiving him all along. You said that for my sake, you kept Muhan from touching you. And once you tricked that cold-blooded beastman into releasing the bond, you would be with me. Was that all a lie? Li Su had yet to respond when her limbs were suddenly seized tightly. Muhan? Yes. It is it. His face turned ashen as he fixated on the large hand gripping Li Su's shoulder. The four-legged creature that had once perched there had vanished without a trace, replaced by a heated figure enveloping her from behind. This towering, nearly bare form pressed against her, causing Li Su to freeze and instinctively desire to flee from this discomforting proximity. Not move. Assist me back to the cave. This is the backlash of our bond. And you must take responsibility. The man's fervent breath brushed against Li Su's neck, imbued with an indescribable sense of intimacy. This sensation caressed her skin like feathers, igniting a flurry of tingling goosebumps that Li Su's neck and cheeks flushed a vibrant pink, reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms. Damn it. Muhan suddenly buried his face into Li Su's neck. Simultaneously, a cool, pale hand firmly encircled her soft waist, showing no intention of releasing her. Muhan, are you in distress? Hold on. I will take you to Priest Luosen. Li Su endeavored to communicate with Muhan, questioning whether his confusion stemmed from the backlash to no, I can manage on my own. What can you manage? Li Su was startled. It is unbearably hot, as if scorched by fire. I will take you to the priest. He must have a remedy. Li Su, are you genuinely worried about me? Muhan's voice was deep and hoarse, concealing some unspoken emotion. He slowly lifted his head from her neck. His movements appearing laborious, the hint of obsession flickered in his gaze as he inhaled her scent delicately out of course. I'm worried about you. Li Su's concern was evident on her face, her eyes brimming with care. After all, Muhan was a walking level 4 beast crystal. Li Su, do not go with him. Huya took a few steps forward, his expression heartbreakingly sorrowful. Observing the two seemingly oblivious to his presence, he felt a profound sadness. Li Su, is this your answer? Are you abandoning me for this cold-blooded beastman? Li Su felt overwhelmed, trying to prevent Muhan from becoming utterly foolish. She nodded repeatedly. Yes, you are right. What is it that you do not understand? I choose him, but a good dog does not obstruct the path. You may step aside now. Huya appeared deeply hurt by Li Su's words, his fluffy ears drooping. Yet he remained undeterred, blocking her path, his jealousy boiling over as he stared at the two intertwined figures. Where do you intend to take him? I will not allow it. You will not allow it. On what grounds do you refuse? Please, clarify your position before instructing me. He is my beast husband. Who are you to me? As Li Su's voice grew louder, her body distanced itself from Muhan. However, Muhan tightened his hold on her, pulling her back. I am not wearing beast skin. Please cover me. Hearing Muhan's slightly hoarse voice reminded Li Su that he indeed lacked clothing. If she were to be seen, it would be mortifying. Very well. Let us hurry. We shall first check on Luosen. The thought of Muhan clinging to her in his nakedness for modesty made Li Su's cheeks flush with embarrassment. She had initially thought he was merely aroused. How naive she was to judge his intentions. Muhan noticed the pink hue that had crept onto Li Su's ears, and his gaze darkened further. To Huya, it seemed as if this cold-blooded beastman's eyes were about to devour Li Su whole. He felt compelled to reach out and separate them. Li Su, this is not what you said. You claimed to love only me. You said that every day spent in the snake's den was torturous. Have you forgotten? Muhan's aura grew dense, emanating a cold laugh. So it was all just torment. Is that true, Li Su? Li Su sensed the atmosphere around her grow colder. The power of a level 4 snake beastman was not to be underestimated. This rascal had a knack for unearthing the original owner's muddled past. Li Su feigned seriousness. Torment? Who said that? He is simply envious of me. Which female from the Aoki tribe lives as freely as I do? I can indulge in any tender meat above level 2. Just look at how my waist is thickened several folds. Li Su subtly signaled to Muhan, indicating that enough was enough. If he continued to press the matter, he truly should not return to the cave that night. Muhan's voice carried a hint of playfulness as he gripped Li Su's neck. Do you wish to rid yourself of this underdeveloped pup? Muhan's voice flowed like a babbling brook, cool yet laced with a hidden rasp. Li Su promptly sealed her lips, nodding in agreement. Thank heavens, please take this fellow away. Such a good girl, as the chill of dusk enveloped the air. Muhan let out a light chuckle, his heated fingers grazing Li Su's earlobe. His powerful arm swept through her hair, sending a delightful shiver coursing down her spine. Yet a faintly crisp fragrance wafted to her nose, its origin unknown, yet undeniably pleasant. Isu felt a sense of unease. If this continued, something beyond her control might transpire. She ought to distance herself from Muhan, especially considering he had endured the backlash of their bond to lend her strength. She resolutely stifled her apprehension. Just moments ago, Muhan had struggled to maintain his footing, yet now, he effortlessly lifted Li Su and took a step back. He evaded Hu Ye's grasp, his voice low and fierce, tinged with a hint of nonchalance. Hu Ye, Li Su is mine. I shall only say this once more. Should you seek her again, I will swallow you whole. Hu Ye's ears perked up in fury. His face flushed crimson. What right do you have to prevent Li Su from seeking her beast husband? What does your strength matter? You're merely a cold-blooded beastman. What will happen to her when you hibernate? Have you considered that? Muhan transformed his lower half into a serpent's tail, swiftly sending Hu Ye flying into the stream with a flick. That is none of your concern. Leave. In an instant. Muhan vanished, cradling Li Su in his arms. Isu gazed at Muhan's profile, his pale skin illuminated by the sunlight, the sharpness of his nose seemingly translucent, while droplets of light danced upon his thin lips, casting shadows upon the contours of his jaw. The delicate black-blue scales adorning his neck reflected a sapphire sheen. His inky hair tumbled gracefully over his chest, a sight of exquisite beauty that compelled Li Su to reach out and touch. Questioning if he were truly a figment of her imagination, not move. Muhan seized her fingertips, turning his head away. It's quite unattractive. In truth, Li Su wished to express that he was breathtakingly handsome. Far from unattractive, the scales upon his neck had diminished in number compared to before, yet their luster had intensified. Perhaps, as his rank increased, these scales might one day vanish entirely. Hearing a commotion outside, Mu Shui hastened out of the cave. Spotting Li Su in Muhan's embrace, he anxiously inquired, Mother, are you injured? Why is father carrying you? His clear, large eyes scrutinized the scene with concern, puzzled by his father's bare arms and newfound penchant for such displays. Draped in fresh beast pelts, Mu Shui appeared particularly spirited, his blue hair soft and fluffy, exuding an air of innocence and understanding. Mother is fine, Li Su reassured him, noting Mu Shui's appearance in his new attire was as she had envisioned. We encountered a minor mishap by the stream. Your father was not wearing his pelt. Please fetch it from the stone B.A.D. Mu Shui hesitated, but upon catching Muhan's piercing gaze, he sensed the urgency and promptly dashed off to retrieve the pelt. All right, Mother. As Mu Shui entered the cave, Li Su gently patted Muhan's hand. Please set me down. It would not do for the child to witness this. Yet Muhan was reluctant, tightening his hold around her waist. A growl escaped his throat. What is inappropriate about it? Li Su sensed something amiss. Could it be that this fellow had lost his senses? Her cool fingers brushed against Muhan's forehead, seeking to gauge his temperature. But he swiftly captured her hand that he was still so warm. What is wrong with you? Why are you sweating so much? Is it due to the backlash of our bond? Please, tell me, and I shall take you to the priest for healing. Suddenly, Muhan released her, only to seize her wrist the next moment, pulling her back against his chest, enveloping her in his embrace. You truly care for me. Isn't it only natural that I care for you? You just lent me your strength, and helped me fend off you. That I owe you my gratitude. Isu stammered, feeling her resolve falter under the intensity of Muhan's crimson gaze, which now brimmed with a tenderness that made her throat tighten. To speak or remain silent, She found herself at a loss before this stunning serpent man, an allure she could hardly withstand. Li Su hesitated, trembling as she attempted to withdraw her hand. Muhan, please stay in the cave while I fetch you some medicine. Would that be acceptable? Not necessary, not if you truly wish to thank me. Then come with me. Where are we going? Li Su's world spun as Muhan swept her back into the cave, and she could feel his grip growing ever more unhinged. In her shock, she realized that entering the cave to express her gratitude was not a wise decision. Her fingers instinctively activated her earth-based abilities, causing a pit to form beneath them. With a single step, Muhan found himself ensnared, yet he quickly lifted Li Su, stepping out of the mire. His smile did not reach his eyes as he bit down on her earlobe. Li Su, do you intend to use the power I bestowed upon you against me? If you do not release me, I shall make you regret it. Li Su felt a mix of anger and fear. Mother, what is happening here? Mu Shui stood at the entrance, holding the beast pelt. His expression one of bewilderment. Li Su froze, mortified at the prospect of being caught in such a compromising situation. Without hesitation, Muhan swept him out of the cave with his tail. Mu Shui, go find Mu Yin. Retrieve the wooden bucket where your mother was left by the stream, and gather some mushrooms she likes. Do not return until before nightfall. Li Su wanted to call out for Mu Shui, but was swiftly silenced, and Yuhan's long, pale fingers threaded through her dark locks, anchoring her head in place as her vision blurred from lack of oxygen. Muhan finally granted her a breath. Let me go. Li Su gasped, her frantic gaze locking onto Muhan's crimson eyes. Did you not say you wanted to thank me? But I never said I would thank you in this manner. Li Su felt a mixture of embarrassment and indignation, her anger mounting as she contemplated biting Muhan. I only accept this form of gratitude. Li Su struggled vehemently, and Muhan's lips felt a sharp pain as a drop of crimson appeared at the center. Do you refuse? Muhan pressed his lips together, his grip remaining unyielding as if she were ensnared by an immovable stone. His slender fingers caressed her chin tenderly. Muhan, let us speak properly. Li Su fought to free her hands, but the radiant energy within her had been entirely depleted, leaving her powerless. What do you wish to say? I do not wish to hear it. I only desire you. Are we not companions? His ivory fingers reached for her beast pelt, but Li Su caught them deftly. No, Muhan, we cannot. With a sigh, Muhan murmured, Li Su, the backlash of our bond resides within me. Would you care to know what the repercussions feel like? Suddenly, he entwined her fingers above her head. What did you say? Muhan beheld the female before him, her eyes radiating an unprecedented clarity, innocence, and warmth. This beautiful creature was his, and no one else could claim her. He leaned closer to her blood-red earlobe, whispering, I say you are too cruel, and thus I must let you experience my pain. In the next moment, Muhan ceased suppressing the backlash, transmitting it to Li Su through their bond. Li Su felt a surge of heat envelop her, every part of her body clamoring for coolness. Instinctively, she nestled against Muhan, relishing his chill. Are you made of ice? Muhan had merely released a fraction of the backlash from their bond, and Li Su's gaze turned dreamy, her eyes tinged with red. Evoking a sense of tenderness, Li Su, please do not reject me. As waves of heat scorch her mind, Li Su briefly envisioned Muhan's face, realizing she did not loathe him. When Li Su awakened, Muhan lay beside her, his profile serene and gentle. She exhaled deeply, attempting to disentangle his arms from around her waist. Her movements stirred Muhan from his slumber. He sought to draw her back into his embrace to continue their rest. Frustrated, Li Su forcefully pried his arms away. Get off me. You are not permitted on my stone bed without my consent. After issuing her command, she attempted to rise, grabbing the beast pelt to drape over herself. However, as she moved, her body ached with fatigue, causing her to collapse back into Muhan's waiting arms. Li Su winced, her lips swollen as she resignedly gazed at Muhan, who held her securely. Rest for a while, do not stir. The fellow, with an expression of calm, assisted her in adjusting the fur skirt, unaffected by her recent harsh tone that might have led him to push her away. Upon hearing him say good, Li Su's face flushed crimson, and she exclaimed, Let go of me. I'm hungry. Her stomach betrayed her, rumbling audibly ta. All right, Muhan chuckled lightly, placing Li Su upon the stone bed. Damn it, she covered her face, wondering why she had let herself go completely. Was it merely a nap? Li Su lay on the stone bed like a deflated balloon, pondering how she had succumbed to sleep. Does it hurt? In the darkness, Muhan deftly found her leg, prompting Li Su to reflexively kick him, exhaling a woeful sigh. What do you think? Muhan did not release her leg, his icy hand pressed against the sore muscles. The dim cave lacked any light source, yet he applied pressure with remarkable precision. The more Li Su contemplated, the more aggrieved she felt, begrudgingly accepting the massage. What time was it? Where were Mu Shui and Mu Yen? She was utterly dazed. They were waiting outside the cave. It was fine. No need to worry about them. Are you feeling any better now? Li Su kicked Muhan again, her foot striking his muscle, causing her to wince in pain, her nose tinged with bitterness. Are you a dog? I'm not a dog. I am a serpent. Muhan tightened his grip on her leg, his gaze shifting subtly. Startled, she fell silent, fearing further provocation of this great python. She was not an innocent girl oblivious to matters of the heart. Though she had not feasted on pork during the apocalypse, she had seen pigs run. In matters of mutual desire, she steeled herself, realizing she was not at a complete disadvantage. At the very least, his looks and strength met her standards, and Muhan endured several kicks from Li Su without retorting. For he dared not do so. He recalled the jar of medicine Li Su had brought back. Rising, Muhan searched for a moment before retrieving the jar. When Li Su felt the coolness of the ointment being applied to her leg, she realized it was Muhan tending to her wounds. Her hair stood on end as she quickly grasped his wandering hand, growling, "I'll do it myself." Even in the absence of light, Muhan could see clearly that Li Su's face was unusually flushed. "I'll help you with the ointment. You can leave." Unable to contain herself any longer, Li Su pushed him off the stone bed, fearing she might injure herself further. Muhan retreated. "I won't touch you. You can manage." Once Li Su clumsily finished applying the medicine, Muhan cleared away the large stones blocking the entrance. After applying the ointment, Li Su found the pain had subsided significantly, and her complexion improved. The external wound ointment indeed proved effective. The priest Luosin still had some skill. Observing that Li Su could now walk, Muhan instinctively moved to the cave's ventilation area, deftly stoking the fire of the earthen stove, and began to prepare soup for her. "You can do this?" Watching the flames rekindle under Muhan's hands, she could hardly believe it. This was his first time making fire. It's not difficult. Once you've seen it done, you can do it. Muhan skillfully prepared the soup, giving the impression that he had been cooking over this earthen stove for countless times. Li Su's gaze shifted. This serpent beastman was indeed remarkably intelligent. Mu Yen, Mu Shui. With nothing to do, Li Su stepped outside the cave, discovering Mu Yen and Mu Shui already asleep on the large stone at the cave's entrance, surrounded by mushrooms they had foraged. Li Su crouched down to examine them closely, finding them to be the exact varieties of pleurotus and morel she had picked. There was no doubt about it. Li Su lifted Mu Shui and placed him onto the stone bed. Mu Yen, curled up on a large stone, felt a pang of sadness. Indeed, the wicked female had neglected him, but unexpectedly, the scent that belonged solely to Li Su enveloped him, and she carefully lifted him onto the stone bed. Hesitant to open his eyes, Mu Yen feared being mocked by the wicked female or questioned about why he was pretending to sleep, but so, he chose to remain silent, waiting for Li Su to leave before loosening his grip on the new fur. The garments made by the wicked female were not too displeasing to the Yu Yan's consciousness dulled, and he eventually fell into a deep slumber. Muhan, there is something I need to discuss with you. Li Su pointed at the stone bed. This bed is too small. I want to expand the cave. All right. Muhan's expression darkened. Indeed, the stone bed was somewhat cramped, and he had not performed well earlier. You need to help me make more bowls like this. Su handed him the wooden bowl she intended to create while he was cooking the meat soup. Then Muhan caressed the engraved patterns on the bowl, smiling with delight. This design is beautifully carved. How many do you wish to make? Make 20 of various sizes for me, that I also need a water reservoir. I want to dig 4 rooms on top and a cellar below. Anything is fine. Muhan handed Li Su the hot soup. Try it. How does it taste? Li Su accepted the wooden bowl, sipping cautiously. Could he truly cook? To her surprise, the flavors burst forth, a savory sweetness enveloping her palate. She squinted her eyes and took another hearty sip, the steaming meat soup expertly cooled to the perfect temperature for drinking by Muhan's meticulous care. The nourishment from the soup began to restore her earth-based abilities. And Li Su felt a surge of joy. She realized her mental energy was completely replenished. Remarkably, her spatial abilities were also brimming. Unable to resist, Li Su swiftly opened her space. She remembered that in the apocalypse, others were unable to see her space, and it seemed the same applied here. Indeed, Muhan showed no reaction whatsoever, which delighted Li Su. It appeared they could not see her space. Li Su failed to notice the fleeting surprise in Muhan's eyes. Cleverly concealed in the shadows, her space, unlike before, had expanded to the size of a fist, the interface stabilizing before her. She beheld her space reemerge. Tears welled in her eyes, and her features transformed. During this time, she had done nothing but engage in absurdity with Muhan for an entire afternoon. Can it enhance mental energy? Seeing the forlorn expression on Li Su's face, Muhan assumed the soup had scalded her mouth. So he leaned closer, sipping from her hand. A bead of the crystalline soup clung to his perfectly sculpted chin, causing his long lashes to flutter as he murmured to himself in confusion. "It's not hot. The flavor is just like what you made. What's wrong?" Li Su felt he was too close, awkwardly pushing his head away with one hand. This man truly took liberties. "No. It's quite delicious. It's just that you're too close for comfort. I'm not used to it." Muhan bore no offense, quietly sipping from his own bowl of soup that Mu Shui's character seemed to mirror Muhan's. Then who did Mu Yin resemble? Lost in her thoughts, Li Su lifted her bowl to drink, attempting to mask her fluster. Upon closer inspection, she realized something was amiss with the soup's flavor. You actually added salt? Yet she had used up all her salt at midday. Where did Muhan procure his salt? Do you call that white substance salt? I did indeed add a B. Muhan's words filled Li Su with elation. Where did you find the salt? Her voice involuntarily rose an octave, her eyes gleaming as she fixed her gaze on Mu H. Is this substance truly that significant? Muhan sensed the delight in Li Su's words and the eagerness in her gaze. Suppressing a faint smile, he placed down the empty wooden bowl. His long, pale fingers nonchalantly stirred the ashes in the earthen stove. Imitating Li Su's technique, he partially covered the flames, reducing their size, dimming the cave's illumination. This added an alluring aspect to Muhan's profile, strikingly captivating Li Su's gaze. Noticing Li Su's rapt attention, Muhan's lips curled into a satisfied smirk. This serpent beastman was indeed a marvel. Li Su dared not gaze any longer. With countless paths to tread, she resolved to follow her instincts rather than her heart, traversing through the myriad of leaves without a trace upon them. Reciting the mantra of the apocalypse's femme fatale, Li Su regained her focus. Yes, it is very important that the place where you discovered this substance, a vast area filled with it. Standing, Li Su sought to distance herself from him. This enchantment was hindering her thoughts. She was not a dim-witted girl, merely a seasoned woman bewitched by a siren. Observing Li Su's newfound vigor upon mentioning salt, Muhan felt a tinge of jealousy. Did she truly hold such affection for this substance called salt? He pressed her back against the stone once more. Are your legs no longer weak? You seem quite energetic. Li Su's face flushed with color. Muhan, I need to discuss something serious with you. What I am saying is also of grave importance, Muhan replied, remaining unfazed, gently gesturing towards the wooden bowl in Li Su's hands. Hurry up and drink. However, salt is crucial, is an indispensable element for preserving food. Salt can preserve food? Muhan had not anticipated that salt possessed such a function. Indeed, have you forgotten that I mentioned winter would extend by 3 months? Li Su's expression turned grave. This is the beast god's revelation. The coming winter will last longer than ever before. If we lack sufficient provisions, we might perish in the relentless snow. And Muhan raised an eyebrow, her demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. That moment, Li Su appeared calm, believing she was merely trying to frighten him, and did not take it to heart. Yet now, he felt a twinge of anxiety. 3 months? How long is that? 3 months is roughly 90 sunsets. Observing Muhan taking this matter seriously, Li Su felt a sense of relief. She couldn't be the only one in distress, such a lengthy duration. Muhan's expression grew somber. In previous winters, each tribe would lose some females and young. If the winter were to extend by 90 sunsets, it was probable that 90% of the male beastmen would perish. The firelight illuminated Muhan's face, making her appear strikingly captivating. Tomorrow, I will take you to find salt. But for now, drink your meat soup. Muhan wore an expression that suggested if Li Su did not consume the soup, she would withhold information about the salt's location. Reluctantly, Li Su gulped down the soup. Slow down your eating, Muhan regretted urging her to drink quickly upon seeing how fast Li Su was consuming the soup. Her tone held a hint of irritation. The salt won't escape. It has a peculiar taste, is abundant, and no one wants it, so you needn't worry. Do many people know where it is? Li Su wiped her lips, excited at the prospect of curing meat, knowing she might struggle to sleep tonight. It is quite remote, with few fruits, so the beastmen who venture there are likely few. Witnessing Li Su's joy brought a sense of delight to Muhan. Li Su felt Muhan's gaze grow fervent, causing her to shiver involuntarily. She quickly shifted to the side, thinking the gaze was unbearably intense. In an attempt to mask her embarrassment, she took the initiative to ask, "By the way, how did you know to add salt? Did you secretly look through my belongings?" The sight of the two small ones and the larger one staring at her that day made her certain they must have rummaged through her things in her absence. Muhan did not deny it, pointing to the few remaining sugar granules in the swallow's nest. "Aside from that sweet white grain I don't know about, I've observed everything else carefully. Those crystalline stones resemble beast crystals and can enhance your strength. And when you make soup, you need to add this salt that I recalled having seen it before, so I took some when I had the chance." Li Su knew that Muhan had certainly gone through her few possessions while she was away. She hurried to the swallow's nest and found it filled to the brim with pristine, natural river salt. Unable to resist, she scooped up a handful, inhaled its scent, and even licked a few grains, the salty flavor exploding on her taste buds. Li Su's eyes sparkled with excitement. "When did you put this in here?" "I didn't see it." Before Muhan could respond, Li Su carefully extracted the salt grains, placing them in a stone bowl. Clutching the bowl, she quickly approached the stone where the meat was stored. "Muhan, with this we can preserve a great deal of meat. This winter, we will surely survive." Her infectious smile prompted an involuntary grin from Muhan. "Indeed, we will not perish. Are you going to cure the meat?" "I can assist." Muhan moved closer, her heated breath making Li Su feel uneasy. They were now so close that any further proximity would set her on edge. Li Su instinctively turned her head. "Muhan, could you speak a bit farther away next time? Your breath is too warm on my ears. I apologize. I will be more mindful next time." Muhan's tone barely concealed her disappointment. "I merely wish to help you." He extended a piece of yak meat towards her, his beautiful features radiating a cool yet gentle demeanor. Realizing that Muhan did not intend to invade her space, Li Su's cheeks flushed with shame. He was only trying to assist, and her thoughts had been rather unbecoming. She turned back. "Then you can help me here." Muhan discreetly curved his lips into a smile. "All right, Li Su washed the second-level yak meat in the cave. Rinsing away the blood, she set aside enough for 3 days, soaking it in salted water to ensure it would not spoil. The remainder was cleaned thoroughly and coated generously with salt. As Muhan's supply was insufficient, Li Su discreetly mixed in a significant amount of her own salt to cure the yak meat. She could not bear to waste any food that in a post-apocalyptic world, a piece of dried meat could revive a dying person. Li Su found some long grass that had already dried outside, twisting 4 or 5 strands into a rope to string the meat and hang it on the cave's rock wall. "Is this how you can preserve meat?" Muhan gazed intently at Li Su, her melodious voice causing Li Su's ears to tingle. "Could you step back a little? I'm not accustomed to having someone so close to me." Li Su frowned, unaware that Muhan had encroached upon her personal space. Deep down, she felt uneasy about this closeness. Upon hearing Li Su's discontent, Muhan silently retreated several steps, then extended his hand. His moonlit gaze dimming, his eyes, once bright with myriad stars, now appeared fragmented and forlorn. He offered Li Su several prepared grass ropes. Though his face betrayed no disappointment, the loss of luster in his eyes hinted at his dejection. Resembling a wilting flower. I saw you weaving earlier, so I thought I would try as well. Do you think it might be useful? His tone was reminiscent of a petulant spouse that Isu suddenly felt like a rogue husband bullying his wife. Ugh, what a mess. Seeing Li Su's stern expression, Muhan turned to distance himself further. Wait, being as clever as you are, you should know how to hang the grass ropes, right? The remaining meat is in your hands. Li Su called out to Muhan, who pointed to himself. You want me to help you? Well, if you don't want to, that's fine. I can. Muhan's face flushed slightly as he moved closer to Li Su, his cold, beastly aura enveloping her entirely. His expression radiated curiosity, and his presence instantly became vibrant and full of energy. Li Su found it hard to push him away. Muhan was an exceptional mimic, even performing the task better than she had anticipated. Speechless, Li Su thought, is there truly someone who enjoys working? Witnessing Muhan's expression as though he had struck gold, she wondered if he was truly the cold-hearted beastman she had heard of. Was he not supposed to be heartless and ruthless? Was he genuinely so pleased to assist her with hanging meat? Seeing Muhan handle the task with great competence left Li Su with little to contribute. So she brought all the long grass she had gathered into the cave and began weaving a grass curtain. The night was still long, and she did not wish to waste time. A long grass curtain quickly formed in her hands, which she hung at the cave's entrance, obscuring the view outside. It also blocked the heat from entering. Isu noticed that even with the entrance covered, the cave remained pleasantly cool, as if there were additional ventilation points in the stone walls, though it was too dark for her to see clearly. With some free time, Li Su began sketching out spaces on the cool stone walls with white stones. Here, I will carve out a chamber for Mu Yin and Mu Shui. Here, I will carve out a chamber for myself. And here, I will create a larger room to serve as a storage area for all the meat and vegetables. Then I will dig down from here to create a large cellar for storing vegetables. The excavated stones should not go to waste. We will place them outside to form a large courtyard. Encircling our cave, Isu understood that this grand project would rely on Muhan. Her earth-based abilities could only reinforce the cellar. Expanding the cave might be a bit beyond her capabilities. Muhan's gaze lingered between the chambers for the two of them, before he nodded earnestly. All right, I will remember. Isu never expected that Muhan would be so obedient. The partner contract truly worked wonders. However, the thought of its side effects made her heart ache yet amused. Out of sight, out of mind. After she finished weaving a straw backpack, the fire in the earthen stove had also extinguished. Li Su felt her eyelids heavy, unable to keep them open any longer. At some point, Muhan had unexpectedly restored his massive form. Compared to his previous length of over 10 meters, his current dragon-like body had grown to an astonishing 20 meters. His eyes were filled with an intense possessiveness that sent shivers down her spine. It was surprising that the catalyst for his transformation back to his original form was none other than Li Su herself. The great dragon gazed longingly at the sleeping Li Su, yearning to draw closer, yet ultimately refrained from doing so. Let us wait a little longer, he thought. If I provoke the little female, it will be hard to soothe her. Tilting his head, he observed the crooked white lines he had dug into the cave, extending his sharp claws. All the pent-up frustration found its release in that moment. When Li Su awoke, the outside world was already bathed in bright daylight. The figures of the two snake cubs were nowhere to be seen on the stone beach. To her astonishment, she discovered that the cave had expanded at least twice in size, providing a much broader view. The 4 rooms she had sketched the night before had already been excavated by Muhan. Li Su's voice echoed through the cavern. Not seeing him anywhere, she rushed into the newly carved stone chambers. Looking around with delight, she marveled at how Muhan had managed to accomplish this. Aside from the food storage, the other 3 stone rooms were filled with a refreshing breeze. Had he somehow opened up a passage above? How could the scorching heat outside transform into a cool wind within the cave? Li Su was puzzled, but never allowed herself to dwell on such confusion. As she turned, she collided into the embrace of the person behind her. Muhan clutched his chest where she had bumped into him, feigning injury with a pitiful expression. Beneath his pale eyelids lay faint shadows, suggesting weariness, which made Li Su feel a twinge of guilt for nearly chastising him for his lack of awareness. "Did you dig all night?" Li Su asked, scratching her head, feeling a bit embarrassed as she stepped back. "Yes, you said you wanted it," Muhan replied, his expression softening, a glimmer of expectation in his eyes that made Li Su chuckle. Did he stay awake digging because of his own desires? In the next moment, Li Su noticed the injured hand he had placed over his chest, and her heart sank. His slender, jade-like fingers were now marred with wounds and bloodstains. Li Su hadn't anticipated Muhan's honesty. Did he really need to dig all night? Was she truly that domineering? Her expression darkened with anger as she pulled him to the stone bed and retrieved a small stone jar to apply herbs to his hand. Seeing Muhan's silent demeanor, she felt a surge of frustration. Such beautiful hands, and you let them get like this? Are you a fool? Can't you take a break? If you really don't want them anymore, I'll chop them off for you. Suddenly, Muhan burst into laughter, resembling a blooming serious, pure, and alluring. Li Su, it's just a pair of hands that if you truly desire them, I wouldn't mind severing them for you. At that moment, Li Su felt a mixture of anger and heartache. Was this the terrifying aspect of the partner contract? Was Muhan's kindness towards her solely due to the contract? Her voice trembled as she fixed her gaze on the cold-blooded beastman before her, asking each word with care. Muhan, if there were no partner contract, would you still help me dig? Muhan shook his head, his long eyelashes casting shadows of solitude upon his cheeks. Hell, Li Su's heart turned cold in an instant. Indeed, he would not. In the next moment, her face flushed as Muhan's injured fingers brushed against a round, plump cheek, a smile tinged with bitterness on his lips. Without the partner contract, you would likely be protected by those furry beastmen. How could it fall to me to dig a cave for you? Li Su slightly turned her head, evading his touch. What I mean is, would you genuinely want to help me dig a cave? Muhan was perplexed as to why Li Su was so insistent on an answer. After a moment of reflection, he countered with a question. Why not seek out those furry beastmen? Why not bond with them? Yes, she had no intention of seeking out those beastmen, that if there were no partner contract. Would you still obey me? Li Su was eager to understand the extent of the partner contract's influence. Muhan rested his chin on one hand, seemingly lost in thought. Li Su observed him, his satin-like black hair framing part of his face, his strikingly clear and hesitant eyes made her inexplicably anxious. If 3 years ago you entered my cave, I might have left the Qingmu tribe after shedding my skin. If it weren't for the partner contract, I would never have stayed here. Just as Muhan was about to say something more, an outside voice interrupted. Li Su, are you there? Recognizing it was Duo's voice, Li Su immediately stood to respond. I'm here. She pushed the small stone jar toward Muhan. Remember to apply the medicine. I'll be out for a bit. Grabbing the straw backpack she had woven the night before, she hurried outside, as if fleeing in haste. The swaying grass curtained cast shadows that obscured half of Muhan's figure in darkness. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he absent-mindedly twirled a strand of his black hair around his finger, pondering whether he should tell her the truth. Yet, he recalled that while Li Su appeared delicate, she was remarkably strong-willed. If he confessed his desire for her directly, he felt it would backfire. She was like a fallen leaf in a lake. The more he advanced, the further she drifted away. Only when she came to terms with her feelings, soaked and crushed by him, would she be unable to escape the scent of his beastly essence embedded deep within her bones. Muhan refrained from continuing to apply the medicine. Instead, he bore his wounds as he resumed digging the cellar Li Su desired. Little female, do not disappoint me. Upon exiting the cave, Li Su was even more astonished. Outside, Muhan had enclosed a vast courtyard, covering an area of over 100 square meters. The stones forming the enclosure had been meticulously shaped into square forms. He had indeed followed her instructions to the letter. No wonder his hands were in such a dreadful state. The nearly 2-meter height of the enclosure granted Li Su a profound sense of security. At that moment, Duo stood atop a massive stone, gazing at her in bewilderment. Li Su, why are there so many stones in front of your cave? Which beastman did this? If I find out, I'll skin him alive. No, Duo, these stones form a courtyard. It will be useful in the future. I had it specially made. Come down quickly. Noticing Li Su's peculiar expression, Luo Duo sensed something was amiss. The 2-meter height was no obstacle for her as she jumped down effortlessly. Li Su, you look unwell. Are you sick today? Li Su shook her head, patting a straw backpack on her back. No, you arrived just in time that I was waiting for you to go mushroom picking. Luo Duo's eyes lit up, and the two set off together towards the damp hillside. Along the way, she marveled at the straw backpack hanging from Li Su. It can hold so many things, more than the leaf-wrapped bundles. Yes, this is a straw backpack that IT can carry many mushrooms. Once you learn to identify them, I can teach you how to weave one. Isu led Luo Duo into the low shrubbery, which reached up to their chests. Beneath the damp, withered leaves lay a plethora of colorful fungi. Isu picked several common mushrooms to show Luo Duo, instructing her to learn one at a time, and also pointed out the vividly colored poisonous mushrooms. Red umbrella, white stalk, eat them, and you'll lie flat. Although Luo Duo didn't fully understand, she knew those were inedible. Isu promised that once Luo Duo gathered mushrooms without mixing in any poisonous ones, she would be ready to go. Indeed, Luo Duo was clever. The first mushroom Li Su instructed her to learn was the bamboo fungus, as it was abundant on this slope. The bamboo fungus resembled a little girl dressed in a white skirt, making it easy to recognize. By the end, Luo Duo's face was flushed with excitement as she gazed at the mound of bamboo fungus she had collected, dancing with Joy.L. Isu shook her head, surprised at Luo Duo's exuberance. After cleaning the bamboo fungus, it could be stir-fried with oil and meat or made into a delicious soup. Pleased with the bamboo fungus nestled in her straw backpack, Li Su pondered how to convince Luo Duo's father to accept that mushrooms could be edible, given that her mother had died from them. She voiced her thoughts aloud. But the fire's source. You didn't see how he looked when he drank the hot soup yesterday. Luo Duo mimicked a gesture, laughter tinged with a hint of sorrow. Father was in tears, shouting, "This winter, the Qingmu tribe will witness the survival of many orcs. My father once visited the city of 10,000 beasts and understands the value of the fire seed. He said it is a divine gift from the beast god to the Qingmu tribe. Li Su, you are our tribe's beacon of hope. So, did you inform the chieftain of my identity?" Li Su raised an eyebrow. She recognized that concealing it from the chieftain was futile, yet she wished for fewer to be informed. "Well, your existence is so precious that my brother and I dared not keep it from father. He also mentioned that you would be the most esteemed individual in the Qingmu tribe, instructing us to heed your guidance, that if you choose to reveal your identity, every orc in the Qingmu tribe will obey you alone." Li Su, however, did not wish to expose too much before her strength was sufficiently formidable. The Qingmu tribe comprises over 300 orcs, and she could not fathom how many uncontrollable orcs like Nanhu might still exist. She dared not take the risk. Were her Earth-type abilities to reach level 4 now, she would not hesitate to become the chieftain of the Qingmu tribe and seize all territory south of the beastly forest. Luo Duo, you must never divulge the matter of the fire seed to other tribes until we possess the capability to protect it. Do you understand? Brother said the same. Currently, only a few orcs are aware of the fire seed. Luo Duo understood the gravity of the situation and dared not speak of it, seeing that Luosin had given his instructions. Li Su nodded. After demonstrating the method to weave the grass bags to Luo Duo, it was already approaching noon. Li Su, bearing the cleaned bamboo fungus on her back, with 2 smaller grass bags hanging from her arms, returned to the cave. In contrast to the emptiness of the yard in the morning, it now bore many flat stones. Li Su set down her belongings and dashed into the cave. Indeed, Muhan had even excavated a cellar. Without stairs to descend, Li Su hesitated, casting a glance inside. However, Muhan was not present in the cave. After pondering, Li Su laid the bamboo fungus on the large stones at the entrance to dry. Once she finished, neither Mu Yin nor Mu Shui had returned, nor was there any sign of Muhan. She was already famished, having rushed out in the morning without breakfast. Observing the sun, Li Su decided to kindle a fire to prepare lunch. Just then, she saw Mu Yin and Mu Shui sprinting back, completely unclothed, their faces marred with bruises. Li Su's heart sank. "Where are your hides? What happened to your faces?" "Mother, we were..." Mu Shui began to speak, but was interrupted by Mu Yan. He lifted his head, allowing Li Su to see his face, which was matted with dirt and grass, his small visage covered in bruises and wounds, with a split at the corner of his mouth. Looking utterly disheveled, he gazed at Li Su, a flicker of sorrow in his eyes. They said the hides on Mu Shui and me were stolen by you. Is that true? Li Su surmised what had transpired. These two younglings had been severely bullied. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her anger and returned to the cave, retrieving the freshly made hides to wear first. Now, tell me exactly what happened. But Mu Yin was unwilling. Avoiding her hand and looking at the hide with disdain. I don't want your stolen things. Observing the hide Li Su presented, which was of finer quality than what they wore, Mu Yan's fury escalated. You wicked female. Where did you steal this hide from? Return it immediately. Even if Mu Shui and I were to die, we won't wear stolen hides. Li Su's expression darkened ominously. She could only dress the silent Mu Shui first. As Mu Shui watched Li Su gently down the hide on him, his small hand grasped her arm. Mother, this hide isn't stolen by you, right? Mu Shui's condition was only slightly better than Mu Yan's. While his face bore no injuries, his spirit was far from what it had been the day before. Her little blue elf son had vanished like a fleeting flower. Li Su's voice softened as she adjusted the misaligned hide on Mu Shui. Mu Shui, do you think your mother would need to steal anything? Mother is the messenger of the beast god. How could she possibly steal? Mu Shui's eyes glistened with tears, his lips pressed together in helplessness. Before he clung to Li Su, sobbing. But they all say you're a thief, that you stole from the chieftain's family. Mu Yin and I couldn't fight them. Mu Shui, do not accept her things. She is a wicked female. She is a thief. Mu Yin angrily extended his hand to tear the hide from Mu Shui, shocking him into silence as he clutched his chest, his expression a mix of shame and anger. Mu Yin, please don't. I don't like this. Mu Yin, however, paid no heed, his eyes fixated solely on the hide that symbolized thievery, determined that Mu Shui must remove it today. Yet Li Su seized his wrist, looking disapprovingly at the irrational Mu Yin. Mu Yin, tell me, how are you different from those who bullied you? Mu Yin halted, his heart aching in fragments. The wicked female equated him with those who harmed them. How could she say that? How could she compare him to those people? Li Su restrained her rising anger, crouching before Mu Yin and reaching to touch the corner of his mouth. Who hit you? Tell mother. And who snatched your hides? Mu Yin turned his head, attempting to evade Li Su's touch. But she embraced him tightly, and as he struggled to break free, she sighed, gently pressing his head against her chest. Don't rush to struggle. Listen to my heartbeat. Is it racing or erratic? For when one lies or is frightened, their heartbeat accelerates. Li Su employed this simple method, painstakingly comforting the seemingly strong little boy. Would she still deceive him? Mu Yin felt a wave of grievance wash over him. Tears streaming down his cheeks, he wiped his face vigorously, no longer believing the wicked female's words. Why did you steal? I won't call you a wicked female anymore. Why did you take someone else's belongings? How could you do this? We are now the offspring of thieves, which is why we were stripped bare. They said the chieftain would surely send our family to the black hole. That beautiful hide was stolen by the wicked female. He thought she had truly changed. Last night, he even secretly decided to call her mother today, but it was all Mu Shui rubbed his hands, hesitatingly approaching Li Su. Mother, will we really be sent to the black hole by the chieftain? Mu Shui was unafraid. Mother would not allow anyone to send them to the black hole. Li Su pulled Mu Shui into her embrace, holding one child in each arm. The hides you both were indeed belonged to the chieftain's family, but they were not stolen. Really? They weren't stolen by you? Mu Yin gazed at Li Su in astonishment. Li Su gently stroked Mu Yan's little head. This time, he did not shy away, but instead stared at her eagerly. Indeed, they were obtained by your mother. Luo Duo can attest to this. This morning, she came to seek Mother's company to gather mushrooms. Look at these. Li Su pointed to the bamboo fungus they had gathered together on the large stone, patiently explaining. Mother previously taught her to identify mushrooms, and to show gratitude, she gifted me several hides. Thus, Mother is not a thief. All these hides were legitimately acquired, so you may wear them with peace of mind. Mu Yin and Mu Shui exchanged glances, realizing that their mother was not a thief. Muhan, being a good brother, declared, "If it weren't for you, Mushue would have certainly suffered even more harm." Complimented by Li Su, a tuft of red hair on Muyan's forehead perked up, his face adorned with pride. Of course, I couldn't stand by and watch Mushue getting bullied, but I also failed to protect our hides. Muyan felt a deep sense of shame, growing more aggrieved as he spoke. They had even misunderstood Li Su. She reached out and caressed Muyan's head, speaking softly. "So now, can you tell me who said that the hides you were stolen by me? And who stripped you bare?" Mushue gently grasped Li Su's fingers, no longer hesitating, and revealed their names. "Mother, the ones who said our hides were stolen are Xiong Shi and Xiong Shu." "Whose offspring are these two?" Li Su inquired, her expression one of bewilderment. Unable to recall which family they belonged to, Yen left her embrace anxiously, hastily donning another hide, sniffling. "They're from the Lan Yue family. They not only made Mu Shui and me their prey, but also snatched our hides." Li Su raised an eyebrow. It truly was a case of enemies crossing paths, as they were indeed from the Lan Yue family. Beneath the great locust tree in the tribe, a group of younglings were frolicking and reveling. The two eldest among them gleefully knocked down the younger cubs with a kick. Then, transforming into their beast forms, they seized the little ones, tearing and biting at them. Only after those younglings let out shrieks of distress did they release them. "Look, this is how my fierce father hunts. Have you learned?" In those tender years, the younger cubs whimpered in terror, too afraid to assert their capabilities or lack thereof, for either declaration could lead to punishment. "Anyone who disobeys will find themselves cloaked in the hides I stripped from the snake cubs, and I shall inform the chief that you conspired with them, sending you all into the abyss." This threat silenced the other cubs, leaving them to endure the tyranny of the two children. Suddenly, Xiong Shi and Xiong Shu were lifted into the air, their necks gripped tightly, their limbs flailing in desperation as they cried for help. "It's you two scoundrels tormenting my snake cubs, is it? And accusing me of stealing your hides. What audacity do you possess? You vile female, it is you who pilfered the chief's hides. How dare you approach us?" Upon realizing the troublemaker was Li Su, Xiong Shu was consumed by rage. Even suspended in midair, he kicked wildly like an octopus, aiming to strike Li Su. She merely extended her arms slightly, evading his blows effortlessly. Frustrated by his failure to land a hit, Xiong Shu spat, "You thief, release me at once. When the chief arrives and sees you stealing from his home while bullying us, he will surely cast you into the abyss." "Impertinent little cub, have you finished your tirade?" Li Su retorted. "So, Mu Yin and Mu Shui were treated similarly by you, were they not?" A pang of sorrow struck Li Su as she recognized the pressure that came with bullying the younger ones. These two bear cubs were indeed deserving of a reprimand. Truly, they were the offspring of Lan Yue, and just like her, their every utterance threatened to cast someone into the abyss. Such arrogance was rather astonishing. It appeared that without employing some force, they would never learn to speak appropriately. With a swift motion, Li Su twisted one of the bear cub's hands behind his back. "Now, can we converse civilly? If not, I can teach you how." Xiong Shu grimaced in pain, shouting, "Don't think you can hit me just because you're female. I will tell my mother, and she will surely destroy you." Li Su's cold smile widened as she applied more pressure. "How was your behind after those few days of discomfort? Have you not learned your lesson? Last time, with no evidence, you accused the snake cubs of thievery, and now you dare to accuse me of being a thief. You truly are fearless." The weight of her final words hung in the air, causing Xiong Shu to glance anxiously at Xiong Shi. Xiong Shi's gaze hardened. "Do not intimidate me, or Xiong Shu." The dream deer hide worn by the snake cub was procured from where? "There are only 3 such pieces, hunted by my father and the chief." A note of pride crept into Xiong Shi's voice as he continued. "Within the entire Qingmu tribe, only my mother and the chief possess such hides. Why mother made one for Xiong Shi, which he still wears, if you did not steal from the chief's home. Then from where did you acquire it?" After boasting, Xiong Shi cast a mocking glance at the 2 snake cubs behind Li Su. "Oh, not tell us that you found it lying around. This meticulously tanned, precious hide. If you could find it, I would gladly part with my bare ears." Mu Yin and Mu Shui watched from a distance as Li Su defended them. despite Xiongxi's taunts. They maintained their composure, for Li Su had instructed them to stay away to avoid bloodshed, assuring them she would handle the situation. You are fortunate indeed. Soon you shall become the first cub in the Qingmu tribe without bare ears. Upon hearing Li Su's words, Xiongxi's fur bristled in alarm. With a furious roar, he transformed into his beast form and lunged at Li Su's hand. A flash of white light erupted as a canine tooth of the flame leopard was shoved into Xiongxi's mouth. Nearly shattering his teeth, clutching his mouth in agony, Xiongxi wailed. Xiongxiu, sensing disaster, dragged Xiongxi away while bellowing, "Shameless thief, I will fetch my father to annihilate you. Or shall I end your existence right now?" With strength comparable to a first-level adult male beastman, Li Su swiftly apprehended the two bear cubs, bringing them back beneath the old locust tree within mere meters, gripping one cub in each hand. She surveyed her surroundings with a fearsome glare. Her smile held an unsettling quality. The other cubs beneath the great locust tree scattered in alarm, hiding behind the trunk, wary of Li Su who had captured the bear cubs. "What a fearsome female!" they exclaimed. "Mother, mother, come save us. Li Su, the wicked female, intends to kill us." Their cries drew a frown from Li Su. Extracting a bundle of coarse hemp rope from her space, she bound the feet of the two bear cubs, suspending them upside down beneath the great locust tree. "You vile female thief! How dare you bind us? Release us at once!" Xiongxi protested, hanging head down, flailing his limbs in protest. Xiongxiu cried out for Lan Yue, lamenting, "Mother, my head aches terribly. I feel I shall perish." Their strength paled in comparison to Li Su's, and they could barely keep pace with her. Exhausted, the two bear cubs genuinely begged for mercy. Yet Li Su remained unmoved, swinging the hemp rope, causing Xiongxi and Xiongxiu to sway. The more she swung, the faster they spun, eliciting terrified cries from the two. "Help! Help! Mother, come save us! Wicked female, release us!" From the beginning, Mu Yin and Mu Shui had been instructed by Li Su to maintain their distance. When she beckoned them closer, they hurried to her side, their eyes brimming with excitement. Observing the bear cubs transforming into their beast forms, they felt a twinge of apprehension. Little did they know, Li Su was formidable enough to suspend the bear cubs effortlessly. Mu Shui's face gleamed with admiration. "Mu Yin, mother is so impressive." "Indeed," Mu Yin replied, strutting around the bear cubs like a victorious rooster. Grabbing the hide draped over them, he yanked it fiercely, exposing their bare backsides. The bear cubs immediately burst into tears. "Not only did you steal, but you also struck us, and now you've taken my hide. I shall reiterate, my mother did not steal anything, and we are not thieves." Mu Yan's voice boomed, venting his pent-up frustration. "You initiated this conflict by stripping my and Mu Shui's hides. Now that I have taken yours, you shall experience the humiliation of being bear." Li Su felt her heart soften. Mu Yin had just called her mother. "What are you doing? Cease this at once." The old locust tree stood close to Lan Yue's den, and the bear cubs' wails echoed far and wide. Hearing the commotion, Lan Yue rushed over, her face pale as she was supported by her beast husband. By the time she arrived, the two bear cubs were sobbing to the point of near unconsciousness, their bodies limp beneath the tree. "Li Su, why do you always oppose us? My Xiongxi is gravely ill, and now you have harmed the other two bear cubs. Are you intent on driving our family to ruin for your own amusement?" Li Su had intended to hand the bear cubs over to Lan Yue for proper discipline, but it seemed that was not to be. With a swift tug on the hemp rope, she sent the two bear cubs swinging once more. Their faces turned ashen as they struggled to lift their hands. "This is the first time I have witnessed such a refreshingly audacious villain accusing others first. Your bear cub is ill, and that gives you the right to falsely accuse others, to strip them of their hides, to train younger cubs as prey, and cast them into the abyss? Since when did you, Lan Yue, gain dominion over the Qingmu tribe?" Li Su's smile was chilling as she regarded Lan Yue, whose expression was one of shock. "If you cannot teach your cubs, I shall gladly take on the task." "Lan Yue, my patience is finite. Your patience is limited? Mine is even more so. Do not attempt to deceive me here." Lan Yue's voice wavered, aware of her own cub's nature. Perhaps they truly did strip the snake cubs of their hides. But so what? Hadn't Li Su done the same? She had even stripped hides for that perverted Nan Hu. Everyone in the Qingmu tribe was aware of it. Just because she had done it, did that mean others could not? Lan Yue regarded Li Su with disdain. Scoffing, Li Su, release them at once. This is merely a trivial matter. Who are you trying to impress? Using your status as a female to bully a few cubs, do you not find that utterly shameless? With that, Lan Yue, supported by her beast husband, moved to untie the hemp rope beneath the old locust tree. Li Su laughed, for where there are unruly children, there are unruly parents. The hemp rope in her hands ought to be tied around Lan Yue's neck instead. Dare to untie that rope, and I shall sever your hand. Li Su coldly brandished the canine teeth in her hand, their sharp tips glinting ominously, still bearing the faint scent of fierce beasts. Sending an involuntary shiver down one's spine, this the canine tooth of a third-tier ferocious beast. The beastman accompanying Lan Yue's gaze sharpened, his voice tinged with alarm. He immediately pulled Lan Yue back a few steps. Regarding Li Su with utmost caution, the third-tier flame leopard that intruded upon the tribe that day. Indeed, your eyesight is rather commendable. Li Su found herself unexpectedly pleased by the other's perceptiveness, deeming him not entirely hopeless. Yet, regardless of the danger, Lan Yue cared solely for her two bear cubs. What are the flame leopard's canine teeth? Li Su is merely a frail female. You should hasten to save our cubs. She clung weakly to the beastman, her eyes flickering with reckless determination. But you are grievously injured if I disregard your condition. Can you truly manage? The beastman hesitated, acutely aware of Lan Yue's severe wounds. Had she not implored him, he would never have ventured out with her. Our cubs are on the brink of death, and you still hesitate. Are you going or not? Lan Yue's frustration was palpable, her heart aching with the desire to claw at Li Su's face. However, tribal laws forbade male beastmen from striking females. Lan Yue, I cannot harm Li Su. Lan Yue's fury erupted. You are truly inferior to Xiong Yi. How could I have chosen such a cowardly beastman? A resounding slap echoed as it struck her beastman's face. Pain flickered in the eyes of the male beastman, yet he bit his tongue, choosing to endure the humiliation silently. This male beastman, clearly concerned for Lan Yue, bore her insults without retort. Su couldn't help but think of Muhan. Was this the power of the mate contract? Not wishing to witness the disgrace of Lan Yue's family any longer, she raised her canine teeth. If the bear cubs refuse to apologize, they may very well continue to bully the snake cubs with malice in the future. I possess little compassion, and I adhere to the principle of retribution that I can ensure that their hand will be severed before they even feel pain. The two bear cubs burst into tears, yet still refused to apologize. Li Su, how dare you? Lan Yue shrieked in anger, while the two bear cubs, utterly exhausted, weakly pleaded, Mother, save us. Mother, it hurts. Help us kill Li Su and the snake cubs. They stole our belongings and our hides. Send them into the dark pit. Xiong Shi, Xiong Shu. Mother is coming to save you. Lan Yue's heart ached deeply. Bearing a single cub had nearly cost her half her life, and this was her lifeblood. The snake cubs had merely been left bare-bottomed and received a beating. How dare Li Su? Desperate to untie the restraints, she feared Li Su's canine teeth, pacing back and forth in a comically absurd manner. No perpetrator can stand and speak before a victim as long as they apologize and guarantee they will never bully the snake cubs again. I shall release them. Otherwise, I have no qualms about letting these teeth taste blood. My eyesight is poor. I cannot guarantee where I will strike. Su kicked a stone beneath her foot, shattering it with the canine teeth in her hand. Surely, your bear cubs' heads cannot be harder than this stone. If Li Su were to take this matter lightly, the snake cubs would continue to be bullied in her absence. Due to previous injuries, Lan Yue had lost a considerable amount of blood, rendering her face nearly devoid of color as she gritted her teeth in fury. They are merely younglings. Why do you, a female, stoop to their level? Witnessing the pitiful state of the two bear cubs, Lan Yue's eyes filled with rage, wishing to strangle Li Su, yet fearing that this madwoman might indeed use her teeth against her. What if I insist on holding them accountable? Is it permissible for Mu Yin and Mu Shui to be bullied in such a manner? Brushed aside as if it were nothing, Lan Yue's chest heaved with anger, and the wound on her waist ruptured again, blood seeping forth, creating a ghastly sight. The tribe's leaders have yet to return from the hunt. When they do, I shall make Li Su beg for mercy. Lan Yue stifled her rage, her face twisted in despair. Li Su, why push it to this extreme? The two bear cubs hang precariously while their hides are stripped away. If this continues, they may not survive. You're also a mother. How can you be so ruthless? Such familiar rhetoric. Who was Li Su? She had survived for 3 years in the apocalypse, and did they think she would allow herself to be judged from a moral high ground? She was not swayed by such notions. To her, these were mere trifles. Indeed, you are correct. Every cause has its effect. Their retribution is me. Today, this hand must be severed. The commotion attracted the attention of other beastmen from the tribe, especially the mothers of the younglings, Mei Rue, Qing Tao, and Fen Chao, among others, gathered around, their eyes anxiously scanning for their own cubs, ensuring they were unharmed. Was it not normal for younglings to play? Why did Li Su insist on making a fuss, demanding apologies from her bear cubs? Yet, everyone knew that the snake cubs had only been left bare-bottomed and received a beating. For the love of the beast god, we cannot live like this. Upon seeing the tribe members arrive, Lan Yue suddenly collapsed to the ground, weeping bitterly. Blood flowed freely from her waist, staining the animal hides beneath her, a gruesome sight indeed. Her beastman was flustered, hastily lifting her to rush toward the cave of the priest. Lawson, but Lan Yue refused to budge, slapping her second cub once more. If you dare carry me away, I shall go to the priest and dissolve our mate contract. You may certainly try. Xiong Lao air halted, refraining from further movement. The other females began to intercede with Li Su. Fen Chao deemed Li Su to be overreacting to Li Su. It is natural for younglings to sustain minor injuries while learning to hunt. This is a normal part of their development. Mei Rue believed it better to avoid conflict. Indeed, they likely did not intend to harm the snake cubs. There must be some misunderstanding. Release the bear cubs. Even if you are a precious female, you cannot casually take the lives of the tribe's young. Qing Tao raised an eyebrow with keen interest. Li Su, no matter how formidable your beastman may be, cold-blooded beastmen hibernate in winter. If you're cast out of the Qingmu tribe, winter will only lead to your demise. I advise you to tread carefully and release the bear cubs immediately. Seeing that everyone sided with her, Lan Yue's eyes reddened, yet a hint of smug satisfaction curled her lips as she gazed at Li Su. You will release my bear cubs, and I shall pretend that today never happened. Otherwise, you will meet your end. I shall ensure you are cast into the dark pit for punishment. Having expected that such a point would sway Li Su, she was taken aback when Li Su seemingly ignored her. Casting a languid glance over the agitated or indifferent females, a mocking smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Just a bit of play among younglings? How eloquent your words are. I could almost applaud. If that is the case. Li Su turned her gaze to Mu Yin. Did you hear that? Treat them as they have treated you. It is merely play, and Lan Yue will not hold it against you. Initially filled with self-doubt and timidity, Mu Yin felt an inexplicable surge of courage upon meeting Li Su's gaze, invigorating his very being. Before maturity, mothers had a profound influence on cold-blooded beastmen that I in the past. Li Su had only instilled feelings of disgust, fear, and weakness within them, and they had been shaped by such emotions. Yet the current Li Su radiated warmth like a sun, offering him affirmation and acceptance. Dispelling the shadows that had loomed over Mu Yin, resolutely, he stepped forward to stand beside the bear cubs, his bright eyes fixed on Xiong Shi, firmly declaring, "Then I shall hunt him." Lan Yue scoffed. "What nonsense are you spouting? You, a mere 3-year-old snake cub, wish to hunt my bear cub. If you seek death, do not blame others." Those who heard Mu Yan's declaration found it ludicrous. They had expected him to urge Li Su to act. Yet he chose to take matters into his own hands. Could his frail form withstand a single swipe from Xiong Shi? Lan Yue's tense demeanor suddenly relaxed. This little cub had quite the audacity. Seemingly unafraid of his own bravado, if he perished, it would be no fault of her cubs. Are you certain? Surprisingly, she did not attempt to stop Mu Yin. Rather, a glimmer of appreciation flickered in Li Su's eyes. Mu Yin nodded, clenching his fist that Li Su expressed her understanding and directly issued a challenge on behalf of Mu Yin. Lan Yue, my child has declared that he wishes to hunt the bear cub. Should the snake cub lose, all matters concerning them today shall be disregarded. However, if he emerges victorious, the Bear Creek and Bear Tree shall be imprisoned in the black hole. Do you accept this proposition? The crowd's expressions were filled with astonishment, yet Lan Yue wore a look of delight. How utterly insane! Qing Tao exclaimed, twisting her waist as she sought refuge in the shade of the locust tree. She shook her head at Fun Chao beside her. Li Su had previously mentioned casting aside the snake cub, and it appears she lacks the courage to do so before her cold-blooded beast husband. Intending instead to use the bear cub's hands to eliminate the snake cub, Fun Chao remained non-committal. If that were indeed the case, the snake cub was truly unfortunate. As soon as Lan Yue finished speaking, a rope in Li Su's hand slackened. Bear Creek plummeted to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Bear Tree remained suspended, swaying precariously from the rope. Bear Creek, unsteady on his feet, rose, having heard Muhan's words. The snake cub intends to hunt him personally. He glanced at Muhan, who was half a head shorter than him, and scoffed, "The offspring of a thief dares to hunt me. Today, I shall tear you apart," having hung there for a while. Bear Creek regained some strength in his limbs. While he could not overpower Li Su, defeating Muhan was surely within his grasp. "I told you my mother is not a thief. That hide was a gift from Luo Duo to her. You may try to see if you can tear me apart." Muyan's childish voice resonated with newfound determination, warming Li Su's heart. This little one wished to defend her honor. He transformed into his beast form and lunged at Bear Creek. His red scales resembled the fiery clouds at dusk, and upon closer inspection, the patterns glimmered with newfound luster, a testament to the nourishment he had received in recent days. Bear Creek, witnessing Muyan's approach, also shifted into bear form and roared, swiping at Muyan with sharp claws that gleamed ominously white, sending a chill through the onlookers. From behind the large locust tree, the youthful voices of cubs filled the air. If Bear Creek's paw were to grasp the snake's body, it would undoubtedly inflict severe harm. He had just been clawed and felt the pain acutely. Muyan, who typically could not contend with Bear Creek. Was he not courting disaster by seeking to hunt him? Indeed, Bear Creek was formidable. Muyan stood no chance of winning, and he could very well be killed. Those hiding beneath the large locust tree and those climbing its branches gazed at Muyan with worried expressions, casting furtive glances at several tiger cubs who appeared unfazed. The only tiger cub capable of defeating Bear Creek was part of their group, yet it seemed a daunting task. They were all incapable of besting Bear Creek. And the snake cub, being smaller, would surely face defeat today. This was destined to be a battle that could not be won. Hearing the size of the young cubs, Li Su's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of their expressions, causing her to furrow her brow. These speaking cubs bore similar bruises and claw marks. Moreover, their eyes reflected a palpable fear upon seeing Bear Creek. Li Su's eyes narrowed. It seemed that the children bullied by the bear cubs were not limited to just the snake cub. Bang! A cloud of choking dust erupted as the midday sun rendered the surroundings dizzying. Bear Creek's attack missed, allowing Muyan to evade. The snake's belly and tail scraped against the ground, producing a series of ear-piercing sounds. And they were moving so quickly it seemed sparks could fly. Yet, visibly, Muyan was swimming even faster. Frustrated by his failure to catch the snake's form, Bear Creek's temper flared. "Muyan, do you only know how to evade? The tribe's foremost warrior is not merely a coward." Muyan, however, refrained from responding. He needed to conserve every ounce of strength for a decisive strike. His speed was his advantage over Bear Creek. "You little thief, even your fighting style is sneaky and underhanded. I truly look down upon you," Bear Creek taunted, yet Muyan remained silent. Strangely, the more he dodged, the calmer his heart became, and his eyes grew sharper. The more agitated Bear Creek became, the more openings he exposed. Bear Creek furiously swung at the darting Muyan, but each time he only struck the afterimage left by Muyan's tail, raising clouds of dust with each failed attempt. Each time, Muyan deftly evaded. Li Su felt a sense of relief. Indeed, he had grown into a beast king capable of matching divine beings. After just a few meals of blood food, he had gained the strength to contend with the bear cub for this long. At some point, the visibility within the crowd diminished significantly as the dust thickened, obscuring the figures of the two cubs. It was at this moment that an unforeseen incident occurred. A scream pierced the air, followed by a muffled groan and the dull thud of a body hitting the ground, in the swirling dust. Who had lost? Countless eyes were fixed on the large locust tree, eager to discern the outcome of the confrontation. As the dust began to settle, a long, motionless red snake tail came into view. Lying lifeless on the ground, Muhan. Li Su's heart tightened, and she loosened her grip on the rope, racing forward. Li Su, disregarding her trembling muscles in fear, cradled Muhan in her arms. The red snake, as thick as an adult's arm, bore several long claw marks on its abdomen, flesh torn and exposed. The deepest mark, had it been any deeper, would have nearly split the snake from head to tail. Li Su's heart ached profoundly as she spoke with a bitter voice. Muhan, are you all right? In the next moment, Muhan transformed back into human form in Li Su's embrace, his rebellious little face devoid of color. His flesh torn from his chest to his thigh in a horrific manner, and his bright eyes tightly shut, leaving his fate uncertain. Li Su hastily retrieved the last 2 zombie crystal cores from her space, desperately extracting their power to heal his mangled wounds. Muhan, you cannot die. Mother should not have consented to the hunt. I end the story. Muhan had endured countless tribulations, yet managed to turn misfortune into fortune. How could he fall to a mere bear cub? The cubs behind the locust tree gazed with shrinking eyes at the frail figure of Mu Shui, asking pitifully, Mu Shui, why is Muhan not moving? Bear Creek, true to his great bear lineage, appeared unscathed, standing firm. Muhan, on the other hand, looked as though he were on the brink of death. Several cubs scurried into their mother's embrace, perhaps feeling the weight of shared sorrow. Lamenting, Mother, the snake cub is too pitiful. The females could not help but feel a weight in their hearts. Yet once the choice to hunt was made, those participating, be they cubs or adult beastmen, faced life and death without exception. They could not blame others. Even the chief could not reproach those who survived. With Li Su no longer holding the rope, Bear Tree tumbled from the tree, landing clumsily and letting out a pained yelp. Lan Yue hurried to Bear Tree's side, swiftly untying the rope from him. How could you be so foolish, letting that lazy one catch you? Didn't you know to run? We fled, but we couldn't outrun her. Bear Tree's tone was filled with frustration. He abruptly shoved Lan Yue's hand away and anxiously looked toward Bear Creek, gloating, Mother, the snake cub must have lost. Right? Bear Creek must have beaten him to death. Ha! It served them right for stealing from us and snatching our hides. Imagining Li Su weeping over the lifeless snake cub, Lan Yue quickly stood, her eyes gleaming with triumph as she looked mockingly at Li Su cradling the snake cub, likely dead by now. She did not forget to affectionately ruffle Bear Tree's head. This overconfident little snake cub could never hope to match Bear Creek. Mother, if Muhan is dead, he has only himself to blame. Who told him to overestimate his abilities and hunt Bear Creek? Our tribe has regulations. Once the hunt begins, it is a matter of life and death. And if one dies, Bear Creek is not to blame. Bear Tree's voice was jubilant, his gaze filled with contempt. This snake cub had frequently endured beatings, and what audacity it had to dress better than them. They had nothing to wear. Why should a dirty, cold-blooded snake cub have any? It was undoubtedly stolen. Though Lan Yue felt pain in her waist, she found great comfort in seeing the motionless red snake. All the grievances she had felt with Li Su dissipated. Her Bear Creek had truly avenged her. Life and death, indeed. Li Su's voice trembled as she gently stroked Muhan's head. Yet, there was no response. Even with the use of the zombie crystal cores, Muhan did not awaken, though the wounds ceased to bleed, forming scabs. Li Su, since the snake cub is lost, let bygones be bygones. I shall take my bear cub and leave. Lan Yue's grin stretched wide. Bear Creek, come here. Has her precious bear cub emerged victorious, overwhelmed with joy, standing there in a daze. The intensity of her laughter has exacerbated the pain from her waist injury, causing her to gasp in agony. Meanwhile, her beast husband has caught a whiff of something amiss, his expression shifting dramatically as he relinquishes his hold on Lan Yue for the first time. Striding towards Xiong Shi, Mother, how is Muhan? Mu Shui dashed over to Li Su's side, glancing at the unmoving Muhan, and tentatively reached out to touch his chest. Upon making contact with Muhan's body, Mu Shui's worries eased, and a faint smile graced his pale face. Mother is fine. Fortunately, the bear claw did not damage any internal organs. Muhan is merely exhausted. Su raised an eyebrow, incredulous at the notion that such a severe injury could be merely exhaustion. Oblivious to the gravity of the situation, Lan Yue chuckled apologetically. Li Su, your snake cub is surely on the brink of death. Why cling to him foolishly? Hurry to the priest of Luosin. There might still be a glimmer of hope. Just as Li Su was about to retort, telling her to shut her foul mouth and that her cub would not perish, she felt a tremor in her palm as Muhan opened his eyes. Muhan, you're awake. Upon realizing he lay in Li Su's embrace, an unusual brightness flickered in his gaze, and he felt an unexpected shyness, twisting uncomfortably as he attempted to rise from her arms. Mother, I'm fine. I won. Stay still. You have sustained a grave injury. Lie still, and I will carry you to... Su smiled gently, her eyes drifting towards the distant figure of Xiongxi. The hazy dust had long dissipated. Lan Yue's beast husband had reached Xiongxi, but despite his attempts to communicate, Xiongxi exhibited no response. He reached out to touch the bear cub, and the towering gray bear collapsed to the ground, producing a sound more resonant than before. Lan Yue's beast husband seemed to lose all strength, crouching down to lift the now unrecognizable Xiongxi, his eyes filled with profound sorrow. Lan Yue. Xiongxi is dead. Xiongxi's neck bore a fatal bite, with a web of purple venomous marks surrounding the wound. The snake venom from Muhan had been injected into him. Su, possessing limited knowledge about snakes, could not identify the species. Although Muhan was young, the lethality of his venom remained relatively weak. However, direct injection into the artery would surely be fatal, with the toxin spreading throughout the body. Li Su instinctively shielded Mu Shui behind her. Impossible! How could the snake cub possibly kill Xiongxi? Lan Yue lunged forward like a feral beast. The warmth of the bear cub's body lingered. Yet Xiongxi had already ceased to breathe, lifeless. Upon witnessing Xiongxi's demise, Lan Yue pushed her beast husband aside, shaking her head violently, her gaze wild as she confronted Li Su. This cannot be. How dare your cub kill my bear cub? Her voice cracked in desperation. If her bear cub was dead, it was no one's fault but her own. Li Su, cradling Muhan, rose to her feet, her gaze icy as she addressed Lan Yue's family. It is his arrogance and contempt for the snake cub he has always bullied that led to this. Moreover, did you not assume that the one who would die would be the snake cub when you agreed to the hunt? Lan Yue's body stiffened. They had indeed held such an assumption, but now it was the bear cub that lay dead, not the snake cub. Every word from Li Su felt like a dagger to her heart. It could not be Xiongxi that had died. Xiongxi's small face was etched with disbelief as he clutched Lan Yue's beast hide, shaking her. Mother, how could this be? Why did Xiongxi have to die? This is impossible. This turn of events left the onlooking females of the Qingmu tribe in shock. The smaller beast cubs touched their bruises, their expressions intriguingly complex. The death of Xiongxi elicited no sorrow from them. Instead, they bore expressions of relief. This was not a world governed by law. It was a realm far more terrifying than the apocalypse. The survival of the fittest dictated that either Xiongxi would perish or the snake cub would meet its end. Li Su tightened her embrace around Muhan, preferring that he be the one to survive. Her gentle voice held an unmistakable chill. The rules of the hunt dictate that life and death are impartial. You just pledged your bear cub's fate. If you have forgotten, allow me to remind you. Now that the snake cub has triumphed, Xiongxi must also be sent to the black hole for punishment. Should you fail to comply, I will not hesitate to summon the clan leader for judgment. With that, Li Su turned to leave, taking her 2 children with her, given Muhan's severe injuries. It was not a place to linger. No, Mother, please don't. I don't want to go to the black hole. Save me, Xiongxi cried, gazing at Xiongxi's lifeless body, now truly frightened, as he cast a final glance at Xiongxi's corpse. Lan Yue suddenly felt darkness envelop her vision, nearly collapsing to the ground. Su, you are a sinner, consorting with a cold-blooded beastman and bearing 2 abominations. It should have been you who died. Li Su's snake cub had not only slain her Xiongxi, but now planned to send her Xiongxi to the black hole as well. She felt utterly wronged. Lan Yue concealed Xiongxi behind her, adamant that she would not surrender him. Su offered no retort, transitioning from walking to running. She feared Lan Yue might act rashly, only wishing to escape with her 2 children. "Mother, where are we going now?" Muyan's voice was faint. "We're going to find your father." Isu felt a sense of security knowing that Muhan, the formidable weapon, would provide them with greater protection. She glanced back at Lan Yue's venomous gaze. She knew she could not allow them to depart so easily. Her Xiong, she must not have died in vain. Lan Yue's voice was laced with a chilling determination. "Look at the other females in the tribe today. The snake cub killed a cub from the same tribe without a second thought. Tomorrow, it could very well be your cubs that fall victim. Are you all going to remain indifferent? The blood of the cold-blooded beastmen runs icy." Seeing the expressions of the females shift to uncertainty, some even casting wary glances at their own young, they instinctively moved closer, blocking Li Su's path. Lan Yue regarded her beast husband, Xiong Yun, with a cold stare, pointing at Li Su's retreating figure, shouting, "Xiong Yun, stop her! You spineless beastman, your cub is dead, and yet you don't dare utter a word. If we don't kill Li Su and her snake cub today, I will never bear you another child, and you shall be cast out of the Qingmu tribe." Xiong Yun set down Xiong Shi's body. Shedding his earlier indifference, he transformed into a gray bear, swiftly blocking Li Su's path in an instant, emitting a heart-wrenching wail. Li Su, holding Muyan, found herself halted by Xiong Yun's imposing presence. Gazing at the enraged male beastman before her, Li Su sternly warned, "Xiong Yun, are you certain you want to make a move against me? Male beastmen who strike against females will be exiled from the tribe." Xiong Yun, a figure often overlooked, wore a sorrowful expression. "Li Su, I cannot condone your humiliation of Lan Yue and her cubs. However, you should not have allowed your snake cub to kill my bear cub. He is my child, and thus, even if you are a precious female, you and your snake cub must pay the price. Are you taking advantage of my beast husband's absence?" Li Su's expression darkened. Had she not broken through to the first level of Earth-type abilities, she would surely face a dire fate today. Ignoring her fears, Xiong Yun opened his massive maw, charging at her like a mountain. "Mu Shui, run! Mother, I'll wait for you," as the twilight waters obediently surged into the thicket. The diminutive figure of Mu Shui was instantly concealed by the low shrubs, vanishing from sight. Li Su, accompanied by Mu Yin, began to retreat. She wagered that the frenzied Xiong Yun would pursue her. Indeed, Xiong Yun did not target Mu Shui, but instead relentlessly chased after Li Su. The foul stench of blood, several times, nearly sank its teeth into Li Su, yet her agility allowed her to evade swiftly. Soon, they arrived beneath the grand locust tree. However, cradling Mu Yin, she was cautious not to move too drastically. In those fleeting seconds of hesitation, Xiong Yun seized the opportunity, just as the sharp bare teeth were about to clamp down on Li Su's arm. Her fair, delicate fingers tapped lightly, and she rolled, shielding Mu Yin as she fell to the ground. Beneath the furious bear, a massive mud pit appeared. The gray bear stumbled, becoming ensnared within. The powerful, viscous suction of the mud gradually consumed the beast's body. Panic-stricken, the gray bear felt itself sinking. Its small eyes darted in confusion, while its massive paws flailed desperately, and its furry head frantically clawed at the mud, attempting to escape. This proved somewhat effective. After all, bears are known for their intelligence. Isu could only intensify her earth-based abilities. Had the 2 zombie crystal cores not healed Mu Yin, Xiong Yun would have already been dispatched. Mu Yin gazed at Li Su, beads of sweat appearing on his pale face, instinctively reaching out to wipe her brow. "Mother, you seem to be struggling." Mother is not struggling. The nearby females and cubs kept their distance, fearful of collateral damage. Yet they expressed confusion at Xiong Yun's plight in the mud pit. When did such a pit appear beneath the locust tree? It seems to have just emerged, appearing in the blink of an eye. Such a coincidence. Could the beast god be aiding Li Su? Indeed, Li Su's serpent offspring had achieved victory in the hunt, yet Lan Yue sought to eliminate them, prompting the beast god to intervene. However, upon witnessing the mud pit beneath Xiong Yun, Xiong Shu's expression turned frantic, shaking his head. This cannot be. How could a mud pit suddenly materialize? They should not discover what lies beneath. Lan Yue did not anticipate that Xiong Yun would be ensnared by a mud pit. Yet, she also noted something peculiar. Li Su, holding her serpent cub, remained utterly still. Why was she not fleeing? Clutching her injured waist, Lan Yue seized a nearby stone knife, stealthily lunging toward Li Su. With a sharp, chilling sound, the stone knife pierced flesh, startling everyone. You still live? Dare to harm my serpent cub. I shall demand your life in return. Lan Yue's laughter was filled with delight as the knife struck Li Su's waist. Interrupting her spell casting, Li Su furrowed her brow and retaliated with a powerful kick to Lan Yue's injured side, sending her sprawling several meters away, blood spurting forth, rendering her unconscious, freed from the mud's restraint. Xiong emerged, unleashing a deafening roar. Witnessing its partner, now lifeless, along with its deceased cubs, the dual stimuli ignited a crimson rage within the bear man's eyes, filled with intense hatred. Like a whirlwind, he charged at Li Su. There was no time to escape. Li Su could only clutch Muhan tightly, turning her back to the gaping maw. Wretched female, release me, and you shall meet your demise. Muhan's small face reflected more shock than joy. The arms that usually punished him now held him firmly. He did not expect Li Su to protect him with her body. Was it worth it? Why call her a wretched female again? Call her mothered. Li Su's expression was one of resigned acceptance, causing Muhan's eyes to redden. Mother, please run. Yet she could not flee with him. Bloodied fingers shielded his terrified gaze. Do not fear. Your father is coming soon. The butterfly effect was overwhelmingly potent. Even though she altered Muhan's immediate fate, trials descended upon them in another form. Ultimately, she had never raised a cub, bringing him harm. She sensed that Muhan was still some distance away. If she could withstand Xiongyan's onslaught, Muhan would surely survive. What are you doing, Xiongyan? From a distance, Luo Duo rode atop a great white tiger, rushing toward them. Upon witnessing the scene, her eyes widened in horror. Lo Sun, stop him! For the first time, fear flickered in Lo Sen's large tiger eyes. Little female is doomed. Xiongyan, I command you to cease. The white tiger emitted a terrifying roar. Despite Lo Sen's desperate sprint, it was too late. They had arrived too late. Lo Sen's anguished growl echoed. Li Su, run! Yet Xiongyan seemed oblivious to Luo Duo and Lo Sen's cries. Eyes closed as he lunged forward. With a mere clench of his jaws, he could exact vengeance for Xiongxi. However, the scene of Li Su's brain being crushed did not unfold. The serpent-shaped mark on her body blazed with an intense heat. Emitting a faint glow, Muhan's power surged once more into her. Li Su felt a warmth envelop her. This time, it was the true strength of a second-tier beastman, with the energy of the 996 working dragon coursing through her. The stone knife, embedded deeply in her waist, was automatically expelled from her flesh, clattering to the ground. Li Su's earth abilities immediately covered the wound, staunching the bleeding. The surge of power heightened her senses. Amplifying her perception of her surroundings, the bloodied maw was now within her grasp. She could distinctly see the sharp teeth severing a floating strand of her hair. Xiongyan's bite slowed considerably. Li Su shifted slightly, effortlessly evading his attack. With a swift kick, she struck the massive bear's head. Awoo! Xiongyan let out a mournful howl, reverberating through the air. His colossal frame rolled several times on the ground. Shaking his dazed head before regaining composure, Li Su felt a sharp pain in her arm as Muhan, in his anxiety, grasped her skin tightly. She quickly reassured him. Do not fear, Muhan. We are safe now. Your father is very close. Mother, that's wonderful. The tension in Muhan's body relaxed, and he effortlessly uttered the word mother. Having witnessed Li Su shield him with her body, he decided to forgive her for being wretched. Seeing Li Su evade Xiongyan's attack filled him with joy. He nearly wept, grateful that she remained unscathed. Oh good. Muhan's lips curled into a smile. Yet he felt a chill permeate his body. Mother, I feel so cold. I want to sleep. His voice bore a tinge of pain, and his bright eyes began to close, as if he would succumb to slumber at any moment. Li Su noticed her palm was wet and sticky. The wound on Muhan's chest had reopened, hot blood flowing forth. A tease stung Li Su's eyes, and she shouted at the nearby females. You fools! Do you see? The blood of cold-blooded beast cubs is warm, just like yours. Li Su's face was smeared with thick blood, her fury rendering her appearance terrifying. Mei Rue and the softer-hearted females were taken aback, questioning how events had escalated to this point. Mother, I don't want Muhan to die. He is so pitiful. Mei Rue's offspring, a fawn adorned with delicate antlers, looked up at her with innocent eyes. Mei Rue patted the fawn's head, bewildered. Why do you find the serpent cub so pitiable? You did not express such sentiments when Xiongxi perished. The fawn shivered, instinctively clutching its chest as it lowered its head. Muhan, you have lost so much blood. Mother will take you to find do not sleep. Mu Yan's voice became increasingly fragmented. Mother, I used to want you to carry me back to the serpent den. Yet you always told me to go away, saying I was disgusting and an eyesore. Isu's heart sank. Muhan, hold on. Do not sleep, Dio, you know. You are the best child in Mother's heart. Mother thinks you are amazing. You take care of your brother and yourself, and no one does better than you. Really, Mother? You like me? Muhan felt drowsiness wash over him, his lips turning purple as he nuzzled against Li Su. So warm. No wonder Mu Shui clings to Mother. I wish to rest in your embrace for a moment. May I? Just for a brief while, could you wake me to drink the meat broth? Li Su felt a pang in her nose and a lump in her throat. Muhan, do not sleep. Mother cherishes you and Mu Shui the most. Shall we return together to savor the meat broth? Your father has already prepared it. I sense that he has returned to the snake den. Is that so? Mu Yin endeavored to open his eyes wide. He too did not wish to sleep. In the past, the wicked females would not even allow them to see their father. He envied the bear cubs whose fathers would come to teach them hunting beneath the big locust tree. Not a day passed without him dreaming that the wicked females would permit their father to return, and he would impart hunting skills to him. After all, he had always looked down upon the bear cubs' hunting methods, which consisted solely of mindless charges and bites. Li Su, cradling Muhan, could not hunt the bear cloud. Muhan had lost too much blood, and there was a risk of shock. This could not continue. Her face pale with resolve, she sprinted toward Lawson. The great gray bear, having discerned Li Su's intent, charged at her heedlessly once more. It seemed determined not to relent until Li Su was slain. Li Su's speed had more than doubled, and the bear cloud did not lay a single hair on her. Yet, during her movement, Muyan's wound jolted again, causing a heavy weight to settle in Li Su's heart. The late-arriving Lawson leaped down with a thud. His massive form standing between the two, the snow-white tiger twisted its neck, glaring ominously at the frenzied gray bear. Bear Cloud, do you know what you are doing? How dare you attack females and cubs? Lawson's authoritative presence failed to halt Bear Cloud. The bear, towering like a small mountain, stood upright, its fists raised in the that moment. It had succumbed to a bloodlust. Even upon seeing Lawson blocking its path, it charged forward regardless. Lawson did not indulge it, engaging Bear Cloud in a fierce struggle. Lodo descended from Lawson. Her heart plummeted back into her stomach. She gazed at Li Su with an intensity that was unmistakable. Truly, the messenger of the beast god, able to evade even the attacks of a first-level male beastman. Had it been her, she would have likely perished at the hands of Bear Cloud. Li Su? Muhan's voice resonated. Li Su had intended to hand Mu Yin over to Lodo, but upon seeing that gentle face, she rushed forward like the wind. Muhan, please save Mu Yin. He is on the verge of death. Fear not. Li Su, the voice echoed. A familiar figure dashed toward her like a whirlwind, his anxious gaze locked onto Li Su. Discerning that the blood staining her was not her own, seeing her unharmed, his tense expression gradually relaxed. However, upon comprehending the scene before him, he could not help but frown. Mu Yin, that little cub, was gravely injured. The blood belonged to Mu Yi and Li Su sensed something unusual about Muhan. He was not in his beastly form at that moment, one arm hanging limply. His handsome face was dotted with tiny beads of sweat, which trickled down his cheek. When he spoke, a sudden spurt of blood erupted from his mouth, splattering onto the ground, forming a shocking pool of crimson. Muhan, what has happened to you? Li Su's face was one of astonishment. She never imagined that Muhan had also been wounded. He paid it no mind, merely wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth before retrieving a third-level beast crystal from his hide and feeding it directly to Muhan. Muhan was in a dire state. Muhan could feel his life slipping away. Aside from the third-level beast crystal, he knew of no other means to save him, and Muhan obediently swallowed the beast crystal, immediately transforming into his serpentine form. Only then did Muhan smile gently at Li Su. "It is all right, Li Su. Muhan is fortunate to be alive." Li Su's voice rose sharply. She despised Muhan's habit of delivering good news while concealing the bad. "I ask you what is wrong. Why are you spitting blood?" The scent of fresh blood was even more pungent now, and Li Su realized that the bloodstains on Muhan were more intense than those on herself and Muhan. Particularly with that limp arm, her heart sank. She instinctively softened her tone. "Tell me, what has truly happened to you?" Muhan gently grasped Li Su's stiff arm, soothing her anxious emotions, seeking to calm the sharpness within her. "When I rushed back, I was surrounded by a pack of second-level black wolves. I merely sustained a minor injury. Please, hand Muhan over to me. He will be fine." Li Su obediently handed the little red python to Muhan. With the third-level beast crystal, Muhan would likely be all right. A heavy stone lifted from Li Su's heart. Yet it lingered as if it had not truly lifted. Muhan cast but a fleeting glance at his parents. The overwhelming power of the beast crystal was too much for him to bear, and he closed his eyes, succumbing to slumber. Muhan, with his uninjured hand, took Muhan and placed him into his hide. Then, observing Li Su's dazed expression, he softly apologized. "It is my fault. I went hunting for third-level ferocious beasts in another area. Thankfully, I returned in time. Tell me, who has wronged you?" Muhan's voice carried a hint of affection. This made Li Su feel somewhat uneasy, as if she were a child reporting mischief to a parent. "Are you worried about me?" Muhan's soft chuckle stirred an inexplicable discomfort within Li Su. Gazing into Muhan's expectant eyes, she swallowed her words. She recalled the force of beastly breath that had enveloped her just in time. Had it not been for Muhan's timely use of the mate bond, she would have likely perished long ago. She boldly expressed her feelings. "Yes, I am worried about you. It is nothing. Do not fret. I have merely sustained a minor injury." Muhan smiled, this time with a hint of shyness. His demeanor calm, as if such wounds were indeed trivial. What Li Su did not know was that compared to the life-threatening moments of the past, this was truly but a trifle. He had just slain a third-level ferocious beast, yet inexplicably felt a sense of unease, compelling him to rush back. Fortunately, he had returned without hesitation. Otherwise, he would regret it for a lifetime. Muhan's long fingers could not help but wipe the blood from Li Su's face. Li Su shivered, attempting to evade him, but Muhan immediately withdrew his hand, as if he merely wished to cleanse her face. He called out softly, Su, let us return." Upon hearing Muhan's voice, Li Su felt an urge to sink into the earth. Su, I am called Li Su. For a fleeting moment, I felt as though I might lose you." His slender, jade-like fingers this time caressed Li Su's face. No longer a mere, fleeting touch. She turned her head uncomfortably, avoiding his delicate fingers. Using her own hands, she hastily wiped the blood from her face, stepping back as the wind tousled her hair, revealing the coldness in her eyes. "I can manage on my own. Had you not transmitted your strength in time, Muhan and I might have perished." "Thank you, Muhan." "You wish to thank me?" Muhan smiled gently. Li Su turned away. "Once we return to the cave, I shall prepare a feast to express my gratitude." I could tea this moment. Li Su had more pressing matters to attend to. It was time to conclude the Blue Moon family's affairs. "Lawson, do not kill him," Lodo called out to Lawson, halting his relentless assault. After delivering a fierce beating to Bear Cloud, the great white tiger regained its usual aloofness. Males must not lay a hand on females. Those who do so shall be expelled from the tribe. He caught a glimpse of Li Su leaping into her beast husband's embrace, a sense of loss inexplicably swelling within him. Naturally, he refrained from delivering a fatal blow, instead rendering Bear Cloud unconscious. Upon seeing Li Su rush toward her beast husband, Lodo hastened to the big locust tree, granting the two some space. She observed the foolishly standing bear tree, her brow furrowing, and then noticed the lifeless Bear Creek. Realizing that something was amiss, She propped up the severely bloodied blue moon and learned the cause of the upheaval from the complex-faced females. Lodo had never anticipated that while she was merely sunning mushrooms at the priest's platform, such a significant event would transpire within the tribe. Lawson, seeing Blue Moon's wound bleeding profusely, immediately scooped her up and rushed to the priest's cave for treatment. Lodo, keep an eye on things here. Do not let them fight again. We shall discuss everything when I return. Lodo nodded. Rest assured, I will watch over them. Luo's son cast a deep glance at the blood-soaked Li Su, furrowing his brow as he departed. Li Su, unfazed by the presence of others, approached Xiong Yun with a dark expression and forcefully slapped his face to rouse him from his stupor. Do you dare accept my hunt? Upon regaining clarity, Xiong Yun met Li Su's gaze that he contemplated the idea of sinking his teeth into Li Su, yet was astonished to discover that he could not break free from her grip on his throat. Agreeing to the hunt is your best option. Even Priest Luo's son cannot intervene further. Regardless of who slays whom, no one could demand retribution from the other, although there had never been a precedent in the tribe for a female challenging a male. Xiong Yun sensed that Li Su was an anomaly from their brief encounter, but he nodded, reflecting that had it not been for Luo's son's interference, he would have already ended Li Su's life. I agree. A smile graced Li Su's lips as she released her hold on Xiong Yun's neck, stepping back while brandishing a canine tooth. Please. Luo Duo attempted to intervene, only to be halted by Li Su. Luo Duo. Today only one of us can emerge alive. Li Su's voice, though gentle, sent chills down one's spine. She was genuinely furious. The near death of the snake cub and the demise of Xiong, she could not be resolved with mere apologies. Now that she had entered a dead end, she had no choice but to eliminate all dangers. If Xiong Yun could openly pursue her and the snake cub in front of so many, it was not beyond reason that he might later creep into the snake den to kill her. She could not afford to take that risk. The two snake cubs could not either. Luo Duo, unable to persuade her, anxiously turned to Muhan. You should speak to Li Su. Perhaps she will heed your words. And Muhan cast a gentle glance at Luo Duo, a half-smile gracing his lips as he averted his gaze. Luo Duo, whatever Li Su decides, I shall support. Instead of trying to convince them to cease fighting, perhaps we should consider how to address the issue with Lan Yue. Luo Duo felt a lump in her throat, realizing that seeking Muhan's counsel had been a mistake. In Muhan's eyes, Xiong Yun was already a dead man. His gaze upon Xiong Yun was that of a predator sizing up its prey. There is no trace of the gentleness he had shown earlier to the young female. Luo Duo was pulled aside by Mei Rue, who said, Luo Duo, why did you and Luo's son take so long? If you had come sooner, this situation might not have escalated to this point. Luo Duo recalled the mushroom and the spark. She could not let Li Su perish. How could she have failed to intervene? Mei Rue, quickly inform my brother to come. Tell him that Li Su and Xiong Yun are fighting, and I cannot contain it. Luo Duo felt that only Luo's son could put an end to this chaos. Xiong Yun's assault was even fiercer than Li Su had anticipated. Yet the canine tooth in Li Su's grasp was formidable as well. A faint glimmer of cold light danced through the air, leaving a trail of wounds upon the gray bear. With the advantage of speed, Li Su evaded Xiong Yun's attacks, but the gray bear's fury escalated. Each punch sent tremors through the ground beneath Li Su's feet, nearly unbalancing her. After enduring 2 blows, she rolled across the ground before regaining her stance. This gray bear, immense in strength, was proving exceedingly difficult to slay as the gray bear advanced towards the previous mud pit. Li Su swiftly pressed her hands to the ground. The sheen from her palms resembled jade as she expanded the pit beneath Xiong Yun's feet. This time, the pull from the deep pit was markedly different. Xiong Yun found himself half submerged, unable to move an inch. The mud seemed to come alive, crawling up Xiong Yun's body, resembling long tentacles dragging him into the abyss, poised to consume him whole. Such a peculiar scene unfolded once more. If they still failed to recognize Li Su's involvement, they would be deemed foolish. Qing Tao stood in stunned silence. How could such a seemingly frail female possess such power, capable of slaying even a first-level beastman? Fen Chao swallowed hard. I have offended her before. Will she initiate a hunt against me as well? Qing Tao, what should we do? Whether in awe, jealousy, or fear, All eyes fell upon Li Su, yet none could affect her in the slightest. Xiong Shu, witnessing the ever-deepening pit beneath the big locust tree, bit his lip until it nearly bled. He could no longer contain himself and stepped forward, cursing loudly at Li Su. Li Su, you shameless thief! You dare issue a hunting challenge, intending to kill Xiong Yun and then come for me. Do you? Once Xiong Yun returns, you are finished. You better get out of here. Now, he charged at Li Su like an enraged little beast. I had forgotten about you, you little wretch. Li Su cast a dispassionate glance at Xiong Yun, channeling a hint of earth-based power to shift beneath Xiong Shu's feet. In an instant, he tumbled into the mud pit, emitting a horrified scream. Only his head remained above the surface, even in his beastly form as a brown bear. The pit expanded, ensnaring him tightly. Xiong Yun, save me! I don't want to die! Xiong Shu cried out in terror. Xiong Yun roared, frantically digging at the mud, attempting to escape as he had done before. Yet this time, the pit sapped away all his strength. The more he struggled, the deeper he sank, until only his head remained above ground. He dared not move further, despair washing over him as he shouted, I was the one who agreed to the hunt. Why are you targeting Xiong Shu? Li Su, how can you be so despicable? Let him go. This outcry ignited the fury of the crowd. Li Su had indeed violated the hunting rules. Even the most indifferent females felt she had crossed a line by attacking a cub outside the hunt. Especially those who had lost cubs themselves, they encircled Li Su, pleading with her. Li Su, release Xiong Shu at once. We do not care if you kill Xiong Yun, but you must not harm this innocent cub. Yes, it is already so difficult for cubs to survive. They cannot die in such a manner. With Xiong Shu deceased and Mu Yin severely injured, today is enough. Spare Xiong Shu. Li Su surveyed the furious females, a light laugh escaping her lips. Do you truly wish for me to spare him? Seeing the support for Xiong Shu, his face turned pale. He lowered his head, stammering. Everyone is right. You should release me immediately. Li Su, you thief, you stole from the chief's family and harmed my mother. Now you wish to kill me. The chief will not spare you. Luo Duo, send her to the black hole. Luo Duo was taken aback. How did this involve her family? She glared at the bear cub. Xiong Shu, you can't just toss around the idea of sending someone to the black hole. Do you even know what kind of place that is? Such words should not be spoken lightly. Upon hearing Xiong Shu's words, the gazes of the females turned decidedly unfriendly toward Li Su. How could such a young bear cub possibly lie? They understood the purity of cubs well. Though Li Su had become more beautiful, her actions left much to be desired. Such a malevolent female was undoubtedly a cancer to the Qingshu tribe. Before the females could unite against her, Li Su cast a pitiful glance their way. Luo Duo, please tell everyone that the dream deer hide. Did I steal it? Li Su's expression was devoid of anger. Just because Xiong Shu labeled her a thief did not make it a fact. Yet Luo Duo was utterly furious, deeming these people insane. You accuse her of thievery simply due to the dream deer hide. Upon mention of the dream deer hide, Xiong Shu vehemently shouted, Yes, that hide belongs only to the chief and my mother. My mother said she would exchange it for a second-level ferocious tiger, but she refused. How could a snake cub possibly possess it? The dream deer has gone extinct. How could she have stolen it? Where could she possibly have obtained it? Luo Duo was so exasperated she began to laugh. What? Is it that only if she hunted the dream deer could she possess the hide? Could it not have been a gift from me to Li Su? This statement detonated like a bomb, leaving all the females in shock. The dream deer hide, soft and exquisite, was a premium item. Countless females had sought to trade other goods for it, only to be turned down by Luo Duo, who claimed it was reserved for her future offspring. Now, she generously gifted it to Li Su. They could not comprehend how Li Su, who had done nothing, deserved such a precious hide. Li Su turned to Luo Duo, speaking calmly. Xiong Shu and Xiong, she stripped my snake cub of its hide and left my 2 children bruised. Luo Duo, do you think I should not seek justice for my snake cub? Upon hearing this, Luo Duo felt a chill run down her spine. After all, Li Su was the messenger of the beast god. And that wretched Lan Yue, why did she always provoke Li Su? Did Li Su truly need to resort to stealing hides given her status? Those pelts were forcefully shoved into Li Su's hands by her. Yet now, Li Su bears the brunt of such infamy that if she does not devise a remedy soon, could she incur the wrath and abandonment of the beast god. Contemplating this, Luo Duo felt a surge of panic and hastily spoke. Li Su, the bear cubs have indeed acted wrongly this time, that I will not hinder you from taking any action against them. But could you spare the life of Bear Tree for now? Let us wait for my father to return before addressing this matter. At that moment, Luo Duo felt an overwhelming urge to personally discipline these audacious bear cubs. How dare they strip others of their pelts and slander females? Moreover, they specifically targeted the snake cubs. Truly a sign of recklessness. Taking a deep breath, she addressed the females surrounding Bear Tree with deliberate clarity. The pelt was a gift from me to Li Su. She is not a thief. If anyone continues to fabricate lies, do not blame me for being ungracious. If you wish to indiscriminately slander females, do you yearn to be cast into the abyss? The females immediately fell silent, while Bear Tree seethed with indignation. Impossible. Luo Duo, you are lying. On what grounds do you give her the pelt? My mother sought to trade with you, yet you refused. Why would you gift it to her? Luo Duo, exasperated, patted Bear Tree's head. Bear Tree, it seems you've been spoiled by Lan Yue to the point of lawlessness. Whom I choose to gift my pelts to is my prerogative. It has nothing to do with you. Bear She had perished. Lan Yue was gravely injured, and with Bear Yun dead, it should suffice. Luo Duo, persuade Li Su to let this matter go to a large female. Feeling somewhat sympathetic, gazed at the trapped bear cub. Luo Duo did not plead for Li Su. She could not bring herself to do so. Rising, she averted her gaze with difficulty. Green spiral. Yet the bear cubs have erred and must face punishment. Bear Tree trembled with rage. You need not pity me. Li Su, just kill me, as long as you spare Bear Tree. Bear Yun had completely abandoned his struggle, seeking only for Li Su to spare Bear Tree. If not a single bear cub could be saved, the severely injured Lan Yue would surely be heartbroken and unable to survive, and no longer passive. Li Su, a second-tier beastman, moved about while releasing her earth-based abilities, continually channeling energy into the muddy pit. Bear Yun in the pit felt increasingly constricted, his breathing becoming labored. He had never imagined that the earth could be so terrifying. Now, he regarded Li Su with awe. If you spare him, I will not resist. Bear Yun closed his eyes, awaiting his fate. Li Su cast a sidelong glance at Bear Yun's pit. It would be easy for me to spare him. The others, however, are uncertain. Surprisingly, Li Su did not deliver a lethal blow. She had unexpectedly gained much, and death was the simplest resolution. Bear Yun, feeling a glimmer of hope, assured Li Su, it won't be so. If you spare him, the others will pardon Bear Tree. He is still just a cub, having committed a minor error. Even without considering Bear E and Bear Yu, they would take into account Lan Yu's years of hard work. This Bear Yun was quite clever, knowing to invoke the names of Bear Tree's parents to protect the Cub. Li Su approached Bear Tree, squatting down, her gaze laden with significance. Bear Tree, are you ready to come out? Her icy stare sent a shiver down Bear Tree's spine, causing him to stutter. What are you looking at? Bear Yun told you to let me out at once. Li Su lowered her eyes, seemingly scrutinizing something. How do you know I'm looking at you? Perhaps I'm observing someone else. What nonsense! Who else is here but you? Bear Tree's voice abruptly halted, his youthful face displaying a growing panic. Who else could it be? Do you wish for me to name them? Upon hearing this, Bear Tree shot a startled glance at Li Su, cold sweat breaking out on him. Was she bluffing, or did she genuinely know something? I apologize. I was wronged. I will never again call you a thief or bully the snake cubs. Please, let me go. Suddenly, Bear Tree transformed from his previous arrogance to one of submissive pleading, his face a mask of contrition. A robust female, unable to contain herself, implored, Li Su, enough is enough. The bear cub has not committed a grave offense. Grant him a chance and release him. Li Su regarded the pleading female, seemingly named Green Spiral. In the story, her first child was a deer cub, and beneath the large locust tree lay several white bones, including that of a deer beast cub. Very well. I shall release him to everyone's astonishment. Li Su acquiesced. Bear Tree's face lit up with joy. This wicked female was entirely unaware that she had merely been intimidating him. Once freed, he would make her pay. Li Su flicked her finger, and the swirling mud expelled Bear Tree. Feeling the long-lost sense of freedom, he beamed, his mind already plotting revenge against the snake cubs. Once he found the opportunity, he would ensure the two snake cubs met their end in this very pit. In his elation, he failed to notice the surrounding females had all changed countenance. The earth not only expelled Bear Tree, but also revealed chilling white bones. 2 in total. Naturally, Li Su did not spare Bear Yun. Her earth abilities shattered his legs, unceremoniously casting him to the ground. The grizzly emitted a mournful wail, collapsing in defeat. From his pit emerged 3 small white bones, all bearing marks of having been bitten and clawed. Some even incomplete. Bear Tree, tell me, when you buried these young ones, were you not afraid they would claw their way back to you from the earth? After all, it is so cold down there. And filled with insects? Were you saying, I don't understand? Bear Tree froze, panic-stricken, and attempted to flee but collided with the encroaching females. What are you doing? Why are you blocking my way? Step aside. They regarded Bear Tree with icy expressions. None yielding an inch. Disappointment, regret, suspicion. Whatever the emotions, they instilled a profound unease in Bear Tree. Truly, one does not shed tears until one sees the coffin. Bear Tree, you've now revealed your hand. I could grant you a complete corpse. Li Su had known there were bones below, but she had not anticipated the scattered remains would assemble into so many corpses. During her confrontation with Bear Yun beneath the large locust tree, Bear Tree had exhibited notable anxiety, especially upon seeing the muddy pit. His anxious lips had bled from biting them. Initially, Li Su had no intention of delving deeper. However, observing his demeanor, it seemed he concealed something of grave significance. Her earth abilities unexpectedly extended several meters downward. Indeed, she uncovered many white bones. She had assumed Bear Tree merely bullied weaker cubs, never suspecting he had taken lives. Li Su, you cannot kill me. Bear Yun, save me. Bear Tree's panic was palpable. Bear Yun, however, was equally helpless, his powerful bare legs twisted grotesquely as he stared in shock at the bones. Bear Tree, unwilling to submit, roared defiantly, his beastly form towering like a small mountain. Attempting to intimidate the fragile females, you wicked females, step aside. I seek my mother. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ruthless. You wish to find your mother. Li Su scoffed, her canine teeth embedding into the ground before him. The wind from her movement sending a tremor through Bear Tree. Had he not evaded in time, he might have lost his leg. And what are these 5 corpses buried beneath the earth? Did you allow them to seek their mothers? What does that have to do with me? Bear Tree averted his gaze, vehemently denying any wrongdoing as he charged toward the opening in a desperate attempt to escape. Get out of my way. Previously, she had merely suspected him. Now, she could practically convict him. Li Su raised her fingers slightly, her earth abilities continuously channeling into the ground. As Bear Tree fled, spikes erupted from the earth beneath him, piercing his paws and drawing blood. Crying out in agony, Bear Tree realized the truth. If you wish for others not to know, you must first refrain from wrongdoing. Bear Tree, they stand behind you, watching your every move. You cannot escape. Li Su's tone was chilling, her relentless pursuit causing Bear Tree to stumble back, his clumsy form crashing to the ground. Wicked female Li Su, I have apologized. What more do you want from me? I truly knew nothing. I swear. Please let me go. I wish to find my mother. Mother, save me. Xiangshu appeared utterly terrified, curling up on the ground, weeping inconsolably with his hands clutched around his head. Li Su gazed upon Xiangshu's current state and felt it was akin to crocodile tears. She pulled the canine tooth from the earth and, inquiring on behalf of the deceased cubs, asked, when they pleaded desperately for you to release them, did you set them free when they sought their mother? I do not know, Xiangshu replied, his eyes tightly shut. He covered his ears, believing that if he could not hear, he would not have to respond. Xiangshu, tell me, why did you bury the cub's remains beneath the large locust tree? I will grant you a swift end. How about that? Li Su struggled to comprehend why they were interred in such a location. The green snail, who had just pleaded for him, stood frozen after the appearance of those bones, upon seeing one particularly delicate skeleton. Her lips trembled as she softly called out, "Fawn, is that my fawn?" Her voice grew louder and increasingly quavering. The towering figure, even taller than Li Su, hunched over and stumbled forward, cradling one of the skeletons in her arms. After a mere glance, she was overcome with grief. "This is my fawn. Oh, how could you be here? Why are you here?" Although there were no identifiable markings on the bones, she could distinctly sense the almost faded scent of the beast upon them. This was her child. They all claimed you had been taken by a fierce predator. The green snail, clutching the bones, was heartbroken. "Why must you lie beneath the large locust tree? Who can tell me? Why was my child buried here? Why must it be here?" Her voice emerged from her throat, forced out with great difficulty, each word drenched in sorrow. Her sturdy fingers caressed the deep claw marks etched into the desiccated bones. "Fawn, mother has come too late. It is my fault. I never imagined you would be beneath my feet." The green snail's cries pierced Li Su's heart, yet if she did not bring the bones to light, there might be more fawns subjected to cruel fates in the future. "Some children are angels, while others are born of malevolence," Li Su murmured. Luo Duo's eyes, too, glistened with tears, though the green snail later bore 3 more offspring. The fawn remained an everlasting ache in her heart. That was her first child, obedient and gentle. Her dear husband, in search of this cub, had braved danger only to perish in the freezing wilderness. Year after year, she yearned for her lost cub, only to find it buried beneath her very eyes, trampled upon daily yet never discovered. The green snail succumbed to despair. Many females wept, unable to bear witness any longer. 4 others, sharing her grief, clutched the delicate skeletons, sobbing uncontrollably. Luo Duo could scarcely believe that Xiangshu had dared to hunt the tribe's cubs. She approached him and struck him fiercely. "Xiangshu, why did you kill these cubs? Have you lost your mind?" The force of the slap caused Xiangshu to turn his head away. These missing children were generally only 3 to 5 years old, all having disappeared during winter. It had been assumed they had been taken by predators, never suspecting they lay buried here. Angered by the blow, Xiangshu's rage surged, and he opened his mouth, intent on lashing out at Luo Duo. However, Li Su swiftly delivered a kick, sending him sprawling. The massive brown bear tumbled several times before landing beside Xiangyun. Luo Duo narrowly escaped harm, shocked that Xiangshu would even attempt to kill her. "Xiangyun, this demonic cub, do you still wish to protect him with your life?" Li Su observed the profoundly silent Xiangyun and cruelly added, "The serpent cub killed Xiangxi, and that was a bold act. Unlike Xiangshu, whose hands are drenched in blood behind closed doors, does he even deserve to remain alive?" Xiangyun's mind was a tumultuous mess. He understood every word, yet could not respond to Li Su's inquiries. The 3 cubs of Lan Yue did not share the same father. Xiangshu was the offspring of Xiang Yi. Xiangxi was his, and the youngest, Xiangshu, was the offspring of Xiang Yu. In their daily lives, the 3 brothers were the pride of the tribe, assisting Lan Yue with all tasks, excelling in hunting skills, and known for their integrity, never tolerating deceit. How could such a grave error occur? The usually honest Xiangyun stammered, "Xiangshu, tell me, is this all true? Why did you do this? You have taken so many cubs' lives. What do you intend to achieve? What will your father and mother do when they find out?" Xiangshu turned his head away. Pain and humiliation replaced the prior cowardice in his demeanor. His gaze hardened, entirely uncharacteristic of a 10-year-old child. He glared at Xiangyun with venom. Mother was right. "You are utterly useless. How dare you question me? If it weren't for you being unable to defeat Li Su, none of this would have transpired. Lacking the strength of Xiang Yi and not as handsome as my father, why should you side with outsiders against me?" Xiangyun was taken aback, realizing Xiangshu had always viewed him this way. "Xiangshu, how could you have become like this? You were not always so." "Shut up." Xiangshu's impatience rendered Xiangyun's face ashen. He shed his previous guileless demeanor, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. "What have I become? A vile creature, a murderer. You cannot possibly believe your Xiang. She is innocent. Can you? What did you say?" Xiangyun seized Xiangshu's shoulders, demanding, "Say that again." Xiangshu had entered and exited alongside Xiangxi. Could it be that Xiangxi was complicit? Xiong roughly shoved Xiong away, watching him fall clumsily to the ground with disdain. "Get lost, you worthless fool!" He lifted his bear-like face, locking eyes with Li Su. "I did not kill these cubs. Another is responsible for their deaths." Xiong ceased pretending. He understood Li Su was formidable and would not easily let him go. He yearned for survival. Xiong quieted, his frigid, beastly eyes fixed on Li Su. "If I reveal who killed the cubs, can I live?" The onlooking females collectively gasped in shock. A 10-year-old child, now composed and negotiating, appeared entirely transformed from moments prior, sending chills down their spines. "Who did you kill alongside?" Li Su suspected that Xiong had some involvement, at the very least, in luring the cubs out for that person to kill. Considering the timeline, although the bones had perished at different times, Xiong was likely only 5 or 6 years old when the earliest incidents occurred. It was indeed unreasonable for him alone to have evaded the other beastmen and buried the cubs. When Li Su posed this question, the mothers who had lost their cubs fixed their gazes on Xiong as if waiting to hear the name of that person from his lips, prepared to pounce and consume that individual alive. A smile crept across Xiong lips. "I will tell you, but you must ensure I remain alive." Observing the marks upon the bones, Li Su began to formulate a hypothesis regarding the identity of the perpetrator. She faintly recalled an incident that had transpired in the later chapters of the novel concerning the Qingmu tribe. If it were that individual, then these cubs had likely endured inhumane treatment while alive. Xiong noted the flicker of turmoil crossing Li Su's face, but he raised an eyebrow, astonished and bemused. "Have you guessed?" Li Su's heart skipped a beat. This Xiong was astute. He had likely concealed his talents from the outset and had probably allowed Xiong to take the brunt of the attention. Li Su retracted her canine teeth, deciding to detain Xiong. "Xiong, whether you can preserve your life depends entirely on how candidly you speak." Luo Duo furrowed her brows. Li Su's words clearly indicated she did not want Xiong to reveal the identity of the murderer in front of everyone. The killing of so many cubs was no trivial matter. Ultimately, Luo Duo refrained from contradicting Li Su, sensing that Li Su had her reasons. Li Su gazed at the mothers mourning their lost children, still weeping, her expression turning somber. Although she was not intimately acquainted with these females, the loss of the younglings weighed heavily on her conscience, preventing her from exposing the final shroud of shame. Xiong followed Li Su's gaze towards the bones, his furry bare face betraying a hint of human-like sorrow. "I thought you wished to hear it. I presumed you were unlike the others. But you are just as fragile." Silence. Li Su delivered a punch to Xiong's abdomen, causing him to retch immediately. This cub, more robust than a small mountain, elicited no pangs of conscience from her as she struck. "Keep rambling, and I will end you." Xiong was sent back to his human form by the force of the blow, clutching his stomach and wailing on the ground. "Enough!" The green spiral yelled angrily. Xiong shows no signs of repentance whatsoever. She cast aside the bones and rose to her feet, rushing forward to snatch the canine teeth from Li Su's grasp, intent on ending Xiong life on the spot. "You vile demon! You have slain my fawn. I demand your life in return." Xiong struggled to evade the onslaught of green spiral, astonished that the seemingly gentle and kind-hearted old soul he had observed during the day could be so ferocious. "Have you lost your mind? I told you, it was not I who killed your fawn. It was someone else entirely." His expression was one of exasperation as he shouted, "Li Su, why won't you intervene? Don't you want to know who is responsible for the death of the young one?" Li Su remained silent, walking directly in front of Xiong, her earth-based powers forming a new pit beneath him. Her hunting game was about to reach its conclusion. Xiong glanced at the corpse of Xiong, stammering, "I wish to be buried with him. I beg you. I will bear the burden of his sins." Li Su regarded Xiong with indifference, offering no response. Seeing her resolutely conjuring the pit, despair clouded Xiong expression, and he cast an envious glance at Muhan before closing his eyes and falling silent. "Resist, you useless wretch, Xiong." Xiong watched in fury as Xiong offered no resistance, bowing his head as the earth consumed him. His features contorted with rage. Distracted, he was suddenly pierced in the thigh by the canine teeth wielded by Green Spiral, rendering him unable to rise again. "Luo, Duo, wait for your father to return before notifying me about the snake den." Yes, the tribe will provide an explanation for everyone. Luo Duo gazed at the chaotic scene beneath the big locust tree. Feeling somewhat drained, yet relieved that Li Su was present today, Li Su averted her gaze from the wailing Xiong Shu, fearing it might tarnish her vision. Approaching Muhan, a heavy weight settled in her heart. As her eyes scanned the surroundings, it seemed something was amiss. The child who had always quietly observed her was absent, and she felt a twinge of discomfort. Muhan, when you arrived, did you see Mu Shui? She had told him to run away, but it had been so long, and still, there was no sign of him. Could something have happened? A wave of panic surged through Li Su'd, and Muhan grasped Li Su's hand, sniffing the lingering scent left by Mu Shui. Yet he shook his head. Beneath the big locust tree, the mingling of beast and human scents from years of play rendered it impossible to detect Mu Shui's presence. But do not worry. Once we leave here, everything will be fine. Li Su's heart fluttered, as if the fog had parted to reveal the moon, her voice hoarse, so that is why they buried the corpses of the young ones here. Even a fourth-level beastman cannot detect their scent, and others will find it impossible. Realizing that Li Su had grasped the truth, Muhan gently held her hand. Let us go. I will lead you to find Mu Shui. Li Su and Muhan departed from the confines of the big locust tree. It was only then that Muhan caught a whiff of Mu Shui's scent, and Mu Shui went in this direction. Li Su surveyed the unfamiliar path, her heart sinking. The two followed the scent to a patch of grass, where they unearthed a solitary piece of beast skin lying on the ground. Li Su picked up the skin, noting a bloodstain that had already congealed. Where is Mu Shui? Mu Shui, having just slain Xiong Yun, expending all her earth-based powers, the sight of the blood-stained beast skin struck her like a hammer. Leaving her momentarily dazed, her hands began to tingle, and darkness encroached upon her vision. Li Su, do not panic. A gentle, soothing voice calmed her frayed nerves, and Muhan sensed her distress, catching the scent of blood emanating from her waist. His large, well-defined hand enveloped her smaller one, holding it tightly. Li Su, can you hear me? At that moment, as she gazed at his thin lips moving, a buzzing filled her ears, without the enhancement of her powers. The pain from the wound inflicted by the blue moon flared anew, causing her to bleed. There is indeed the scent of Mu Shui here, but there are no signs of struggle. I assure you, Mu Shui is not in any immediate danger. Due to the loss of blood, Li Su felt everything around her growing sluggish, the only clarity coming from Muhan's voice resonating in her mind. Noticing Li Su's unfocused gaze locked on the dried bloodstain on the beast's skin, Muhan's expression darkened. She was not well. He scrutinized her vacant stare and the injury at her waist. Without hesitation, Muhan grasped Li Su's chin and leaned in to kiss her, transferring the last vestiges of his beastly essence through their bond. Whispering softly in her ear, Li Su awakened. Li Su's almond eyes, clouded and hazy, found her hands, now unknowingly draped across a certain serpent's firm chest in an audacious yet fitting manner. The essence Muhan imparted ignited her spirit, stitching the wound at her waist with her earth-based powers once more. A faint blush crept into Muhan's eyes, his handsome profile trembling with restrained emotion. In an instant, his brows cleared, and he tightened his grip on the beast skin at Muhan. Have you been harmed by the bond? You must immerse yourself in the creek for a while. With the child lost, I have completely lost my senses. Though the beast essence lingers here, there must be other clues left behind. She suddenly crouched down, creating some distance between them. With the strength Muhan had given her, Li Su's mind cleared considerably, casting aside all distractions as she clutched the beast's skin, scanning the grass. Seeing that Muhan did not approach her, she sighed in relief. Yet, a storm cloud gathered on her brow. There were no footprints left by Mu Shui, and there were no other anomalies in the area, although there were numerous beast tracks. They were far too chaotic. The trail had gone cold. Li Su, do not fear. Mu Shui is a clever child, and Muhan also crouched down, earnestly inspecting the surroundings alongside her. His demeanor was calm and gentle, utterly devoid of dissonance, as if everything that had just transpired was merely a figment of Li Su's imagination. Yes, but Mu Shui is injured, she observed Muhan with his eyes closed. Inhaling the scents, Li Su immediately fell silent, awaiting good news. Subconsciously, she tightened her grip on the beast's skin, holding it close to her chest to stabilize her racing heart. Her fingers brushed against the character for water she had sown, and she felt an emptiness within her heart. I should not have let him run off alone. I should have taken him with me, fleeing with both brothers in my arms. Muhan, noticing the redness in Li Su's eyes, began to berate himself. The tip of his fair nose flushed pink. The coldness in his gaze is softening. Do not worry, Li Su. He will be fine. Yue is smarter than any of us. You must trust him. How can he be fine? He is merely a 3-year-old child, and he is so quiet by nature. The Qingmu tribe is neither large nor small, and facing a monster like the South Tiger, Yue would have no chance of escape. Li Su shivered involuntarily. The skeletal remains buried beneath the big locust tree served as a stark warning, and Muhan's eyes transformed into slits, as if he sensed something. He parted the grass and discovered a small patch of heart-shaped leaves, exuding a potent and fragrant aroma, distinctly different from the surrounding weeds. This appears to be mint leaves? Li Su exclaimed, recognizing the leaves in Muhan's hand. I know where to find this in the tribe. It seems Yue has been taken. Muhan rose to his feet and began walking in a particular direction. Li Su followed closely behind, and the two swiftly arrived at an unfamiliar cave. Emerging from the depths of the cave was a beastman, his gait peculiar and limping, tightly clutching a piece of meat that on top of the meat lay a small handful of fragrant mint leaves. Behind him, sitting serenely on a stone, Yue was quietly munching on the meat, thoroughly enjoying his meal. Li Su, you have arrived. Are you here to find Yue? Upon seeing Li Su, the beastman, with his tiger-like teeth, appeared exhilarated, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Even the usually composed Yue raised his head abruptly, his small face radiating uncontainable joy. Li Su hurried over to Yue, enveloping him in her embrace. Scrutinizing his body with concern, Yue, how did you end up here? She noticed that Yue was clad in a clean piece of bee skin, stirring a sense of strangeness within her. Gently, she stroked the fabric, realizing it was a somewhat new piece of bee skin. However, Yue tilted his little head, blinking his large, watery eyes in curiosity, and asked, Mother, what is wrong? Li Su, caught in a whirlwind of thoughts, swiftly examined Yue's body and found no signs of injury. A sigh of relief escaped her lips, yet her heart was weighed down by an intensifying sense of perplexity. What could possibly explain the bloodstains on that beast hide? Yue, are you hurt? Speak the truth to your mother, Li Su said, her tone grave as she gazed at Yue, concern and tension radiating from her eyes. Yue shook her head. Mother, I am unscathed. I merely ran into the thicket and fainted shortly thereafter. It was Tiger Tooth who saved me. When I awoke, I was already here. Tiger Tooth told me to wait, assuring me that you would come for me. With a bright smile, Yue pointed at Tiger Tooth in gratitude. Mother, he mentioned my beast hide was dirty and even helped me change into a new one. Li Su exchanged a knowing glance with Muhan. This situation felt too coincidental, brimming with oddities. Li Su. Although I was kicked in the water by that snake last time, it inadvertently elevated me to a level 2 beastman. Tiger Tooth remarked, touching his somewhat clumsy leg, his words devoid of any resentment, his sparkling eyes fervently fixed on Li Su. Now, I am capable of hunting level 2 ferocious beasts. Li Su was taken aback. It seemed this individual bore a certain aura. Surviving a fall into the water and advancing to a level 2 beastman. Was he declaring war against her, seeking vengeance for being kicked into the water last time? Had he abducted her child to test her? Li Su tightened her embrace around Yue, warily eyeing Tiger Tooth, forcing a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. Congratulations, her surprise. Tiger Tooth's black ears twitched, and with a swift motion, he concealed them amidst his fluffy, soft hair, his delicate and charming face adorned with a shy yet endearing smile. He appeared benevolent and utterly devoid of aggression. I've come to a realization. Although I do not understand why you suddenly dislike me. I am willing to wait until the day you choose to bond with me. I do not mind sharing you with the cold-blooded beastman. What a fellow! It seemed he truly sought revenge. Li Su took a cautious step back while forcing a smile. Did she not care? Mu Shui scoffed, tightening her grip around her mother's neck. This guy trying to rescue him just to steal his home? Father, hurry and deal with him. Muhan glared, a menacing aura enveloping him. How dare he snatch his female right in front of him? Wasn't his previous kick too gentle? Tiger Tooth remained oblivious, sheepishly offering the meat in his hand to Li Su. Please don't refuse me, Li Su. Tiger Tooth's earnest demeanor caused the atmosphere behind her to turn icy, as the snake, whose patience was wearing thin, felt the chill of beauty's burden. This exquisite man was a bone-chilling wind, deadly with every word. Moreover, it is said that anything offered at your doorstep, anything that falls from the sky, is a trap. Especially the more attractive the man, the more deceitful he tends to be. Li Su began to refuse outright. However, before she could finish, her waist was tightly encircled, and Muhan's cold breath instantly enveloped her senses. Li Su was still unaccustomed to Muhan's sudden closeness and attempted to push the serpent away. Yet upon seeing his immobile left arm, her heart softened. He had rushed to save her with all his might. Allowing him to feign a bit of intimacy was not too much to ask. She transitioned from pushing to gently caressing him. Ahem, your hand is still injured. Be careful not to hurt it. Tiger Tooth bit his lip, watching the tender exchange between Li Su and the cold-blooded beastman with discomfort. Upon witnessing this, Muhan's frosty brow immediately transformed into a smile like a budding flower. I will heed your words. Yet the hand around Li Su's waist tightened, and in a manner unseen to her. He provocatively smiled at Tiger Tooth. Tiger Tooth's cheerful expression faltered, his smile vanishing. Li Su narrowed her eyes. Little serpent, do not overstep your bounds. That Muhan's lips curled slightly. The little female is truly contradictory. Mu Shui's eyes sparkled. Father and mother share a wonderful bond. This serpent is second to none when it comes to execution. Li Su surmised that if it weren't for the fact that Mu Yin was asleep in his beast hide, she would have been taken away in pieces. Suddenly, Muhan reached out and took the meat from Tiger Tooth's hands. What are you doing? That meat is for Li Su, not you. However, Muhan's expression was laced with disdain. Isn't this meat from a level 2 wild boar? It's been sitting for 2 or 3 days. It's starting to smell that Li Su doesn't eat such things. She only eats freshly killed meat. You should learn better. After speaking, Muhan casually tossed the meat back into Tiger Tooth's arms, his triumphant smirk lively and contrasting sharply with his usual gentleness. Li Su was taken aback. Did he actually remember what she had said to Mu Shui? Tiger Tooth looked at the carefully prepared meat, now discarded with disdain, his round eyes brimming with tears. It felt as though his heartfelt gesture had been maliciously trampled, his voice low and sorrowful. Li Su, the meat isn't spoiled. I promised that I just ate some. If there was a problem, I would never offer it to you, he said, reaching out to take Li Su's hand with a pitiful expression. Muhan yanked both of them a step back, his thick serpent tail swinging out. Had Tiger Tooth not dodged quickly, he might have lost a hand, and Muhan's cold gaze bore into Tiger Tooth's hand. I advise you not to entertain any inappropriate thoughts, or I cannot guarantee that a few wild beasts one team meet therein tonight. His dark brows rose slightly, as if a mere blink could rip Tiger Tooth apart. Muhan, do you not think you are being overly authoritarian? Li Su is a precious female of the Qingmu tribe. It is her prerogative to choose her beastman. Tiger Tooth, despite his endearing qualities, was a formidable black tiger, showing no fear towards Muhan as he transformed into his beast form. His sleek, black fur glistened with a sheen, an exquisite hide indeed. Seeing the astonishment in Li Su's eyes, Tiger Tooth gazed at her with deep affection. That Muhan is too selfish. In winter, you need meat and warm furs. If he continues to monopolize you, will you starve in that cave? The long-haired beastmen are naturally more favored by females than the cold-blooded ones. He refused to believe that Li Su would not favor him over a cold-blooded reptile. Tiger Tooth flaunted his fur, and the admiration in Li Su's eyes was unmistakable. Ahem, your size is too large. I cannot accommodate you in my cave. Li Su shook her head regretfully. Muhan and Mu Shui exchanged tense glances, seemingly aware of the gravity of the situation. I have made it clear before. I currently have no intentions of taking a beastman. You may wait in line, and I will notify you when I have made my decision. But I truly like you, Tiger Tooth persisted, attempting to wriggle free. Stop right there. I am aware of your feelings, and I too have a fondness for myself. Although Li Su appreciated the allure of Tiger Tooth's black fur, her affinity was merely for the hide. She had no inclination to snuggle with a tiger that a gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall. Ever wary of the possibility of being shot in the head, of course, this did not apply to the foolish serpent beside her, who was still shorter than her arm and could not even muster enough force to threaten her. Isu tugged Muhan away, oblivious to the momentary stiffness in his body, nor did she notice the flicker of malice in Tiger Tooth's eyes. On the way back to the snake's lair, Mushue stealthily shot a glance at her father. Is mother getting close to you because you've shrunk? Does she know you've transformed back? Muhan's expression darkened. Mushue gleefully clicked her tongue. Father's position as beastman seems unstable. From what I saw this morning, his beast form appears to have doubled in size. Along the journey, Muhan's lingering gaze left Li Su feeling increasingly uneasy to Muhan. What exactly do you wish to convey? With a serious demeanor, Muhan questioned, has her beast form grown so much that Li Su might be frightened? Do you prefer a larger or smaller form? Longer or shorter? Li Su was utterly flustered. Did he even realize what he was asking? Must I speak on it? Yes, I wish to know. Did Li Su's complexion paled? Muhan's curiosity was insatiable. Could this thing even be adjusted in size? Wasn't it simply a matter of how big it was? The two exchanged bewildered glances, and the atmosphere grew increasingly bizarre. Seeing that Muhan was determined to press her for an answer, Li Su sighed deeply. Honestly, my preference is inconsequential. It is not something I can dictate. Why trouble yourself? In the future, do not ask such questions. It could lead to unwanted consequences. Then, with Mushue in tow, she hurriedly made her escape. Muhan felt a tightening in his chest, watching Li Su's retreating figure with a sense of forlornness. Had he truly fallen out of favor with the little female? Mushue gazed regretfully at his father's leg, silently raising an eyebrow. I hope you can manage your big tail, Muhan. Mushue's earlier noise was rather loud. Li Su assumed he was hungry, saying, when we return to the cave, Mother will prepare some meat soup for you. But remember, do not eat anything given by strangers to avoid encountering wicked beastmen like the South Tiger. Understand? Noticing the remnants of raw meat on Mushue's lips, she did not chastise him too harshly. And next time, refrain from consuming raw meat. Your parasitic infection arose from that. Henceforth, all the water and meat you consume must be thoroughly cooked. Li Su gently patted Mushue's little belly, resolving to find a pumpkin tomorrow to help him rid himself of the parasites. Mother, I promise I won't eat it again. Please don't be mad at me. Mushue raised his tiny hand, looking adorably earnest. As Muhan approached, he overheard their exchange and turned his gaze towards Li Su's face. You seem quite knowledgeable about Mushue's parasitic condition. Is it treatable? Seeing Muhan appear to regain his usual demeanor, Li Su felt a wave of relief. Though Muhan held little hope, understanding Mushue had been afflicted for quite some time. He knew that countless cubs perished annually from such ailments across various tribes. The shamans were at a loss regarding this parasite. However, Li Su nodded seriously. Treating the parasite is not difficult. The challenge lies in locating the necessary medicinal herbs, which are absent in the Qingmu tribe. Hearing her claim, it could be treated filled Muhan with an unrealistic sense of hope. He feared that all of this might merely be a dream that he quickly offered. Tell me what you need. Perhaps I can assist in finding it. Remembering Muhan's extensive experience in the beast forest, he was indeed the most familiar with its depths. Isu promptly sketched the shape of the pumpkin using a twig. This is it, yellow, about the size of a palm, or potentially as large as a watermelon. She illustrated several shapes on the ground, but Muhan remained indifferent, causing her to lose hope, realizing she would have to search for it herself. Suddenly, Muhan's eyes lit up as he pointed at the gourd-like drawing. I believe I've seen this before. He paused, contemplating, aware of Li Su's fear of large beasts. Muhan resolved to join the main group. That thing was not far from the Qingmu tribe's harvesting site. Tomorrow, during the tribe's gathering, I'll take you to see Isu exchanged glances with Mushue, elated at the prospect. Mother, I won't die, will I? Of course not. Li Su chuckled, playfully tapping Mushue's tiny nose. Her little Mushue was simply too adorable and endearing. You shall certainly not perish. Mother is counting on you to grow up and protect her. As long as Mushue grew safely and became a level 3 beastman, her status would rise, ensuring his life was secure. That Muyen had just consumed a level 3 beast crystal and might become a level 1 beastman ahead of schedule. Mushue had never considered that mother wished for him. A seemingly useless being to protect her, the little one sniffled, burying his head in Li Su's neck. Mother, I will definitely protect you well in the future. Yes, 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 mother is counting on you. That Muhan observed Li Su playing with Mushue. Her fingers plump and graceful. He recalled noticing her waist earlier. Was it his imagination, or did it seem slimmer than before? As he scrutinized her from head to toe, her face appeared increasingly gaunt. Even her round chin seemed thinner than yesterday. That a pang of concern gripped Muhan. Had he allowed the little female to go hungry? Only a useless male beast would let a female starve. Upon reaching the snake cave, Mushue exclaimed, "Father, please hand me Muyen. I want to sleep on the same stone bed as him to take care of him." Demonstrating great perceptiveness, Mushue took the sleeping Muyen from Muhan and dashed into his designated stone chamber. Meanwhile, Muhan busily tended to the fire to prepare the meat soup, consumed by a singular thought. Li Su had lost weight, and he felt utterly inadequate as a mate. He vowed to replenish her with meat. Li Su, too, felt her stomach rumbling. Having witnessed the 2 snake cubs being bullied and missing lunch, she had taken them to seek justice. Satisfied with the flesh on her waist, she realized that the past 3 days of intense activity had reduced her body's moisture significantly, leaving her furs somewhat loose. Even her waist appeared slightly slimmer. The sun in the beast world was indeed fierce. The bamboo fungus she had dried in the morning had shrunk considerably, its color darkened. Resembling dry tree bark, Su quickly turned the small fungi over, estimating that after another afternoon of drying, she could store them in the cellar. After finishing with the bamboo fungus, she did not forget to pack the previously dried mushrooms and woven grass, hanging them deep within the cave. The mushrooms had shrunk severely. She had collected around 20 pounds, while the 2 children had gathered about 30 pounds. After drying, only approximately 5 pounds of dried mushrooms remained. To sustain them through the winter, she needed at least 1,000 pounds of dried mushrooms, necessitating the collection of 10,000 pounds in less than 90 days at 100 pounds per day. It seemed feasible that Su grabbed a small handful of bamboo fungus, washed it in the creek water from the wooden barrel, and tossed it directly into the meat soup. She then quietly settled beside Muhan, who stirred the soup with a wooden spoon, adding a small handful of salt. After tasting it, he found the broth delicious, with the white mushrooms resembling Li Su herself, glistening with oil on his rosy lips. Li Su diverted her gaze, propping her chin on her chubby hand. Did Muhan even comprehend the notion of temptation? With his demeanor, how many misguided maidens would he attract? In novels, such characters rarely survive past the first few chapters. Thankfully, she had encountered him. Muhan's dark hair occasionally brushed against Li Su's palm, igniting a ticklish sensation within her. Though it was beautiful cascading down his back, the heat made it rather inconvenient. "Stay still. I'll help you tie your hair up." Upon hearing this, Muhan genuinely froze in place. The soft strands felt delightful to Li Su as she contemplated using a silver hairpin she had taken from her space. She effortlessly secured his hair to Muhan. "You look truly handsome." Li Su was surprised by how exquisite he appeared with his hair tied up, resembling a refined gentleman stepping out of a painting. A hint of astonishment flickered in Muhan's eyes as he suddenly tilted his head to gaze at her, their breaths intertwining, leaving Li Su feeling cornered. Su, am I truly handsome?" Yes, the chill ran down Li Su's waist as she realized Muhan was applying medicine to her injured side. "Handsome, I am not lying. I am sincere. You are indeed good-looking." Beauty surpassed the elegance of the hairpin. This silver pin was one she had picked up at a market, intricately carved with cloud patterns. Encasing a teardrop-shaped warm jade, she had instantly fallen in love with it and had kept it close ever since. Now, she felt that this pin complemented Muhan perfectly. With her words, Muhan relaxed completely, his smile enhancing his features to an extraordinarily pleasing degree. Drawing Li Su's gaze repeatedly, he stowed away the medicinal jar and touched the cool object she had placed in his hair. which warmed at his grasp. I asked this a gift for me. Is it truly unique? Yes, this is the only one, so be sure not to lose it. All right. The little female had gifted him a one-of-kind treasure. Even if it was a ruse, he was willing to believe it. Although uncertain of what it was, the frustration he had harbored dissipated in the warmth of Li Su's smile. He observed the loose furs draped over her body and abruptly shifted the conversation. Tomorrow, I will hunt a black mountain cat for you. If not, I shall seek a few black leopards to craft you a grand fur coat, soft and warm for the winter. This beastman was indeed considerate, aware of the importance of reciprocation. But why were they all black? Li Su found it amusing. His taste was rather peculiar. However, she shook her head. As long as the furs are sufficient, that's enough. There are still plenty of furs sent by Luo Duo. No need to spend extra time searching. Priest Luo Sen mentioned he would also send some furs as a reward for retrieving the fire seed, and with the beasts we hunt ourselves, we will have ample furs. And Muhan's hands clenched tightly. So, do you believe these furs are inferior to the sickly one's pelt? Li Su, unaware of Muhan's momentary distraction, continued to share her plans. Tomorrow, we will first seek the pumpkin to help Mu Shui rid himself of the parasites. Subsequently, one must seize the sunny days to dry an ample supply of food, for I intend to huddle in the cave during the rainy spells. With a warm bedding, the stone bed will remain cozy, rendering us impervious to even the harshest winter chill. As for you, it will be prudent to hunt more meat during this time and store it away. Huddle. Muhan heard yet another novel term. Is it warmer than the fur of a long-haired beast? Indeed, it is exceedingly warm. I assure you that surviving the winter will pose no challenge. At this moment, Li Su began to grasp the implications, her gaze sparkling with a hint of mischievous pride. She teased, the bed I create is warmer than cuddling a great tiger. Has the little female discovered something? Yet, Muhan exhibited no signs of embarrassment. Completely unfazed as if his innermost thoughts had not been exposed, he gently replied, Very well. Let us proceed as you suggest. Li Su's eyes widened, her expression shifting to one of disillusionment. Had she miscalculated? Was this fellow not feeling a twinge of jealousy? Was this not akin to social death? It was all so unexpected. A warm fingertip brushed against Li Su's eyelid. Unable to resist, Muhan reached out to touch her eyes. Just as she had gazed at that tiger tooth, the ungrateful little female, how many beastmen truly resided in her heart and mind? The tiger tooth, Luosen. What did he amount to? Li Su instinctively grasped his hand. Did he not realize that one should not casually touch a girl's face? Moreover, his fingertips were slick with the oil from the meat soup he had just prepared. Their palms met, and Li Su's warmth caused Muhan to shudder slightly. Noticing his left arm incline, as if in discomfort, Li Su quickly released his hand, her gaze inevitably falling upon his left arm. Is your hand injury severe? It is not too troublesome, Muhan replied, suppressing the fluttering in his heart as he obediently tested his left hand, but he merely lifted it slightly, and pain etched his brow into a delicate frown. It seems the left arm has not healed. I may have overexerted myself. It is entirely my fault for venturing too far, nearly returning too late. No, your timing was impeccable, Li Su replied, taken aback by the gravity of Muhan's injury. Was it not said that a level 4 beastman could heal automatically through their beastly essence? How did this differ from the narratives and novels? Li Su extended her hand, and Muhan's eyes brightened as he offered his uninjured right hand in return. You must rest if you are injured. Do you understand? What are you thinking, sitting here cooking meat soup? With a swift motion, Li Su pulled him up, leaving Muhan momentarily stunned. Go rest. Once the soup is ready, I shall call for you. She took his place, observing the fire in the earthen stove, the bright flames charring the bottom of the stone pot, while the broth bubbled from small to large bubbles. Li Su immediately took wooden chopsticks and prodded the yak meat, finding it had begun to soften. Unconsciously, she added a few dried red dates, goji berries, and longan, then covered the pot with a stone lid. I shall provide nourishment to the injured ones. Most of her supplies comprised rice, flour, compressed biscuits, sugar, and salt, with a scant amount of tools and twine. No superfluous items in the 3 years since the apocalypse. Rice and flour have become hard currency. Even a small handful of infested or moldy rice holds more value than a human life. Dried goji berries, dried red dates, and dried longan were all luxuries she had painstakingly saved. Before her demise, her comrades had all fallen prey to the undead. She was prepared to sacrifice herself to ensure the remaining members of the base could escape, as her most cherished ones were already gone. Though she never intended to traverse into the realm of fiction, she now had no choice but to adapt to her circumstances, and Muhan did not leave. Instead, he settled into the spot where Li Su had just Saturday. You must rest if you are injured. What if this arm leaves lasting repercussions? Seeing Muhan's disobedience, Li Su straightened her face. The broth, now boiling, released a rich aroma that filled the air with a sweetness previously absent. Li Su, I simply wish to accompany you, Muhan uttered, his pale skin tinged with a faint blush, the same hue gracing the nape of his neck and the expanse of his chest. Unaware of the peculiar tone in Muhan's voice, Li Su, with her back turned, failed to notice his expression as she turned to serve the nearly finished soup. However, to her surprise, the previously speaking Muhan was nowhere to be found. Rising, Li Su held the wooden bowl, venturing into the cave in search of him. Yet, none of the 4 stone chambers contained him. She glanced into the cellar, only to find it dark and silent, unable to discern whether Muhan was present. Muhan, are you in there? Come out and have some soup. Receiving no response from the cellar, Li Su furrowed her brow. Had he quietly slipped away? How nimble of him! Reluctantly, Li Su turned to call for Mu Shui to join her for the meal, deep within the dim cellar. A stone tumbled soundlessly, emerging in response to the noise. Mu Shui spotted Li Su with the wooden bowl, gazing curiously into the depths of the cave. Mother, what troubles you? Li Su suspected the sound of the stone might have been a figment of her imagination. Mu Shui, can you sense your father is there? She began to wonder if Muhan had fallen into the cellar pit. Squinting at the inky blackness of the entrance, Mu Shui closed his eyes to sniff the air, then shook his head. Mother, I cannot discern. The cave is filled with father's scent, making it impossible to tell. Should I jump down to investigate? No, you might injure yourself with that little frame of yours. Once we finish eating, I will toss a torch down to see if your father is there. I suspected that Muhan had likely stepped out. Otherwise, she would have sensed him. The sweet aroma wafted through the cave. Mu Shui, catching the bubbling sound from the pot, dashed toward it eagerly. Be careful. It's hot. Li Su thought little of it. Surely he was not hiding from her. Perhaps he would return shortly. She wondered how Muhan had excavated the cave. As outside, the heat was stifling while the cave remained refreshingly cool. However, after both Li Su and Mu Shui had their fill, Muhan still had not returned. Mu Shui expressed that Mu Yin was still fast asleep, and with his slight frame, it would take 3 days and nights for him to awaken. Mu Shui's expression radiated envy at the thought of a level 3 beast crystal. He too wished to partake. By the way, Mu Shui, I have something for you. Li Su suddenly recalled the gift she had prepared for the 2 snake cubs. She draped the small grass-woven bag over Mu Shui's shoulder. This is a grass-woven bag. You can carry some snacks and IT. Mu Shui gazed at the bag, similar to Li Su's but much smaller, fitting him perfectly. His eyes sparkled as he reached out to fondle the bag. Mother, is this truly for me? Li Su smiled mysteriously. Of course it is. Open it and see that Mu Shui opened the grass-woven bag and discovered a handful of red, dried dates, sweet fruit snacks, and a few sparkling, translucent diamond-shaped crystals. The former 2 he had just tasted in the soup, finding them delightfully sweet. As for the latter, he was unfamiliar with it. Su promptly plucked a piece of rock candy and popped it into Mu Shui's mouth. Is it sweet? He exclaimed. Goodness! Mu Shui felt the sweetness penetrate his very soul. The refreshing sweetness immediately took over his palate. His eyes lit up. Mother, what is this? This is rock candy. Tomorrow, when I go foraging, I'll find malt and make you maltose. If I find a maple tree, I'll prepare maple syrup. If I come across sugar cane, I'll make you brown sugar. How does that sound? With each treat Li Su mentioned, Mu Shui's eyes sparkled brighter. Mother, I've never heard of any of these. Then I will make them for you once I find them, all right? Thank you, Mother. Mu Shui savored the delicate sweetness of the rock candy, feeling it was as delightful as his mother. He adored it immensely. As Li Su and Mu Shui exchanged playful banter, a voice called from the courtyard. Li Su, are you there? My father requests your presence. He wishes to discuss the matter of the bear tree. I am here, Lu Duo. I shall come out shortly. Li Su's expression shifted to seriousness as she crouched down to meet Mu Shui's gaze. Would you like to join me to see? In light of the bullying incident, Li Su hoped her son would not carry the burden in his heart forever and that it would not dictate his life. Mu Shui nodded. Li Su stood, gently ruffling Mu Shui's hair. Mu Shui is a brave child. Remember, no matter who bullies you in the future, do not be afraid. If you cannot handle it, seek Mu Yin, but he cannot handle it either. Mu Shui replied, feeling a pang of bitterness. In the past, when he and Mu Yin were pinned down and beaten, no one came to their aid. Everyone harbors disdain for them. How foolish you are. If Mu Yin cannot prevail, seek assistance from me and your father. We shall certainly find a way to vanquish him. Moreover, if we are unable to fight, we shall flee and return once we possess the strength for vengeance. There is a saying, a gentleman's revenge is never too late, so do not act rashly. The reason I engaged in combat today, dear mother, is that everything remains under my control. Do you understand? Mu Shui felt a warmth in his heart. Though they could not win, he could now seek help from his mother, which was truly wonderful. Li Su led Mu Shui out of the snake den. Luo Duo was in the courtyard, solemnly observing the bamboo fungus that Li Su was drying. Noticing Li Su's arrival, she promptly stood and asked, Li Su, to what extent should this bamboo fungus be dried before it can be harvested? The purpose of drying is to remove the moisture from the mushrooms. As long as the dried mushrooms are kept dry, they can be stored for a considerable time, judging by the color. It should be ready for harvest after another afternoon of drying. Li Su held a favorable impression of Luo Duo. She patiently answered her questions. Luo Duo nodded in understanding. Then let us be on our way. Along the way, Luo Duo revealed a piece of news. After Lan Yue awakened, she refused to acknowledge that Xiong Shu was involved in the deaths of so many cubs. Everything was merely Li Su's word. Even Xiong Shu had recanted, claiming that what he previously said was nonsense, and the sight of the cub's bones had terrified him. With a serious tone, Luo Duo continued, she intends to accuse you, saying you employed despicable means to have the snake cub kill Xiong Shi, and that you, as a frail female, could never have personally slain Xiong Yun. So, what does she aim to achieve? Li Su was not surprised that Lan Yue would retaliate. However, would others believe her words? Everyone had clearly witnessed the events. Xiong Shi's death had nothing to do with her, and Xiong Yun simply fell short in skill. Luo Duo scoffed. She wishes to commune with the divine, seeking the beast god's judgment. But she is utterly unaware that you are the chosen of the beast god. In the end, she will surely regret her false accusations. Communing with the divine, Li Su recalled that this segment was absent from a novel. If the beast god truly existed, would it not expose the lies she had previously uttered? Li Su tightened her grip on Mu Shui's hand, who glanced at her in surprise. His mother's expression seemed somewhat peculiar. After walking a few steps, Luo Duo noticed that Li Su had not followed and turned to find her standing motionless beside the large locust tree. Confused, she asked, Li Su, what is the matter? Luo Duo, communing with the divine could reveal my identity. If exposed, it might lead to turmoil. This identity was useful, but also sensitive. Who could tell if these primitive beastmen could truly communicate with their gods? Rest assured, Father has assured me that your identity will not be disclosed unless absolutely necessary. Should it fall into the hands of someone with ill intentions, it could spell disaster for the tribe. Then I need not commune with the divine? Li Su secretly sighed in relief. Mu Shui tightened his grip on Li Su's hand. His mother seemed quite averse to the idea of communing with the divine. Luo Duo's tone carried a hint of melancholy. The priest Luo's son will resolve this matter. In her view, communing with the divine was not a favorable endeavor. Each time, Luo's son had to pay a great price. The lightest consequence was fainting, and at worst, lying on the stone bed for 3 days without waking. Her mother had once been a priestess. Throughout generations, priests were not permitted to form bonds, while those serving the beast god could live long lives. Yet when her mother communed with the divine, she was told she could bond. And what was the result? Her mother met a tragic end. If Luo's son had not voluntarily sacrificed himself, their tribe might have been left without a priest. Did the beast god truly love them, or did he not? Upon arriving at the sacrificial altar, Li Su discovered that over 100 beastmen were gathered there. The chief of the tiger clan stood solemnly amidst 4 towering stone pillars. Strange totems were carved into the pillars beside him, their details obscured by the light. Before she could focus on them, the chief's face broke into a smile as he approached. Li Su, you have arrived. All the young male beastmen around gasped in astonishment. The tiger chief, who typically displayed a stern demeanor towards everyone in the tribe, had never smiled so warmly except in reverence to the beast god. How could he be so affable towards Li Su? This female? What tricks had Li Su employed to win over the chief? The gazes directed at her were filled with curiosity and goodwill. Li Su, holding Mu Shui's hand, confidently stepped forward. Chief, I apologize for the wait. And Mu Shui looked up, sweetly calling out, Hello, Chief. His small face, though pale and expressionless as usual, betrayed his emotions through his trembling little hand. Li Su gently squeezed Mu Shui's palm. Do not be afraid. Over surprise, his tiny hand squeezed back, his head held high, standing straighter than ever before. Mu Shui had grown taller. The chief lightly patted Mu Shui's shoulder. Then his expression turned serious. Li Su, where are Mu Yin and Muhan? Li Su naturally grasped the chief's intent, if not now. When would she share her plight? She immediately covered her face and began to weep. Chief, you are unaware that Mu Yin has yet to awaken, and Muhan is watching over him. If it were not for the immense grievance, the cubs would not have risked their lives. A 3-year-old snake cub hunting a 10-year-old bear cub is tantamount to courting death. But what is the spirit of our Qingmu tribe? We must never retreat, regardless of how formidable the opponent may be. Can Mu Yin retreat? No. And as his mother, I cannot retreat either. Thankfully, Mu Yin is known for his care of the weak and small. His noble character must have won the favor of the beast god, allowing him to escape with his life. Chief, my unworthy snake cub now lies in a coma, and I do not know when he will awaken. My heart, as a mother, is shattered. Li Su commenced her lamentations. She felt a hostile gaze upon her. It was Lan Yue, who had been revived by Luo's son, now cradled in Xiong Yi's arms, with Xiong Shi standing nearby, his head bowed. Li Su felt a twinge of regret. She had kicked too lightly. Lan Yue's animosity towards her was not unexpected, considering one bear cub had perished at Mu Yan's hands and another beast husband had died at hers. Now, yet another was on the brink of death at her hands. It was likely they wished to devour her alive. Li Su, how can you still have the gall to weep? It is my bear cub that has perished. Your snake cub must have employed some unknown method to cause the death of my bear cub. Lan Yue commanded Xiong Yi to bring her closer, standing beside Li Su, her face ashen as she glared at Priest Luo's son. Priest Luo's son, I implore you to commence at once. I cannot bear to see my cub wrongfully killed. Xiong Shu was now alone in the dark cave. How terrifying must that be for him? Luo's son nodded, his expression as cold as ever. If you are prepared, we may begin, but should your body commune with the divine, you may very well perish on the spot. Consider this carefully. Lan Yue's voice trembled with sorrow. She did not affirm or deny, merely leaning against her beast husband and weeping. Li Su was taken aback. Xiong Shu had already been confined to the dark cave. Li Su blinked. Why did you not mention this earlier? Luo Duo blinked back. You did not inquire either, was Lan Yue in her dying state. Attempting to turn the tide? But could she manage it? Typically well-liked, Lan Yue found herself without a single female to speak on her behalf. No one could forget Xiong Shu's demeanor that afternoon, which had instilled fear in everyone, especially the 5 females led by Luo, who stood silently apart. Should they speak, it would surely be a battle against Lan Yue. Luo caressed the canine tooth in her hand, casting a benevolent gaze towards Li Su. Had it not been for her, she might have died without ever knowing where her dear cub was. Lan Yue wished to release Xiong Shu, only if she were to die first. It was so quiet, it sent chills down Lan Yue's spine. She had thought that by speaking out, the females who typically fawned over her would come to her aid. Instead, silence reigned. The male beastmen, under the chief's authority, dared not speak out of turn. Lan Yue, in disbelief, lifted her gaze to the somber-faced females. Are you truly this heartless? My Xiong is but a small creature. He has helped you all and kindly taught your cubs hunting skills. How can you be so cruel as to believe Li Su's idleness over my words? The onlookers, mostly strong adult beastmen, were unaware of the events that had transpired that afternoon, seeing Lan Yue in such distress. Some felt pity, whispering among themselves, surely Lan Yue would not speak falsely. She has always been well regarded in the tribe. She is the most experienced female when it comes to forging. 3 bear cubs were among the most outstanding of this batch of cubs in the tribe. How had one died and another been thrown into the dark cave? However, the patriarch is undeniably just, and it is impossible for him to render an erroneous judgment. Who could have anticipated that Lan Yue, holding onto the fawn, would suddenly step forward? The young deer gently pulled aside its hide, its lively eyes reflecting a mixture of numbness and liberation. Mother, Bear Stream is dead, and Bear Tree has been imprisoned in the black hole. Does that mean we can no longer learn hunting skills? I am so relieved. I will no longer be torn apart by them. Lan Yue gazed in disbelief at the wounds on the fawn's chest, where the flesh was bruised and marred by deep claw and tooth marks, caked with dried blood. Such injuries on a creature so young were truly heart-wrenching. With a trembling voice, Lan Yue grasped the fawn's shoulders. Why have you never told me? The fawn cried out in fear. If I speak of it, the next time I will be punished even more severely. This lamentation from the fawn caused the other bullied younglings to weep as well. They too pulled back their hides and asked their mothers if they would never have to learn to hunt again. This scene could easily be described as a matter of life and death for the tribe's females. During the day, they were preoccupied with food preparation, paying little attention to the well-being of their young, as long as they were not snatched away from the tribe. They never considered that, right beneath their noses, their children could suffer such grievous injuries. Patriarch, we cannot agree to release Bear Tree. Such a demon deserves to be severely punished. Yes, whoever dares to release him, I shall have my beast husband hunt them down. Bear Tree has committed a grave offense. How can he be released? He must remain confined in the black hole. The rising chorus of denunciation from the females struck Blue Moon like a heavy blow. Her Bear Tree could not be freed. Yet the previous priest Lawson had indicated that her body was too weakened and she might never bear offspring again. If Bear Tree were to perish, she would be left without any children. Grasping at the last thread of hope, Blue Moon clutched Bear Yi's arm tightly. Bear Yi, you must say something. You are the only one who can help Bear Tree now. You watched him grow up. A fleeting look of discomfort crossed Bear Yi's face, yet he could not refuse Blue Moon's plea. Priest Lawson, I request that we commune with the divine, that I willingly offer myself as a sacrifice. If the beast god deems Bear Tree innocent, I urge the patriarch to release him from the black hole. Lawson's cold, frosty tiger eyes flickered with a hint of helplessness. His heart stirred. Bear E, are you certain you wish to sacrifice yourself for this communion? You understand the consequences. They had grown up together as companions, and witnessing him march towards death compelled one to utter a word of caution. Yes, I understand. Bear E nodded with great difficulty under Blue Moon's fervent gaze. Today, Bear Yue had gone hunting and met his demise at the jaws of a fierce beast. Blue Moon had only him left as a beast husband, and she herself was grievously injured by Li Su, rendering her unable to commune with the divine. Just wait and see. My Bear Tree is certainly innocent. The beast god will show him mercy. With Bear Shure's support, Blue Moon awkwardly knelt upon the ground, bowing before the altar, striking her head heavily against the earth, then glaring fiercely at Li Su. It is you. I will have Bear E beseech the beast god to punish you. You could barely walk 2 steps in the tribe without gasping for breath. How could you possibly have killed Bear Yue? You must have used black sorcery. The mention of black sorcery sent shockwaves through the crowd of beastmen. It is well known that the priests serving the beast god are divided into white and black priests. The white priests, like Lawson, receive divine revelations pertaining to healing, aiding the injured of the tribe. In contrast, the black priests are associated with dark sorcery, concocting potions that can cause excruciating suffering and death. Thus, tribes possessing black priests often thrive on warfare, surviving by raiding others. Blue Moon's eyes sparkled with suspicion, her words laced with deep skepticism. Li Su, have you betrayed the Greenwood tribe, colluding with beastmen from other tribes, which allowed you to acquire black sorcery? Blue Moon could conceive of no other possibility. And thus, she was willing to gamble everything. Even if the communion failed, the black sorcery would be impossible to hide, and its true nature would inevitably be revealed. The limitations of perception weighed heavily on Li Su's heart. Blue Moon would never guess that her adversary had changed at the core, rather than engaging in this baseless black sorcery. Blue Moon, I see that you are not injured in your abdomen, but rather in your mind. Li Su's expression remained cold, unaffected by Blue Moon's provocations. Luo, Duo, Lawson, and the patriarch looked on in disbelief, recognizing that Blue Moon was beyond salvation. Li Su, you are simply frightened. Blue Moon attempted to continue, but was abruptly interrupted by the patriarch, who sought to spare her further humiliation. Enough! Who dares to make a noise before the altar? The patriarch, growing impatient with Blue Moon's nonsensical tirade, still retained a degree of authority. Reluctantly, Blue Moon closed her mouth at Li Su, meanwhile, took a step back with Mu Shui, fortuitously standing beside Green Spiral. Green Spiral returned the canine tooth to Li Su, expressing her gratitude. Thank you for the canine tooth. Without your help, how could I have found the little one? I shall repay this kindness in the future. There is no need for such concern. Take heart, Li Su replied softly, receiving the canine tooth. Green Spiral, too anxious for pleasantries, tightened her grip on the hide, then turned her gaze towards the troublesome Blue Moon. The beast god will not protect wrongdoers. Will he? Li Su nodded earnestly, responding with gravity. He will not. The beast god does not shelter wrongdoers. Upon hearing this, Green Spiral turned her face away, silently wiping away her tears. Then let us begin to not delay the time any further, as the patriarch spoke. He fixed a stern gaze upon Bear. You shall ascend to the altar in the prime of his life. The spark of life bestowed upon the tribe by Li Su had alleviated a significant burden that had weighed heavily upon his heart for many years. With half of that weight lifted, he felt an immediate sense of lightness. The beastly aura that had long stagnated now hinted at a breakthrough to the third level that a beast crystal the size of a thumb had already coalesced upon his chest. The patriarch had long regarded Li Su as a treasure gifted to the tribe by the beast god. Life and death are but trifles. I shall fight for what I desire. It could be said that whoever opposed Li Su would face his wrath. Despite the patriarch's oppressive beastly aura, Bear gritted his teeth and persevered. After all, he was the one who had watched the youngling grow. The patriarch shook his head in disappointment. Bear, do not come to regret this. The patriarch's implication was clear. There was still an opportunity to back down. Li Su cast a glance at Bear. The male beastman capable of offering apologies and gifting crimson fruit to a cold-hearted young beastman likely could not be too wicked. What a pity. Bear, for reasons unknown, cast a deep look at Li Su before stepping onto the altar. Blue Moon, noticing this glance, felt her heart twist with anger. Patriarch, please allow Priest Lawson to begin. As soon as Blue Moon spoke, Bear promptly closed his eyes and nodded. Females indeed held the right to manage their husbands. Seeing that she could not persuade these two, the patriarch snorted coldly. Priest Lawson, commune with the divine. Bear closed his eyes and knelt at the center of the 4 stone pillars. Lawson approached the pillars, closing his eyes as he released his beastly aura, which flowed continuously into the pillars. Suddenly, one of the 4 pillars radiated a brilliant white light. Blue Moon, leaning against the stone, looked on in disarray, her face filled with hope. It must succeed, Bear. All the beastmen watched Bear, waiting to see if the communion would be successful. Li Su, however, found her attention drawn to the totem carved upon the pillar. She clearly saw a character within the white light, rather than a letter. It resembled a symbol, beginning with a broad, horizontal capital, tapering into a slender body, ending with a circular hook that resembled a majestic and powerful beast. Tiger, Li Su murmured involuntarily. Before the cataclysm, the small safe zone she had guarded was an archaeological town, where artifacts marked with oracle bone script were ubiquitous that time. She and her teammates had joked that the crisis would reshuffle civilization once more, and humanity was indeed minuscule in the face of fate. The totem that had just flashed by, she could ascertain, was indeed the character for Tiger, Yue noticed that his mother suddenly appeared dazed, staring at one of the sacrificial pillars, her expression shifting from surprise to confusion, then to fear, and finally settling into tranquility. A horrifying thought flashed through Mu Shui's mind. It seemed that his mother had understood the totem on the pillar. Mu Shu tugged at Li Su's hand. "Mother, what tiger?" Li Su curled her lips into a faint smile. "It is nothing. I have never seen a communion with the divine. I am quite curious." Li Su's gaze lingered upon the other 3 stone pillars. Due to the considerable distance, it was impossible to discern what was being depicted. Her attention once again shifted to Xiong Yi. The beastly aura emanating from Xiong Yi was influenced by the stone pillar. At that moment, it began to uncontrollably transform into its beast form that a robust, reddish-brown giant bear emerged, its behavior becoming increasingly agitated, and its expression was one of profound anguish. Isu sensed that the power within him seemed to be dissipating, flowing towards the stone pillar. Suddenly, on the brink of his limits, Xiong Yi declared his long-held wish aloud. "Beast God, Xiong Shu is still young and has inadvertently committed a grave mistake. He did not slay those cubs. Can you forgive him and release him from the black hole?" Upon voicing his plea, Luo Sen's beastly aura also faltered, transforming him into a magnificent white tiger, letting out a fierce roar. Isu noticed that blood seeped from his claws. This stone pillar was truly formidable. Abruptly, a white beam of light shot forth, piercing through Xiong Yi's chest. The great brown bear collapsed onto the ground, its eyes dimming instantly as a torrent of blood gushed from his chest. Luo San immediately ceased the ritual, lifting Xiong Yi from the altar with his teeth. Luo Duo gazed at the blood on the altar in a daze, murmuring, "Xiong Yi failed to commune with the gods. The beast god does not permit his release." The female spectators present exhaled in relief, for that demon would not be set free, except for Xiong Shi and Lan Yue, who wore expressions of deep concern. It cannot be. Why would the beast god refuse? "Xiong Yi, please, get up." Lan Yue struggled to approach Xiong Yi, but was halted by Luo Duo. "Do not cause further chaos. Luo San is already treating him, not if we delay his healing. He may truly perish." Isu felt that this was exceedingly rash. Was this what it meant to commune with the gods? What exactly was the origin of that stone pillar? "Li Su, all of this is because of you." Lan Yue directed her fury at Li Su, her hatred palpable. "You ominous female. Why does the beast god not take you? You caused my bear cubs to meet a tragic end and have now harmed Xiong Yi. I want you dead." Lan Yue, fueled by an unknown ferocity, managed to rise despite her injuries. She suddenly charged at Li Su, attempting to shove her into the sacrificial altar. Isu merely sidestepped gracefully, avoiding Lan Yue's onslaught. Lan Yue fell clumsily to the ground, resembling a lunatic in her impotent rage. Isu's icy gaze fixed upon her. "Lan Yue, I truly do not comprehend why you solely blame others for the sins committed. Your 2 bear cubs made grave errors, and as their mother, did you not perceive anything amiss?" Li Su's eyes seemed to strike a nerve within Lan Yue. She retorted loudly, "Do not spout nonsense here." Lan Yue's gaze became evasive. "I do not understand your words. I only know that it is you who harmed them. Perhaps you were complicit in this matter. The true culprit behind their demise is you. Those who are pitiable often have their own detestable traits." Isu vaguely sensed that Lan Yue might know some underlying truths. Although the novel did not elaborate, it did describe a perplexing occurrence. The stingy Lan Yue, however, was particularly generous towards several specific females, including Lu Luo, frequently bestowing precious fruits upon them. Was it guilt and remorse, or was it a form of boasting and secret delight that allowed the bear cub's misdeeds to go unnoticed? Li Su was uncertain, yet she had witnessed the nature of humanity in apocalyptic times, where good and evil often hinged upon a mere thought. You gifted those fruits to Lu Luo and the others out of guilt. Thus, you were already aware that your 2 bear cubs were bullying those children, weren't you? Did you assist them in burying the bodies? Her gentle and refined voice struck like thunder among the beastmen, plunging them into silence. Could Lan Yue truly be such a female? The suspicious gazes of the onlookers made Lan Yue's face pale, igniting thoughts of escape. Lu Luo and the others were engulfed in heavy hearts. If what Li Su said were true, then Lan Yue and her entire family had indeed been toying with them as fools. What are you saying? I cannot comprehend. Lan Yue's frantic attempt to conceal her panic only confirmed Li Su's suspicions. Those who had received Lan Yue's fruits felt a wave of nausea wash over them at the realization that these offerings were procured at the cost of their cubs' lives. Did she believe this would absolve her of guilt? Lan Yue, how dare you? Lu Luo charged toward Lan Yue, intent on ending her life in fear. Lan Yue retreated on the ground, appearing both pitiful and tragic. Xiong Shi, in a state of panic, shielded Lan Yue, declaring, "Do not approach. If you come any closer, I will not hold back." The two wolf cubs behind Lu Luo, filled with rage, stepped forward to drag Xiong Shi aside and began to assault him. After delivering a slap to Lan Yue, Lu Luo immediately regretted it. She should not have returned her fangs to Li Su just moments ago. Chaos erupted beneath the sacrificial altar. Mushui tightened his grip on Li Su's hand, his little eyes darting about. His mother-esque capacity for destruction was formidable. A single phrase had led to Lan Yue's beating, yet he resolved to become as powerful as his mother in the future. Li Su was at a loss. She had not anticipated that these beastmen would be so impulsive, resorting to violence at the slightest provocation. "Everyone, cease this at once." Her cold voice, laced with the terrifying aura of the white tiger, enveloped the frenzied females. All fell silent. Luo-san regarded Li Su with a complex expression. She was indeed a troublemaking little female. In the brief moment he had not been watching, she had stirred the situation once more. "I dare anyone to lay a hand on the sacrificial altar." Luo-san wiped the blood from his hands, his chilling gaze causing everyone to tremble. He approached Li Su, addressing the agitated females. "Given the circumstances, why must we continue to torment Lan Yue? Her body can no longer bear offspring. Xiong Shi is her only remaining cub. Spare him." Lan Yue lifted her gaze to Luo-san, her lips trembling, astonished that he would utter such words. She was left utterly speechless. The previously agitated females fell silent. Even the male beastmen who had just contemplated offering Lan Yue their favors ceased their intentions. A female who had lost her ability to bear children held no allure for the male beastmen. Lan Yue's only mate was half dead. She might not survive this winter. Luo Duo cast a surprised glance at Luo-san before hastily concealing her emotions. His words had effectively severed Lan Yue's path to survival. Was he avenging Li Su? Bah! Truly, the beast god has opened his eyes. Lu Luo, weary, signaled to her two wolf cubs to release Xiong Shi. With the parasite afflicting him, Xiong Shi would not survive much longer anyway. She awaited the day Lan Yue would meet her end. Xiong Shi, not even having the time to wipe the blood from his face, rolled over to Lan Yue's side, fearfully protecting the dazed female. The recently awakened Xiong regarded Lan Yue with disbelief. He had heard every word spoken moments. Is it truly you who indulged the cubs in their misdeeds? Why did you not intervene? In her panic, Lan Yue met Xiong Yi's gaze, unsure of how to respond, ultimately choosing silence. How well Xiong Yi understood Lan Yue was something even she herself was unaware of. Silence was tantamount to acquiescence. Xiong Yi addressed the clan leader with remorse. "Clan leader, I am sorry. The deaths of the 5 cubs, Xiong Shi and I will compensate for them in the future." Xiong Yi, the ones who harmed the cubs were not Xiong Shi and Xiong Shu. They merely gave those cubs a beating. They did not kill them. Thus, Xiong Shu's sin is not deserving of death. Lan Yue, alarmed by Xiong Yi's admission of guilt, quickly cried out. They were only envious of those cubs, as they wore better furs than they did. "It is all my fault for loving you too much. I bestowed all the good upon Xiong Shi. Xiong Yi, please save them." If she truly accepted the blame for Xiong Shi and Xiong Shu, then Xiong Shu would have no way to survive. Who else could it be? Xiong Yi's gaze turned severe, convinced that Lan Yue was still deceiving him. It was the southern tiger, and before Lan Yue could finish, her body went limp, collapsing into Xiong Shi's arms. A gaping hole marred her neck, splattering Xiong Shi with blood, and she instantly lost her breath. "Mother! Mother!" Xiong Shi, covered in blood, cried out in anguish. In the distance, the grass rustled as the clan leader transformed into beast form and leaped over to investigate. The assailant had already fled the scene, Enraged, all beastmen patrol the entire clan. Apprehend any suspicious individuals immediately. Yes, clan leader, a multitude of orcs surged forth, scattering in all directions. The situation grew increasingly convoluted. It remained unclear who had slain Lan Yue. Li Su had not anticipated that Nan, who was not alone in this. He had accomplices, and Yu Shui sighed inwardly, observing the man standing protectively before his mother, a sense of imminent danger washing over him. The priest Lawson was, astonishingly, shielding her. Isu's heart fluttered, and she grasped Mu Shui's hand, attempting to flee towards the serpent's den, only to be halted by Lawson. Where do you think you are going? The one who killed Lan Yue has yet to be apprehended. Do not wander aimlessly. Hem Yu Yin is alone in the serpent's cave, and I cannot shake my concern. However, Li Su refrained from voicing her thoughts. She could not disclose that Muhan was absent from the den. All orcs who were not present today were suspects in Lan Yue's demise that on the surface. Muhan appeared the most culpable. Li Su is safer to remain here. She gazed at Lawson, whose icy demeanor contrasted sharply with the palpable anxiety of the females behind him. Was he so certain that the chieftain would capture the orc responsible for Lan Yue's death? No. Li Su's gaze subtly swept over the orc husbands guarding the females. Their expressions were devoid of emotion, as if they had anticipated the current predicament. This was a trap set in advance. Isu raised her eyes towards the darkness of the cave. If that person dared to kill Lan Yue in plain sight, it was likely the Xiangshu would also meet a grim fate. Indeed, a glimmer of admiration flickered in Lawson's eyes. The sweat in Li Su's palms intensified. This was truly a scheme. Suddenly, Lawson stepped closer to Li Su, the scent of blood wafting from him, prompting her to instinctively clench her teeth and shield Mushu. Isu felt a palpable fear, dreading that her hand might involuntarily lash out. The little female certainly lives up to the title of being chosen by the beast god. Quick-witted and remarkably patient, she has refrained from striking. Lawson halted, not daring to approach Li Su further, fearing that in her anxiety, she might inadvertently harm herself with her own teeth. His voice sent chills down Li Su's spine. You need not worry. For the safety of you females, we have long prepared for this. The dark cave is currently guarded by 4 level 2 orcs, awaiting him to walk into the trap house. So, Li Su felt the hairs on her body stand on end. Her voice trembling. Was Lan Yue's death also orchestrated by you? Was she merely bait? A hint of intrigue flickered in Lawson's cold, snowy gaze. No female would ever conceive of such an idea. Females are far too precious for us to use as bait. What we did not anticipate was the sheer brutality of that individual who took her life. Thus, was this divine communion a trap laid by Lawson? These orcs were far more astute than she had imagined. It dawned on Li Su that the orcs simply had not been exposed to modern civilization, yet their intellect was far from dull. Moreover, in her eyes, these orcs possessed not only intelligence, but also a ferocity in combat that surpassed that of humanity in the apocalypse. Li Su took a few steps back, suppressing the worry in her gaze. She had not sensed the partner bond with Muhan, so it could not be him. Mother, I feel a bit frightened. Can we return to the serpent's den? Mu Shui's voice trembled as he instinctively sought refuge behind Li Su, yet his hand tightened around hers. Ding, Mu carrying vest Shui online. Isu gently stroked Mu Shui's soft hair. Do not fear. Shortly, I shall take you back. We shall seize the opportunity and flee when the moment arises. Mother, can we not return right now? Mother understood that I can muster more strength. Mu Shui's face was a mask of terror as he implored Li Su. Truly, a fine son of his mother. Li Su's heart swelled with joy, and she feigned hesitation, preparing to suggest they return to the serpent's den, when she noticed Lawson crouching down. What was he doing crouching? Both mother and child widened their eyes. Lawson's face, marked by aggression and still bearing the remnants of ice and snow, was awkwardly twisted into a semblance of a smile, one that evoked a desire to flee. The tribe was rife with vigilant orcs. Should that individual dare to show himself, capture would be inevitable. Little snake hatchling, do not fear, Mu Shui whispered. Lawson's smile is truly terrifying, Isu thought. He need not smile at all. Lawson, noticing the gravity etched on Li Su's face, softened his tone. Let us wait a moment longer. The chieftain should be returning shortly, and I shall escort you both back. Yue remained silent, neither nodding nor speaking, abruptly pointing at the ground where Yue lay, exclaiming in fright, "Mother, he is bleeding from his face." Li Su trembled involuntarily. Had Yue not alerted her, he would have been caught unawares. She grasped her eldest son's hand tightly and followed his gaze, only to be astounded. Yue was not exaggerating. Blood was indeed streaming from Xiong's 7 orifices. The instant Yue's words fell, Xiong let out a wretched scream, drawing the gaze of all present. Luo Duo's expression darkened, a note of pity entering his voice. Lan Yue is dead. The backlash of the partner bond has begun. Blood flowed from Xiong's eyes and nose, confirming the backlash. Someone murmured softly, if the partner bond could be severed in time, perhaps Xiong would not perish alongside the female. However, to sever the partner bond was akin to sacrificing half one's life. Could Xiong withstand this? The whispers of the females widened Xiong's eyes, and he steeled himself, laying down the female's corpse and kneeling before Lawson. Lawson priest, I implore you to save my father. You are his only hope now. With a sigh, Lawson approached Xiong. He crouched down, his right hand morphing into a claw, its sharp tip slicing a gash into Xiong's heart. Hold him down. Do not let him move. Several male orcs exchanged glances and stepped forward to firmly restrain Xiong's limbs. Only then did Lawson gingerly extend his hand, probing within Xiong's chest. Xiong convulsed violently, emitting a spine-chilling wail that made Li Su's heart ache. Instinctively, she tightened her embrace around Yue. Luo Duo could bear it no longer, and the females covered their young one's ears. Sweat beaded on Lawson's brow as he finally extracted a remnant of the bond, bloody yet glimmering with golden light. Upon its removal from Xiong's body, it morphed into a putrid mass of decay, falling to the ground with an overpowering stench. Isu's eyes widened. Was this the partner bond? It resembled a parasitic worm. Lawson released Xiong's bloodied chest and turned to rummage beneath a stone, retrieving several large ants. Grasping them by the heads, he allowed the ants to bite the wound, promptly severing their heads. Thus, the wound was perfectly stitched closed, and Xiong's bleeding ceased. Xiongshi had remained quietly awaiting his fate, once the most boisterous, now rendered silent and bloodied, evoking a sense of sorrow. It was said that without elders above, one was considered an adult. Yet the mere thought that he was Lan Yue's offspring led many females to advise their children against associating with him. Lawson regarded the bloodstains on his fingertips with disdain. He had expended considerable effort. He then calmly instructed Xiongshi, if Xiong awakens by tomorrow, he will be fine, but if he does not, we shall dig a pit to bury both your mother and father together. Yes, Priest Lawson, Xiongshi replied, his head bowed, his voice choked with emotion. Yet Luo was still pondering Lan Yue's recent words. Lan Yue had claimed that Nan Hu was responsible for the deaths of the young ones. Today he had conveniently not appeared. As the females recalled Nan Hu, darkness clouded their minds. With gritted teeth, they implored, Lawson priest, has the chieftain gone to capture Nan Hu? He must not be allowed to escape. Lawson's expression grew peculiar, seemingly perplexed. I've already interrogated Xiongshi alone. He only knew of Nan Hu. While the other orc has never shown his face, they always came to collect the young ones after the others had left. Nan Hu has not been seen in the tribe since yesterday. Only some young ones' pelts were found in his cave. Upon hearing this, the females were struck by a thought, their faces turning ashen. Luo's legs gave way, only to be caught by her orc husband in the nick of time. She cried out in anguish, Beast! Beast! It is often said that the emotions of humanity are incomprehensible to one another. Yet, as she listened to the anguished cries, her heart felt as though it might shatter into 1,000 pieces. Previously, she had refrained from compelling Xiongshi to utter that man's name in front of the females, fearing that the revelation would be too distressing for them. One must understand that when she stumbled upon the white bones of the cubs, they were not wrapped in any hides. Coupled with the heinous acts perpetrated by the South Tiger upon the 2 serpent cubs, Li Su would rather see this grim affair buried beneath the earth. Observing the females, who were consumed by despair, even the lofty frost revealed a glimmer of compassion. The hides were new, not aged. Luo's son rarely offered further explanation. New hides. Li Su's mind instinctively flashed to the hide worn by Mu Shui. Could there truly be so many coincidences in the world? Although Luo and others had ceased their weeping, a heavy cloud still loomed over their hearts. The South Tiger had vanished. Yet another beastman lurked in the shadows. Indeed, Priest Luo's son. What shall we do? The females cradling their cubs wore expressions that mirrored their anguish, instinctively clutching their young tighter. Thankfully, they were still alive. Their mouths tasted bitter, a myriad of emotions swirling within, causing their eyes to redden. The South Tiger was dead. Li Su regarded the tearful females, articulating each word with conviction. He secretly took the serpent cubs yesterday. Muhan and I hastened to confront him and uncovered his vile intentions, ending his life without hesitation. His corpse now lies buried in the wasteland. Upon finishing, Li Su turned to Luo's son. Thus, you were unable to locate him. It was she who had acted first, all for the sake of the serpent cubs. Luo's son gazed at Li Su with an expression of surprise, reflecting on the actions of Lan Yue. Such a female was unworthy of motherhood. He had misjudged Li Su. She was indeed a virtuous female. However, before he could voice his thoughts, the females surged forward, their faces alight with joy, surrounding Li Su. Mei Rue, the South Tiger is dead. Did you kill him? Qing Tao, is it true? You aren't deceiving us? Luo, good riddance. With him gone, the Qingmu tribe shall find peace. Thank you, Li Su. Li Su revealed this to alleviate the guilt that burdened these mothers who had lost their children. She spoke earnestly by the beast god. The South Tiger is truly dead. Fear not, for I crushed his skull. Qing Tao, with swollen eyes, spat at Li Su. You could have just killed him without all this nauseating talk. Suddenly, from afar, a large tiger, black and white, charged towards them. This formidable creature moved with a grace that belied its size, as if an experienced general of the battlefield, suppressing all murderous intent, yet exuding an aura of lethal majesty with each step. Li Su recognized the tribe leader. The black and white tiger approached the altar, each step infused with a subtle malice. Luo's son, the beastman who murdered Lan Yue, has fled. Luo Sen's expression shifted. Fled? Indeed, he has left the tribe and ventured deep into the beast forest. There is no further pursuit possible. While this was not exactly good news, a weight lifted from Li Su's heart as she exchanged a glance with Mu Shui. At least Mu Yen was safe. Luo's son furrowed his brow, the one unexpected element being that the opponent had concealed his strength, allowing him to escape. Did you discern what kind of beastman he is? Not clearly, but he is at least a third-tier beastman, skilled in the art of stealth, which is why he could evade into the beast forest. The tribe leader had not anticipated that such a powerful beastman had been hidden within the tribe all along, remaining unnoticed until now. However, his scent had been marked. Should he return, he would surely be captured. This individual was not an aggressive predator, but rather a beastman adept at fleeing. The leader suddenly turned to Li Su, his expression one of satisfaction. If Muhan were here today, that troublesome rascal would have faced dire consequences. Of course, Li Su replied with a hint of irony. It is our duty to apprehend those who threaten the tribe. Feeling inexplicably guilty, she picked up Mu Shui and gently tousled his hair. Today, the serpent cub was frightened. I shall take him home. Luo's son observed Li Su's retreating figure, sensing that the young female was hastening away. Upon returning to the serpent den, Li Su immediately noticed the warm meat soup on the earthen stove, untouched. There was no sign of Muhan inside the cave. Mu Yen lay curled up in the stone chamber, motionless, his scales shining a vibrant red. Li Su felt a strange intuition that the little red serpent seemed to have grown larger. The third-tier beast crystal should lead to a transformation for Mu Yen. Mu Shui, where has your father gone? Do you know? As the daylight waned, she wondered where this injured serpent had disappeared to. Mu Shui shook his head, deftly opening a small pouch to retrieve a dried red date. Popping it into his mouth. Li Su continued speaking to herself. If he is not in the tribe, could he have ventured into the beast forest? Father has a resting place in the beast forest as well. Do not worry, mother. Does he have a den outside? Li Su suppressed a wave of irritation and smiled at Mu Shui. Never mind, your father is a grown man. He should be able to take care of himself. As dusk approached, Li Su collected all the bamboo mushrooms in front of the cave. Regardless of Muhan's presence, her life must continue, and Yue looked at her, seemingly unaffected by his father's absence. Inside, father's journey appears to be quite long. That night, Li Su slept soundly, and upon waking in the morning, she found Muhan had not returned, which was as she had anticipated, when Luo Duo arrived. Dawn had just begun to break. Yet Li Su had already packed her bag and secured her canine teeth, awaiting her. Li Su, are you going alone? Wasn't it said that Muhan would accompany you? Luo Duo scanned the area, only to find Li Su standing alone in her courtyard, her brow furrowed and concerned. It's nothing. I can manage alone. He is severely injured and needs to recuperate. I insisted he remain behind. Li Su casually fabricated a lie, then instructed Mu Shui, stay here in the cave and eat well. I have prepared food for you, that if you encounter any bad people, run with Mu Yin. Understood? Mu Shui nodded, his tousled blue hair lazily cascading over his forehead, a sweet smile adorning his small face. Mother, be careful. I will wait for you to return. Though the great serpent was unreliable, his lineage was commendable. The adorable and soft Mu Shui could melt her heart at any moment. Not worry. During the harvest, the young males of the tribe will be present. They will surely protect your mother. Time was growing short, and upon finishing her words, Luo Duo linked arms with Li Su and set off. Stop lingering, Li Su. Mu Shui will be safe within the tribe. In truth, it mattered not whether Muhan came. Her father had mentioned he would protect her during the harvest. Li Su's thoughts drifted to the large black and white tiger from yesterday, her eyes sparkling with excitement. That would be wonderful. Yue gazed at Li Su's departing figure. His expression somber. It is precisely because all the males are present that it causes concern that I wish I could tear them to shreds. Luo Duo, do you fancy the hairpin atop my head? Throughout the short journey, she had stolen countless glances at Li Su felt as if her hair was nearly igniting under Luo Duo's scrutiny. Luo Duo shook her head, but then nodded. She had not noticed before, but as dawn broke, she could clearly see Li Su's hair all neatly tied at the back of her head. Even as they walked briskly, it remained perfectly in place. Even her furtive glances at Li Su had been detected, her peripheral vision unperturbed. Without the long, disheveled hair enveloping her, Li Su's round, fair face shone with sweetness when she smiled. And no wonder some long-standing icebergs had melted. She seemed to have lost a bit of weight. Luo Duo squinted. This cold-blooded beastman is utterly unreliable. A female must be plump to survive the winter well. How could she afford to lose weight? I truly adore your hair. It looks splendid like this. Neat and tidy. It won't get in the way while we gather fruits. So that as I in this apocalyptic world, where water is severely contaminated. Li Su, unable to wash her hair frequently, has cut her waist-length locks into a shorter style. Consequently, there isn't even a single hair tie in her possession, with the only silver hairpin gifted to Muhan. These past few days, she has been exceedingly busy, neglecting her long hair which now falls haphazardly down her back. This morning, she salvaged a piece of hemp rope, cut it to the length of her palm, and extracted the fine strands within to secure her hair. The cascading black tresses were braided into a plait, and she fashioned a slender wooden hairpin from a piece of bone. She simply coiled the braid into a bun, resulting in a more open and refreshing appearance. Yesterday, she encountered the females of the Qingmu tribe, who either wore their hair down like she once did, or adorned it with soft branches blooming with small flowers, creating simple crowns that gathered their hair at the back. Today, she observed Luo Duo, who had also braided a soft grass ring into her hair, neatly restraining it. The hair quality of these beast women is truly admirable. Even when their hair reaches down to their waists, it remains smooth and voluminous. In contrast, if modern individuals had hair that long, it would likely be tangled beyond repair. As they walked closer together, the tips of Luo Duo's gray-brown hair brushed against Li Su's arm. Curiously, Li Su suggested, "Shall I braid yours as well?" Luo Duo's eyes sparkled momentarily, but then dulled as she gazed at the horizon. "But we cannot delay our foraging. We can do it when we return. Braiding a plait is quick." Li Su extended her hand, revealing several strands of fine hemp rope drawn from her space. "Would you like some?" Luo Duo nodded eagerly, clearly delighted. Indeed, Li Su's deft hands made for quick and aesthetically pleasing braids. As Luo Duo admired the plate hanging before her, she exclaimed with curiosity, "Your hands are truly skilled." Li Su, why didn't you come out of the snake den earlier to join us in forging? Had you emerged sooner, perhaps we would have already become good friends. Li Su, with a gentle smile, replied, "It is never too late." Following this, the two of them nearly jogged to the tribe's exit, where nearly 30 females had gathered to partake in foraging, accompanied by over 100 beastmen for their protection. They were all mounted on the transformed beastmen. To the forefront were the experienced females, including LV Luo, who had their hair bound with grass rings. Upon spotting Li Su and Luo Duo approaching, they blinked in anticipation. "Hurry up, Luo Duo, Li Su, we've been waiting for you." Luo Duo, feeling a sense of urgency, pushed Li Su towards her father. "Li Su, go sit on that white tiger. We are about to depart." She then turned around and deftly mounted a massive white wolf. Typically, it was Lang Su who accompanied her, and today he awaited her arrival. Luo Duo leaned down to stroke the wolf's ears. Smiling tenderly, "Lang Su, I'll rely on you to protect me today." The large white wolf squinted in delight at her touch, emitting a low, rumbling sound. This was an unwritten rule within the tribe. Young females could familiarize themselves with the beastmen they fancied, to decide whether to bond with them upon reaching adulthood. Li Su, having been nudged along, found herself amidst a group of tigers. One by one, the spotted tigers curiously regarded her, while a solid black tiger gazed at her with a longing expression, seemingly inviting her to climb onto its back. This was Huya, and she recognized his dark coat without a doubt. However, Li Su deliberately averted her gaze, causing Huya to lower his head in disappointment. There were 3 white tigers present, and she struggled to discern which one was the leader. Getting too close made it difficult for her to differentiate. Which one was the leader? In truth, she felt quite intimidated by these tigers, knowing one was the chief and also Luo Duo's father, making it all the more awkward for her to mount. Her gaze shifted towards the wolf as she felt a sense of familiarity. Given that they were relatives of dogs, she pondered whether she should also choose a wolf to ride. But before she could decide, she was suddenly picked up and tossed onto the back of a tiger. "Let us go." The chief, noticing Li Su's bewilderment and her wandering gaze towards the wolf beastman, was about to remind her when his icy mountain cub swept her up onto his back and charged forward. Luo Bei, the elder, could only shout, "Let us go," as the multitude of beasts moved in unison, trailing behind the white tiger towards the foraging site of the Qingmu tribe. Luo Bei observed his frosty offspring energetically racing ahead, seemingly vying for Li Su's attention. After all, no female had ever ridden on his back before. Many females in the tribe wished to ride him for foraging. However, Luo Bei's expression darkened, realizing that the priest could not bond with a mate. And Luo's son must not follow in his mother's footsteps, even if that mate was Li Su. Once Li Su settled onto the furry back, she struggled to maintain her balance as the white tiger sped off like the wind. Had she not been battle-hardened, she would have surely screamed in fright. It was even more exhilarating than a roller coaster. She reached out to stroke the great white tiger, recalling the sound he made earlier, reminiscent of Luo San, the priest. Yet could that stingy ice-faced tiger really come to carry her? It seemed implausible. Indeed, the next moment, she sensed the white tiger's icy gaze on her, sending a chill down her spine. That unmistakably was Luo San. His frosty demeanor suggested he was displeased to see her riding another male. Isu attempted to straighten her posture, creating a slight distance between herself and the tiger's back. But the tiger seemed aware of her intentions, accelerating even more. For her own safety, Li Su clutched the fur on the tiger's neck, pressing her body tightly against his back. "Chief, could you slow down? I might lose my breakfast." She noticed that after her exclamation, the great tiger stiffened slightly and slowed his pace. Even so, he remained far ahead of the other beastmen. Isu felt as though the beasts of the Qingmu tribe had run a great distance. Yet they continuously weaved through the woods. At first, she kept track of the turns, but soon lost count. The area was dominated by trees nearly 2 meters high, with a path wide enough for 4 giant tigers to gallop side by side. surrounded by grass only a meter tall. Just as Li Su felt her bottom going numb from the constant jostling, she spotted something familiar. "Wait, Chief, please stop." Li Su's urgent voice was swept away by the rushing wind. The white tiger's speed was astounding. In an instant, they had passed by. She turned back, but the galloping beastmen obstructed her view. "Chief, I think I see something edible. Please stop," Li Su exclaimed, her voice tinged with urgency as she feared the wind might again carry her words away. This time, she shouted directly into the white tigeress' ear. The beast's ears twitched in response, battling the peculiar thoughts within. This little female was truly audacious. Did she not know it was improper to speak so closely to a male beastman? "Hurry, Chief, what are you waiting for?" Li Su urged, gently tapping his head. She recalled that the chief was in his prime. How could he be so inattentive? Though he appeared robust, had he already entered the twilight of his years? When the great white tiger twitched his ears again, Li Su felt a surge of joy, knowing he had heard her. With a growl, the great white tiger wagged his long tail, signaling the beastmen behind him to take over his position and continue leading the group forward. Responding with a roar, the great white tiger beneath her slowed his pace, allowing the white tiger to overtake him and take the lead once more, guiding the group onward. The great white tiger, with Li Su still on his back, suddenly veered off. Breaking away from the advancing line, a gray bear and a gray wolf quickly followed suit, trailing behind the white tiger. "Chief, hurry back. I want to check that patch of withered leaves. I need to see if it's the thing I think it is." Upon hearing Li Su's excited voice, the great white tiger shook his ears. Perhaps this little female truly did spot something noteworthy. He decided to accompany her for a quick exploration. With his speed, they could return in time to gather some ground tubers. The gray bear and gray wolf that followed had also heard Li Su's words. Exchanging bewildered glances, withered leaves? As two individuals reminisced about their journey, they concluded that the only place that could be likened to a desolate forest was the itchy forest. However, that area was merely home to some vines that bore small yellow flowers, which upon wilting, yielded no edible fruits. There were even some skeptical females who ventured to dig, mistakenly believing that the fruits were buried underground like yams. Indeed, they did unearth something, but it was merely thick and slimy roots that caused their hands to swell, itch, and ache. Consuming them would lead to nausea, vomiting, and even uncontrollable diarrhea for both the cubs and the females. Thus, that desolate forest was largely avoided by the beastmen. "This is the place. Let us stop here. Is this area under the jurisdiction of our Qingmu tribe, Chief?" Li Su's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the expanse of the desolate forest, akin to beholding a sumptuous feast. Upon closer inspection, she saw countless fragmented, diamond-shaped dry leaves, densely clustered together, each one gaping wide open. The slender vines trailing downward had withered, entangled in large masses, resembling countless grayish-white withered flowers. She was not mistaken. These were indeed yam flowers, colloquially known as dog's foot. Observing the sheer quantity of the dried leaves, Li Su surmised that the yams below must be extraordinarily abundant. Indeed, it is here. The white tiger showed no discernible expression, while the gray wolf and gray bear exchanged glances, their faces reflecting a hint of confusion. The gray wolf whispered conspiratorially, "This Li Su must have lived alone for too long. She doesn't even remember the itchy forest. Nor does she know who she is riding. She is supposed to be on the priest, so why is she calling him chief?" The gray bear scratched his head. "Yes, it seems she hasn't been here in ages and has forgotten everything. Why hasn't Priest Lawson stopped her? Could it be that he is so exasperated with Li Su's foolishness that he doesn't wish to speak?" The two young male beastmen, recently come of age, had been assigned to guard Li Su, feeling a bit of excitement as the competition among male beastmen around other females was quite fierce. They had also heard that Li Su had changed significantly after falling ill, displaying an unusual tenderness towards her beast husband. The two beastmen quietly prepared to recommend themselves, but upon seeing her today, though she was adorable and resembled a delectable white fruit, her intellect seemed rather lacking compared to the other females in the tribe. As she did not even recognize the itchy forest, Li Su, her eyes gleaming, slid down from the back of the white tiger and immediately began to dig at a dry stalk, following the slender root. She found the yam extending to the ground and promptly set to work excavating. Li Su, what lies beneath cannot be eaten. If you're referring to this, we can leave now, the gray wolf remarked, somewhat astonished by Li Su's smooth movements. When did the female become so agile? She performed the task with hardly any superfluous actions that if they continued on towards the yams, they might end up unearthing just as many as anyone else. Indeed, Li Su, let us hurry there. We can still gather some yams to take back. Otherwise, your trip today would be in vain. The gray bear spoke in a simple-minded manner, scratching his bare head. The white tiger glanced back at the two beastmen, seemingly conveying a silent message that they were merely showing off. The gray wolf and gray bear quickly fell silent, realizing that the priest found their chatter excessive. And no wonder, he had swiftly picked up Li Su and dashed off. The two now understood that the priest did not harbor any disdain for Li Su's foolishness. Rather, he was indulging her whims. Li Su felt a twinge of urgency, using a hint of her earth-based abilities. A root, thick as a wrist, burst forth from the soil. She brushed off the dirt with her supple fingers and beamed. Chief, these are indeed yams. Excitedly, she continued to dig, realizing the abundance of yams here was staggering. It was known that if stored properly, yams could last 3 to 6 months in extremely cold weather. They could be frozen and preserved for over a year, lasting significantly longer than sweet potatoes. This is called yam. It's edible. The white tiger was taken aback by Li Su's delight upon unearthing the yams, her cherubic face radiating sheer satisfaction. Yes, not only is it edible, but it has a long shelf life. If kept in a cool, dry place, it can last for 3 to 6 months. Once winter arrives in 3 months, if frozen, it can still be preserved for a year. This is something that must be harvested immediately. Wasting even a second is a sin. Yet she recalled that these yams were toxic. A female in the tribe had eaten them once and nearly died, a fate she had personally treated. A chill ran down Li Su's spine. Only then did she recognize that the voice of the white tiger belonged to Lawson. Why are you here? Could it not be me? It was not that she did not expect him to come to carry her. It was just surprising that he would take the initiative. Staying there will only waste time for gathering. Such a simple task requires no gratitude. Thus, Li Su felt her earlier emotions were in vain. This fellow was indeed Priest Lawson, his demeanor and tone exuding an air of superiority, as if bestowing grace upon the masses. Li Su commented as she continued to dig, her pace unhampered. If this is consumed raw, it is indeed toxic. Have you forgotten the good thing I provided you? With that, she revealed the truth. Using that remedy, these yams would not only be safe but also served as a nourishing delicacy. The gray wolf and gray bear were left bewildered, pondering what good thing Priest Lawson had given to Li Su. Had the two been secretly seeing each other? By the gods above, were they about to bond? After being roasted over fire, the toxins could be removed, rendering the food safe to eat. Lawson grasped Li Su's meaning, his deep voice tinged with excitement. So yams can be eaten, but they must not be consumed raw with the skin. He moved beside Li Su to assist her in digging. With a swipe of his tiger paw, a large clump of earth was overturned, but before they could relish the moment, Li Su had already pried it out. Though the yam was unearthed, it had been broken into pieces that would not last long. As Li Su surveyed the wasted yams, she transformed into a stern instructor, pointing at the exposed white flesh. Look, the cut on the flesh is too large. It is not easy to preserve that. It is better to dig deeper like I did. All right, I will be more mindful next time, Lawson replied, his face slightly flushed. Did you two hear that? Li Su frowned, finding the beastmen rather slow-witted, lacking the perceptiveness of Muhan, that if he were here, he would have helped her excavate without a second thought, sparing her the need to expend so many words. A glimmer of tenderness appeared in Lawson's eyes as he gazed at Li Su, a sentiment he himself was unaware of. Li Su, today you have discovered a new foraging ground for the tribe. Alongside edible mushrooms, you are deserving of the title of Wise One. Wise One. Li Su recalled the descriptions of wise individuals in novels, those who could unravel mysteries and accomplish tasks beyond ordinary comprehension. Helping the tribe find new sources of food indeed characterized a wise beastman. It was true. Her current actions aligned with those of a wise individual, that if a wise person existed within any tribe, Their status would nearly surpass that of priests and chiefs. Compared to the messenger of the beast god, this identity suited her far better. Such individuals were rare within the novel she had read, and she felt no fear of being compared to others. As long as she continued to discover edible foods, no one could voice any objections. There was indeed a wise character in the protagonist's harem, possessing exceptional intelligence. However, the author had crafted him to use his intellect solely for the benefit of the protagonist. But that was a discussion for another time. The gray bear appeared dazed. Wise one, I ascend that a partner. The gray wolf was at a loss for words. Priest Lawson, are you not a bond with her? Li Su, covered in dirt, and Lawson, with a pawful of soil, both exclaimed in unison, what nonsense are you spouting? Who is bonding with whom? While Li Su was merely speechless, Lawson felt a flutter of anxiety. He could not comprehend why he felt this unease. I ascend to your priest, not allowed to bond. Why are you matchmaking? Li Su, in her agitation, inadvertently snapped the yam she was holding. Young ones, be cautious. Your gossip may lead to misfortune and cost you your lives. Had they not noticed that Priest Lawson's expression had darkened? Li Su cast a meaningful glance at the two young beastmen. The original persona in the tribe must have had a terrible reputation. Li Su still vividly remembered the disdainful look Lawson had given her upon their first meeting. As if she were filth sully the sanctity of a priest was akin to smearing excrement on a sacred figure. She hoped Lawson, this great iceberg of a man, would not hold a grudge against her and make her life difficult. The gray bear and gray wolf exchanged glances, relieved to discover that their earlier assumptions were unfounded. Li Su was not interested in Lawson, nor did Lawson harbor feelings for Li S. Oh, it's just us overthinking. Where in we suppose to be digging for yams? We will assist you. Indeed, Li Su, how much do you desire? I shall procure as much as you wish. Li Su chuckled softly, extracting a fresh yam from the earth, her gaze captivated by the grove before her. Then you all assist me in gathering, and once we have collected a sufficient amount, please inform the orcs of the Qingmu tribe to come forth. I intend to bring every last yam back to the tribe. All of them? The two towering beasts shuddered, the great white tiger instinctively retracting its claws. Meanwhile, the orcs led by Chief Luo Bei arrived at the yam harvesting site, where hundreds of them crouched low, stealthily lurking in the underbrush, resembling phantoms inching forward to their delight. A herd of wild boars was indeed foraging amidst the sweet potatoes, these wild boars being old neighbors, having jointly laid claim to this territory with the Qingmu tribe. Naturally, the stronger party held the upper hand. The wild boars, with their gleaming tusks and long black bristles, greedily munched on the vibrant red tubers, their eyes the size of soybeans. Should a first-tier orc accidentally be pierced, they would meet a gruesome demise, becoming mere fodder for the wild boars. The chief's expression darkened as he transformed into a white tiger, launching himself at the boar king within the herd in a single, powerful charge. The timid wild boars scattered from the sweet potato patch, while several second-tier orcs surged forward, sinking their teeth into the necks of the boars. The likes of Green Snail and others wasted no time rushing into the sweet potato growth area, uprooting both the leaves and the tubers. Time was of the essence, and the experienced females could discern at a glance whether the tubers were ripe. They assessed which tuber bore the largest yield beneath its foliage. As the boar carcasses fell, the ensuing bloodshed would undoubtedly attract other predatory birds. They had to vacate swiftly in this skirmish. The orcs of the Qingmu tribe managed to slay over 20 wild boars, with each female digging up nearly 100 pounds of sweet potatoes. Qing Tao mounted the back of the wolf-toothed beast, patting the sweet potatoes strapped to him. The harvesting had concluded, yet Li Su was still nowhere to be seen. Could it be that she had wandered off with Priest Luo's son for some diversion? The pink grass had proven less robust, leaving her panting and drenched in sweat. Still, she had tirelessly unearthed a substantial quantity of sweet potatoes, vital sustenance for their winter survival, and could not afford to falter. She tightly bound the harvest to the nearby bear orc. The male orcs, burdened with several 100 pounds of wild boar, departed ahead of them, while the remaining orcs carried the females to the next gathering site, which primarily consisted of orchards. Much less perilous, Li Su and her companions were not idle either. Having discovered the technique, the three orcs' efficiency in harvesting yams surged exponentially. Suddenly, a faint scent of blood wafted through the air. Luo-san, eyes closed, sensed the presence of the Qingmu tribe's orcs, who were hauling freshly caught wild boars, now approaching the Ichi Grove. Luo-san stood by the roadside, his hands swollen and red, a frosty demeanor enveloping him as a mound of yams piled high at his feet. Once you have delivered the wild boars, return here to transport the yams we have collected. The orcs were taken aback. What grudge did priest Luo-san harbor to gather such a quantity of yams? What are you staring at? Luo-san silently concealed his red and swollen hands behind him, his gaze piercing like ice, directed at the bewildered orcs. The leading brown bear orc felt a pang of anxiety. Had their glances been that unmistakable, "We saw nothing. We shall return to the tribe with the wild boars and come here right after," he hastily replied, urging the others to hasten their departure. From the back, another orc whispered, "Look at the priest's wrath. The heap of yams is nearly a mountain. Could he be planning to poison the Blackwater tribe? Quick, return swiftly. I will await you here." Luo-san could not fathom why the orcs were particularly loquacious today. The atmosphere around him grew even more oppressive. Isu blinked, noticing the sudden silence. Had the orcs departed with their burdens? She swiftly approached the roadside, dragging several large bundles of yams, and immediately spotted the leading bear orc, who was carrying a female boar with a gash in its throat, eliciting raspy, wheezing sounds. Its notably large belly was strikingly conspicuous. Could it be filled with piglets? A fleeting thought crossed Li Su's mind. The bear orc, burdened with a wild boar, quietly sidestepped the mountainous pile of yams. However, a female halted him. "Isn't this Li Su?" Bear Chuan thought, his face flushing at the intensity of her gaze. "Does she have something to say to me? Could it be that she has taken a liking to me? Li Su, what do you need from me? We are in a hurry to return to the tribe. Can we not discuss this later?" Bear Chuan inquired, but the other orcs began to jeer, exclaiming in surprise. No one noticed Luo-san's eyes darken with an ominous glint. "Bear Chuan, you are indeed fortunate that the female has taken notice of you. I wish for a female to intercept me," he mused. Yet, to his surprise, Li Su paid no heed to the commotion, swiftly approaching the wild boar, intent on confirming her suspicion. Her delicate fingers grazed the boar's pristine belly, and a surge of joy coursed through her. There were indeed at least 7 or 8 piglets inside. Yet if they were to journey back like this, the piglets would likely not survive the trip. "I want all these piglets. Can they be exchanged?" she declared, turning to Luo-san, instructing him, "Priest Luo-san, I need the piglets alive. You must attend to them to ensure their survival." The words left the gathering orcs dumbfounded, that we must save the meat before consuming it. Do living piglets taste better? Luo-san's expression unexpectedly brightened as he regarded Li Su. "You wish for me to save them? Can you not?" Li Su shot him a skeptical glance. This provocation ignited a flicker of irritation in the typically stoic Luo, as it is merely a wild boar. Naturally, it can be saved. Though his tone was firm, he pondered why he should squander precious herbs on a mere boar. Then save it quickly. "I want all these piglets alive, as they are of use to me." However, with so many orcs present, she refrained from disclosing her intentions to raise the piglets, fearing ridicule or scorn from the tribe for not valuing their food at that moment. The boar's belly began to tremble violently, letting out a mournful wail from its wounded throat, startling Bear Chuan, who was about to snap its neck. Isu grasped his arm firmly, insisting, "I told you I wanted alive, especially the piglets within. Do you not hear me?" Bear Chuan, mindful of Li Su's perceived fragility, hesitated to act, and the mother boar rolled over. Landing on the ground, he attempted to retract his hand, but found himself unable to move. How could Li Su possess such strength? Bear Chuan cast a pleading glance toward Luo. "Senator, can you intervene?" Luo-san's expression stiffened. "Isu, continue harvesting yams. Let them take the wild boar back. I will arrange for this wild boar to be delivered to your den later." Bear Chuan scratched his head, pondering whether that counted as intervention or not. The wild boar, in apparent agony, seemed on the verge of giving birth. "You are a priest. You can heal and assist with births. Correct? You must help it deliver. I want them alive." Did she truly speak with such audacity, commanding priest Luo's son? The other orcs exchanged bewildered glances, Taken aback by the female's boldness, Luo, son, inhaled deeply. Considering that perhaps today, Li Su was pushing her luck, that he, a priest, was already digging yams behind her, and now she demanded he assist in delivering a wild boar. Even the orcs preparing to leave were intimidated into silence by Luo Sin's oppressive aura. Should they stay or go? Hearing a priest being commanded to assist in a pig's delivery was unprecedented. Luo Sin's herbs were invaluable. How could they be squandered on such a creature? Do not be angry. Priest Luo's son, Li Su, interjected, attempting to placate him. The great white tiger appeared slightly embarrassed, as her sweet voice softened Luo Sin's icy demeanor. If I can save these piglets, I will indeed prove useful. Do not obstruct me. The sun grows hotter, and if we do not return with the wild boar, the scent will attract other predators. 20 orcs were burdened with the weight of a wild boar. Their anxiety palpable. 4 or 5 others trail behind, scattering a pungent gray wood powder that effectively masked the metallic scent of blood. Yet, lingering here was not a viable solution. The orcs perceived Li Su as a source of disruption. In a solemn tone, Li Su addressed Lawson. Do you not trust me? The young female was earnest, and Lawson, meeting Li Su's resolute gaze, promptly instructed the restless orcs. The rest shall return the prey to the tribe. Xiong Chuan, you wait here for a moment. Xiong Chuan complied. The orcs, feeling as if released from a heavy burden, dashed away, and Li Su exhaled in relief. The mother boar remained. With no one around, she eagerly spoke to Lawson. Hasten to assist her in giving birth. Once the piglets arrive, we can rear them, and by the end of winter, we shall have an abundance. With the orcs gone, Li Su joyfully shared her thoughts with Lawson. However, Lawson's expression turned unexpectedly cold, losing the earlier lightness. You wish to rear these piglets? Indeed, as long as we save this wild boar and ensure she delivers her young, we can provide her with food and water regularly. Over time, she and her piglets will adapt to being fed and lose their ability to forage in the wild. Gradually, they will become domesticated, Li Su asserted with unwavering conviction, already envisioning the hours of stewing red-braised pork. Lawson's demeanor darkened, recalling a time when a certain individual cradled piglets with gentle eyes, radiating warmth. Asen, piglets can be nurtured. The offspring of fierce beasts can also be raised. The females were entirely swayed by her words. Yet, as winter approached, food supplies dwindled. The piglets consumed the rations meant for the young ones, and instead of increasing their numbers, they nearly starved the tribe's young and females. The females began to lament and weep. And in a desperate act, that individual ultimately slaughtered the pigs, providing just enough for a meager meal. Once winter had passed, she was the first to emerge from the cave, only to find the icy landscape barren. Devoid of any foliage in the Qingmu tribe. Asen, did Mother err? Lawson, what troubles you? Lawson was roused from his reverie by Li Su's voice, his long fingers having unknowingly pressed into the flesh, drawing forth crimson blood. Did Mother make a mistake? Lawson's murmured words were barely audible to Li Su. Li Su. Have you lost your senses? Our tribe has raised pigs before, Xiong Chuan exclaimed, his eyes nearly sparking with disbelief. Li Su, after hearing Xiong Chuan's words, cast a furtive glance at Lawson. The Qingmu tribe raised pigs? Oh no, I don't recall that from the book. I don't remember, she admitted sheepishly, rubbing her head. I was ill last time. And many memories have become hazy. Oh, that's the reason. Xiong Chuan sighed, reluctant to dampen her spirits, but feeling compelled to clarify. Our tribe did raise them once, but during the last months of winter. Even the females and young could scarcely find enough to eat. Where would we find food to raise pigs? When those pigs died, their bodies turned rigid with frost. Even we had to transform into our beast forms to consume them slowly, while the young and females could only lick the icy blood. Xiong Chuan's tone was gentle, yet Li Su could vividly imagine the hardships faced by the young and females that winter. She was surprised to learn that the Qingmu tribe had once attempted pig farming, but had met with failure. Nevertheless, she felt a renewed determination. If only we can procure enough food, such tragedies shall never occur again. But do we have surplus food now? Raising pigs should be feasible. Su pointed to the yam roots scattered on the ground. Xiong Chuan gazed at the roots in silence. Could it be that the shaman had not intended to poison them, but rather to provide sustenance? Consuming these would lead to a heavenly ascension for both pigs and people. Xiong Chuan, come help me hold the mother boar. I'm going to assist her in giving birth. That a cold, somber voice broke the air. Xiong Chuan, still lost in thought regarding the yam roots, stared with wide, innocent eyes at Lawson as he approached the mother boar, contemplating whether the shaman had lost his mind due to the roots. Did he forget about his mother's previous failure? What are you dawdling for? Hurry and assist. Li Su sighed, wondering what was occupying his thoughts. Oh. Xiong Chuan hurriedly stepped forward to hold the wild boar in place. While Lawson retrieved a herbal paste wrapped in leaves from his hide, he applied it to the boar's neck, and finally, the wild boar settled down, seemingly aware that she was about to give birth. Lawson gently rubbed the boar's belly, and before long, piglets began to arrive one after another. I can't believe you truly know how to assist in childbirth. Li Su praised Lawson upon witnessing the surviving piglets. A shadow fell across Lawson's sharply defined nose, and seemingly ignoring her compliment, he continued his actions. Once all the piglets were born, a sense of relief washed over them, since he had spoken that one strange sentence. He had behaved oddly. Li Su recalled that when he had opened Xiong Yi's chest, he had never appeared this pale. Now he stared at the piglets, lost in thought. 7 piglets were born, though one had perished. What a pity. Xiong Chuan picked up one of the piglets, scrutinized it disdainfully, and then cast it aside. 6 little piglets squealed, their frail limbs unable to support them, their eyes tightly shut. Their skin was a delicate pink, covered with a fine layer of soft fur, not yet developed enough to protect their tender bodies. Li Su gently patted the little piglet's head. Lawson, these piglets are truly adorable. Unbeknownst to her, the brilliance in her eyes and her radiant, sweet smile exuded a maternal glow that Lawson found far more endearing than the piglets themselves. Indeed, they are charming. In the next moment, with affectionate determination, Li Su swiftly retrieved some twine and prepared to bind the piglet's trotters. Envisioning the delectable aroma of red braised ribs and pig trotters, sweet and savory red braised meat. With a cheerful demeanor, she secured the trotters and handed them to Lawson. You must return to find a cave for the wild boars. Then seal it and provide them with food and water at regular intervals. Lawson, you must personally oversee this. Only then will I feel at ease. And you? Lawson inquired, but aren't they here to accompany me? Li Su pointed to the 2 male orcs still digging for yams. What is there to worry about? The tribe is not far. By the time you make a round trip, I doubt I'll have unearthed many yams. Was the young female implying he was quick on his feet? Lawson chuckled. Then wait for me. Li Su found Lawson's comment peculiar, but dismissed it, understanding that as her designated protector, it was only natural for him to be concerned for her safety. She patted the little piglet's head again. Yes, you just assisted in their birth. They recognize you. Look how well they behave in your arms. Although Lawson felt a twinge of irritation, he was too fatigued to argue. Be cautious and stay close to them. All right, you two. Carry 2 more bundles of yams back with you. Lawson complied. Once Lawson and Xiong Chuan had departed, fully equipped, Li Su returned to her yam digging. Engaging in light banter with the gray bear and gray wolf orcs, casually mentioning the tribe's past attempts at pig farming. It was then she learned that the last individual to raise pigs was indeed Lawson's mother, who had tragically perished the following summer while foraging, having mistakenly consumed toxic plants. And oh wonder Lawson bore that expression. Uncertain if her probing had been too fervent, the gray bear and gray wolf orcs shyly inquired if Li Su had taken a liking to them, expressing their fondness for her. Startled, Li Su stiffened and shook her head vigorously. She was not so desperate as to pursue orcs merely for the sake of companionship, despite their appealing physiques and handsome faces. However, memories of nights spent with Muhan sent shivers down her spine. Cherish life. Keep a distance from men. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Li Su settled beneath a large tree to rest. After sufficient recuperation, she gazed up at the towering tree behind her and decided to climb it, hoping to survey the area for any other edible offerings. What did she discover? Wild pumpkin blossoms. Li Su gazed at the position of the pumpkin flowers, situated in a low-lying hillside directly in front of a grand tree. The distance was approximately 100 meters, and her heart fluttered with excitement. After a moment's contemplation, she chose not to disturb the 2 orcs. Silently, She descended from the tree. If she were to approach too closely, what if they misinterpreted her intentions as a desire to bond? 100 meters was merely a turn away. Yet, as Li Su stepped forward, she soon realized that 100 meters could encompass many turns. Not one to be easily deceived, she marked her path with her canine teeth as she made her way down from the tree. She could always return by following her own trail. The underbrush was dense, yet her speed was remarkable. When the fragrance of the pumpkin flowers wafted towards her, only about 10 minutes had passed. Glancing back, she noticed that the two orcs were still occupied with digging for yams. Feeling reassured, she slipped beneath the pumpkin vines. This small patch of pumpkin plants appeared modest, but to her surprise, it rested atop a thicket of low shrubs. The gaps within could accommodate her crouching form. After a brief search, she found several small pumpkins, each about the size of a fist. Just as she hesitated about delving deeper, she spotted a round, plump pumpkin, partially obscured by the green leaves ahead. It appeared quite sizable. Noting that the pumpkin was within her reach, she marked her location and promptly crawled over. Her search was akin to uncovering a hidden trove of pumpkins. As she discovered 5 or 6 that were the size of footballs, reluctant to abandon her find, she sliced each pumpkin in half vertically, stowing the flesh and seeds into her storage space. However, as she prepared to return, she realized that beneath the pumpkin flowers lay a winding pathway, and her previous markings began to overlap. She was lost. Isu felt a wave of panic wash over her as rustling sounds emerged from the nearby grass. Instantly, she crouched down, gripping her canine teeth tightly. Concealing her form with the pumpkin leaves, the grass swayed, and an imposing black bear ambled toward her with an air of arrogance. Isu could not discern whether it was an orc or a beast. The bear kept lowering and raising its head, seemingly sniffing the air, and then it began to approach her slowly. Isu froze, inadvertently catching sight of a large bloodstain on her animal skin skirt. Oh no, she thought, her expression tightening. It must have been from when she assisted in the birthing of a pig earlier, and now this bear could undoubtedly detect her. She dared not linger, hastily cutting away the bloodstain from her skirt and discarding it into the underbrush. Then, she stealthily retreated beneath the pumpkin vines. However, the moment she moved, it seemed to provoke the black bear, which let out a roar and lunged toward her, mouth agape. In that brief exchange of glances, Li Su discerned the bear's murky eyes, devoid of intelligence. It was not an orc. She sprinted away with great speed, scarcely pausing to locate her previous markings, instinctively aware that any delay would turn her into the bear's lunch. Indeed, the bear pursued her relentlessly. Isu had heard that one could not outrun a bear, for they not only ran swiftly, but could also climb trees, tracking their prey by scent. In a desperate act, she bit into her hand, allowing her blood to drip onto a nearby pumpkin before clenching her bleeding finger tightly. She then hurled the pumpkin away. The scent attracted the bear's attention, but the wretched creature quickly crushed the pumpkin before resuming its chase. It seemed to mock her, as if to say her little trick was futile, that a blood-stained pumpkin could not compete with her inherent allure. Isu sensed the bond with her partner, but regrettably could not feel Muhan's presence. Her earth-based power surged within her, and she realized she had to fight. If this continued, her stamina would deplete, and she would be utterly doomed. She tossed another bloodied pumpkin aside, and no longer running. She seized a moment while the bear was distracted by the crushed pumpkin, and with a flicker of white light, a large mud pit emerged beneath the bear. Its body sank halfway into it. Yet in the next instant, the bear leaped out. Isu felt fortunate to encounter such a formidable foe. This creature was either second or third tier. This was trouble. Li Su bolted away, aware that her first-tier orc strength was no match for the black bear's speed. The bear lunged toward her. Aiming to pin her down, she conjured another mud pit, expending all her earth-based abilities. The bear was momentarily halted, yet Li Su did not flee this time. Instead, she climbed a tree and, using gravitational acceleration, leaped down, delivering a powerful kick to the bear's head. The bear's body sank further into the ground. Immediately afterward, she unleashed a flurry of strikes with her canine teeth. The bear let out a piercing scream, its eyes blinded by her relentless assault. With a thunderous roar, it hurled Li Su away, She shielded her head with her arms as she crashed to the ground. The injured bear struggled to escape the mud pit. Sniffing the in a vengeful rage, it charged toward her. Crack! A massive shadow swooped in, swiftly striking the bear with its tail. The serpent's head then clamped down on the bear, its colossal form coiling around it. The sound of cracking bones echoing through the in an instant. The bear collapsed like a heap of mush before Li Su. She looked at the enormous serpent, whom she had not seen for nearly a day, feeling a mix of joy and anger. His timely arrival suggested he had been following her all along. The great serpent, eager to finish off the bear, attempted to flee, but its tail was unexpectedly stepped on. Li Su ground her foot against the serpent's tail, coldly stating, "Muhan, care to explain why you left without a word despite being injured? And what of your absence throughout the night while there were snakes about?" The serpent's vertical pupils flickered with panic, yet remained eerily silent, unwilling to elaborate. If he chose not to speak, that was fine. Li Su brandished her canine teeth, smiling with an air of serene elegance. "Since the partner bond has become irrelevant, I shall sever it. From this day forth, I shall no longer concern myself with you." With that, she raised her hand to stab at the blue serpentine mark on her waist. Just as her sharp canine teeth were about to pierce the bond mark, a large hand, defined by sinewy joints, grasped her sharp teeth firmly, displaying immense strength. Li Su glared at the hand, realizing that a fourth-tier orc was indeed tough-skinned and resilient. She could not stab him. The warm, imposing body pressed close to her, coiling around her like an entwining serpent, leaving no space between them that a gentle yet anxious voice whispered in her ear, "Get away from me." "You dare call me Su?" Li Su's round eyes reflected a cold detachment, causing Muhan's heart to tremble. This time, she was truly angry. Noticing that the man behind her refused to release her, Li Su struck his abdomen with her elbow. She had presumed that Muhan's agility would allow him to evade her strike, but to her surprise, it landed heavily, drawing a grunt from him. A flicker of compassion crossed Li Su's eyes. "Were you deliberately not dodging?" Muhan chuckled good-naturedly. "If Su is still unsatisfied, feel free to deliver a few more blows. You think I won't dare?" A faint sense of discomfort gnawed at her, akin to a knife slicing through her, leaving her restless. This vexing frustration could neither be expelled nor articulated. It was utterly exasperating. Observing Li Su's indifferent expression, Muhan swallowed hard, speaking in a low, submissive tone. "If you strike here, it won't hurt your hand," and Muhan's large hand guided Li Su's hand back to his abdomen, urging her to strike again. He was truly out of his mind. Li Su grasped Muhan's hand tightly, halting his actions, and exclaimed in a heavy tone, "Do you not understand what I said? You are an adult orc who can make your own decisions. I no longer wish to be bound to you, nor will I concern myself with you any longer." Li Su's gaze was tinged with a subtle detachment that pierced Muhan's heart. Observing Li Su's pouting face, her cold, serpent-like eyes were as deep and frigid as a winter lake, reflecting either anguish or struggle. The man's shin rested against Li Su's neck, his face almost buried in her skin, his fervent breath sending shivers down her spine. Cautiously, she let out a soft hum through her nose. "Don't let go. This scoundrel." Not only did he refuse to release her, but his robust arms also encircled her waist and hands with an irresistible force, as if to meld her into his very essence, rendering her incapable of escape. Her voice, steeped in solitude, resonated through her neck, sending tingles through her spine, laced with a hint of pleading. "If you're truly angry, go ahead and hit me, that I promise I won't retaliate." Li Su was too exasperated to feel any ire. "How could you even suggest that? Do you think I stand a chance against you? You're a level 4 beastman now. Who in the entire beast forest could possibly defeat you?" Yet, deep down, she did wish to strike him, and Muhan's eyes sparkled with intensity, his voice lowering. "Go ahead. I won't fight back. But first, let me go to—" "In no way," he replied. "If I release you, you'll just run off." Muhan understood Li Su's temperament all too well. He feared that if he loosened his grip, he would never again hold her in his embrace. This insufferable serpent had her heart aching with frustration. Just moments ago, she had exhausted her earth-based powers in dealing with the bear. Otherwise, she would have buried him. Li Su endeavored to remain calm. Muhan, I am not jesting. I wish to sever our bond as partners that, as you Su, the great serpent's voice was soft and pitiful. I truly regret my actions. Please do not be angry. What did you do wrong? You did nothing wrong. It was I who was mistaken. She was but a remnant soul, granted the chance to live again, foolishly believing that possessing a god's perspective could allow her to tame the three uniquely gifted and cold-blooded beastmen from the novels. How naive she was. Everything here was vividly real, not mere caricatures, and certainly not akin to raising a pet dog. The charming Mu Shui, the duplicitous Mu Yin, and the gentle Muhan. She cared for them, and it was this very care that rendered her emotions uncontrollable. Making joy and sorrow feel more burdensome than slaying zombies, that I see that your serpent form has grown more than twice its previous size. Even with my eyes closed, I could survive in the beast forest. Return me a level 3 beast crystal, and we shall dissolve our partnership. Go wherever you please. Li Su attempted to pry open the man's fingers, but he remained steadfast and unmoving, shadows flickering within his eyes. His long, pale fingers gently brushed against his fangs. Crimson droplets slipped from his fingertips, the vibrant red stark against his pale skin. The scent of blood wafted through the air, causing Li Su to furrow her brows. Who was this serpent trying to play the victim with? Muhan's voice was dark and strained. Su, please don't abandon me. How could Li Su dare to claim a serpent who could depart at any moment, one with whom she could hardly communicate through their bond? Muhan's high, noble nose brushed against Li Su's earlobe. Su, are you angry because I left without a word while injured, or because I followed you but didn't inform you? It was both, and neither. Li Su realized she had become too invested in this serpent's plight, her feelings for him surpassing her prior boundaries of caution. Engaging in a battle of strength was futile. She could never best a level 4 beastman. Li Su's body softened, akin to a fluffy, white cloud. Her hand gently caressed the back of Muhan's hand. Indeed, upon sensing her lack of resistance, Muhan relaxed his grip. Li Su slightly turned her face, leaning into Muhan's embrace. His refreshing scent filled her nostrils, reminiscent of that fateful day they had entwined in darkness, stirring her heartstrings. Li Su gazed quietly at Muhan, whose fair features wore an innocent expression, seemingly perplexed as to why she was not furious. His complexion was a divine gift. While others grew darker under the sun, he remained as pale as freshly made tofu. Her hand traveled upward, finally resting on Muhan's chin, squeezing and caressing it. Instantly, his chin flushed red, and his gaze became somewhat dazed as he looked at her. You once said that had it not been for our bond, you might have left the Qingmu tribe. That am I not being considerate by allowing you to go? Muhan did not answer whether he was willing to dissolve their partnership. Instead, he leaned closer to Li Su, their noses nearly touching, their breaths intertwined, creating an atmosphere thick with ambiguity. Su, do you no longer want me? Li Su could not help but push his face away, asserting that her desire did not matter. Yet he seized her hand, their palms intertwined, dampened by the blood from his fingertips. Look at me, Su Sud. In his clear eyes shone an intense affection that Li Su wished to avoid, one she dared not meet. Muhan leaned in, cautiously planting a kiss on Li Su's forehead. Please do not touch me. The words escaped her throat in a low murmur as she turned her face away, not wanting to succumb once more to the intoxicating scent of Muhan. What if she could never break free of it? Muhan stiffened, and to her surprise, he truly released her. Li Su was taken aback. Had the great serpent conceded? Observing Muhan's demeanor softened her heart. Yet recalling his earlier avoidance left her feeling cold again. He had been injured. He could lick his wounds in silence and depart without a word, indicating an absence of trust in her. Rescuing her from the bear, perhaps he feared that she would perish, leading to a backlash of their bond, which compelled him to ACT. It was crucial to clarify things to prevent her from becoming the one who misunderstood everything in the future. Muhan, let us cut our losses. It will be best for both of us to part ways. Having uttered these words, Li Su turned to leave, only to feel a gentle tug on her hand. Muhan, his gaze lowered, stared intently at Li Su. The form of a level 4 beastman is more than just a mere serpent now. Li Su, bewildered, asked, and then what? Did she not know the implications of her investment? The higher the level, the larger the size. That I left because you expressed your aversion to large beast forms. If I remained by your side, it would likely only instill fear and disgust in you. Thus, rather than facing your future disdain, I chose to depart. Su had never anticipated that Muhan would vanish for such a reason. She furrowed her brow, filled with confusion and misunderstanding. When did I ever say I disliked your serpent form? Muhan, you should at least find a more plausible excuse for your departure. Though Muhan did not grasp the concept of passing the buck, he understood Li Su's sentiment. You did say so. Muhan's eyes reflected a deep loneliness. You thought that the tiger fawn was too large, that it wouldn't fit in the cave. I am far larger than Su felt a tightness in her forehead. That was merely an excuse. I had to refuse others with a reason. Suddenly, Muhan's hand covered Li Su's eyes. Please do not deceive me. Previously, when you saw me, you would tremble. The fear in your eyes made me feel ugly and repulsive. Everyone detests cold-blooded beastmen. But Su, could you refrain from hating me? With her eyes covered, Li Su felt an emptiness within her heart. Did she truly despise Muhan? She could not help but push his hand away. Good heavens, Muhan's pristine face was stained with blood, his eyes reddened, resembling a forsaken creature. It seemed she had inadvertently made him feel wronged. Su asked, how can I comfort you? I'm here waiting. Perhaps she had previously misled him. I apologize, Muhan. Deep down, I do not harbor any hatred towards you. That's so. A colossal serpent appeared before her, its large head gazing at her with caution. Li Su felt that her previous anger had lessened her fear of the serpent. Now, it seemed that all her dread stemmed from insufficient strength. I do not dislike you. Su could not comprehend how things had turned to her apologizing. Considering it was he who had vanished without a word, Muhan's eyes brimmed with unmistakable tenderness as he transformed back into his human form. What about now? Do you still dislike me? Gazing at the naked Muhan, Li Su found herself at a loss for where to place her eyes. Hastily, she retrieved the beast's skin from nearby, stuttering as she pressed it into his embrace. You should put on the beast's skin first. You cannot just leave without a word, can you? After speaking, Li Su quickly turned away and walked toward the great black bear, wondering if it possessed a beast crystal, which he had been eager to unearth. That I did not leave. I am in the cellar. Muhan sluggishly accepted the beast's skin, not in haste to don it, but rather bundled it with grass. Li Su crouched down, using her canine teeth to rummage through the chest of the black bear, and indeed, she stumbled upon a hard crystal. Muhan. This is actually a third-level black bear. This beast crystal could be given to Mu Shue. He will surely be overjoyed. You are truly kind to Mu Shue. Su excitedly extracted the beast crystal, oblivious to Muhan's tender smile. The translucent beast crystal caused Li Su's lips to curl into a smile as she cheerfully inquired, Are you in the cellar? Why didn't you respond when I called you? Afraid that you might find me repulsive? Muhan, lost in thought, uttered this unexpected remark. This was becoming increasingly absurd. Su frowned, recognizing Muhan as a sensitive little snake. Little did she know, now transformed into a jiao, he had become even more finicky. When have I ever found you repulsive? Do clarify. That day, we were clearly preparing soup, and I even asked you to sit aside, yet you vanished mid-conversation. I never rejected you. Muhan gazed deeply at Li Su, yet remained silent, taking her hand. I will escort you back. What about you? Are you still planning to linger in the beast forest? No, I'll return with you. It's quite far from the itchy forest now, but it's close to the salt. I promise to bring you here. Shall we take a look? Upon hearing salt, Li Su immediately nodded with delight. There was still some space in her storage to carry a few, which would be splendid. However, as Li Su climbed onto Muhan's back, she felt something was amiss. Gripping the third-level beast crystal in her hand, she recalled Muhan's previous words. The fire leopard was dead, and he was the only third-level beastman left in the beast forest. From where did this third-level black bear come? The jiao, with its tail coiled around the already lifeless black bear, moved swiftly, and before Li Su could ponder further, they encountered a hillock of piled salt. Pure, crystalline natural river salt. The geography of the beast world was indeed peculiar. Yet considering the lengthy seasons of summer and winter, Li Su found it less surprising. She attempted to slide down from Muhan's back to collect salt. But he halted her, his massive Jiao form advancing a considerable distance before coming to a stop. The path here is particularly treacherous. Do tread carefully. Finally, Muhan set Li Su down from his back, and she turned several times within the confines of her space, nearly filling it to capacity with salt before she ceased. She then picked a few large leaves from the side, lining her woven bag and stuffing it full of salt, feeling content. What a pity! Next time we should bring back more salt. For now, let us just take this much, shall we? Li Su blinked, sensing that perhaps it was her imagination, but it appeared Muhan's gaze lingered momentarily in the void. No worries, once I escort you back, I shall return a few times more to gather more. That sounds good. Unbeknownst to Li Su, upon discovering her absence, the entire tribe had frantically searched for her. Especially Luo, Duo, and the others, gathered before the yam pile, with reddened eyes that Oh, you think Li Su might have been eaten by a ferocious beast? No, she is too clever and capable. Have you forgotten? She defeated the bear cloud and even killed the southern tiger. She will be fine. Lu Luo harbored an almost blind admiration for Li Su, firmly believing she would not perish so easily. She was stronger than the tribe's warriors. Perhaps she had gone to seek something. Even so, she is still a female. What if she encounters a pack of beasts? Exactly. Even Qing Tao, who usually disdained Li Su, spoke with less acerbity. Outside the tribe is rife with danger. No matter how capable she is, one misstep can lead to dire consequences. All right. Luo Duo sighed, anxiously gazing at the last tree where Li Su had lingered. Soon, the beastmen will escort the females back to the tribe, while another group continues to search for Li Su. The chief has returned to fetch Li Su's snake husband to sense her location. What are you all doing? Li Su observed the densely packed beastmen in the itchy forest, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. They can't be looking for me, can they? Li Su, where have you been? Do you have any idea how terrified you made us? Luo Duo rushed over and enveloped Li Su in a tight embrace, nearly causing the salt in her arms to scatter everywhere. Clearly, Luo Duo was genuinely frightened. Li Su gently patted her back, offering comfort. It's all right. I'm back now, don't worry. The feeling of being cared for warmed Li Su's heart. She reached out to adjust Luo Duo's disheveled braid, speaking softly. I merely saw pumpkin flowers from the tree and thought they were not far, so I went over by myself. Look, I'm perfectly fine now. Pumpkin flowers? You went just to pick a flower? Luo Duo stared at Li Su in disbelief, her voice involuntarily rising several pitches. Li Su, do you realize how dangerous it is out here? Next time, you must take 3 adult beastmen with you if you wish to leave alone, that I understand. Next time I will definitely bring 3 adult beastmen. Li Su raised her hands in a gesture of surrender. She knew Luo Duo's words came from concern, so she readily agreed. Even though she was aware that given today's circumstances, even with 3 second-level beastmen, they might not survive the claws of a black bear. So, did you manage to pick the flowers? Luo Duo smiled shyly, realizing her earlier outburst was due to anxiety. I didn't pick flowers. I was actually looking for pumpkins. Just then, a cold voice emerged from behind. You went just to pick a flower? Luo San, having appeared without notice, strode over, seizing Li Su's wrist and gripping it tightly, causing her to frown in pain. If you tighten your grip any further, I won't mind breaking your claws. Li Su struggled to free her hand, but she was no meek lamb. If someone hurt her, she would return the favor. She swiftly kicked Luo San's knee over surprise. Luo San remained unfazed, as if she hadn't kicked him at all, merely staring at her coldly, tightly gripping a piece of bee skin that Li Su found somewhat familiar. Without thinking, she inquired, where did you find this piece of bee skin? Do you have any idea how frantic everyone has been searching for you? Luo San's usual icy demeanor shifted, a hint of uncharacteristic tension appearing on his face. Heaven knows how he felt when he found this piece of bee skin following the marks left behind the great tree. He anticipated returning to find Li Su alive and well, blooming with joy, simply stating she had gone to pick a flower. Everything that had transpired felt like a cruel joke. He went to find her. Then why question her like this? Li Su felt gratitude for his search, but was perplexed by his grip on her. In the next moment, Li Su was pulled into an embrace. And had it not been for her quick reflexes, Muhan would have nearly torn Luo Sen's arm apart. After all, Luo's son, the priest, still needed to help her tend to the pigs, if his arm were broken. Who would feed them? Luo's son clutched his dislocated shoulder, unfazed as he repositioned his arm. The two men stood face to face, one with a grim expression and the other with a calm smile. The tension between them palpable, and Muhan gently caressed Li Su's bruised wrist, his smile failing to reach his eyes. Luo's son, my partner is under my protection. You need not worry. Luo's son replied coldly. The precious female of the Qingmu tribe. If you cannot protect her, there are many who would wish to. Only sending 2 first-level beastmen to care for Li Su. Is that the tribe's idea of protection? If I hadn't quietly followed her, you would only have that piece of beast skin to reminisce about Li Su. The two exchanged barbs, neither yielding. Luo's son, struck by a sensitive chord, could only cast one last deep look at Li Su before stepping aside. Muhan gazed at Li Su's wrist with concern. Does it hurt? It's all my fault for seeking a hairpin. Had I come with you, he wouldn't have been able to hurt you. Li Su shook her head, pulling Muhan aside. I am not that fragile. As a priest, Luo's son must be more anxious than anyone about losing a female from the tribe. Muhan regarded Li Su thoughtfully. Does Su not know that the way Luo's son looks at her is anything but innocent? What's wrong? Why are you looking at me so strangely? Is there something on my face? Li Su gently touched her face. It's a bit dirty here. Don't move it. Oh. Li Su obediently remained still, allowing Muhan to wipe her face. Suddenly, Muhan's fingers brushed against the side of Li Su's face, gently wiping it clean. There, all clean now. Was this beastman Li Su's mate, Muhan? No way, Muhan was so handsome. Li Su had never brought him out before, and no wonder she kept him hidden all these years. What a treasure. The females gazed at Muhan, gasping in astonishment. His appearance rivaled that of Luo's son, and with his gentle smile, he was even more captivating. However, today the atmosphere between Luo's son and Muhan felt rather peculiar. I apologize for worrying everyone. The pumpkin flower is very important. I found a pumpkin beneath the vine, and the seeds inside are used to treat worm disease. Li Su's words caused Luo's son to furrow his brows. Pumpkin seeds can treat worm disease? Yes, pumpkin seeds can cure worm disease, Li Su affirmed with conviction. She was patient with those who showed her kindness, upon hearing that pumpkin seeds could treat worm disease. The likes of Green Snail were filled with boundless hope. The cubs and females in the tribe feared worm disease the most. If Li Su could indeed cure it, they would gladly bring back not just the pumpkin flower, but the entire itchy forest. Li Su, are you certain that the pumpkin you found can treat worm disease? Sister Green Snail, I assure you it can. I specifically sought it out for Mu Shui. Once we return to the tribe, anyone who wants it can trade fruits with me or pick it themselves. Many females hesitated, glancing between Luo's son and Li Su. Listening to her was better than having no remedy at all. Luo's son nodded, and the females eagerly began to make exchanges that ate tea that moment. Muhan suddenly pressed a hairpin into Li Su's hand, casting a meaningful glance at a certain spot. Su, could you help me with my hair? It got all messy when I held you just now. Ate tea this point. Why worry about hairpins? Li Su looked at Muhan, puzzled. They were about to return to the tribe. Wouldn't it still be messy after transforming? Just hold on to it for now, and return it to me when we get back to the cave. Muhan's brow slightly twitched. He seemed to see through Li Su's thoughts, but chose not to confront them. Good-naturedly, he placed the hairpin in Li Su's hand and then bent down to help carry the yams. His long, dark hair, as lustrous as satin, cascaded loosely behind him, nearly grazing the ground. Li Su hurriedly reached out to grasp Muhan's animal skin, calling out, "Wait!" Muhan halted his actions, turning to look at Li Su with a puzzled expression. "Let me help you pin it up," Li Su said, somewhat shyly. She couldn't bear to see his silky black hair mishandled. "All right," Muhan replied without further inquiry, leaning slightly forward to cooperate with Li Su, making it easier for her to style his hair. Li Su instinctively reached out, gently caressing Muhan's strands. The texture was soft and not greasy, imbued with a faint floral fragrance. She noticed the ends were slightly damp. Had he just washed his hair? This question flickered through her mind, but Li Su did not dwell on it. Quickly arranging Muhan's hair, Muhan touched the hairpin, smiling gently, his eyes sparkling like bright stars, immensely charming. Thank you, Li Su, did I really like it? Her heart raced. His voice was as soothing as if kissed by a mountain spring, uplifting her spirits. I'm glad you like it, but Muhan, your hair smells wonderful. You didn't just go to find a hairpin. You wash your hair, didn't you? Li Su was certain he had washed it, as her hands also bore an inexplicable floral fragrance, intoxicating to the senses. I was sweating that cold-blooded beastmen dislike hot weather. A hint of discomfort crossed Muhan's face. He disliked the sun, the crowd, and anyone who covetedly SU'd in the next moment. Muhan produced a beautiful pink flower from somewhere, placing it in Li Su's hair. Although a few petals fell, the subtle fragrance it emitted was akin to the scent of Muhan himself. Li Su's cheeks flushed suddenly, but seeing the flower crowns on the other females' heads, her embarrassment lessened. Muhan, however, raised his gaze to Luo's son, who appeared visibly displeased, and, imitating Li Su's earlier action, tucked a loose strand of her hair behind her ear. Silly, Su only likes me. Luo's son's eyes flickered, disdainfully withdrawing his gaze. Had this snake lost its mind? What did it matter who Li Su liked? Luo Duo observed her brother's demeanor, frowning in quiet worry. She instinctively stepped in front of him, softly saying, Luo's son, now that Li Su has returned, we should head back. Luo's son slowly raised his head. Meeting his sister's worried gaze, he realized his own uncharacteristic behavior, a hint of confusion swelling within him. When did he start feeling so agitated over a mere smile from a snake? He was the tribe's priest. Alongside the chieftain, he bore the responsibility of the Qingmu tribe. He must remain calm and rational. Luo's son cast one last deep glance at Li Su's innocent, blushing face before silently turning away. His expression gradually regained its usual aloofness, as though everything that had transpired was merely an illusion. His deep voice rang out, all warriors of the Qingmu tribe, carry these yams back to the tribe. Be cautious to conceal your presence, and leave no trace. The crowd responded in unison. Yes, Luo's senator. They began to move, hoisting the yams off the ground, preparing to return to the tribe. Only then did Luo Duo breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, her brother had been alert and couldn't repeat their mother's history. Watching Li Su's lively and shy expression, she stood out among the other females. Even she found it quite appealing. But her brother could not afford to be so enamored. Muhan gently released Li Su, his smile growing even softer. You mischievous beast, how enchanting you are. Some people smiled like a gentle spring breeze, while others possessed a captivating allure. Suddenly, she was pulled aside, meeting Green Snail's eager gaze. Sister Green Snail, what do you wish to say? Li Su, could you teach us how you style Muhan's hair? Sister Green Snail, you like it too? Li Su was surprised that these beastmen had such avant-garde tastes. Green Snail smiled bashfully, patting Li Su's small hand. Oh my, your little hands are so skillful. How did you make his hair look so beautiful? I wanted to ask you since this morning. Several older females looked at her with eager eyes, though some hesitated to approach due to their unfamiliarity. The hair you did for Luo Duo is also your handiwork, right? Green Snail glanced at Luo Duo. Isu nodded. Green Snail was envious that it's both beautiful and practical, much more useful than flower crowns. Please teach us. Exactly. Whenever we butcher meat or tan animal hides by the river, our hair gets in a way that if we could do it like you, it wouldn't get dirty. That if you all truly like it, when we return to the tribe, I'll teach you that it won't take much effort. Li Su intended to cultivate good relations with these females, especially after the unexpected encounter with that bear. Unless one became sufficiently powerful in the beast world, even a good night's sleep could be a source of anxiety. Li Su glanced at the entire scene.